Chapter 1. Adonis Malfoy. In the early morning, the sun ascended from the horizon, casting a golden glow upon Malfoy Manor, nestled in the picturesque Wiltshire, England. This estate, steeped in a rich historical ambience, exuded an air of mystery. At the heart of this quintessentially British estate stood a magnificent castle, narrating the illustrious history of the Malfoy lineage. Surrounding it were meticulously designed gardens, adorned with fountains and freely wandering peacocks, while the exquisite wrought iron gates lent an ethereal quality to the entrance. On June 5, 1980, Lucius Malfoy, the current master of the manor, paced nervously before an alabaster door, the hurried footsteps of his servants reflecting his agitation and unease. Inside, the present mistress of the estate, Narcissa Malfoy, wore a pained expression as immense discomfort radiated from her abdomen. She was on the brink of delivering her child with her husband, Lucius. In the lineage of the Malfoys, where tradition dictated a singular heir, the unborn child would undoubtedly emerge as a new scion of the British wizarding elite. The midwife, her hands trembling slightly as she wiped the sweat from her brow, was confronted with an unexpected complication in what should have been a routine delivery. There was no time to ponder the source of this dilemma in a London cloaked in grey. Lives were perpetually lost, and it was all too plausible that this lady had fallen victim to some unseen malice. Qin Hung, an elite operative proficient in 6 languages: Chinese, English, French, German, Russian, and Japanese, was aboard a flight from London to Beijing after completing a national mission when darkness enveloped him. Upon regaining consciousness, he felt a tremendous pressure surrounding him and a force propelling him outward. With an instinctive resolve, he swiftly made the most advantageous decision to escape this confining space. As Qin Hung emerged halfway into the world, the doctor realized he had eluded the clutches of the Avada Kedavra curse. With the doctor's assistance, he finally exited the oppressive yet strangely warm environment, instinctively inquiring, "Where am I?" Instead of a coherent response, he was met with the cries of a newborn and exclamations of astonishment. "Madam, there is another child." Amidst the ensuing chaos, 2 more distinct cries echoed through the air. Lucius Malfoy had never experienced such anxiety and fear when his father passed away. He had only felt an abyss of sorrow. Even in the face of the formidable Voldemort, although the specter of death loomed, Malfoy pride forbade him from retreating. As a scion of the Malfoy lineage, he had always been accompanied by the weight of responsibility and honor. Yet now, he found himself gripped by fear born from the obstetrician's alarming exclamations. Never had a generation of Malfoys witnessed the birth of more than one child. The sounds he heard indicated that he was to be blessed with 3 delightful little Malfoys. In these tumultuous times, compounded by the prophecy relayed to him by his friend Severus Snape, predicting that a boy born at the end of July would vanquish Voldemort, he felt a glimmer of fortune in his child being born in June. "Esteemed Mr. Malfoy, your wife has given birth to 3 lovely children. The order of their arrival is as follows: the eldest son, the second son, and the little princess." His reverie was interrupted by the excited doctor. Gazing at the 3 children cradled by the maid, Lucius endeavored to quell his tumultuous emotions, following the doctor's gesture direction. The first child he beheld possessed elegant violet eyes, a delicate visage, and the signature light blonde hair of the Malfoys. Lucius marveled at the exquisite nature of his eldest son, the future heir of the Malfoy family. Although it was unprecedented for a generation to produce 2 male offspring, the established traditions of the British wizarding aristocracy dictated a firm line of inheritance. Unless the firstborn was deemed unfit, a scenario wherein the elder child would naturally assume the role of heir. Once acclimated to his surroundings, Qin Hung laboriously opened his eyes, meeting the gaze of a pallid, middle-aged man with dark eyes. The man's slightly elevated chin signified a proud demeanor, and he donned a magnificent blue robe that accentuated his striking appearance. With a vision slightly sharper than that of an infant, Qin Hung quickly discerned that he was ensconced within a lavish abode. It was evident from the grandiose, ancient walls and intricately carved jade doors that this was no ordinary world. Perhaps this was the realm of magic. The sight of Qin Hung instantly conjured the name Adonis in Lucius' mind. The second child mirrored Lucius with the same color of eyes and hair, his eyes gently closed, evoking memories of Lucius' own infancy. Perhaps this child should be allowed to fulfill his dreams of living freely and joyously, especially since he had an elder brother. Unbeknownst to Qin Hung, the different fates of the 3 siblings began to unfold in that very moment. As Lucius beheld his little princess, his heart melted. He had never imagined he would have such a soft and delicate daughter. No description could adequately capture her beauty, her soft features and bright green eyes, a color unseen in the Malfoy lineage since the 3rd generation. were pure and radiant. With the butler carrying the two boys, Lucius cradled his precious daughter as he hurried toward Narcissa. As a devoted husband, he believed that no negative emotions should burden his wife. "My dear, how are our children faring?" Narcissa, as a mother, was not encumbered by the weight of Lucius' thoughts. The tumultuous times could not dampen her elation. Had her body permitted, she would have dashed to her children the moment they were born. "My beloved Narcissa, the children are all thriving. Our little angels have graced us with their presence. Look, I have already chosen a name for our princess, Pasha Malfoy. What a beautiful name for our little princess. And has our Draco been named after our eldest son?" No. Dear Draco is the name of our youngest son." Lucius swiftly took Draco from the butler's arms. "My love, look here, does our Draco not resemble me?" Observing her husband, Narcissa understood the rationale behind naming their youngest son Draco. As a proud Malfoy, he could not bear the thought of his beloved little dragon not resembling him. It was clear that the eldest son must have inherited traits from Lucius, at least in terms of eye color. "And what shall we name our firstborn?" Hearing a slight rise in her husband's tone, Lucius sensed Narcissa's mild displeasure and hastened to clarify. Adonis Malfoy, such a melodious name for the heir of the Malfoy family, is it not, my dear?" "Adonis, little Nini," Narcissa playfully exclaimed as she received Chin Hung from the butler. Though she was aware that this child might not embrace this playful nickname in the future, as a mother, it was her prerogative. Gazing into the eyes of this beautiful, gentle woman, Chin Hung realized that he was now Adonis Malfoy. The past had closed its chapter, and he was embarking on a new life as the son of Lucius and Narcissa, the brother of Draco and Pasha, the heir of the Malfoy family. Honor and responsibility would accompany him from that moment onward until the end of his days. Chapter 2. The Godfather. On July 5, 1980, Adonis, along with his brother Draco and sister Pasha, had celebrated their first month of life. In the wizarding world, a child's first full moon marked a significant milestone. From this day forth, they would each be bestowed with a godfather. From a moment of his birth, Adonis had been meticulously attentive to every detail, wary of acting beyond his tender age. His sole desire was to cherish and enjoy the childhood he had been granted anew. The talking mirrors, the animated photographs, the occasional appearance of peculiar creatures in his room, and the wands wielded by his parents thick as tree branches were all indications that he had transcended the realm of the ordinary. Perhaps this was the essence of magic. Kicking away Draco's leg, which lay across him, Adonis' thoughts drifted back to the 20 days that had elapsed. As the first girl born into the Malfoy family in a millennium, Pasha was lavished with adoration throughout Malfoy Castle, naturally residing in the master bedroom with Narcissa and Lucius. Meanwhile, he and Draco had been assigned to the bedroom originally intended for them after their first birthday. Everything had progressed smoothly. Their room was soon prepared, and Lucius, with a gentle flick of his wand, transformed the space instantaneously. This marked the beginning of Adonis' astonishment since his rebirth. However, once the butler carried Draco 5 meters away from him, the latter erupted into inconsolable wails. The Malfoy couple had verified this repeatedly, ultimately discovering that Draco would commence crying the moment he was separated from Adonis by 5 meters, and no amount of soothing would suffice. After several attempts, Draco ended up sleeping in Adonis' room. Draco's cries jolted him back to reality. Before long, Butler Xia entered the room, preparing to carry them to the parlor. "Lucius, has your mind been struck by a giant? To consider me, a half-blood wizard, as the godfather to your 3 delightful, beautiful, intelligent, and noble children now. Lucius, your jest is truly convincing." The moment Adonis was carried into the living room, he spotted a slender man with black hair and dark eyes mocking his father. Narcissa leaned against the living room sofa, watching the two men with a resigned expression. "Severus, you know that at this moment, you're the only one I can trust should I meet Merlin. Narcissa and the others will have to rely on you for care." Observing his old friend's dejection and helplessness, Snape unusually refrained from continuing the mockery. "Rest assured, would you like help in changing your surname to Snape?" He patted Lucius on the shoulder, and the living room fell into silence. Adonis was astounded, quite taken aback. He knew this was a world of magic, yet he had not anticipated it to be the realm of Harry Potter. And this man in the black robe was none other than the most tragic and heartfelt Severus Snape. Turning to glance at his brother, he recognized him as the spoiled rival of Harry Potter Malfoy. Casting a look at the 3 silent figures leaning against the sofa, Adonis understood he could not remain an unconcerned nobleman awaiting the judgment of fate. Even if the family were to survive this calamity, would his parents still retain their vigor and pride? Would his siblings be able to live happily ever after? Adonis realized that his childhood plans could no longer be fulfilled. Thus far, only by wielding formidable magical powers could he safeguard this family and perpetuate the glory of the Malfoys. Wow, wow, wow. The oppressive atmosphere frightened the butler, Lucius, holding little Pasha. Lucius nearly sprinted to take his precious daughter in his arms. My darling, Sasha, Daddy's treasure. Oh dear, did the godfather frighten our little one? Come now, let the godfather soothe Daddy's precious girl. Ignoring Severus' rigid form, Lucius placed Pasha into Snape's arms. Upon reaching Severus' embrace, Pasha suddenly ceased her crying, her green eyes wide and curiously gazing at this unfamiliar uncle. The youthful Severus, though gaunt, was undeniably a handsome man. Severus stared blankly at the small being in his arms, and suddenly enveloped Pasha in a tight embrace, remaining in that dazed hold. Severus, you really ought to find yourself a lady, sigh. No one understood better than Lucius the significance of Lily Evans to Severus. Though his own darling's eyes were not the same striking green, they were still green. Lucius, it is time to commence the ceremony. With that, he returned Pasha to Lucius' embrace and fell silent. After setting the stage, the godfather ceremony began, conferring upon Adonis the same esteemed status as a marriage within the magical realm. Lucius fixed his gaze solemnly upon Severus. Severus Snape, do you willingly accept the role of godfather to Adonis Malfoy, pledging to love and protect him unconditionally until the end of your days, and to care for him without reservation until he reaches adulthood, provided both Lucius Malfoy and Narcissa Malfoy are deceased? I do, Severus replied, and as his words fell, a white silken thread entwined around both Snape and Adonis, swiftly vanishing. With that, the ceremony concluded, and Severus Snape was officially granted the title of godfather to Adonis Malfoy. Once the ceremony for Draco and Pasha concluded, Snape and Lucius exchanged a knowing glance before both vanished from the living room. In a dark, ancient castle, countless hooded figures adorned with black masks stared intently at the man seated upon the throne, his head lowered, obscuring his emotions. Voldemort. Suddenly, a pair of crimson eyes fixed upon the door. Lucius, Snape, you have arrived late. My master, forgive your loyal servant Severus, and I were in pursuit of a boy born in late July for you. Is that so, Lucius? Raise your head and look at me. He twirled a ring in his hand, the scarlet gaze locked onto the gray eyes before him. Then tell your great master what you have discovered. Yes, esteemed master. The child of the Longbottoms is expected to be born at the end of July. Suppressing his inner apprehension, Lucius dared not mention the Potters, casting a glance at Snape. Sighing inwardly at what could be done, did this man remain unaware? Severus, how does it sit with you to eliminate the Potters and that boy by next July? Voldemort suddenly rose, grinning at the stunned Snape. Let that fortunate child, still oblivious to the nature of his fate, live another year. Observe how your great master crushes them like an ant, sending them to meet Merlin. Severus, Legilimens. Caught off guard, Severus was instantly overwhelmed by a powerful force delving into his memories. The piercing pain he had not felt since becoming a master of Clemens surged through him, nearly breaking him. Look, what thoughts occupy our great potion master's mind? Oh, a girl in red clothing, a boy in striped maternity, well, let me see what else there is. No, my master. Lucius knelt. I implore you, spare her, spare them, spare Lily Evans, she knows nothing. It is all Dumbledore's doing, everything is Dumbledore. Severus, I can spare Lily Evans as long as she does not resist. Two Potters must die. Is that sufficient? What can you offer me, Everything, my master. Very well, Severus. I expect to return in triumph by the end of this month to find that potion. Do not disappoint me, for the living can die. Yes, my master. Hearing Voldemort's words, Severus felt a slight sense of relief. Now depart. Arrange everything by this time next year. All threats will be eradicated, and the world will be ours. Yes, my master. All the hooded figures gazed at Voldemort, fervently echoing his declaration. As the crowd departed, Lucius and Severus breathed a sigh of relief as they returned home. Chapter 3. Harry Potter and the Vanished Voldemort on July 31st, 1981. In Godric's Hollow, after bidding farewell to Sirius and Wormtail, who had come to celebrate Harry's birthday, the Potters glanced at the clock on the wall, which indicated that there were still 5 minutes until midnight. Lily, relax. With the Fidelius charm, we are safe. I trust Sirius just as he trusts me. How about I share a little secret with you after tonight? James Potter, with his back turned to Lily, let a faint smile grace his lips as he placed his wand on the vanity by the window, envisioning his wife's astonished expression come morning. Oh, perhaps he might even earn a sweet kiss in return, filling him with joy. Lily, dear, I'll go downstairs to fetch a blanket for Harry. With that, he pushed open the door and descended the stairs. Lily cast a glance at James, responding helplessly, "All right, dear." A sense of foreboding lingered within her. Something felt amiss. The headmaster, who was supposed to visit that evening, had failed to arrive, leaving only a message behind. Suddenly, the door burst open, and her husband, in a state of panic, shouted, "Lily, get out." A blinding green light flashed, and as James cast one last glance at Lily, he collapsed, lifeless. "Get away, woman." A foot kicked at the hapless woman, and Voldemort glanced at the boy, who lay in the cradle, foolishly smiling. He raised his wand, and the killing curse soared towards Harry Potter, but the outcome was not as anticipated. Observing the motionless woman who stood before him, Voldemort murmured, "Lily Evans, foolish woman." He lifted his wand once more, pondering who could possibly stand in his way now. Avada Kedavra. When Dumbledore arrived at Godric's Hollow, he found the house on the brink of collapse. Entering the dwelling, he spotted Harry Potter in the cradle, feeling the faint flicker of life within him. He knew that Harry still lived. Perhaps this was the best possible outcome amidst the night's tragedy. Soon after, Hagrid, under Dumbledore's instruction, took Harry to his aunt's home. August 1st, 1981, would be a date celebrated in the wizarding world of Britain. After extensive verification, it was confirmed that Voldemort had vanished. This man who instilled terror had been vanquished by the boy, Harry Potter, who had miraculously survived. Oh, perhaps he had merely disappeared. Who would want to ponder otherwise? After such prolonged darkness, London was due for a reprieve. They preferred to believe that the days of peace had finally arrived. However, Malfoy Manor was shrouded in a gray mist. "Lucius, Lily is dead. He deceived me. Severus yelled at Malfoy. "Severus Snape, shall I awaken you from your delusions? Where was your Dumbledore, oh great hero, when you needed him?" Lucius remarked coldly, observing Snape. "What are you saying? I don't understand." Snape replied, his flickering gaze unnaturally fixed on Lucius. "I merely wish for the Malfoy line to continue. As for myself, I have nothing more to say." Severus, considering their years of acquaintance, advised, "Some matters must come to an end. How many conditions are you prepared to accept?" Adonis remained oblivious to the tremendous sacrifices his father had made to preserve Malfoy Manor, nor the concessions extracted from the Ministry of Magic, which acknowledged that the Malfoy family had been under Voldemort's control due to the Imperius curse. With Voldemort now vanquished, the Malfoy couple had been exonerated following an investigation by ministry officials numbered 1 through 10. Yet, he astutely noticed that several treasured collectibles from the master bedroom had mysteriously vanished. Brother, called out little Draco and Pasha, flailing their tiny arms in delight. Draco had begun to speak just days prior, and under Adonis's discreet tutelage, his first complete utterance in this world naturally became brother. This revelation had caused Lady Narcissa considerable distress and regret, although she had not pondered why he chose to call out brother first. Following Draco's verbal milestone, Narcissa commenced instructing young Pasha to call her mummy. However, Draco's aptitude was evidently more formidable, influenced by his relentless calls of brother. It was no surprise that Pasha's inaugural word became Dodo. As for the reason behind this choice, Adonis instinctively disregarded it, recognizing that a mere 1-year-old child could hardly articulate with such precision. Upon entering the nursery, Narcissa beheld a delightful tableau. Her little dragon and Sasha were giggling inanely, while her eldest son wore an unmistakable expression of disdain directed at the two tiny beings. Though one might doubt that such a young child could exhibit such a countenance, the resemblance was uncanny. She reached out to embrace the little one lying in bed, coaxing, "Mummy's little Nini, come call for Mummy." Two of the children had already shattered their little fantasies, leaving her hopes pinned on the eldest, who had yet to find his voice. Adonis gazed at Narcissa, and suddenly burst into tears, quite uncharacteristically. Observing this weary yet devoted woman who came daily to play with him and his siblings, he recognized that ever since Draco began calling her mother, she had grown increasingly burdened with guilt, dedicating even more time to their companionship. He understood that Narcissa longed to hear Mummy, yet he could not help but weep. Lucius, come quickly. Adonis is crying. He has never cried before." Narcissa called out loudly to her husband in the study. "My dear, do not be alarmed. Everything is well, just relax." As for Adonis, he is merely a little over a year old. It is entirely normal for him to cry, Lucius remarked, hastening into the children's room, looking at his wife with a mix of exasperation and fondness. In any case, a brief period of tranquility had commenced. Chapter 4. The surge of magic in the Black family manor. A year had elapsed since Voldemort's disappearance, and the magical realm had endured a tumultuous year. According to the Daily Prophet, thousands of Death Eaters were apprehended during this time. Although most were mere foot soldiers, some ancient noble families faced disgrace. Most notably the House of Hawk, renowned for its valor and mastery of dark arts, which stood alongside the Black family as Voldemort's initial followers. The last heir of the Hawk family was killed during the Ministry's pursuit of dissenters. This was a significant achievement for the Ministry of Magic. The newly appointed minister, Cornelius Oswald Fudge, with the backing of the esteemed Chief Warlock Dumbledore from the International Confederation of Wizards, enacted a series of policies that diminished the power of the British magical aristocracy. Following this conflict, the influence of the nobility swiftly waned, forcing them to unite against the emergent new elite that arose after Voldemort's vanishing. Thus, the ministry found itself in a temporary state of power equilibrium. Lucius and his wife Narcissa were engaged in a discussion about the latest developments in the Grand Hall. The astute Malfoy, with his keen business acumen, had begun to restore the family's vitality after maneuvering to ally with and suppress several lesser nobles. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a loud commotion from upstairs. The couple hurried towards the source of the noise. Upon opening the door to the children's room, they were met with the sight of 3 terrified children levitating above their beds. Fragments of the chandelier floated ominously in the air, and the once intact sofa lay cleaved in two by an unseen force. The shattered mirrors in the fallen cabinet bore witness to a terrifying surge of magical energy that had just transpired. Adonis had never experienced such terror, not even during the perilous tasks he undertook before his rebirth, nor in the face of the extraordinary phenomena he encountered thereafter. Just moments ago, Drac had been gleefully playing with one of the colorful dragon models gifted by Lucius for his 3rd birthday, a blue dragon named Marigoth. After seizing the red dragon Alexstrasza from him, Ursa, dissatisfied with her current peacock model, stretched her claws towards Drac. Caught off guard, Drac watched helplessly as the little dragon, which he had never successfully retrieved from Ursa's grasp since its birth, slipped away from him. On the cusp of turning 3 years and 100 days old, he could no longer contain his frustration. Before Adonis could react, a tremendous force sent him flying. Shards of the chandelier rained down like deadly confetti, threatening to pierce his eyes. He had faced numerous dangers with composure, yet everything felt so bleak now. He felt utterly powerless. He could confront death, but without his sight, how could he protect his family? The ominous darkness of the future was an unacceptable reality. Closing his eyes was now his only means of self-preservation. With one last glance at Drac and Ursa, who were sobbing amidst the chaos, he reluctantly shut his eyes, praying for the utmost protection. The following seconds stretched interminably for him. He sensed a warm current flowing through his veins, as if a century had passed. Once the sounds of explosions and his siblings' cries faded, he hesitantly opened his eyes, only to behold his astonished parents standing in the room, alongside his floating siblings. His mother's exclamation drew him back to reality. "My dear, look at our precious child, such a mischievous little one." Lucius waved his wand, casting a series of spells that restored the room to its former glory, with orchids blooming beautifully. The room quickly returned to its original state. "You are right, dear," he continued, suppressing his astonishment. "It is a joy that these 3 little ones can now be included in the family lineage. The platinum honor shall officially continue through them, and Adonis's future as the Malfoy family patriarch is thus established. Lucius, I wish to take them back to the Black ancestral home. With Sirius disowned from the family tree and Regulus deceased, the Black family has no descendants left after their women have married. I know this is hard for you to accept, but dear, the Black family has endured for millennia. I truly cannot bear this. I don't know what will happen. What will become of us? Dear, don't cry. I promise you, after the inheritance ceremony is complete, I will accompany you to the Black ancestral home. Stay strong. My love." Lucius embraced Narcissa, gently patting her shoulder. Now calmed, Adonis observed his parents in their embrace, struggling to comprehend his mother's words. In his memory, although Regulus had perished, the Blacks still existed. How could the noble lineage of the Blacks simply vanish? As Lucius held his wife, he recalled the solemn words spoken to him by the late old Malfoy when he entrusted the family tree to him. "Lucius Malfoy, these words should have been imparted to you upon your coming of age, but time has run short. Remember, the Malfoy family, like the other 11 noble families, shall never become the servants of any individual or vassals to any lineage. Take heed, for descendants who violate this will be deemed the Malfoy as transgressors." their names stricken from the family tree. You may wonder which 11 families I refer to. Truth be told, I do not know. In my lifetime, I could only speculate about the Blacks and the 4 houses they represent. Furthermore, remember that while bloodlines can re-enter the family tree, those who have been disowned can never return to the true lineage. My only regret in life is never having witnessed the true ministry of magic. Alas, how pitiful is Tom, Voldemort, merely a wretched soul who cannot return home. With those words, his father departed, laden with unfulfilled desires. Lucius had pondered these matters for over a decade. The first 2 points were somewhat clear to him, yet the final one eluded him. However, since the only person the old Blacks had seen before their death was Narcissa, and considering that one of the 2 male Blacks had been disowned while the other died before reaching adulthood, the outside world buzzed with rumors that Regulus was merely missing. Yet, how could the Blacks not uncover the truth? Therefore, only Narcissa could possess the knowledge of the Black family tree. However, all would be revealed upon their visit to the Black ancestral home tomorrow. For now, completing the ceremony while their magic was at its peak was of utmost importance. Chapter 5. The bewildered Lucius having soothed his wife's emotions, Lucius gathered Bursa in his arms and led Adonis and Drac down the small corridor toward the master bedroom. Upon entering, Adonis watched as Lucius raised his wand, silently murmuring a lengthy incantation. Soon, the sealed wall before them vanished, transforming into an ancient stone door adorned with indecipherable carvings. Lucius sliced his arm with his wand, allowing his blood to flow into the lock at the door's center. The once-locked stone door began to creak open. Contrary to Adonis' expectation of a mystical palace, a staircase carved from white jade leading underground came into view. Drac, poke your brother. We've never played here before. What is down there? It's so dark. Are we going to play hide and seek? Where's Mommy? Drac, you coward. Who said that? Who said that? Drac is the bravest of us all, right, brother? Drac could not fathom why his younger sister, merely a few minutes younger, was so relentlessly vexatious. Bursa, you're bullying Drac again. Adonis sighed at the antics of the two, having witnessed their endless disputes from the moment they were born, with Drac never once emerging victorious. Casting a quick glance at Drac, he stuck out his tongue, prompting Bursa to fall silent. The trio quietly followed Lucius, the narrow passage gradually widening until they arrived at a small room that appeared long neglected. All right, we've arrived. One at a time. Adonis, come with me. As Lucius spoke, he took Adonis' hand and led him into the small room. Esteemed ancestors, the current patriarch Lucius Malfoy brings forth his eldest son, Adonis Malfoy, to perform the bloodline ceremony. After uttering these words, he stood beside Adonis, remaining silent. Adonis gazed curiously, eager to discern the peculiarities of this hallowed place revered by his father as the most sacred within their lineage. Regrettably, his efforts yielded nothing but an expanse of indistinguishable whiteness. Had it not been for the recent sensation of a gossamer white thread, reminiscent of mist, entering his palm after Lucius had spoken, he would have found his father's demeanor rather endearingly foolish. This ethereal thread coursed through his body's meridians before ascending into the air, gradually transforming into Adonis Malfoy, vanishing into the nebulous surroundings. Adonis sensed a profound transformation in his surroundings. The room had metamorphosed into the heart of a grand hall, with a solemn black throne positioned directly before him. Above the throne loomed a genealogical web, each ancestor's name meticulously inscribed, accompanied by significant events from their lives. Strangely, the names dating back to the year of the founding were obscured, rendering them entirely illegible. Casting a puzzled glance at his father, Lucius seemed to perceive his son's confusion and sighed, explaining that according to the ancestor at the top of the list, he had lost his previous memories following a state of unconsciousness. It was likely that the genealogy had remained in this condition ever since. Very well, Adonis. Please summon Draco to enter. Certainly, father. Lucius gazed intently at Adonis's retreating figure. Through his observations of both himself and Narcissa, he had long recognized the child's keen perceptiveness. Yet, Adonis's demeanor today was profoundly astonishing. Truly, a 3-year-old displaying such exceptional capabilities surpassed all of Lucius's expectations. As Adonis led Draco into the room, they found their father lost in thought. Throughout their journey, Draco's patience had been nearly exhausted. Brother, why are we here? There's nothing but Dad. I haven't fed Little White yet today. Let's go back. Little White was a white Labrador, a birthday gift for Adonis and Draco when they turned 3. Draco, be quiet. If father is upset, do you still wish to go out tomorrow? Adonis gently admonished the increasingly impatient Draco. After all, having just undergone the bloodline ceremony. He dared not speak loudly, lest he provoke some unknown elder lurking nearby. The grandparents in the study could easily visit others, and the empty portraits lining the walls suggested that those figures might be hiding in the shadows. Just glance at the grandparents to understand the Malfoy family's integrity. The brothers' chatter roused Lucius from his reverie. The subsequent ceremony progressed smoothly for the genuinely 3-year-old Draco and Pansy. Aside from their curiosity regarding the changing scenes, Pansy likely thought Lucius was playing a game with her. Everything else was rather dull. As soon as they exited the room, Draco and Pansy tugged at Lucius's hands, eagerly discussing their plans for the following day's adventures and meals. Lucius observed the two rascals. Ever since Parkinson had brought his daughter Pansy to Malfoy Manor a few times, they had been incessantly clamoring to visit the Muggle world, to enjoy amusement parks, and what was it? Oh yes, lollipops. It was quite vexing. To make matters worse, Narcissa joined in the enthusiasm. What a terrifying prospect for a pure-blood aristocrat to venture into the Muggle realm. Casting a glance at his quiet eldest son, Lucius mused, Merlin. How can siblings from the same womb be so different? What if they both were Gryffindors, like Sirius Black? No, that can't be. What am I thinking? The Malfoys shall forever remain in Slytherin. Yet, these two children. Chapter 6, Number 12, Grimmauld Place, revised. The following morning, Adonis was roused from sleep by the exuberant Draco. Rubbing his eyes, Adonis marveled at Draco's boundless energy. He felt utterly exhausted. Ever since Lucius had promised Pansy and Draco that they could visit Grimmauld Place the next day, Draco had been incessantly chattering. Adonis was tempted to inform Draco that the term place did not necessarily imply a square. Brother, should I eat a lollipop first or roasted duck? I heard Pansy say. Here we go again. Adonis decided to close his eyes and drift back to sleep. An hour later, Narcissa, donned in her dark wizarding robes, pushed open the door and awakened the dreaming Adonis. At 8 o'clock in the morning, under the butler's respectful guidance, Lucius and his wife escorted the three little wizards directly from the fireplace to the drawing room of the Black family at number 12, Grimmauld Place. As Adubis lifted his gaze, he beheld the parlor adorned in stark contrast to that of the Malfoy family. Black reigned as the predominant hue of the room, enveloping it in a somber and shadowy atmosphere, so oppressive that he could almost sense the palpable aura of death. The glossy black fish sculptures and the immaculate floor indicated that the space had recently been tidied. Above, the beams were intricately carved with the visage of a snarling black dog, its jaws agape in a menacing display. Creature, having encountered several esteemed guests, ushered Mrs. Narcissa and the three young Malfoys to the study, while Mr. Malfoy was invited to relax and partake in the unique dark magic of the Black family. With a snap of his fingers, Creature conjured a steaming goblet of drink upon the table. Adonis could ascertain that this was certainly not a delectable beverage. A bitter aroma permeated the air. Casting a glance at Lucius, he silently trailed behind Narcissa. Suddenly, he felt his palm firmly grasped by a small hand. Turning to look at Draco, he noticed the boy's pallid complexion, yet his impeccable upbringing prevented him from uttering a sound of alarm. In stark contrast to Draco's trepidation, Pansy hardly resembled a typical girl. Narcissa's aspirations to mold her into a demure maiden were undoubtedly destined for failure. Her light green eyes sparkled with curiosity and astonishment, and her slightly lean-forward posture betrayed a keen eagerness to engage. Adonis and his companions followed Narcissa as she pushed open the door to the study. Seated at the desk across the room was an elderly man with graying hair and piercing eyes. His slightly raised eyebrows suggested he was no amiable fellow, while the downward curve of his lips hinted at a touch of sarcasm. Narcissa, what is your surname? Old Black's intense gaze fixated on Narcissa as she stepped inside. His low, gravelly voice echoed within the confines of the seemingly small study. Malfoy, Narcissa responded with unwavering certainty. Adonis tilted his head, surreptitiously observing Old Black, hoping to discern something. The expressionless face and vacant gaze rendered him inscrutable. He was indeed a master of mental closure, he thought. Suddenly, George Black burst into laughter, his guffaws echoing throughout the room. Persa could no longer contain herself. What are you laughing at, old man? Of course, Mummy's surname is Malfoy, humph. George glanced at Persa and remarked, I remember Lucius has gray eyes, his own green ones glinting. Indeed, uncle, Narcissa replied hesitantly, perplexed by Old Black's cryptic comment, as her uncle had always been difficult to comprehend. Ah, the Malfoys are quite fortunate. Whom do you intend to have carry on the Black family legacy? Narcissa, relieved to finally delve into the substantive topic, responded Draco Malfoy, my youngest son. Draco, hearing his name called by his mother, felt somewhat bewildered. However, the Malfoy upbringing prompted him to instinctively raise his chin slightly, his platinum hair floating in the air. For some inexplicable reason, Adonis felt an urge to laugh. Draco's demeanor reminded him of a blue peacock in the garden. Old Black observed Draco in silence for a while before abruptly rising and instructing Narcissa. Please retrieve the item from the fourth compartment in the leftmost row and open it. He then beckoned Draco closer. Draco glanced at the already opened box resting on the table beside Old Black, then approached George. He beheld a solitary black wand, approximately 7 inches long, nestled within a black box adorned with white jade, etched with unknown patterns. It was unlike the large black dog he had seen earlier. This was an unfamiliar creature with 2 horns. He stood before the box for a moment. Old Black said nothing, merely fixating on it. After a long pause, Old Black finally spoke. You may return now, Narcissa. Let your other 2 children have a try. Narcissa then encouraged Persa to step forward. While the returned Draco moved closer to his brother Adonis and whispered softly into his ear, "Is this old man a bit off his rocker?" Adonis gently grasped Drac's hand, signaling him to remain silent. It was prudent to embrace the tranquility in such moments. Soon, Pansy returned, and Adonis noticed Old Black beckoning him. Before he could advance, however, Narcissa interrupted him. "Uncle, Adonis cannot. He must bear the Malfoy name." George disregarded Narcissa's remark and continued to wave at Adonis, urging him to approach. He then remarked, seemingly to no one in particular, "Rest assured, he shall merely be a Malfoy. Adonis, is it? Come here." Under the tacit approval of his mother, Adonis positioned himself where his younger siblings had previously stood. After approximately a minute, he beheld the wand, which had originally been inside the box, floating gracefully before him, and instinctively reached out to seize it. "Do not touch." Adonis was taken aback by Old Black's roar, hastily retracting his outstretched arm. "Narcissa, how old is the child now?" George inquired of Narcissa. "He will soon be 4. They are of the same age." "Ah, henceforth, that child with purple eyes shall be known as Adonis Black Malfoy. Regardless of how many children he may have in the future, the firstborn son must bear the surname Black. Now you may return. When Adonis turns 13, let him come alone, using the key I entrusted to you." "No, I cannot agree to this. It is absolutely out of the question." Before Narcissa could utter a word, Lucius pushed the door open, his voice tinged with urgency. Moments earlier, as the wand reacted, creature had been sent by Old Black to summon Lucius. Casting a glance at Lucius, George said to Narcissa, "Take the 3 children outside. I shall speak with Lucius." Adonis remained unaware of the substance of their discussion, only to hear Lucius, upon exiting the study, tell Narcissa, "Until he turns 16, the Ministry of Magic's records will not reflect that Adonis has inherited the Black family estate. Number 12, Grimmauld Place is now sealed until he reaches 13. Let us return home." For Adonis, the future held no alteration due to today's events. Everything would remain unresolved until he turned 13. The sole change was that henceforth, he would be known as Adonis Black Malfoy rather than Adonis Malfoy. Everywhere his magical name was displayed, the latter replaced the former, including in the student records of Hogwarts, where he had yet to enroll. Chapter 7, London, 1986. One of the 4 major stock exchanges in the world, and the most internationalized financial center. Adonis gazed upward at the exchange that handles over 2/3 of the international stock underwriting business. When had he last visited this place? 6 years had passed. It was nearly 6 years since he had entered this world, and many memories from his previous life had become increasingly obscure. While he could still recall significant events, the passage of time had grown ever more nebulous. "NIS, is this the place you mentioned where one might advance this year's birthday gift?" "Indeed, father. I wish to purchase a stock." Gathering his thoughts, Adonis nodded. "So you learned about this place from the modern history of magic in the study?" Adonis Black Malfoy. "You ought to explain to me the shattered diamond peacock in the study, Lucius regarded Adonis with a fury that was palpable. Heaven knew how enraged he was. That magical artifact, resistant to spells, what use was a rebound charm? The crucial point was that even the restoration charm proved ineffective. Each glance at the shards sent a pang of pain through his heart. "Father, I can explain. I did not mean to." Adonis braced himself to elucidate the matter of the peacock. But how could he justify that Draco had simply wished to know whether the peacock was whiter than the little white one? If Lucius discovered the truth behind the peacock, there would be no way to rationalize it. Enough. There is no need for further discussion. 1 year of confinement. The Malfoy family rules must be recited 100 times. Now, let us ascertain who is safeguarding the Malfoy gold. Come along. With that, he strode purposefully into the London Stock Exchange. Adonis followed closely behind Lucius as they entered the grand doors. The thought that today was March 13th filled him with anticipation. The stock price of Microsoft, which was set to launch today, should merely be 0.08. In just a few years, his future plans would be free from the burden of financial constraints. And the exhilaration was palpable. As for the numerous family rules, weren't they the responsibility of Draco? They hardly concerned him. Soon, Adonis and Lucius successfully acquired their shares. With Adonis utilizing the account Lucius had established for him, investing 2,000 to purchase 33,298 shares at the price of 0.08 each. With satisfaction, they departed the stock exchange together. In a secluded area, Lucius used his magical abilities to transport himself and Adonis directly back to Malfoy Manor. Upon returning to the bedroom, Adonis beheld Draco and Pasha diligently practicing the levitation charm. Since January of this year, the three of them had commenced their studies under the guidance of a private tutor. And this week was dedicated to mastering the art of levitation. Wingardium Leviosa, Draco waved his wand, but the feather remained unresponsive, so he continued his incantation. Incorrect. Brother, you have erred once more. How many times must we repeat this? It's Wingardium Leviosa, not Leviosar. Pasha glanced up at Draco before resuming her study of ancient magical history. Oh, right. Hey, brother, you're back. Where have you been? I've already rewritten the family rules. As Adonis entered, Draco set down his wand and reclined against the sofa, inquiring. What did you get up to? Oh, nothing much. Father asked me to inform you about the peacock in the study. He has no need for you anymore. But you are to rewrite the family rules 100 times and submit them for my review. Draco sprang from the sofa, exclaiming, Brother, are you jesting? How could Father possibly know? How could that be? This is disastrous. Adonis gazed at Drac in silence. Very well, 100 times over. Then please assist me in feeding the little one. It has lost weight again recently. Bertha looked at Drac, utterly perplexed by the stark contrast between the siblings. Despite their shared lineage, this was clearly not in accordance with their father's intentions. Given Lucius's temperament, one would expect a more measured reaction upon discovering the truth about the peacock. Yet here was Drac, her foolish brother, truly beyond redemption. By the way, tomorrow I could inquire with the godfather about the effects of substituting the phoenix saliva in the age-enhancing potion with dragon's blood. Adonis reclined on the sofa, pondering how to persuade Narcissa to lift his house arrest. Should he pay a visit to Harry Potter or not? Chapter 8. The Captive Burmese Python. Bersha, hurry up. Do you have any idea how much effort I expended to persuade Father to allow us to go to the zoo with Xia? The boy, adorned with a silver-green scarf and dressed in a white checkered shirt, had shed the remnants of childhood. At 10, Draco had already begun to exhibit the traits of a handsome young man. Brother, it seems you have already decided to join Gryffindor. Just 3 days. 3 days until the Hogwarts acceptance letter arrives. Can you not be a tad more mature? It's quite embarrassing for me. Descending the stairs was a girl with flowing platinum hair and emerald eyes, her delicate features framed by a complexion that was a lovely blend of white and pink. If she remained silent, one could easily mistake her for a porcelain doll. Bersha beamed at Draco, who, although she had not expected him to take her seriously, found his arrogance rather irksome. After pleading with Lucius for so long, all she wanted was to see the distinction between dark magic and light magic. Yet Lucius remained obstinately silent. How vexing. Bersha, I have told you numerous times, do not speak on matters you have not personally experienced. You will have 7 years to understand what Gryffindor truly is. There's a saying among muggles. Hearing is deceiving, seeing is believing. Understood, brother. Bersha gazed at her elder brother, who, with his platinum hair and straight, noble nose, exuded an air of gallantry. Several stray strands of hair fell lazily across his forehead, and especially those violet eyes hinted at a touch of mystery and nobility. She had heard that there existed a group in the Muggle world known as celebrities. If her brother were inclined, he could certainly make a living off his looks. Should he consider it? Is Gryffindor truly that dreadful? Draco murmured softly, recalling that the history of magic recorded a friendship between Slytherin and Gryffindor, which had only later fractured due to differing opinions. Draco, I am not implying that you can join Gryffindor. The Malfoys are destined for Slytherin. Why? Draco felt a twinge of displeasure. While he had no desire to join Gryffindor, the mere notion of being coerced into making a choice irked him. Malfoy's choices were his alone to make. What did others matter? Ponder it yourself. Now, let us prepare to leave. It's the weekend, and the zoo will be crowded. The earlier we depart, the better. Adonis did not respond to Draco's inquiry, and instead opened the door to the awaiting Rolls-Royce. The zoo was bustling with families enjoying their weekend outings. At the entrance, the trio purchased ice cream cones, a small indulgence permitted in the absence of Lucius and Narcissa, even if summer had yet to arrive. At the entrance to the reptile house, Adonis instructed Draco and Bersha to meet him at the main entrance once they were finished. Having encountered various species of snakes during his past missions in the tropical rainforest, he found the common varieties at the zoo rather uninspiring. Inside the reptile house, after agreeing to regroup at the entrance, Bersha wandered alone, feeling somewhat ambivalent about the cold, dimly lit space lined with glass walls. However, her attention was soon captured by a slender boy in ill-fitting clothing who appeared to be conversing with a snake. "Hey, what is your name? Are you talking to the snake?" Bersha approached and tapped the boy on the shoulder. Harry Potter was startled. The snake had just responded to him. And before he could fully recover from his astonishment, he felt someone touch his shoulder. Turning, he saw a girl with strikingly similar eye color. Albeit in a lighter shade of green, her platinum hair cascading over her shoulders, smiling gently at him. Harry felt a flush of warmth spread across his cheeks. "I'm Harry. What did you just say?" "I didn't quite catch that," he said, feeling slightly embarrassed. "Oh, I'm Bersha. I was asking if you were talking to the snake," she repeated, observing the boy curiously, puzzled by his sudden blush. She only then noticed the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, which, rather than being unsightly, lent an air of distinction to his otherwise round face. "Oh, you mean that snake?" "Yes, I was curious how it could speak to me. Now it seems you can hear it too." "I thought I was the only one," Harry replied, his mood lifting considerably. Though a hint of disappointment lingered, he couldn't fathom why he might possess a unique ability. What were you two discussing?" Bersha hesitated to reveal that only a select few could converse with snakes, typically the heirs of Slytherin, fearing it might unsettle Harry. "Oh. The snake mentioned it has been trapped in this glass enclosure for a while. I can sense it wishes to be free. It's a Burmese python, Harry. If you wanted to come out, perhaps I can assist you," Bersha suggested, recalling Draco. It might be a splendid idea, although the size was somewhat less than ideal. A small snake would eventually grow, and Draco likely wouldn't mind. "Really?" Harry gazed at her in surprise. She wore a light green gown with golden embroidery, clearly from a wealthy family. Helping the python would be wonderful. It was the first snake he had conversed with for such an extended period. Though merely a snake, it was far more pleasant than his spoiled cousin Dudley or his aunt and uncle, who were always bossing him around. "Of course, my brother adores animals, especially snakes and dragons. Come along with me. We can find my brother, and he will surely know how to help the snake get to my home." "But if the snake is still caged, it won't be happy," Harry replied, feeling a twinge of envy at Bersha's two brothers, as he had never even met his parents. Yet he wanted to clarify that if the snake remained confined, it would be better off in the zoo, where it at least had some space to move. "Not at all. Our home is vast, far larger than the zoo. We wouldn't keep it in a cage. It would be free. We have many other animals, like peacocks." "That sounds nice." Bersha was about to elaborate further when Harry's firm affirmation interrupted her. "Dad, come quickly. Someone is talking to Harry." Bersha was startled by the loud voice, turning to see a boy who appeared to be suffering from what Muggles referred to as obesity, shouting towards them. Harry, feeling awkward, explained to Bersha that this was his cousin Dudley, who was currently staying with his Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon after his parents had perished in a car crash. However, throughout their conversation, Harry kept glancing at Bersha, relieved to notice that she didn't display any signs of disdain. Perhaps this girl could be his first friend, he thought. Yet soon, Harry realized that the girl before him was not as benign as she initially appeared. Bersha regarded Dudley before approaching a nearby staff member. "I apologize, sir, but this young man is severely disrupting my visit." Pointing at Dudley, she continued, "If you cannot resolve this matter properly, I will report the situation to the local tourism association and the Consumer Rights Association." The staff silently glanced at the girl before approaching Dudley's father, whispering something to him. Soon, Vernon Dursley walked over to Harry and said, "Listen, in 2 hours, wait for us at the zoo entrance." Seeing Harry nod, the Dursleys led Dudley towards the exit. Harry, spotting Pansy, felt an unexpected urge to cry. She was the first person willing to stand up for him. "Let us go, Harry, to find my cousin." Harry nodded, accompanying Pansy to wait at the entrance of the reptile house for Draco. Chapter 9. Harry Potter. Harry and Pansy did not wait long at the entrance of the reptile house before Draco emerged. "Harry, my cousin is out. The one with the platinum blonde hair. See?" She pointed towards Draco, who was striding towards them. following Pansy's gesture. Harry indeed saw a boy with short platinum hair and, for some reason, felt that he might be difficult to get along with. Pansy, where did you pick up this little beggar? He is not bad-looking, Draco remarked, casting a glance at Harry. Hearing this, Harry's face flushed with indignation. Just as he was about to retort, Pansy interjected, Draco, have you had a problem with your neck lately, or is your eyesight failing? Is this how you treat your cousin Malfoy? Pansy, what is your attitude? You speak to your cousin like this for a muggle? Draco glared at Pansy in exasperation. At home, fine, but in front of a boy who looked like a beggar, how could she speak to him that way? Harry stood by, puzzled by Draco's mention of muggle, yet wisely chose to remain silent at that moment. Draco Malfoy, has a troll stepped on your brain? The etiquette you learn daily is for your parents and brother, right? When he arrives, I will make sure to explain to him that you need 100 reminders of the family rules. Allow me to formally introduce my new friend, Harry. Hello. I'm Harry. Harry spoke up at the right moment, extending his hand. My apologies, Draco responded awkwardly, glancing at Harry. It's all right, you see. My attire is indeed rather peculiar. So, Harry, let's properly introduce ourselves. I am Draco Malfoy. You may call me Draco. What is your surname? Seeing that Harry was unfazed by the earlier incident, Draco's mood lifted somewhat. Potter, Harry Potter. Harry Potter, the one who defeated the Dark Lord? Draco stared at Harry, his disbelief apparent, perhaps thinking it was merely a coincidence of names. Sorry, who is this Dark Lord you speak of? I'm not particularly good at fighting. That shouldn't be me, Harry replied, looking at Draco with confusion. Pansy tugged at Draco's sleeve and explained to Harry, Harry, my cousin is referring to a fairy tale. Your name happens to match the protagonist's. He likes to connect with new friends this way, thinking you would know the story too, right, Draco? Realizing he had misspoken, Draco quickly added, Yes, Harry, I apologize. I forgot this is a tale my brother made up. Next time, I'll share the story with you. Now, is there something you need while you wait here? Pansy, relieved that her cousin had finally displayed some intelligence, said, Cousin, we were just saying that you should tell my brother to bring that Brazilian boa constrictor home to keep as a pet. Harry and I both feel a bit sorry for that snake. Not a problem. I'll speak to my brother about it. It's a small matter. Draco patted his chest confidently. Pansy, having sought numerous reasons, was pleased that her cousin had finally come through. At the entrance, Adonis beheld Draco and Pansy approaching him, accompanied by another boy. The two platinum blonde heads gleamed brilliantly under the sun, making it nearly impossible to avert one's gaze. As they drew nearer, Adonis was astounded to recognize the third boy as none other than Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Indeed, it was difficult for him to mistake him. The striking emerald eyes, the unruly hair resembling a bird's nest, and the iconic lightning-shaped scar were unmistakable. Just as he was beginning to compose himself, he heard Pansy tugging at his arm, exclaiming, Brother, this is my new friend Harry Potter, whom I met with Draco at the Crawling Hall. Draco has assured Harry that you would share the tale of the boy who lived and the Dark Lord. Observing Pansy making faces at him, Adonis realized that the two were oblivious to Harry Potter's true identity, mistakenly perceiving him as a muggle. However, this misunderstanding was understandable, as the wizarding world believed this savior to be living a princely life in some unknown castle. Adonis extended his hand to Harry, greeting him warmly. Hello, I am Adonis Black Malfoy. It is a pleasure to meet you. Harry replied, Hello, I am equally pleased to make your acquaintance. He looked at the boy before him, who was of similar stature, and suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment. Instinctively, he thrust his hands into his pockets to wipe them, then somewhat awkwardly extended his right hand to Adonis for a brief handshake. Now, my dear little princess, is there anything this night can assist you with? Adonis glanced at the somewhat eager Pasha, finding the situation amusing. Draco interjected, Brother, it's not a little sister, rather. I wish for your help in relocating the Brazilian python from the reptile house to the garden at home. It has too little space to move here. Pasha looked at Draco in surprise, touched by his unexpected generosity, but soon realized that Draco's kindness was not as straightforward as it appeared, as she caught him subtly gesturing towards her. Humph, I knew my second brother wouldn't be so benevolent. No problem, that's a minor issue, Draco replied, waving over the butler, Sia, to discuss the acquisition of the Brazilian python with the zoo director. Seeing his brother so readily agree to his request filled Draco with delight, as it meant he would receive assistance with the 2,000-word potion study summary assigned by their godfather. After a brief farewell to Harry Potter, the four exchanged addresses, promising to correspond and arrange future outings. As Harry lay beneath the stairs in the cupboard, He had never felt as joyful as he did today. Although the Dursleys had assigned him numerous chores upon his return home, leaving him utterly exhausted, he had made his first new friends. Perhaps life would become considerably more joyful in the days to come. Unbeknownst to him, in a few months, his life would be irrevocably transformed by a single letter. This night was destined to be anything but tranquil. Meanwhile, at Malfoy Manor, Pasha and Draco animatedly recounted their day at the zoo and their newfound friend from the Muggle world, Harry Potter, to Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy. Upon hearing Pasha mention the lightning scar on Harry's forehead, Lucius's heart raced with unease. The tension escalated when Pasha revealed that Harry could converse with snakes. Lucius exchanged a knowing glance with his wife before rising and addressing the silent Adonis. Adonis, come with me to the study. Chapter 10. The letter from Hogwarts. Adonis followed Lucius into the study, where Lucius regarded him intently. Adonis, you are aware of who that boy is, are you not? Yes, father, Adonis affirmed, recognizing that as a shrewd Malfoy, he was well versed in the details provided by Bertha. The disheveled black hair reminiscent of James Potter, the striking emerald eyes, the orphan status, and the lightning-shaped scar. If Lucius were unable to deduce this, it would indeed be surprising. You do not intend to disclose this fact to Draco and Bertha, do you? Lucius inquired, receiving an affirmative nod from Adonis. Then share your thoughts. The Hogwarts acceptance letters are soon to arrive. Father, since Draco and Bertha perceive Harry as merely an ordinary Muggle boy, then perhaps it is best this way. I understand you believe that a noble Malfoy befriending a Muggle would tarnish our family's honor. However, I have always held the view that there is nothing inherently wrong with Muggles. Their nuclear weaponry possesses a far greater destructive capacity than our killing curse. Were it not for the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons signed by 59 nations, including the UK, the US, and the Soviet Union on July 1, 1968, and the irreversible ecological damage caused by the use of such weapons, we would find ourselves in a world fraught with peril, even without the Dark Lord. Observing Lucius remain silent in the face of his argument, Adonis continued, moreover, I believe that the Malfoys are ill-suited to guide Harry Potter's return to the wizarding world. Setting aside Dumbledore's reasons, with Harry entering Hogwarts, the institution will not remain as tranquil as it has been over the past decade. In a scenario where dark magic has merely receded rather than been eradicated, the wisest course for the Malfoys would be to remain passive. If I am not mistaken, Dumbledore has likely chosen the Weasley family as Harry's mentors, particularly Ron Weasley, who is of our year. However, given the current circumstances, Dumbledore could not have foreseen our early encounter with Harry Potter at the zoo. Thus, for Draco, Bertha, and myself, we know only the Muggle version of Harry Potter, not the renowned savior of the wizarding world. Revealing the truth to my younger siblings would only create discomfort, especially for Draco. If he could truly forge a friendship with the future illustrious Harry Potter, it would not be an unfavorable outcome. Thus, Adonis, you have contemplated how to navigate your relationship with Harry Potter. Excellent, excellent. You have not disappointed me. Remember this, the Malfoys need not seek the approval of others. Nor do we have any reason to cast aside those who could offer us assistance. The glory of our lineage can only be upheld by our own hands. Do you comprehend? As for your brother, there are certain matters you must discuss with him earnestly. A Gryffindor Malfoy will only bring calamity upon our family. Adonis could distinctly perceive the palpable concern in Lucius's demeanor when Draco was mentioned. Father, you need not worry. Draco will not join Gryffindor, though he may be somewhat wayward. I believe he shall not err in significant matters. Lucius regarded Adonis, choosing to remain silent for a considerable time before finally speaking again. In a month's time, a banquet will be held to announce your status as the heir of the Malfoy lineage. What are your thoughts regarding the guests to be invited? All whom we can invite, including those aligned with Dumbledore. Father, if it is permissible, I think we should maintain a stance of neutrality in the forthcoming conflict. Adonis glanced at Lucius, yet felt compelled to voice his sentiments. Yes, you may invite Dumbledore and his associates, but remember this, the Dark Lord has vanished. Father, there is no need for concealment. Recently, I inadvertently overheard your conversation with Godfather in the corridor. The Dark Mark, you are well aware of what it signifies. After a moment of contemplation, Adonis resolved to no longer obscure his knowledge of the Dark Mark. Then tell me, Nis, how does Malfoy maintain neutrality? Shall we pledge allegiance to Dumbledore and follow in your godfather's footsteps? Upon hearing Lucius's words, Adonis was suddenly enveloped by a profound sense of helplessness. To this point, he had yet to uncover any semblance of a golden key to his fate, and even the memories of what might transpire in the future had grown increasingly indistinct. With a hint of despondency, He murmured, "Yes, father." Observing his son's weary demeanor, Lucius embraced Adonis, gently patting his shoulder. Looking deeply into his eyes, he said, "Adonis, there is no need for you to feel this way. You are remarkable, far surpassing your peers in many ways. Your mother and I can manage these matters. Your sole responsibility is to relish your time at Hogwarts. Trust me, Adonis, everything will turn out well." Adonis gazed at his father, his eyes tinged with a hint of red. He found himself unable to confide in Lucius that the future of Hogwarts would no longer remain tranquil. Everything would change with Harry Potter's arrival. Nevertheless, he firmly believed that he would eventually discover a way to set things right. During the summer, he would acquire a loyal companion from Ollivander. 3 days later, a gray owl soared through the window towards the Malfoy family, who were enjoying their breakfast, and dropped 3 letters onto the dining table. After receiving 3 chocolate beans from Narcissa, it took flight once more. Seated at the table, Adonis and Draco shared a sense of exhilaration as they retrieved the envelope inscribed with emerald green ink, "To Mr. Adonis Black Malfoy, Malfoy Manor, Wiltshire." Adonis turned the envelope over, revealing the sealed flap secured with wax, adorned above with a shield emblem. Surrounding the capital letter were a lion, a serpent, an eagle, and a badger. Upon opening the envelope, he discovered the following missive: Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, Chairman of the Wizarding Association, First-Class Mage of the Order of Merlin. Dear Mr. Malfoy, we are pleased to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term commences on September 1st. We await your owl with your response by July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Uniform requirements for first-year students: 1. 3 plain black work robes. 2. 1 plain black pointed hat for daytime wear. 3. 1 pair of protective gloves made of dragon hide or similar material. 4. 1 winter cloak, black, with silver fastenings. Please note, all students must have their names embroidered on their attire. Textbooks required for all students. Standard spells, beginner. By Miranda Gossock, History of Magic. By Bahilda Bagshot, Magical Theory. By Adalbert Waffling, A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. By Emmerich Switch, 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi. By Philida Spore, Magical Drafts and Potions. By Arsenius Jigger, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. By Newt Scamander, Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection. By Quentin Trimble, Other Equipment: a wand, a large cauldron, pewter, standard size 2. A set of glass or crystal vials, a telescope, a brass scale. Students may bring either an owl, a cat, or a toad. Parents are especially reminded that first-year students are not permitted to bring their own broomsticks. Holding this acceptance letter, Adonis glanced at the equally excited Draco and Pansy, knowing that his life at Hogwarts was about to commence. Chapter 11. Birthday Celebration with Albus Dumbledore. On the night of June 25, 1991, Malfoy Manor was ablaze with lights, with servants bustling to and fro and house elves flitting about, heralding the imminent birthday celebration of Adonis Black Malfoy, Draco Malfoy, and Pansy Malfoy. At the grand entrance of the manor, Adonis, Draco, and Pansy graciously welcomed the guests attending their soiree, as per Lucius's instructions. Not far away, Mrs. Weasley grasped her husband, Mr. Weasley, by the arm. "Arthur, why must we attend the Malfoy family's gathering? Everyone knows he is a Death Eater, having merely evaded the ministry's scrutiny through cunning means." Mrs. Weasley cast a dispirited glance at her husband. "Arthur, we might not even afford Ron's wand this year to attend this event. I shall not go to Ron. You must explain to him." Mr. Weasley, with his head bowed, gently pulled at his wife's arm and murmured, "Molly, today's gift is from Dumbledore. He believes young Malfoy might be swayed to our side. From what he understands, Adonis Black Malfoy does not seem averse to muggles. It is likely due to his support that his 2 younger siblings have been corresponding with a muggle boy." Upon hearing her husband's explanation and realizing that the potion in the box was prepared by Dumbledore, Mrs. Weasley felt somewhat comforted. After all, she truly did not wish to repeatedly disappoint Ron, having already been unable to procure an owl for him. What if they could not afford the wand as well? Adonis had long noticed the Weasley couple not far away. Although the Weasley family had become increasingly impoverished over the years, indeed, having too many children can be a burden, it cannot be denied that, within the ranks of pure-blood aristocracy in the British wizarding world, the striking red hair of the Weasleys is as recognizable as the platinum locks of the Malfoys. Happy birthday to the 3 Malfoys, isn't it? Is today your birthday? As the Weasley couple approached the entrance, they saw 3 platinum heads awaiting their arrival. To be candid, Arthur was genuinely averse to the sight of platinum hair. Setting aside their respective positions, he and Lucius Malfoy had simply never seen eye to eye over the years. Adonis observed the slightly awkward demeanor of the Weasley couple and smiled as he addressed them. "Good day, Mr. Weasley. Thank you for your kind wishes, and we warmly welcome you to our birthday celebration. However, I must clarify that our actual birthdays fall on June 5th. The festivities have merely been postponed for a while. Please, do take a seat inside." Arthur Weasley had to concede that, despite his profound dislike for Malfoy, the current heir presented a rather amiable demeanor. Far more agreeable than that wretched Lucius. He lacked the ostentatiousness of a peacock. It was rumored that Malfoy Manor housed numerous peacocks, and he wondered if he might catch a glimpse of them today. Molly Weasley's expression had brightened considerably, and she offered a smile. Ron, also a new student this year, was about to speak when Draco interrupted, exclaiming, "Ron Weasley, oh dear, my foot." Adonis did not allow Draco to continue speaking and discreetly delivered a sharp kick when no one was watching. "Mrs. Weasley, I believe Ron would make a splendid friend. Of course, if we could become friends." Realizing her hasty words had gone awry, Molly refrained from pursuing the topic further, offering a somewhat awkward smile towards Adonis before entering the manor with Mr. Weasley. Once the Weasley couple had distanced themselves, Draco, feeling somewhat irritated, addressed Adonis. "Brother, what was that about? He's merely a red-haired pauper who cannot even support a child." Adonis gazed at Draco in silence, urging him to heed his manners. "You need only to embody a quiet, handsome figure and engage your intellect, if you please. Is it conceivable that someone so esteemed by Dumbledore could be as you imagine?" Draco appeared somewhat dazed, and Pansy added, "Brother, you must have consumed too much paste this morning, with merely a quarter of an hour until the banquet commenced." Adonis finally encountered the illustrious Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. The elderly wizard exuded a towering, slender presence, coupled with a warm and benevolent demeanor. His flowing silver hair and beard complemented his bright, piercing blue eyes, which possessed an extraordinary depth. It was evident that Dumbledore had been a strikingly handsome young man. As Adonis observed Dumbledore, the man who would later be known as the eternal headmaster of Hogwarts was also scrutinizing the young Malfoy, who had garnered favorable whispers from the outside world. The boy possessed a pair of exquisite purple eyes, a striking feature that immediately caught Dumbledore's attention. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the profound depth concealed behind those bright, beautiful eyes. The slight upward curve of his lips did not convey arrogance, rather, it exuded a gentleness that evoked a desire for connection. It was assured that this young Slytherin would prove more formidable than his contemporary, Lucius Malfoy. Meanwhile, the two younger Malfoys, standing slightly back, demonstrated their respect for their elder brother. "Headmaster Dumbledore, you are the final guest. Please, enter," Adonis remarked. As he observed the ever-smiling headmaster, Dumbledore instructed the guard to secure the grand door before proceeding with Adonis and his siblings towards the banquet hall. "Adonis, as newcomers to Hogwarts this year, I wish you a most pleasant learning experience," Dumbledore said, smiling at the trio of children. "Indeed, headmaster, thank you for your kind wishes. However, I believe that Hogwarts, under your guidance, will undoubtedly be the safest place in Britain." "Mr. Malfoy, you are most flattering. Hogwarts has always been a sanctuary for young wizards," Dumbledore replied, gazing at Adonis. The four of them continued their silent procession towards the hall, until Pansy suddenly inquired, "Headmaster Dumbledore, there are records suggesting that you were good friends with Gellert Grindelwald?" "Indeed, that was the case long ago, though it feels like a distant memory now," Dumbledore responded. "Excluding those such as Prince Slughorn, and what, either due to severed bloodlines or erratic whereabouts, almost every pure-blood noble in England attended the soirée to publicly acknowledge the Malfoy family heir. All were satisfied with the evening's events, save for Severus Snape, who was currently raging in his study. Lucius Malfoy, has your barren mind been filled with nothing but thistles? Dumbledore is one matter, but what of the Weasley family? Are you aware that Adonis has just enrolled this year? How dare you act so recklessly? Severus, what did that old fox Dumbledore say to you? Reflect on it yourself, but I advise against making a mess of things, Lucius replied, rising from his chair as Severus stormed out. Lucius, seated in contemplation, watched his departing friend with a pensive expression. Chapter 12. Diagon Alley and a Reunion. Diagon Alley, a shopping paradise exclusive to wizards, lies in London. One may enter through the leaky cauldron, but the Malfoy family would not choose to enter through that humble establishment, as would the small wizards or wandering sorcerers arriving from the Muggle world. Instead, like most wizarding families with newly enrolled children, They would utilize fireplaces or flue powder to access Diagon Alley for their academic supplies. Pansy, darling, I promise to visit Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions shortly to find you three. And I shall accompany you to Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor for some vanilla ice cream, as well as to Ollivander's for your wands. Now, I must be on my way. Mrs. Golf has an urgent matter for me, a voice chimed. Pansy, slightly displeased, replied, Very well, Mummy. Do remember to come find us later. Adonis and Draco did not impede Narcissa, yet the two somewhat similar, expressionless faces revealed their own discontent. For Adonis, despite his sufficient maturity to handle all shopping independently, the orphan he once was could not help but cherish every moment spent with his parents. However, today was particularly vexing. Mere moments ago, Lucius had been summoned by Mr. Diggory, and now Narcissa was to be called away as well. Yet, there was no alternative. After agreeing with Narcissa that they would await her return at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, Adonis led Draco and Pansy towards the shop. Not far into their journey, they spotted a store showcasing black wizarding robes in its window. Adonis glanced up at the sign above the door, confirming it read Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, and, satisfied, he ushered Draco and Pansy inside. Welcome, dear newcomers to Hogwarts. Are you here to purchase school uniforms? Fear not. Whatever style you fancy, we shall ensure your satisfaction. As Adonis was about to respond, he was enthusiastically pushed onto a small measuring stool by the spirited Madame Magine, who then proceeded to take his measurements with a tape measure. For some inexplicable reason, Adonis suddenly felt compelled to inquire, Are you not concerned that I might lack the funds to pay you? Were Madame Magine to hear such a remark, she would undoubtedly scoff at him. With his 3 platinum locks and a demeanor reminiscent of the quintessential Malfoy, how could he, a businessman, lack such discernment? It was a wonder how Madame Magine's tailor shop had thrived for so many years. As Adonis meticulously measured his dimensions, he seized the opportunity. While Draco and Pansy were preoccupied, to accompany the sales assistant to the inner area in search of a few temperature-regulating robes. For someone like him, who detested being swathed like a dumpling, such a robe was of paramount importance. Outside the moaning robe shop, Harry stifled his excitement and arranged to meet Hagrid once he had concluded his business. To be candid, Harry found the events of last night and the day that followed utterly surreal. He often felt that he might indeed be the boy Draco had mentioned. But could that possibly be true? If it were, that would be simply magnificent. He could attend Hogwarts alongside his friends. Upon his return home tonight, he must write to Pansy to inquire further. But for now, he should procure a suitable robe. As Harry pushed open the door, he noticed, not far away, a boy with platinum hair standing with his back to him on a small stool. The silhouette seemed somewhat familiar, prompting him to approach cautiously and call out, Draco. Upon hearing his name, Draco turned to see Harry Potter standing nearby. Harry Potter, what are you doing here? Oh, Draco, I just found out yesterday, Harry began to explain, but was interrupted by Draco's exclamation. Jumping off the stool, Draco grasped Harry's shoulders tightly. My God, you are Harry Potter. I can't believe it. In the inner room, Adonis and Bertha heard Draco's exclamation. Just as Adonis was about to speak, he saw Bertha storming out in a fit of anger. Bertha truly could not comprehend why Draco could not behave normally. Did he wish for the entire Hogwarts to know that there was an oddity within the Malfoy family, bellowing in the bustling robe shop? However, the moment she pushed the door open, she nearly replicated Draco's outburst upon spotting Harry Potter. Why was Harry Potter here? Hey, Bertha. It's a pleasure to see you. I think I might have unwittingly become the protagonist of a fairy tale crafted by your brother. Harry greeted Bertha, exasperatedly raising his hands. He had already learned from Draco that the Malfoy family were indeed wizards and understood the meaning of muggle that Draco had mentioned at the zoo. As Adonis emerged from the room, he observed Draco animatedly discussing the Quidditch match with Harry. From his perspective, it seemed that Harry Potter was somewhat captivated by the sport as well. He couldn't help but marvel at Draco's enthusiasm. Truly befitting of a future seeker from Gryffindor, such passion appeared to be instinctual. Adonis, however, harbored no fondness for Quidditch, rather. It would be more precise to say that one cannot expect a person who has once lost their life due to an airplane to develop an affinity for flying broomsticks. After exchanging greetings with Harry, Adonis proceeded to find Madame Malkin to settle their bill. They had purchased 9 new black robes, 9 enchanted robes, and 6 casual loose-fitting garments, totaling 340 galleons and 100 sickles. Upon returning, Harry noticed Draco pointing outside, exclaiming, Look at that big fellow outside. He is a servant of Hogwarts. No. He is the keeper of keys, Harry corrected. Draco glanced at him, retorting, "Isn't that still a servant?" Not wishing to prolong the debate, Harry observed Hagrid had arrived at their designated meeting spot and declared, "I must be off. We shall meet again at Hogwarts." As he departed, he cast a hopeful glance at Pansy, saying, "I believe I shall be sorted into Gryffindor. I've heard that my parents were both Gryffindor graduates. Will you be joining us?" Noticing Pansy's hesitation and hearing Hagrid's impatient knocking, he waved goodbye to Adonis and the others, concluding with, "Make sure to tell me when we meet next time. Perhaps it won't be long. I could write her a letter." Harry mused cheerfully. "Pansy, what are you contemplating? Mother and brother are already quite far ahead. We must hurry to Flourish and Blots," Draco called out, hastening to catch up with Adonis and Narcissa. Not far away, at the Owl Emporium, Harry received his first birthday gift, a pure white snowy owl, which he named Hedwig. "Hagrid, are you acquainted with the Malfoys?" Harry inquired curiously, noting that Adonis and his companions did not appear to be from an obscure family, as their home boasted an expansive garden, suggestive of nobility. "I know them. Why do you ask about the Malfoys?" Hagrid replied, "They are pure-blood aristocrats, always aligned with Slytherin. Lucius Malfoy is an infamous Death Eater. Although the Ministry claims he was under duress, who would believe that? Oh, by the way, their 3 young Malfoys will be starting school this year as well. Best to keep your distance from them." "Hagrid, they weren't involved in the murder of my parents, were they? Didn't you say it was that Voldemort? Oh, I mean, the Dark Lord who killed my mother and father?" Harry asked. "Dumbledore mentioned that the Dark Lord held them in high regard. Your parents' demise is inextricably linked to them. Poor James and Lily," Hagrid continued, oblivious to Harry's growing despondency as he shared his unfavorable knowledge about the Malfoy family. Outside Flourish and Blots, Adonis felt a surge of excitement, pondering the possibility of encountering Hermione Granger that day. Chapter 13, The Wand, Part 1. Ultimately, Adonis was unable to fulfill his wish of encountering Hermione Granger at the Leaky Cauldron. Upon exiting the bookstore, the group proceeded to Ollivander's to procure their wands. They had not walked far when they arrived at Ollivander's wand shop, a quaint and dilapidated establishment. In the window, a solitary wand rested on a faded purple cushion. The golden sign above the door had begun to peel, inscribed with, "Ollivander, purveyor of fine wands since 382 B.C." Inside, the shop was modest, furnished with only a long bench amidst thousands of wand boxes piled almost to the ceiling. "Good morning, Mrs. Malfoy and the 3 young Malfoys," greeted an elderly gentleman with pale eyes, expressing his delight at seeing Mrs. Malfoy once more. "Last time I saw you, you were still Miss Black. An 8-inch wand. Made of wood, excellent elasticity, quite suitable for transfiguration and blood magic. Indeed, a very effective wand." Narcissa gestured towards Adonis and his companions. "Mr. Ollivander, my 3 children are starting school this year. They require suitable wands." "Ah, the young Malfoys, do remember that it is the wand that chooses the wizard, not the other way around. Let us begin with the youngest lady." He retrieved a measuring tape adorned with silver markings and approached Pasha. "Miss Malfoy, which hand do you wield your wand with?" "The left hand, sir," Pasha replied, glancing at Ollivander. "Very well, please raise your left arm." Ollivander meticulously measured her arm length, forearm, height, and head circumference, muttering incantations that Adonis could not comprehend. After several forays into the boxes, he finally presented 2 options. "Try this one, 10 inches. Made of dove wood, with a unicorn hair core." Pasha took the wand, but as she began to wave it, Ollivander swiftly reclaimed it. "No, no. Let us try this. 7 inches, willow wood, also with a unicorn hair core." As soon as Pasha touched the wand's handle, Ollivander took it back once more. "A discerning customer, but fear not, we shall find your wand." Returning to the myriad of wands, Ollivander continued, "Each Ollivander wand possesses extraordinary magical properties, embodying their essence. We typically use unicorn hair, phoenix tail feathers, and dragon heartstrings. Each wand is unique, as no 2 unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes are identical. Of course, using a wand that belongs to another wizard can lead to unpredictable consequences. Now, Miss Malfoy, please try this. 7 inches, sycamore wood, with a blue phoenix tail feather." Soon, Ollivander presented Pasha with another wand. As she grasped it, a mist erupted from the wand's tip, revealing a beautiful blue phoenix. A perfect combination. Capable of adeptly wielding white magic and exceptionally effective healing spells, truly a boon for St. Mungo's patients. "Miss Malfoy, remember, you shall encounter great fortune, a fortunate girl indeed." Pasha instinctively took a step back, discomforted by Ollivander's penetrating gaze. However, he soon shifted his attention back to the Malfoy brothers, inquiring, young Master Adonis or Master Draco? Adonis ushered Draco to the front and said, Draco, you go first. Draco swiftly interjected before Ollivander, right hand, sir. Ollivander observed the somewhat impatient Draco with a smile. What a delightful child. He proceeded to measure Draco's dimensions with a tape measure before returning to the shelves brimming with wands. This time, he quickly emerged with a wand, stating, do try this, Mr. Draco. 10 inches, hawthorn wood, unicorn hair, a splendid combination. Draco grasped the wand, and to his astonishment, a spark of red fire erupted from its tip. Chapter 14, The Wand, Part 2. Draco gazed excitedly at the wand before him, ready to speak, when Ollivander gently withdrew the wand from his grasp, murmuring, no, this should have been a perfect combination. Why does it appear to have been forcibly altered? Curious. Very curious indeed. Adonis gazed at Ollivander, who had returned to the shelf, concealing his inner astonishment. Was this elderly gentleman truly merely a wand-maker? If his memory served him correctly, the wand just now belonged to Draco. Ollivander did not keep them waiting long, emerging with a somewhat antiquated box. Try this, he suggested. 10 inches, made of rosewood, with a core of unicorn hair. This was the last wand crafted by my grandfather during his lifetime. Draco accepted the wand, and this time, instead of a mere spark, it erupted in a dazzling display of flames. Ollivander watched Draco with excitement, exclaiming, oh, perfect. A flawless match. After a brief pause, observing the elated boy, he added, follow the voice of your heart. It will surely lead to unexpected results. Draco nodded, gleefully toying with the wand, and turned to Adonis, grinning widely. Brother, look. A perfect wand. Ollivander, you have a fine brother. Now it's your turn. Will you use your right hand? No, sir, my left hand. I apologize for the trouble. Ollivander likewise took his measurements before returning to the shelf. Try this one, made of hibiscus wood. With a core of unicorn hair, it possesses remarkable flexibility. Adonis grasped the wand, feeling a sudden warmth at his fingertips. Then, with a resounding bang, the wand shattered, scattering a multitude of fragments into the air. Adonis stared in astonishment at the wand before him, bewildered by the inexplicable event. The same shock mirrored on the faces of the three companions, who gazed at Adonis in a daze. Adonis subconsciously cast a glance at Ollivander, only to find him remarkably composed. After a brief moment, Ollivander gazed at Adonis with a hint of regret, which sent a shiver down Adonis's spine. Poor child, he mused. It holds a fondness for you, but alas, it cannot endure your magical essence. Fear not, for I shall mend it. It shall surely encounter its true master in due course. Now, let us explore the formidable magic. Perhaps we should try another wand. Subsequently, Adonis experimented with a dozen wands. Yet most yielded little response or shattered under the strain of his magic. He found himself concerned that Ollivander might deem him a nuisance, but soon realized his worries were unfounded. The elderly man not only exhibited no signs of fatigue, but grew increasingly exhilarated, presenting him with yet another dozen wands to test. Narcissa observed in silence as wand after wand was brought forth and subsequently set aside. She felt a twinge of regret. They ought to have waited for Lucius to accompany them in their quest for wands. This prolonged anticipation left her feeling quite anxious. Meanwhile, Ollivander watched Adonis intently, seemingly lost in a reverie. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, the old man sprang into the depths of the shelves with childlike glee, exclaiming, I know, I finally know. With a gentle sweep, he dusted off a box and retrieved a wand, caressing it with a sense of reluctance, his violet eyes sparkling with realization. I should have thought of this sooner. As Adonis beheld Ollivander emerging from the back room, his hands clasped behind his back and a hint of melancholy upon his countenance, he could not help but inquire, Sir, what troubles you? If there is no one suitable for me, I might venture to Germany, after all. There is still some time before the term begins. Ah, no, Mr. Malfoy, Ollivander replied. I would never disappoint you. However, I implore you to treat the forthcoming wand with the utmost care. Of course, sir, Adonis affirmed with a nod, recognizing no reason to neglect an instrument regarded as a second life within the realm of magic. With Adonis's assurance, Ollivander produced a wand of exquisite design, shimmering gold interwoven with purple. Measuring 12 inches, it was crafted from ginkgo wood paired with yew, infused with the nerve of an unknown dragon and adorned with a phoenix's tail feather. This wand was among the most ancient of the Ollivander family's collection. Its craftsmanship now a lost art, rendering it impossible to amalgamate such a multitude of materials in contemporary wand-making. Adonis grasped the wand, which emanated a distinctly gentle and comforting aura, in stark contrast to the previous ones he had encountered. The tip of the wand emitted a radiant violet golden light, within which a mythical creature, resembling a chelan yet differing in its antlers, could be discerned. This creature, with its white ears reminiscent of a rabbit's, gracefully folded, exhibited several variations from the traditional chelan. Adonis was certain he had never laid eyes upon such a creature before. Marvelous, truly marvelous, he thought. Beside him, Mr. Ollivander clapped his hands in admiration. Mr. Ollivander, do you know what this creature is? What makes it so extraordinary? Adonis inquired with curiosity. I am unfamiliar with the identity of this mythical beast, Ollivander replied, lowering his voice to a whisper for Adonis's ears alone. However, the last individual to wield this wand also possessed striking violet eyes. Those eyes are incredibly enchanting. Safeguard them and utilize them wisely, and you shall become a formidable wizard. As Adonis was about to inquire about the individual with the violet eyes from the last encounter, he overheard Ollivander continuing, as a wand maker with over 2 millennia of experience. I am committed to safeguarding the information of each esteemed patron. You can rest assured in this matter. Thank you for your patronage, Mrs. Malfoy. The total comes to 30 galleons, 21 for the purchase and 9 for the healing of those injured children. The wandmaker beamed at Narcissa and added, You possess 3 exceptionally talented young witches, each of whom is destined to become a remarkable wizard. Adonis was uncertain whether the old man spoke in such a manner to every customer seeking a wand, yet his intuition suggested that Ollivander harbored undisclosed secrets. Casting one last glance at the solitary wand displayed in the window, he hurriedly followed after Narcissa and the others, who had already begun to distance themselves. Chapter 15. The quarrel. The following morning, Adonis was roused from his slumber by a persistent tapping emanating from outside the window. Ever since he and Draco had taken to living apart a year ago, he had not experienced the annoyance of being awakened at dawn. Irritated, he gazed out at the snowy owl incessantly flapping its wings against the glass, feeling a fleeting impulse to roast the wretched bird. Yet he resigned himself to rising from his bed. After breakfast, Adonis opened the letter he had received that morning. On the pristine white parchment, words inscribed in black ink read, Dear Adonis, since encountering you in Diagon Alley yesterday and realizing that you, like me, are a wizard, I could no longer suppress the urge to write to you. My mind is currently in disarray, filled with countless questions I wish to pose. If possible, I would be delighted to meet with you before the school year begins at the Leaky Cauldron. Additionally, this is my first attempt at sending an owl with a letter, and I hope it finds its way into your hands without issue. Yours faithfully, Harry Potter. Upon finishing Harry Potter's letter, Adonis surmised what inquiries Harry might wish to discuss. Yet he picked up a quill to compose a response. Dear Harry, I was delighted to receive your letter. Regarding your desire to meet with us, that is certainly agreeable. We shall be at the Leaky Cauldron tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock, seated at the southernmost table, eagerly awaiting your arrival. Yours faithfully. The Broken Cauldron is a squalid little tavern nestled in London, situated on Charing Cross Road, flanked by a bookstore and a record shop. At the rear of the pub lies the main entrance to Diagon Alley, an establishment far older than both the Angel Tavern and the Lamb and Flag. Dating back to the early 16th century, Adonis furrowed his brow as he surveyed the dilapidated state of the bar, which seemed almost unrecognizable. Although he was aware of its storied history, he would have preferred not to visit had it not been for his arrangement to meet Harry Potter there. While the establishment was known for its plethora of intriguing tales from the wizarding world, its ambience left much to be desired. Beside him, Draco gazed at Adonis with uncertainty and inquired, Brother, are you certain this is the place we should meet Harry? If you have a more suitable alternative in mind, I would be amenable to changing locations. Adonis cast a glance at Draco before pushing the door open and striding towards the southernmost part of the bar. Pansy, accustomed to Draco's incessant grumbling, merely rolled her eyes and followed her brother inside. Draco stamped his foot in frustration, glanced at the retreating figures of Adonis and Pansy, and after a moment's contemplation, he hurriedly jogged to catch up with them. Adonis discovered that Harry Potter had arrived even earlier than they had. The nearly depleted quilt indicated that he had been waiting there for quite some time. Harry, I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting, Adonis remarked, gesturing to a nearby server to request 4 cups of hot water. No need for that. 3 cups will suffice, as I have one here, Harry replied. Before Adonis could utter a word, Pasha interjected, Harry, your cup is empty. Ruffling his hair, Harry glanced at Pasha, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Indeed it was. They exchanged stories about recent amusing events, and then Adonis observed Harry's hesitation, his words seemingly trapped within. Harry, feel free to speak your mind. There is no need for hesitation. We are friends, are we not? Harry looked at Adonis, then at Pasha and Draco. I heard Hagrid mention, Oh, right. You might not know Hagrid. He is the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Your father is a servant of Voldemort, a Death Eater. And I don't believe it, so I wanted to ask you. It's Death Eaters, Harry. Adonis glanced at Harry, turning the platinum ring in his hand. Adorned with white jade, a token of his heirship bestowed by Lucius the previous night. Yes, I know they're Death Eaters. I just want to know if what Hagrid said is true. Harry noticed Adonis casually uttering those 3 words, and he suddenly felt his emotions surging uncontrollably. His suddenly raised voice drew curious glances from the surrounding wizards. What kind of answer do you wish for? Adonis inquired, observing Harry's agitation. The truth. Did you not say we are friends? Harry leaned back in his chair, somewhat defeated. Well, the truth is, it was in the past. And in the future? Harry pressed on. I've heard both your parents were Slytherins. Will you attend Slytherin, the place where Voldemort once resided? Harry focused intently on Adonis, eager not to miss a single word. The future is uncertain. As for me, I will certainly attend Slytherin. Draco and the others will make their own choices. It is not for me to decide. Malfoy will only ever be a Slytherin, Draco stated solemnly, glancing at Harry. Adonis was taken aback by Draco's seriousness, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Pasha fixed her gaze on Harry without speaking, which suddenly filled Harry with a glimmer of hope. Harry, what do you wish for us to be? Of course, Gryffindor, the noble Gryffindor. Pasha, will you join me in Gryffindor? No, I refuse to go to the wicked Slytherin, Harry exclaimed, gripping Pasha's hand. On what grounds? Harry, tell me, why should I? We are friends, the best of friends, are we not? If you come to Gryffindor, then Malfoy won't be labeled as the villain, will he? Pasha forcefully shook off Harry Potter's hand, mocking him as she burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Harry Potter. The great savior. So, is this your plan to save us? What do you think you are? Harry looked at Pasha in disbelief. No wonder Hagrid said Slytherins are all enough, Harry Potter. Adonis interrupted him. Countless Malfoys have taken pride in Slytherin. And so the guardianship of Slytherin's millennia-old honor is also the Malfoy's duty. Before school begins, I suggest you thoroughly study the history of Hogwarts. Otherwise, even if you become a Gryffindor, you will only tarnish its reputation. Moreover, you, a mere young wizard who has known of the magical world for only 3 days. What right do you have to comment on Malfoy? With that ridiculous title, you ought to calm down. Harry silently regarded Adonis and the others before suddenly standing. Then thank you, Mr. Adonis Black Malfoy. I suppose a mere orphan like me has no right to befriend the noble, pure-blooded Malfoys. Brother, Draco, let us go. Pasha suddenly took Draco's hand, heading toward the door. She truly wished to see no more of Harry Potter. Her year of friendship with him paled in comparison to a mere encounter with Hagrid. It struck her as ludicrous. How had she misjudged him? Yet, how could Pasha Malfoy ever covet such a friend? Adonis gazed at Porter, who was striving to maintain his composure, and ultimately added, Harry, you ought to cultivate your own thoughts rather than being swayed by anyone, including myself. In conclusion, I wish you well, Mr. Harry Potter. With that, he turned and walked towards the door. After Adonis departed, Harry could no longer contain his tears. He had lost 3 of his closest friends. Life at Hogwarts no longer seemed as inviting. Chapter 16, The Library and Combat Training. The Malfoy family library was located at the end of the corridor on the 5th floor of their villa. The grand entrance was forged from a single slab of pure iron, presenting a stark contrast to the opulence of the other structures within Malfoy Manor. From the very moment one approached the door, a sense of weightiness and simplicity enveloped the space. This marked Adonis's second visit to the library, more accurately. It could be deemed his first, as he had previously been forcefully barred from entry by the imposing iron door. Years prior, after mastering the Alohomora spell, he had stealthily ventured here, using a wand deceptively acquired from Narcissa. However, he had encountered a formidable barrier at the lock. In less than a minute after casting his spell, Mr. Lucius Malfoy had appeared before him like a specter. For this transgression, he was sentenced to a month of confinement and tasked with reciting the Malfoy family motto 1,000 times. The memory of that encounter still sent shivers down his spine. Even now as he followed Mr. Malfoy, catching sight of the lock once more. Father, what material is this lock made of? You haven't forgotten about this lock. Are you still pondering how to destroy it? Lucius chuckled, glancing back at Adonis. Of course not. It is rather reassuring to have such a lock guarding the library. I would never entertain the thought of dismantling it, Adonis replied, attempting to ingratiate himself with Lucius. Humph, there's no shame in that. I, too, have my moments. But let us not dwell on the past. You should not concern yourself with the intricacies of this lock. It undoubtedly possesses a history spanning thousands of years. This door and its lock have remained unchanged. No spell has ever affected them, including the killing curse. Alas, it cannot be moved. Ah, I see. I always thought it was due to my insufficient skills in magic. From this day forth, you are free to enter this library at will. The key to the door is the ring I have given you. Align the star-shaped point above the ring with the keyhole to unlock it. You must keep that ring safe. Apart from the future heir who will wield the wand, you must not disclose its other function to anyone else. Now take this key. From now on, this golden key in your hand is the true key to the library door. Do you understand? Lucius inquired, studying Adonis intently. Adonis nodded at Lucius, signifying his understanding. Now, let us proceed inside, he said. Lucius aimed the ring in his hand at the keyhole, then retrieved the golden key from his pocket. Adonis curled his lip in disdain. There was no need for pretense when he was the only one present. Approaching the study, he could not help but feel a profound shock. Before him stood a cylindrical loft, towering approximately 100 meters high, with a spiral staircase that wound its way to the top, which was sealed with pure iron. It became evident that the so-called lookout tower and observatory at Malfoy Manor were mere facades to obscure the existence of this study, an extravagant, almost ludicrous display. Was there truly a necessity for such a lavish observatory? Yet, this extravagance aligned perfectly with the Malfoy family's established tastes. Lucius, witnessing Adonis's astonishment, acknowledged the peculiar whims of his father from years past. This was the largest library in all of England, housing historical documents from both Muggles and wizards dating back to the year 1. Aside from rare magical tomes, virtually everything could be found here. From this moment until the beginning of term, apart from essential social interactions and obligatory banquets, Adonis was tasked with perusing all the books on the first floor. No, father. You jest, do you not? All of them. There must be at least 100 volumes, and there are less than 25 days until school begins. How could I possibly complete this? Lucius regarded him with a half-smile. Is your prodigious memory meant to be preserved for a future meeting with Merlin? How do you know? Adonis was taken aback. He was certain he had never exhibited this ability before anyone. He had never uttered a word about it. And he was well aware of his lack of a habit for sleep-talking. Why, then, did Lucius possess this knowledge? He had discovered this talent long ago, but had refrained from showcasing it, fearing the label of a freak. It was a misconception to assume that only the deranged and inhumane scientists, wanted by authorities worldwide, indulged in vivisection. The magical community had its share of individuals equally obsessed with such studies. Over the years, he had noticed that various peculiar wizards often met untimely ends or mysteriously vanished. Yet few took notice of these occurrences. Suddenly, a wave of fear washed over him. He began to doubt if this world of Harry Potter truly existed on Earth. Perhaps it resided in a parallel dimension. Were there no secrets here, save for those buried deep within one's soul? Lucius, observing the terror etched on his son's face, questioned whether he had frightened him. Adonis, relax. The reason I am aware of your little secret is due to a rather remarkable crystal orb. Crystal orb? Adonis echoed, regaining his composure. Indeed, Adonis. Look behind you. Following Lucius's gaze, Adonis noticed a concave recess behind the recently closed study door, housing a transparent sphere that was undeniably not a crystal. Its brilliance was striking yet not blinding. Father, this is not crystal. It can record my actions? Indeed. Though it bears a resemblance to crystal, does it not? It sparkles in a similar fashion. From the moment you entered our ancestral grounds as the heir, every one of your actions has been meticulously recorded by it. Then Draco and the others are not recorded, correct? Adonis stared incredulously at Lucius. The implications of this revelation were astounding. That is correct. Will it persist indefinitely? Does that mean our ancestors' childhoods were also chronicled? Adonis leaned closer, eager to glimpse the contents within the orb, perhaps akin to the pensieve. Each heir's records will automatically vanish upon reaching the age of 11. Even your information will be erased. It is currently empty. Now that everything has been said, let us move on. From this moment forth, I shall personally instruct you in wand combat every evening. During the day, aside from meal times, you shall study here. Should you find yourself unable to complete your studies, you may take a gap year at Hogwarts. As the governor, well, you understand. With that, he prepared to depart. Wait, father, one last question. How many magical items exist? Like the locks in this orb? Adonis called out to Lucius as he was about to leave. I do not know. Perhaps those ancient families possess some as well. The Malfoy family has only 2. With that, Lucius disregarded Adonis's inquiry and exited the room. Adonis gazed up at the ceiling, which was merely a slab of pure iron, and suddenly felt that his future life would be extraordinarily intriguing. As for Harry Potter, it seemed to him that it might merely be a superficial tale. For the next 20 days, Adonis lived a life of both pain and joy. By day, he voraciously absorbed a variety of foundational knowledge. Beginning with the 7 major language families: Indo-European, Sino-Tibetan, Altaic, Dravidian, Caucasian, and Uralic, extending to the composition of modern languages. He traversed through European history, Asian history, and African history. This initial layer primarily comprised documented history, devoid of distinctions between Muggles and wizards. He now believed that the rumored disdain of pure-blood aristocrats for Muggles was certainly rooted in more than just bloodline. By night, he endured the harsh training imposed by Lucius. The stark truth was that without the aid of his godfather Severus Snape's potions, he would not have been able to persevere. In order to master the shield charm, Lucius relentlessly employed various minor jinxes from all angles, with the most frequently used being the water-making spell and the leglocker curse. This led to a refreshing yet excruciating experience as he subjected various parts of his body to cold water spells. Once was tolerable, but the repeated sessions became unbearable. Stretching from 6 in the evening until 10, Adonis recognized that if not for the benefits of his previous life as training as an agent, he would be suffering far more than he currently was. On the evening of the 25th day, he calculated that he could successfully wield 4 offensive spells: Obliviate, Stupefy, Impediment Jinx, and Expelliarmus, along with the shield charm for defense, as well as simpler spells like the summoning charm that demanded little magical energy. He longed to discover his Patronus, yet that aspiration had to be postponed. His magical power was simply insufficient to sustain the incantation. The following day, life at Hogwarts was set to commence, and he felt a thrill of anticipation. Chapter 17, Platform 9 3/4. Platform 9 3/4, usually sparsely populated, was now teeming with Hogwarts students. Much like the other young wizards, Adonis stood before the Hogwarts Express, feeling an exhilarating sense of novelty. He reached up to touch the brown feathered hawk on his shoulder, a creature revered as the god of eagles, the fastest and highest-flying bird in the world. Regrettably, the one on his shoulder was merely a 2-day-old chick, yet this did not diminish his affection for it. "Ral, you must get into the cage, otherwise I cannot take you to Hogwarts. Let us adhere to the rules for our first year," he urged. Ral nuzzled against his neck, reluctantly flapping into the cage. "Nis. Take good care of your younger siblings. Remember to write to me once we reach Hogwarts. Ral is too small. You should use Draco's Golden Eagle instead. Do you understand?" "All right, Mummy, this is the 10th time you've told me today," he replied. Narcissa reached out to ruffle Adonis's hair. "Oh dear. My little Nini is already disgruntled with me." Adonis felt a twinge of apprehension regarding Narcissa's current state. It seemed prudent to leave matters in Lucius's capable hands. "Father, we shall take our leave. Until winter break," he remarked, swiftly entering the carriage. Draco and Pansy exchanged a glance. "Brother, wait for us." They hurriedly pursued Adonis inside the carriage. Narcissa, observing the children who had already boarded, leaned against her husband's shoulder. "Lucius, do you think little Draco and the others no longer favor me? They seem so impatient." Lucius wrapped his arm around his wife, who had been out of sorts since morning. "Dear, fledglings must eventually take flight. We ought to wish them well. Rest assured, Adonis will look after Pansy and Draco. Rather, let us consider our son's reaction upon seeing that hat. Ha ha ha." I can only imagine Narcissa's inevitable dismay. Lost in thought, Narcissa's laughter became almost uncontrollable. "I can already predict that tonight I shall wash my hair at least 10 times. If Adonis were aware of his parents' playful banter, he would surely marvel at their formidable genetic legacy. Just look at Draco's unkempt demeanor. Any doubts would vanish." After organizing his belongings, he retrieved the Hogwarts history book. Since he was preparing to spend 7 years here, acquiring a deeper understanding could only be advantageous. "Brother, Pansy and I will venture out for a stroll. Perhaps we can glean some information regarding the sorting." Adonis cast a glance at Draco and said, "Well, you may go, but do refrain from causing any trouble. I presume you do not wish to incur point deductions for Slytherin before the term even begins. Relax, brother. How could a reliable person like me possibly stir up trouble?" Beside them, Pansy rolled her eyes. "Is there anyone less reliable than you?" After Draco and his companions departed, Adonis quietly resumed his reading. Hogwarts School was established around the year 993, founded by the 4 greatest witches and wizards of that era. The 4 houses were named in their honor: Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. They collaboratively constructed this castle, shielded from the prying eyes of Muggles, for during that time, common folk harbored a deep-seated fear of magic, leading to the persecution of witches and wizards. The four founders traversed the land in search of young individuals exhibiting signs of magical potential, bringing them to the castle for proper training. However, a divergence in their educational philosophy soon arose. Gryffindor believed in admitting all talented witches and wizards, while Slytherin insisted on exclusively recruiting pure-blood wizards. Upon reaching this point, Adonis closed the book, realizing that, according to the historical records of Hogwarts, Gryffindor and Slytherin had not always been at odds. What then had driven these like-minded friends to ultimately part ways? Before he could ponder further, the door to the compartment swung open. Apologies for the interruption. But have you seen Neville's toad? Hermione Granger entered, noticing a platinum-haired youth lazily lounging against the window-side sofa. She felt as though she perhaps should not have opened this compartment. Compared to the other modest compartments, this one seemed somewhat excessively luxurious. Adonis gazed at the unexpected visitor. Her chestnut hair thick and voluminous, and her keen brown eyes sparkling with intelligence. A prominent front tooth was visible when she spoke, and if he was not mistaken, this must be Hermione Granger. My dear young lady, has no one taught you the courtesy of knocking before entering? Furthermore, your inquiries lack coherence. You ought to at least provide a description of the toad. Hermione was about to clarify, feeling somewhat abrupt, yet she pondered whether the boy's reaction was truly warranted, after all. Were they not destined to be classmates? Just then, a flustered Neville rushed over, perspiration glistening on his brow. Adonis, oh, I mean Mr. Malfoy, I apologize. Hermione did not mean to intrude. She merely wished to assist me, so please do not take offense. Neville glanced nervously at Adonis, intending to caution Hermione against venturing into certain compartments, but her speed was astonishing. Before he could react, she had already flung open the door to one. He had received his grandmother's warning not to provoke this boy upon arriving at Hogwarts. This was a lad even Dumbledore had praised. If he were not a Malfoy, Neville would gladly welcome the opportunity to befriend him. People often regarded themselves as foolish, had it not been for the war a decade ago. The Longbottom family might not have been so overshadowed by the Malfoys. Yet now, their own talents felt painfully inadequate. Adonis gazed at Neville, recognizing that anyone worthy of Gryffindor's sword could hardly be deemed an inept child. It appeared that if not for the injuries sustained before his birth, which hindered his magical development compared to his peers, this sole heir of the Longbottom family might have surpassed even Harry Potter, at least from what he observed. Neville possessed a clarity of thought and sound judgment. With a flick of his wrist, Neville summoned his toad. In no time, a vibrant green toad soared into view, the levitation charm proving to be quite effortless for him. Your toad. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Mr. Neville Longbottom. I am Adonis Black Malfoy. Adonis stated as he stood and extended his hand towards Neville. Caught off guard by the formality of Malfoy's greeting, Neville hastily extended his hand in return, feeling somewhat flustered. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Malfoy. I am Neville Longbottom. Hello, Adonis. I am Hermione Granger. Since you are of noble birth, you must be well acquainted with the 4 houses of Hogwarts. Could you enlighten me about them? I have read that Hogwarts comprises 4 houses. Yet the specifics regarding the characteristics required for Gryffindor admission were not detailed. I noted that Dumbledore graduated from Gryffindor. Does that imply it is the house for the exemplary students? Hermione inquired eagerly, her interest in the matter quite evident. Adonis was unsure when he had become familiar enough with Hermione Granger for her to address him by his first name. However, out of noble decorum, he chose to respond to her inquiry. The 4 houses were categorized based on distinctive character traits. Those who were brave, spirited, and chivalrous would be sorted into Gryffindor. Individuals who embodied integrity, loyalty, and honesty found favor in Hufflepuff. Those who were quick-witted, clever, and learned would belong to Ravenclaw, while Slytherin exclusively accepted those of noble lineage. I believe you may refer to me as Malfoy, Miss Granger. You may call me Hermione, Adonis. Adonis gazed at the seemingly innocent Hermione, recognizing that his desire for her to alter her form of address was rather unrealistic. Thus, he refrained from further comment. Neville, observing the silent Adonis, understood this as an implicit dismissal. After bidding farewell to Adonis, he took Hermione by the arm and led her away from the vicinity. Neville, why are you pulling me away so hastily? I still have so many questions. I am genuinely curious about how they assess talent, Hermione exclaimed, tugging on Neville, who was intent on moving forward. Hermione, he is a noble. He is bound to be sorted into Slytherin. Our intrusion here is already quite inappropriate. My grandmother has mentioned that he is a formidable boy, Neville replied. I understand, but I find him rather amiable. Do you harbor a prejudice against Slytherin due to the Dark Lord? Hermione inquired, noticing Neville's sudden hesitation in response. After a moment, he finally articulated. My grandmother has warned me that the Slytherins are exceedingly shrewd. Unless you are genuinely recognized as a friend, you risk being betrayed to the bone. Hermione regarded Neville thoughtfully. Chapter 18. Conflict on the train in Hogwarts. Brother, you must come quickly. Draco is fighting with Weasley. Adonis gazed at the breathless Pasha, gently smoothing her hair, urging her to take her time and speak slowly. There's no time, she exclaimed. You must come with me at once. Grasping Adonis's hand, she hurried toward the carriage. Before they reached the compartment, Adonis could already hear Draco's furious voice ringing out. Weasley, how dare you strike me? If I do not end your life, I shan't bear the name Malfoy. As Adonis approached the compartment, he beheld Draco and Weasley locked in a fierce struggle, the door of the small enclosure wide open, with tables and chairs askew. Harry Potter stood in the corner in a daze, lost in his thoughts. Neville Longbottom was attempting to break up the fight, while Hermione Granger incessantly pleaded, stop it, calm down. Adonis, brandishing his wand, swiftly cast a binding spell, and then he beheld Weasley glaring at him with fury, while Draco looked at himself with a sense of grievance. Ignoring the two, he performed a restoration charm within the compartment. Then, taking a seat, he addressed Mr. Longbottom. Kindly inform me of the events that have transpired here. He glanced at Draco, whose face was bruised, and continued, I believe Draco, though somewhat impulsive, would not act so recklessly. Neville cautiously recounted the occurrences, expressing that he and Hermione had attempted to intervene but to no avail. So, Potter, you concur? No, Adonis. That was not my intent. I merely failed to prevent it, and Draco would not heed my counsel. He should not have spoken to Ron in that manner. So, you imply that Malfoy ought to be a sycophant to the great savior rather than the Dark Lord? Listen, Potter, this is your final warning. If I hear you insult Malfoy again, I will not let it slide. And please, call me Malfoy. We are not that familiar. No, Adonis, allow me to explain. I merely wish, no need for explanations, Potter. As you said, we are not aligned. Releasing the spells on the two, Adonis led Draco and Pansy towards Malfoy's compartment. Ron draped an arm over Harry's shoulder. Harry, mate, I told you Malfoy was up to no good. Now you believe me, right? Dumbledore always said they are a hopeless breed of pure-blood aristocrats. Ron, I feel we are not that close. Could you please sit a bit further away? Neville chuckled at the two. After Adonis departed, Hermione followed suit. He had initially considered staying to see if assistance was needed, only to witness the unfolding scene. Exiting the compartment, he pondered that Dumbledore may have miscalculated. It seemed that Ron Weasley could only serve to exacerbate the situation. Inside the compartment, Harry. Why do you say that? We just teamed up to drive Malfoy away, yet you appear discontent. Harry suddenly felt averse to remaining in Ron's company. This person he had hoped could become a good friend was not as he had imagined. Opening the door, he sought solitude, having finally called out to Draco, wishing to convey to Pansy and the others that he had come to realize that his parents were one matter and they were another. As long as they regarded him as a friend, things could revert to how they once were. The death of his parents was merely Voldemort's fault, yet now, with Ron's interference, perhaps there was no chance for explanation. From what he had gathered, the Slytherins and Gryffindors at Hogwarts were in a state of utter enmity, and they could no longer coexist. What was to come next? In 10 minutes, the train would arrive at Hogwarts. Please leave your luggage on the train, and we will ensure it is delivered to the school, echoed through the carriage. Harry glanced back at the compartment but ultimately chose not to enter. He did not wish to confront Ron. Instead, he moved to Neville's compartment, and based on Adonis's actions today, this future classmate, whom he had initially perceived as plump and simple-minded, might not be as he seemed. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Neville facing the door, and Hermione was also present. He turned to Neville and asked, Neville, what is your perspective on today's events? Neville looked at Harry, reluctant to respond. He had prepared to quietly navigate his 7 years at Hogwarts and then return home to care for his grandmother, who had sacrificed so much over the years. Becoming entangled in Harry Potter's affairs could lead to irreparable consequences for Longbottom. Neville, please. I know you grew up in the magical world. I am woefully uninformed. I knew Adonis before, but at that time, I was unaware of my wizarding heritage. They believed me to be a muggle. I implore you. Harry discerned Neville's hesitation. All I know is that the relationship between Malfoy and Weasley has been tumultuous for centuries. Malfoy regards Weasley as a traitor to purebloods, while Weasley sees Malfoy as a leech. You know Malfoy is quite wealthy. Beyond that, I cannot provide more information. My grandmother does not divulge such matters. I am truly sorry, Harry. I cannot assist you. Thank you, Neville, Harry sincerely replied. The train slowed, finally coming to a halt. The young wizards clamored and jostled as they disembarked onto a dark, small platform. The night's chill made even the cold-resistant Adonis shiver involuntarily. Under Hagrid's guidance, they boarded a small boat that could accommodate no more than 4 individuals. Gregory Goyle, Vincent Crabbe, Neville Longbottom, and he shared a boat. Though he had never been fond of Goyle and Crabbe, their loyalty as Malfoy's subordinate family had been impeccable over the years. Thus, bringing these robust individuals along was within the realm of acceptability. As for Neville, the poor boy had once again lost his toad. By the time he returned to find it, only his boat would have space available. If not for that, Longbottom would likely not have been paired with him. Pansy and Hermione boarded another boat. These 2 bookworms found a kindred spirit in each other, while Draco was, of course, pulled onto the boat by Pansy. Joining them was Pansy Parkinson. The boats glided through a curtain of ivy covering the cliffs, arriving at a concealed open entrance. They traversed a dark tunnel leading to the castle's underground, eventually reaching a place reminiscent of an underground dock, where they ascended onto a surface of gravel and pebbles. Once Hagrid confirmed their arrival, he rapped thrice on the castle's grand door, which then opened to reveal a tall witch in an emerald green robe. Professor McGonagall. The first-year students are all here, Hagrid announced. Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here. She pushed the door wide and led Adonis and the others to a small room adjacent to the Great Hall. Welcome to Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall proclaimed loudly. The opening feast will commence shortly, but before that, you will be sorted into your respective houses. The sorting ceremony is of utmost importance. As your house will be your home at Hogwarts, you will attend classes, reside, and engage in activities alongside your housemates. The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, each with its own glorious and storied history, having produced many talented wizards. During your time at Hogwarts, adhering to the rules will earn you points, while infractions will result in point deductions. At the end of each year, the house with the highest score will be awarded the prestigious House Cup. I hope you will all strive to bring honor to your house. The sorting ceremony will commence before the entire school shortly, so I suggest you take this time to prepare yourselves for the occasion, McGonagall continued. Oh, especially the girls. We shall call for you once we are ready. For now, please remain quietly here. Then she stepped outside. Chapter 19, The Sorting Ceremony, Part 1. Approximately half an hour later, when Adonis returned to the entrance of the castle, the interior of the millennia-old fortress was ablaze with light. The professors had all taken their seats, and students from the 4 houses were gathered at their respective tables. Above them, thousands of candles floated gracefully in the air, while groups of students engaged in hushed conversations, clearly embodying the relaxed and free-spirited atmosphere characteristic of Hogwarts, where the students exhibited exemplary demeanor. A tattered hat rested on a 4-legged stool nearest to the entrance. Upon sighting this hat, a wave of discomfort washed over Adonis. Since his rebirth, the sole habit he had developed was an acute aversion to dirt. Perhaps it was the myriad of harsh environments he had previously endured that left him utterly intolerant of filth. However, in that moment, he was powerless to control the situation. Sighing inwardly, he resigned himself to the thought of washing his hair later, perhaps at least 10 times. For the sight of that greasy hat made him suspect it had not been cleaned in centuries. Suddenly, a piercing scream jolted him from his reverie. Draco, standing beside him, grumbled irritably, "What on earth are you doing?" Before the words had fully escaped his lips, another scream echoed through the hall. Adonis then felt Draco's body tremble slightly as he murmured, "Ghosts, brother, ghosts." Following this, Draco clung tightly to his arm, the grip so intense it caused Adonis mild discomfort. Turning his head, he beheld around 20 specters gliding through the walls behind them. They were as white as pearls, and distinctly translucent. Adonis was aware that had he not perused the history of the school beforehand, he would undoubtedly have been startled. As they conversed, they floated through the room, casting a dismissive glance at the group of newcomers, as if embroiled in some debate. Due to the distance, Adonis could not discern their words, but suddenly, a gentlemanly ghost clad in a tight-fitting outfit turned to them and inquired, "What are you up to?" "We are freshmen, sir," Adonis replied. "Another Malfoy, I see, characteristically platinum." "So, a Slytherin, then?" "I suppose so, though that is not for me to determine." The ghost gazed at Adonis for a moment, then murmured in a voice audible only to him, "An extraordinary Malfoy, with intriguing purple eyes. I hope you find what you seek." With that, he drifted away in the opposite direction. This marked the second occasion on which Adonis had heard mention of purple eyes, and he yearned to inquire further. However, the timing was far from opportune. Unfortunately, he realized that the ghost's appearance during his lifetime had become quite hazy, and he could scarcely recall the visage of the specter who had just floated away. For the first time, his photographic memory had faltered. Adonis shifted his focus back to the hat before him, pondering the mysterious force that enabled the seemingly ordinary object to discern the potential within each individual. He marveled at the enigma of how the hat had retained its original form after a millennium. Perhaps it was composed of the same substance as the crystal ball at home, or perhaps not. Maybe it was the very existence of Hogwarts that had illuminated his aspirations for the forthcoming 7 years. This castle was replete with secrets, and the so-called basilisk might merely be one of its many mysteries. Suddenly, the hat quivered, and a seam resembling a human mouth split open along its edge. To his astonishment, the hat began to sing. "You may think me unremarkable in appearance, yet do not rely solely on your eyes. If you can find a hat more astute than I, you may do with me as you wish. Your top hat is dark and shiny. Your high hat sleek and tall. As the sorting hat of Hogwarts, none can surpass my worth. I know your thoughts better than you, so don me, and your path shall become clear. Perhaps you belong in Gryffindor, where brave souls abound, filled with courage, spirit, and perseverance, unafraid of challenges and tempests. Should you find yourself in Hufflepuff, there lies loyalty, integrity, and excellence, where patience and sincerity thrive, undeterred by the toil of labor. If wisdom calls you to Ravenclaw, you would indeed be fortunate, surrounded by scholars and sages, a rarity elsewhere. Or perhaps you will enter Slytherin, where true friends can be found. Though its denizens are cunning and ruthless, willing to employ any means to achieve their ends. Come, do not tremble in fear. With me, you shall be safe. For I am no foolish hat." As the hat concluded its splendid performance, the hall erupted in enthusiastic applause. It bowed to the 4 tables filled with students before becoming utterly still. "Brother, perhaps you should cast a cleaning charm on it." Pansy teased with a playful smile at her elder brother. "Sister, if it were possible, the old Slytherins would have cleaned it long ago. Why have you suddenly become foolish today?" Draco queried, bemused by his younger sister's antics. "Brother, it is wonderful that you have finally come to your senses." "Of course I have. Pansy, why are you pulling me?" he replied, casting an annoyed glance at Pansy. Pansy pointed to the nearby Adonis. Upon seeing half of his brother's face darkened, Draco suddenly grasped something and fell silent, though a faint smile betrayed his current mood. "Bertha, you seem a bit idle. Perhaps you need some exercise to pass the time," Adonis observed, looking at his sister, who was in fits of laughter, feeling utterly exasperated. "Brother, this is Hogwarts. Your treadmill is nowhere to be found here. Hee. It will be here soon enough. Do not fret. Brother, look, the sorting ceremony has begun. Do not make things difficult for your sister." Bertha looked at her brother with an endearing expression. Meanwhile, Harry had been observing the trio of siblings and suddenly felt a wave of emotion wash over him, his eyes growing misty with unspoken sentiments. As Adonis gazed forward, he indeed spotted Professor McGonagall standing to the left of the stool, clutching a piece of parchment. "When I call your name, please don this hat and take a seat on the stool to await your allocation," she instructed. Hannah Abbott, a rosy-cheeked girl, stepped out from the back of the line and placed the hat, which obscured half her face, upon her head. Almost immediately, the hat boomed. Hufflepuff. As Hannah approached the Hufflepuff table, the hall erupted with enthusiastic applause. Even the rotund fat friar waved at her in greeting. One by one, students were assigned to their respective houses. Neville Longbottom looked around, confirming that the hat had indeed called his name, and cautiously donned the hat before sitting on the stool. His demeanor and actions elicited laughter from the Gryffindor lions, who could no longer contain their applause. Particularly, the Weasley twins engaged in a myriad of whimsical antics, influencing even the nearby Ravenclaw table. Adonis observed the hat perched upon Neville's head, twisting and turning, yet failing to articulate a decision. A sense of concern for the portly lad washed over him, while he was certain Neville would ultimately be sorted into Gryffindor. The journey towards that conclusion promised to be anything but pleasant. The dilemma was palpable. Considerable potential lay within him, albeit coupled with meager magical prowess, and a bravery buried deep within his heart. The applause from Gryffindor echoed throughout, but just as the hat seemed poised to declare its verdict, Neville felt the collective gaze of those around him fixated upon him, an utterly disconcerting sensation. He loathed being in the limelight. If not for his grandmother, he would have preferred to vanish entirely. Indeed, this time felt undeniably significant, his foremost desire being to safeguard his grandmother. The hat's voice reverberated once more in his mind. Chapter 20. The sorting continued. Slytherin. The sorting hat's resounding proclamation reverberated through the hall, plunging the entire chamber into an eerie silence. Even the eyes of Dumbledore, high above, flickered with a hint of astonishment. However, this seasoned elder swiftly regained his composure, observing the bewildered expressions of the gathered assembly and the dazed Neville seated at the table. "Mr. Longbottom, it is time for you to join your house," he said, playfully winking as he concluded. With stiff legs, Neville awkwardly made his way toward the direction of Slytherin. The head of the Slytherin Student Council was poised to extend a hand in welcome to the new arrival. This cannot be. The Sorting Hat must have erred. Longbottom belongs to Gryffindor. This is a mistake. A grave mistake. The headmaster should allow Neville to take another turn, protested Percy Weasley, his usual calm demeanor shattered by disbelief at the unexpected sorting of a Longbottom into Slytherin. Just as Dumbledore prepared to interject, Severus Snape, seated among the staff, abruptly rose. Mr. Weasley, I must inform you that, according to the historical records of Hogwarts, Longbottom has, for over 3 centuries, been associated with Slytherin. Now, Mr. Longbottom, please return to your seat. As Isis Carter, the current president of the Slytherin Student Council, rose to his feet and extended his hand towards Neville. He warmly welcomed him back to Slytherin, Mr. Longbottom. Neville grasped Carter's hand and then found his place among the newcomers. Soon, he was greeted by the resounding applause of all the Slytherins. In that fleeting moment, he felt that perhaps his days in Slytherin would not be as dismal as he had anticipated, though he remained uncertain whether his grandmother would accept such an outcome. Adonis gazed incredulously at Neville Longbottom, unable to fathom that Neville had been sorted into Slytherin. What would become of the future Gryffindor sword? What to do? Unbeknownst to him, had it not been for Neville's favorable disposition towards him, which led to a re-evaluation of his perception of Slytherin, Adonis would have incessantly repeated in his mind the mantra of avoiding Slytherin. Even if the sorting had identified Slytherin as a more suitable house, his choice would be respected. Subsequently, several new students were assigned to Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, yet the majority were still allocated to Hufflepuff. Draco Malfoy, with a hint of disdain, donned the hat perched upon the stool. Ah, a Malfoy? I see. Oh, you wish to go to Slytherin. But no, that's not right. The hat then proclaimed loudly, Hufflepuff. Draco sat there momentarily dazed, his gaze vacant as he remained on the stool. Adonis softly called out to him from below. As if hearing his brother's voice, the platinum-haired youth silently made his way to the Hufflepuff table and found a seat. The head of the Hufflepuff Student Council led the applause, followed by a scattering of hesitant claps. Bertie, witnessing Hufflepuff's reception, was about to voice her displeasure when her elder brother intervened. Bertie, if you go over, it will only exacerbate Draco's predicament. Trust your second brother. He can handle everything. Adonis gazed at the boy from Hufflepuff, whose expression remained inscrutable. A pang of sympathy welled within him, yet he felt powerless to articulate it. Knowing that any words might only deepen Hufflepuff's aversion towards Malfoy, rendering Draco's existence even more arduous. Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and Ron Weasley were promptly sorted into Gryffindor. This time without any mishaps. Adonis exhaled in relief. The thought of Harry being reassigned to another house was indeed a terrifying prospect. As for Pansy Malfoy, she donned the sorting hat and took her place on the stool, her fondness for the enchanted headgear plummeting to an all-time low. Gryffindor, boomed the hat, startling the stars in the night sky. Pansy understood that the hat was exacting its revenge, yet she maintained a composed facade as she walked into Gryffindor, where only Hermione and Harry stood to greet her, while the others seemed momentarily bewildered by the turn of events. On the faculty dais, Snape exhibited an unprecedented lapse in composure, rising to address Dumbledore. Professor, I believe the sorting hat has malfunctioned tonight. Perhaps the students should be sorted anew. Dumbledore, with a twinkle in his eye, regarded Snape with a smile. Severus, I am confident the sorting hat does not err. Over a millennium of history attests to its accuracy. Have you forgotten Sirius Black? Snape fixed Dumbledore with a steely gaze, falling silent as he resumed his seat. The sorting continued. And after 2 more newcomers were assigned to Ravenclaw, it was finally Adonis's turn. Adonis Black Malfoy. Adonis approached and picked up the hat, preparing to place it upon his head. Fortunately, as the hat lightly brushed against him, it proclaimed, Slytherin. All the students of Slytherin spontaneously rose to welcome Malfoy back into their fold. This time, Severus Snape visibly exhaled in relief. The evening's events had been exceedingly exhilarating, commencing with Longbottom, followed by Draco and Pansy. If Adonis were to cause any further disturbances, he genuinely believed he could not endure it. He glanced at Draco from Hufflepuff, then at Pansy from Gryffindor, pondering how Lucius would react to this development. Although he could only speculate, Adonis took a seat among the newcomers, however. Carter swiftly invited him to occupy a position further forward, thereby revealing Malfoy's prominent status within Slytherin. Adonis pointed to Nawi, and Carter promptly arranged for Nawi to be by his side. The remaining students of Adonis soon established their own academy. Then, Albus Dumbledore rose, gazing at the students below, his arms outstretched as if to convey that nothing brought him greater joy than seeing all of his students gathered together. Welcome, he proclaimed. Welcome to Hogwarts. Welcome to the arrival of a new academic year. Before we commence the feast, I wish to share a few words. What I want to express is, fool, weep, dregs, twist. Thank you. He then took his seat. An applause erupted, filled with cheers. Neville quietly inquired, what does that mean? Adonis lowered his voice and said, May Merlin bless you all. This was an ancient incantation. Navi, one must maintain silence at the Slytherin table, refrain from speaking next time. Navi glanced around and, indeed, there was a profound stillness. It was in stark contrast to the raucousness at the Gryffindor table, where the occupants seemed on the verge of leaping from their seats. Adonis cast a glance at Hufflepuff, then at Gryffindor, observing that Draco's complexion had notably improved, clearly indicating the amiable nature of Hufflepuff's badger. However, on the Gryffindor side, Hermione and Parvati found themselves isolated. Sighing inwardly, he felt a twinge of concern, yet he quickly reassured himself that both Draco and Parvati were exceptionally talented. Moreover, Hogwarts was fundamentally a cohesive entity, making the results of the sorting somewhat acceptable. Nevertheless, Lucius and Narcissa were likely to be far less composed. Lowering his gaze to the table laden with roasted beef, chicken, pork, lamb, sausages, bacon, and steak, alongside boiled tomatoes, roasted sweet potatoes, fries, Yorkshire pudding, pears, and a rich meat sauce, as well as ketchup and mint-flavored hard candies, he resolved to first satiate his hunger, setting aside other matters for the time being. Everything will be all right. He deemed it unnecessary to fret over events that had yet to transpire. Chapter 21. Slytherin and Correspondence. After the banquet concluded, the new students of each house were escorted to their respective common rooms by second-year prefects. The entrance to Slytherin was concealed within a damp stone wall in the basement, leading through a passageway to the Slytherin common room, a semicircular and semi-transparent chamber located beneath the lake. The walls were constructed of black Gothic marble, while the ceiling was a crystal-carved translucent dome, allowing glimpses of the shimmering waters above. Lanterns, glowing with a green hue, were suspended from chains on the ceiling. Inside, a fireplace adorned with intricate carvings stood, accompanied by several elegantly designed chairs. Through the windows, one could frequently observe enormous squids or peculiar creatures gliding by. Welcome to Slytherin, announced George Field, the head of the house. Beside me is Assis Carter, the president of the Slytherin Student Council. Slytherin is distinct from the other three houses. We uphold the value of pure blood, yet we also believe in strength. Thus, each year has a prefect and a head, with the prefect hailing from the most esteemed pureblood families, while the head is the most formidable Slytherin. Of course, if you possess both lineage and prowess, we have no reason to deny you. Field glanced at the first-year students and continued, Our house emblem is a serpent, the most cunning of creatures, and our colors are emerald green and silver. The entrance to our common room is hidden in the basement. As you can see, our windows provide a direct view of the lake's depths, where we often spot a giant squid wandering by, and sometimes even more fascinating beings. Field's gaze lingered on Neville Longbottom, who appeared somewhat out of place amidst the crowd. Remember, we emerge from the mire, we crave power, we are filled with ambition. We are strong and composed, we exude elegance and restraint, we never regret, we are Slytherin. Additionally, the prefect for this year's first years is Adonis Malfoy. As for the head, you have one day to prepare. The selection will take place here after dinner tomorrow. Do not say I did not warn you. Attendance is mandatory for all, including future collective activities. Absences will not be tolerated unless in the face of death. Now, locate the rooms marked with your names. From this day forth, until you graduate from Hogwarts, this shall be your abode for the next 7 years. As Adonis pushed open the door bearing his name, he was greeted by the sight of Neville, who had already arrived. Quite fortuitously, his roommate happened to be Neville. The room comprised 2 separate small chambers and a modest living area adorned with a sofa. The layout was indeed pleasing, yet it bore a certain disarray. Adonis was well aware that this chaos was the handiwork of the godfather, who aimed to liberate Slytherin from the shackles of complacency. The room was merely the beginning of it all. Adonis, may I call you that? Neville inquired from beside him. Of course, Adonis replied. So this is what Slytherin's dormitory looks like? Neville continued, noticing Adonis's attentive demeanor. What I mean to say is, while this space is certainly habitable, it is, well, perhaps a tad chaotic. Is this the aesthetic of Slytherin? If so, does that mean I must alter my own taste? That seems quite a challenge. Adonis gazed at Novice, who appeared utterly despondent, and suddenly burst into hearty laughter. This little chubby fellow was simply delightful. Henceforth, boredom would be a thing of the past. Novice, standing to the side, was utterly bewildered. He could not comprehend why merely posing a question elicited such mirth from Adonis. Novice, the reason it is as it is due to the headmaster's mandate. But why? Is Slytherin not particularly concerned with appearances? I believe the rationale behind this is that our headmaster holds the view that regardless of blood status or family background, Slytherin must first learn self-reliance. If you find this unsatisfactory, then strive to change it. Observe me. Adonis drew his wand from his sleeve and pointed it toward the disheveled living room, swiftly restoring order as if a pure spring had washed over it, with orchids blooming anew. In no time, the crooked chair was mended. The once sturdy floor and tabletop gleamed as if brand new, and the orchids in the sky regained their vitality. Neville, observing the transformation from withered to vibrant blossoms, inquired with curiosity, "The orchid blooming spell has such an effect. It is truly remarkable." "No," came the response, "the orchid blooming spell cannot possibly yield such results. The wilting of our flowers was merely an illusion created by the professor's enchantment. Is there a spell that could achieve such an effect?" Adonis gazed intently at Nawi, who felt a shiver run down his spine before responding. "Whether it exists, I cannot say for certain. However, from the literature I have perused, I have encountered no such incantation. In my humble opinion, should such a spell indeed exist, it would undoubtedly require a commensurate sacrifice to wield it. Thus, what is of greater significance is to cherish those around you, do you not think?" Upon hearing Adonis's words, Nawi suddenly became overwhelmed with emotion, grasping his arm tightly. "You know about my parents, don't you?" Adonis gently patted Neville's shoulder to calm him down before responding, "Indeed, they are a remarkable couple. Your parents are heroes. Yet, I do not wish for them to be seen as heroes. They are heroic in their own right, and so are my grandmother and I. Neville, you must understand. In my view, if your parents had not acted as they did, they and your grandmother would have endured greater suffering. It is not about anything else. It is a testament to faith and love." Neville suddenly gazed at Adonis. "Does Slytherin also speak of love?" "Of course," Adonis replied. "Otherwise, why do you think you belong to Slytherin?" Neville remained silent, and the living room fell into a profound hush. After a moment, Adonis patted Neville's shoulder once more before pushing open the door to his bedroom. As he closed the door, he heard Neville's soft murmur, "Thank you." Lying in bed, Adonis reflected on the day's remarkable events. Perhaps Lucius and Narcissa were still in shock. Immediately after the dinner, he had penned a letter to Lucius detailing the day's occurrences, sending it via Draco's Golden Eagle. At that moment, the Malfoy manor was as Adonis had envisioned. In the living room, after reading the letter, Lucius and Narcissa leaned against the sofa in silence. Unable to bear the atmosphere any longer, Narcissa exclaimed, "Lucius, they are my children, no matter what." Lucius looked at his visibly agitated wife and replied, "No, you are mistaken. They are our children." Narcissa, moved by her husband's words, suddenly embraced him, realizing how foolish she had been. After all these years, she should have known the true nature of the man before her. Yet, the information received today was indeed overwhelming. Chapter 22. The Unruly Flying Broomstick. The next morning, the Golden Eagle brought Lucius's reply, "Dear niece, we received your letter. Although your mother and I are shocked and find it hard to accept, we had anticipated that Draco and Pansy would not be sorted into Slytherin. Their behavior has made that quite clear. Nonetheless, remember that a Malfoy is forever a Malfoy. Well then, dear niece, I wish you a pleasant term ahead. Yours, Lucius Malfoy." As Adonis set the letter down and leaned back in his chair, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Adonis, are you ready to leave?" Neville's voice called from outside. "Not yet. Let us go together in a moment." "That sounds wonderful." When Adonis and Neville arrived at the classroom, it was already bustling with students. Gryffindor and Slytherin were clearly divided, each occupying their respective sides. He noticed Pansy and Hermione seated together but chose not to greet them, instead finding a vacant seat on the Slytherin side alongside Neville as they awaited Professor Binns's arrival. Observing the stark contrast between Gryffindor and Slytherin, Adonis wondered if it was due to some peculiar rivalry that Slytherin's classes were always shared with Gryffindor. Once Professor Binns commenced the lesson, Adonis discovered just how enchanting the old man was. The sweeping history of magic became an extraordinarily effective lullaby, lulling him into a stupor that persisted until class concluded. On their way back to the common room, Pansy suddenly leapt out from a corner, startling him. "Pansy, did you become so reckless after spending one night with Gryffindor?" Pansy looked at her brother and unexpectedly burst into tears. "Why are you scolding me? Is it because I didn't join Slytherin? Why don't you scold Draco instead? Do you no longer want me as your sister?" Adonis stepped forward to embrace his sister, immediately regretting his earlier outburst. Alas, the fear one instills can indeed be overwhelming. "I was wrong, dear sister. Please do not cry. If you continue, you shall resemble a little calico cat. Who would dare to forsake our little princess? Please, Tell me if something has transpired. Yet, Bessa clung to him tightly, remaining silent. Adonis turned to Hermione, who had accompanied Bessa. Hermione, could you enlighten me as to what has occurred? Hermione gazed at Bessa in Adonis's arms, explaining, since yesterday. Gryffindor has been proclaiming that the Malfoy family no longer desires Bessa. They claim that if the heir of the Black family could be abandoned. How much more so a mere girl? Adonis gently patted his sister. It was Ron Weasley who said this, correct? Bessa. The Weasley family has harbored grievances against us for centuries. How can we trust their words? Our parents cherish you dearly, even if they were to forsake me. They would never abandon you, would they? This morning, I received a letter from Father, who mentioned that you might be in tears. See, he was right. Bessa rubbed her swollen eyes. Is it true? They truly would never abandon me or my brother. Of course, you will always remain the little princess of the Malfoy family. Then I shall depart. Rest assured, I will not be swayed by Gryffindor. With that, she seized Hermione's hand and dashed away. Wait. Adonis quickly caught Bessa before she could flee, looking at her earnestly. Gryffindor is not inferior to Slytherin. Their fearlessness, enthusiasm, and bravery are qualities we lack. Bessa, you must not reject these traits. You should strive to become a true Gryffindor. The Malfoys are remarkable wherever they go. All right, brother. You need not worry. I will become the finest Gryffindor. After embracing Adonis, she pulled Hermione along with a spring in her step. Watching Bessa retreat, Adonis suddenly called out. Are you not coming out? From the shadows around the corner, a figure emerged. I thought you were unaware of my presence. The Sorting Hat was indeed correct. Adonis whispered softly. Brother, I have never felt as light as I do now. It is the first time I feel so grounded. They have never sought to explain anything. Yet I can sense their warmth. I will be very happy. Adonis beheld a smile on his brother's face that he had never seen before, and for the first time. He felt a genuine gratitude for that tattered hat. Deep down, he had always known that among the three siblings, Draco possessed the least sense of security, both in their childhood and in the present. Draco stepped forward and enveloped his elder brother in a tight embrace, declaring, Brother, I shall become a true Hufflepuff and a source of pride for the Malfoys. Very well, I shall await my brother's transformation into a genuine badger. They exchanged a glance and shared a smile. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, all the Slytherins, except for Adonis, eagerly trotted towards the flying lesson location. Not far from the Forbidden Forest. Silently, he gazed at the broomstick at his feet, which he held no affection for. Yet, Ron Weasley's boisterous voice carried over from the opposite Gryffindor's side. Harry, rest assured. Parvati, I have heard that your flying skills are exceptional. Would you teach me later? Indeed, that would be splendid. Harry finally broke into a smile, marking the happiest moment of his entrance into Hogwarts. Their instructor, Madame Hooch, arrived. Sporting a head of short, gray hair and eyes that resembled those of an eagle, gleaming yellow. Well, what are you all waiting for? She barked. Each of you. Stand beside a broomstick. Hurry, hurry, we must not waste time. Once the students' broomsticks complied, Madame Hooch demonstrated how to fly at a low altitude before announcing that she had some matters to attend to and would return shortly. Everything proceeded smoothly until a piercing scream echoed from the Gryffindor's side. Neville Longbottom, quick, save him. Adonis glanced to the left, and suddenly Neville soared into the sky. Perhaps his balance was compromised. He was now precariously suspended on his broomstick, which continued to ascend uncontrollably. At this height, a fall would surely be fatal. Parsa, ride your broom and catch up to Neville. Ensure he does not fall. Parsa nodded and took off on her broom. The students below, whether from Slytherin or Gryffindor, could not help but marvel at the spectacle. Mr. Potter, I need your assistance in riding my broom to rescue Neville from his predicament, he urged, soaring upwards without waiting for Harry's response. Although he was not fond of broomsticks, he had to admit they were quite effective for transportation. Harry glanced at the broom before him, perplexed by Adonis's confidence in his ability to manage it. He looked up at Parsa in the sky, gritted his teeth, mounted the broom, and shot after her. The three of them struggled in the air for some time before they managed to help Neville back onto his broom. The closer Adonis got to Neville, the more he sensed something was amiss. An unseen force seemed to be pulling Neville toward the Forbidden Forest. Since they could assist Neville back onto the broom, it was evident that the broom itself was not the issue. What, then, could it be? Neville, do you have anything unusual with you? Neville, now pale with fear, took a moment before responding. I have a memory orb from my grandmother. Yes, that must be it. Hand it over to me. Parsa, Harry, take Neville down. Do not concern yourselves with me. Once Neville passed the memory orb to Adonis, the broom gradually stabilized. Before long, Harry and Parsa successfully brought Neville back to solid ground. At that moment, in the sky, Adonis grasped the memory orb, and almost immediately, he felt a powerful force pulling him toward the depths of the forbidden forest. He strained to control his direction, but the broom became increasingly uncontrollable, and he realized he was about to be drawn into the forest. Chapter 23. The Memory Orb. As the forbidden forest drew nearer, despair washed over Adonis. He vowed that should such a situation arise again, he would not be so impulsively heroic. Where had the strategic Slytherin gone? He was now behaving like an impetuous Gryffindor. He could almost see the disappointment in Lucius's eyes. Suddenly, it struck him, why not discard the memory orb? How foolish he had been. He retrieved the orb from his robes, steadied himself on the broom with one hand, and with all his might, he hurled it away. Yet, it remained in his grasp. No matter how he tried to throw it, it would not leave his hand. As the broom hurtled into the forbidden forest, panic set in. Drawing on his past experiences as an agent, he quickly concluded that his only option was to concentrate entirely, engaging every muscle in his body. If cunning could not prevail, he would have to rely on sheer strength to alter the broom's course. Adonis shouted in desperation, hoping to attract the attention of the Hogwarts professors. He had an ominous premonition that Voldemort was in the forbidden forest, and if he ventured there, it would mean certain doom. He braced himself to leap from the broom, aware that he might fall to his death, yet it was preferable to becoming a mere corpse. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his eyes, followed by a throbbing ache in his head. His grip on the broom faltered, and the black robe he wore was torn by the fierce wind, causing him to tumble off the broom. He felt as if he were engulfed in flames, the heat was unbearable, and the memory orb began to disintegrate in his grasp. As he plummeted, he thought he heard his sister scream, and the chaos below. Suddenly, a blinding light shot toward him. Dumbledore had arrived, casting protective enchantments. He was saved. But then darkness enveloped him. When he regained consciousness, pain consumed him. Every inch of his body throbbed. He heard Lucius's furious voice, Albus Dumbledore. Is this the Hogwarts under your governance? You are suspended. If anything happens to Adonis, I will not rest until you pay for it. Even if it means imprisonment in Azkaban. Beside him, Snape observed the near collapse of his old friend, empathizing with Lucius's anguish while also worrying about his own charge. Yet, a glance at the white-robed wizard reminded him that 10 Luciuses could not contend with Dumbledore. Sighing, he excused himself. There were classes to attend. Dad, please. NIS. How are you? Are you all right? Lucius hurried to his son's bedside, grasping Adonis's hand. I'm fine, just a bit sore. Why is it so dark? Why is there no light? Adonis asked, confused. Lucius stared at his son, a wave of sorrow washing over him. How could he explain to Adonis that it was daytime, merely obscured by drawn curtains? Madame Pomfrey noticed Adonis's awakening and rushed to conduct a thorough examination, signaling for Lucius and Dumbledore to step outside with her. In the silent room, Adonis realized he had gone blind. It was not just Lucius's silence that revealed this, but the utter absence of light. There was not a glimmer to be found. How utterly quiet it was now. Magical capacity has quadrupled, reaching graduate levels. The cause of the blindness remains uncertain. It is speculated to be due to this abnormal surge of magical power. A transfer to St. Mungo's for further examination is advised. Madame Pomfrey informed Lucius and Dumbledore. Will it result in permanent blindness? Currently, it cannot be determined. I am truly sorry, Mr. Malfoy. I have done all I can. She cast an apologetic glance at Lucius before leaving to attend to other patients. Dumbledore, I expect an explanation for this occurrence. If not for my wand, I believe I would have collapsed. I will submit my resignation to the board. All expenses for young Malfoy's care at St. Mungo's will be covered by me. I am genuinely sorry, Mr. Malfoy. The Malfoy family lacks not for wealth. Dumbledore, please focus on being a competent headmaster, Lucius retorted, entering the ward. Unwilling to continue the conversation with the old man. NIS, we are going to St. Mungo's. Trust in your father. Everything will be all right. Yes? Lucius gently stroked his son's head. Yes, it will be fine, Dad. Please don't worry about me. Let us go home first, shall we? I want to go home. Adonis suppressed his urge to cry. It was the first time he had heard his father speak so tenderly to him. He could accept blindness. It was not terrifying in the least. Brother, how are you? Draco's anxious voice interrupted as the door swung open. Draco, where are your manners? I am a Hufflepuff. Not a Slytherin, Draco retorted, glancing at his father. Get out of here, now. Lucius barked. Draco strode directly to Adonis's side. Brother, are you all right? I'm worried. Parsa is worried too, but she is in class now. I'm fine. Father is just upset. You should apologize. Brother, do not concern yourself with my issues with father. Since you are well, I shall take my leave. With that, he pushed the door open and left. Scoundrel. Lucius kicked the ajar door. "Father, let us return home." Lucius embraced Adonis and used the key to return directly to Malfoy Manor. Upon their arrival, the very event Adonis dreaded most transpired. Narcissa clutched him and wept inconsolably. The doctor from St. Mungo's would arrive shortly. What purpose did her tears serve now? Where had his mind been when he attempted to save a Longbottom? It was unfathomable how he had managed to enter Slytherin. He hastily carried Adonis back to the bedroom. "You should rest for a while." "Very well, father." As the door clicked shut, Adonis felt himself plunging once more into darkness. He was uncertain of the state of his vision. Yet he was certain that the surging magical power coursing through him was linked to that memory orb. The sensation of his blood boiling. The agony of being engulfed in unending flames, the despair of his skin melting away, it all continued to tug at his very veins with monstrous force. He felt utterly powerless. What lay ahead in his life? Draco's behavior today indicated that Lucius had likely written to him in private. Though the specifics were unclear, they surely were not words of comfort. Chapter 24. St. Mungo's and decisions. After about an hour, Adonis sensed the door creaking open once more. "Dr. White. I appreciate your assistance. You are too kind, Mr. Malfoy." Almost immediately, Adonis felt Dr. White conducting a thorough examination. The most unsettling aspect was that from her voice. He discerned she was a female doctor. Though only 11 years old, his intellect surpassed such a tender age. The only solace was that the examination concluded swiftly. "Mr. Malfoy, let us speak outside." Lucius glanced at Adonis and nodded. "Very well, let us converse here. According to my examination, it is evident that young Mr. Malfoy's blindness is a result of an abnormal surge in magical power. My recommendation is to actively guide and channel the magic within him. Should the magic be successfully expelled and his vision not restored, regrettably, it would signify permanent blindness. Additionally, it would be prudent to wear an eye mask for a time to avoid the strain of bright light." After casting a glance at the bedridden Adonis, Dr. White continued. "I am truly sorry, Mr. Malfoy. I can only do so much. The rest is in the hands of Merlin. Once again, I am deeply grateful to you." Lucius escorted Dr. White to the door, watching her depart before returning to the room. "Adonis, do not worry. I will assist you in channeling your magic. Trust me. Your vision will improve. Father, I wish to leave Britain and go to Germany." A heavy silence enveloped the room as Lucius regarded his son silently. Upon hearing of his brother's condition from the head of Hufflepuff, Draco immediately left and returned to Malfoy Manor. "Mother, my brother is upstairs. You should check on him." As Draco approached the door, he overheard his father and brother discussing him. He hesitated, ultimately refraining from entering, and stood outside instead. "Draco can uphold the Malfoy name. He is more than capable," Adonis asserted firmly to Lucius. "He is a Hufflepuff. That is no excuse, father." Listening to Adonis speak deliberately, Lucius ultimately relented. "What, then, is your decision?" "I wish for Shia to accompany me to Germany for a year. If my vision cannot be restored, you shall publicly declare that I have passed away. Should Draco be willing, I will forever safeguard the Malfoy name. If he cannot accept this, I am prepared to let Adonis Black Malfoy truly vanish from the world." Seeing Lucius offer no rebuttal, Adonis continued, "I will hire a wizard in Germany as my private tutor to assist in channeling my magic. If all goes well, I shall return to Britain swiftly. Father, I apologize for my recklessness. 1/3 of the Malfoy estate shall be transferred to Germany." Adonis descended from his bed, kneeling on the ground, and bowed deeply. He understood that the English did not employ such gestures, yet at that moment, he could conjure no other means to convey the tumult of emotions within his heart. Draco rapped lightly on the door, and upon entering, he beheld his father on the floor, silently weeping as he held his elder brother close. "Father, how is my brother?" he inquired. "I am much improved. I shall recover shortly, so there is no need for concern," Adonis replied. Draco fought back tears and turned his gaze toward Lucius. "Father, may we converse in the study? Let my brother rest in peace." With that, the door closed once more, leaving Adonis in a state of confusion, pondering what the future held for him. How could an unseen wizard still cast spells? Could he truly achieve greatness like those renowned figures, relying solely on his ears? He was uncertain but felt an overwhelming fatigue. Longing for a deep slumber, perhaps hoping that all of this was but a fleeting dream. The following morning, a visit from Lady Longbottom delayed Adonis's plans to depart from England. "Adonis, I am profoundly grateful for your valiant rescue of my grandson. In light of the harm caused, the Longbottom family is willing to make amends to the best of our abilities," Lady Longbottom said, gazing at the young man before her. Suddenly, she found herself at a loss for the multitude of words she had prepared. "You need not feel guilty. I saved Neville because he is my friend. And the current predicament is of my own making. If you truly feel remorse, I hope you might share with me the origins of the memory orb. Since the inception of the Longbottom lineage, this memory orb has existed. Upon discovering its capabilities, our ancestors treated it as an ordinary memory orb. For over a millennium, it has shown no peculiar qualities. Are you suggesting that all of this is due to this memory orb? Lady Longbottom gazed at Adonis in astonishment. Indeed, I believe so. Furthermore, I regret to inform you that the memory orb has been destroyed. I fear I cannot provide you with a perfect replica. I am truly sorry. It matters not. To the Longbottoms, it is merely an antiquated memory orb. If it is lost, then so be it. After a pause, she continued, Mr. Malfoy, if you have any requests, please send someone to the Longbottom estate to inform me. We shall do our utmost. You can rest assured of that. Lady Longbottom regarded Adonis earnestly. Very well, my lady. Adonis replied with equal gravity. Then I shall not intrude upon your rest any longer. With a nod from Adonis, Lady Longbottom departed from Malfoy Manor, visibly relieved. Leaning against the sofa, Adonis fell into deep contemplation. Given the current circumstances, he was convinced that his plight was intricately linked to the memory orb. Based on the information he had just gleaned, he harbored suspicions that the memory orb and the crystal ball in the Malfoy library were of the same essence. With this thought, he swiftly rose and, with the assistance of the butler, Sia, made his way to the study. Father, I wish to examine the crystal ball in the library. I have some hypotheses I would like to confirm. In the library, Adonis took the crystal ball from his father's hands and, indeed, he felt that familiar burning sensation return, albeit different from that of the memory orb. It directly affected his soul. He turned his palm downward. It was the same again, and he found himself unable to discard the ball. Father, could you take the ball from my hands? Lucius looked at Adonis quizzically before reaching out to retrieve the crystal ball from him. Ha 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 ha. Adonis suddenly erupted into laughter. Now certain that this crystal ball was akin to the memory orb, differing only in its effects on him. The sole distinction between himself and his father lay in his eyes. Yet, he did not comprehend what made his eyes unique. He could only wait until his internal magical energies were realigned before he could ascertain the truth. He was nearly certain he would not truly become blind. The only uncertainty was how long it would take for restoration. He did not elucidate his reasons to Lucius. Instead, he simply requested that his father allow the crystal ball to be placed in his luggage. Expecting Lucius to question him, Adonis was surprised when his father remained silent. Merely taking the crystal ball from the library and enclosing it in a box that nullified its magical properties, placing it in Adonis's suitcase. In that instant, he yearned to disclose the truth to Lucius but refrained, for both Ollivanders and the Hogwarts ghosts had indicated that this was no trivial matter. The fewer who knew, the less peril there would be for both him and the Malfoys. Chapter 25, Departure and the Shadow of Chin on September 10, 1991. The skies over London were shrouded in grey, heralding the approach of a torrential downpour. Adonis stood on the platform of London Berlin, bidding farewell to the Malfoy couple. Nis. Take care of yourself. Mummy has many matters to attend to and cannot leave England just yet. I shall come to Germany to accompany you in due time. No need. Mummy, rest assured, I will look after myself. I promise to return. Will you trust me? Narcissa nodded gravely. Lucius, with an unreadable expression, turned to Shia and said, Shia, I entrust Nis to you. Please take good care of him. It is my honor to care for the young master, Shia replied, bowing deeply to Lucius. Ladies and gentlemen, the train to Berlin is about to arrive. Please ensure you have your belongings and board in an orderly manner, announced the loudspeaker. Adonis bid his parents one last farewell before boarding the train to Berlin with Shia. On the platform, Narcissa could no longer contain her emotions and wept heavily in Lucius's embrace, who silently gazed in the direction of the departing train. Shia, please help me dye my hair black. From now on, do not call me young master. Refer to me as Chin Hung instead. Leaving England requires a new name. And perhaps I shall never return, Chin Hung said, looking at Shia. Young master, I have already informed the sir that I shall follow you from today onwards. Wherever you go, I shall go. You need not worry. I truly believe your eyes will recover, Shia reassured the despondent boy before him. Forget about my Chinese name. I prefer to call you Grandpa Shia, Chin Hung said, bursting into laughter. Shia, witnessing the boy's newfound joy, felt a sense of relief. Since Chin Hung's birth, Mr. Malfoy had entrusted Shia with his care. Now, 11 years had passed, and Shia, who had never married, considered Chin Hung as his own child. Berlin, a city that has witnessed a tumultuous century in Germany, saw the reunification of East and West in 1990, reclaiming its status as the capital of Germany. Renowned for its cultural, political, media, and scientific significance, Berlin serves as a pivotal hub for air and rail transport across the continent. Sir, we have arrived in Berlin. The driver is waiting for us outside the train station, Xia informed. It must be nighttime now. Standing at the station, Qin Heng felt a chill in the air. Yes, it is already 2 in the morning. The darkness has gifted me with a pair of black eyes, which I shall use to seek the light. Let us begin our life in Germany. In the pitch-black night, a sleek black Mercedes glided along the road. Sir, we are currently on Linden Street, one of Europe's famous tree-lined avenues. If it were daytime, we could disembark and explore. Xia, you forget that day and night hold no distinction for me. However, we could visit the marble statue on the Marx Engels Bridge, Qin Heng replied. Sir, you jest at my age, Xia chuckled softly. The Malfoy family ultimately faced financial loss. Qin Heng mused. Xia, it is an inopportune time for you to marry, as all of England is shrouded in darkness, and Malfoy Manor is no exception. Thus, this elderly steward has remained unmarried. Wait, stop the car. Help me over there. It seems something has happened. As Qin Heng approached the alley, he heard a boy's desperate plea. Please, save my sister. I would give anything. Get lost. If you don't scram, I'll kill you. A voice bellowed from within, and then silence ensued. Xia, do not mind me. Go investigate, Qin Heng urged, leaning against the wall. Since losing his sight, he found solace only in enclosed spaces, and the presence of a wall was a small comfort. Soon, footsteps approached. Sir, I have inquired. This man purchased the siblings but has been abusing them. Now that the sister is ill, he intends to abandon them, Xia reported. By them. Qin Heng thought back to a time in his past when he and his sister had fallen gravely ill, abandoned by their parents, and barely managing to survive. They had lived under oppression until a man in military attire rescued them, defying his wife to adopt them. From that day forth, he vowed to repay the man. Yet fate had brought him to this moment, far from his benefactor. Perhaps he should visit China one day, in hopes of encountering his adoptive father once more. Sir, the negotiations are complete. Here is the deed of sale for the 2 children. Qin Heng took the document, summoned his wand, and with a flick, set the papers ablaze, reducing them to ashes. He sensed the boy's gaze upon him. However, it mattered little. A forgetfulness charm would suffice. Would British law even reach him? Yet, he refrained from casting a spell on the boy, believing it beneficial for him to learn of the world as hidden truths, enabling him to better protect his sister. You are free, he declared, gesturing for Xia to lead the way out of the alley. Just as they were about to leave, the boy called out, Wait, I can do the same. Will you accept me? I only ask that you save my sister. A smile tugged at Qin Heng's lips. Xia, leave funds for her treatment. Following Qin Heng's instructions, Xia handed money to the boy, but he refused to take it. I am willing to follow you from now on. I can do many things for you. Why? Qin Heng inquired, turning his back to the boy. I am blind. As for magic, when you turn 11, someone will teach you. You are a good person, my benefactor, the boy replied. I will ask you to do things only a demon would do. Are you willing? The boy contemplated, gazing at the figure before him, who was only slightly taller. I am willing to do anything for you, with the sole condition that I must take my sister with me. Qin Heng fell silent for a moment before turning around. Very well. What is your name? I have no name. They all call me Hazy. From this moment forth, you shall be known as Qin Ing. Good. From now on, I am your shadow. Can you give my sister a name? The boy asked Qin Heng. Certainly. Your sister shall be called Qin Yu. From now on, refer to me as Heng. Returning to the car, the only difference was that it now housed 2 young wizards. When Qin Ing and Qin Yu arrived, Xia had already confirmed that Qin Yu was also a little witch. Chapter 26, Private Tutor, Part 1. In Berlin, at the Eiwei Wizard Gathering Place. Located on the outskirts of the city, the area buzzed with activity daily. Adult wizards congregated here in search of suitable professions, while young witches and wizards, lacking formal education, roamed about, hoping to market themselves to potential employers. Today, a job advertisement drew many wizards to stop and take notice. The position was simple. 2 private tutors well-versed in both dark and light magic were being sought. However, upon reading the supplementary information, most wizards could only shake their heads in dismay. The professor's charge in this role is a blind youth. Remus Lupin, after graduating from Hogwarts, could be said to be wandering through the European continent. To put it simply, he has been in a perpetual state of changing cities and jobs. Today marks his 32nd unemployment. While walking down the street, he noticed numerous wizards flocking in one direction, driven by curiosity. He followed suit and discovered a recently posted job advertisement. After scrutinizing the requirements for applicants and confirming the absence of any additional stipulations, he resolved to apply the following day. If fortune favored him, he would no longer have to worry about his livelihood for the latter half of the year. The Montaro Valley in Germany, akin to the Godric's Hollow in England, is home to a large population of wizards, serving as one of the communal havens for German sorcerers. 3 days prior, Qin Hang and his butler, Sia, had moved into the Malfoy residence in Montaro. Unlike the Malfoy manor, this abode appeared quaint and ancient. Had it not been for Qin Hang's presence, he would have doubted that Malfoy owned such a property. According to Lucius, the house had last been utilized by his grandfather for clandestine liaisons, making it easy to surmise that his grandfather met his demise due to syphilis. Sia, how many candidates are scheduled to interview today? Please meet with Qin first. Yesterday was thoroughly disappointing. Very well, young master. Rest assured, I shall ensure a thorough vetting. Sia affirmed with a nod toward Qin Hang. Upon arriving at the designated location as per the job listing, Remus Lupin encountered a man in his 50s accompanied by a small boy. However, according to the supplementary notes, this boy was not the one he would be teaching. Adjusting his attire, he approached and extended his hand. Greetings, I am Remus Lupin, the applicant for today. Mr. Lupin, I apologize, but prior to your interview, I would like you to demonstrate your magical proficiency, despite our receipt of your credentials regarding your abilities in both dark and light magic. Unfortunately, due to the dismal performances of the 3 candidates yesterday, our young master is currently skeptical of such documentation. Lupin nodded, having encountered far more outrageous requests in the past. It was indeed a relief that he had not been dismissed outright for unique reasons. He withdrew his wand, conjured a Patronus, and commanded it to speak. Observing the steward's expression shift from indifference to earnest observation, Lupin exhaled, for while summoning a Patronus was not overly challenging, making it articulate was a feat not commonly achieved by many wizards. Sia nodded in satisfaction, signaling Lupin to continue. Fixing his gaze upon a spider on the ground, he uttered the incantation, Cruciatus. The unfortunate spider struggled briefly before succumbing to silence. Sia stared at Lupin for an extended moment until a voice from within called, Sia, allow Mr. Lupin to enter. Mr. Lupin, the young master requests your presence inside. Please follow me. Lupin nodded and followed Sia indoors. To be candid, he was taking a gamble. Germans had a penchant for dark magic, which was typically frowned upon in England, yet here it seemed less scrutinized. After some contemplation, he decided to cast the unforgivable curse. Mr. Lupin, I understand you graduated from Hogwarts. Lupin regarded the exquisitely crafted boy before him, lamenting his blindness. Were it not for the absence of platinum hair, he would have been reminded of Malfoy. Indeed, I graduated from Hogwarts. May I inquire your surname? Lupin asked. Qin Hang smiled, recognizing Lupin as one of Dumbledore's esteemed subordinates. I am Qin. To the point, I noticed your application stated you were applying for 2 positions. Yes, Mr. Qin, I believe I am capable of fulfilling both roles. You are a werewolf, Qin Hang remarked suddenly. Lupin fell silent for a moment. Yes, sir, I understand your reservations. I appreciate the opportunity you have extended to me. He began to rise, preparing to leave. Wait, you were hired, but only for the position of light magic instructor. Lupin was overwhelmed with joy, evident in the tremor of his hands. Finding employment had proven exceedingly challenging for him. Chapter 27, Private Tutor, Part 2, Sia. When is the next applicant scheduled to arrive? Qin Hang felt buoyed by successfully recruiting Lupin, for unlike other wizards, this core member of the Order of the Phoenix indeed possessed genuine skill. He should arrive in approximately 10 minutes. Is he German? Qin Hang reclined comfortably on the sofa. No, he is a Frenchman. Oh, a Frenchman, how intriguing. Yes, young master. According to my investigation, he is a solitary gentleman who arrived in Germany about 20 years ago and has not returned to France since. The investigation yielded little more than that, though it is suspected he may have fled due to enmity. That sounds like an interesting individual. A bit of passion in life would be refreshing. Knock, knock, knock. Sia, our guest has arrived. As George approached the living room, he was met with the sight of a young boy lazily lounging on the sofa, stirring a pang of nostalgia that moistened his eyes. 20 years ago, a small child trailed behind him, calling him grandfather, and now, everything had changed overnight. Hello. I am George Thomas, here to apply for the position of private tutor. George Thomas, born in Paris, France in 1920, had moved from Paris to Munich 20 years prior, subsequently relocating to Frankfurt 3 years later, and for the next decade, he changed cities approximately every 3 years, eventually arriving in Berlin about a year ago. Thomas hastily drew his wand, pointing it at the boy and exclaiming, Armorous. He then retreated a few paces. "Who are you?" Sia swiftly brandished his wand. "Mr. Thomas. Please lower your wand. We are British, so it is not as you might suspect." Thomas eyed the two with caution, slightly lowering his wand. Only to hear the boy on the sofa chuckle. "You are hired, Mr. Thomas. From now on, you will be the dark magic instructor. Please arrive here tomorrow afternoon to commence your duties." Qin Hang smiled as he rose from the sofa. Thomas glanced at the boy and the butler. "Very well. I shall return tomorrow to begin my work." He then exited the modest villa. As Thomas glanced back at the villa, he sensed the boy possessed an extraordinary background. But he thought little of it. He was merely there to earn a living. Within the villa, Sia described Mr. Thomas's appearance to me. Being unable to see is troublesome." Qin Hang lamented, tapping the sofa in frustration. Round face, gray-brown eyes, a flat nose, mostly grayish-white, slightly curly long hair, and notably long fingers. What impression does he leave? From his visage, he appears to be a congenial old man. After Sia's words, noticing Qin Hang's silence, he took his leave from the living room. Once Sia departed, Qin Hang reflected on Thomas's earlier demeanor. From the old man's conduct, it was clear he was not the amiable figure Sia described. His agile movements and underlying vigilance suggested he was a man accustomed to living on the edge. The absence of subconscious use of dark magic indicates that this is a person who has been compelled into such a life. So, what transpired in France 2 decades ago? The books in the library merely gloss over this aspect. In 1971, the magical world of France underwent a monumental transformation, marking the beginning of a period of rapid development. Chapter 28. The Patronus charmed the following morning, when Remus Lupin arrived at the entrance of the villa. He discovered that the previously nameless abode now bore the sign of Boja. Upon entering, the butler, Sia, escorted him to the villa's combat training room. The decor here was peculiarly extravagant compared to the otherwise sturdy and unpretentious house. The combat room was opulently adorned, with a floor of jade and a grand chandelier embellished with crystals hanging overhead. Observing Lupin's astonished expression, Sia explained that this room was dedicated to the practice of white magic. As the door swung open once more, Qin Hang entered just in time to hear Sia elaborating on the room's design. To be frank, when he first heard Sia's description, he found it rather absurd. He had hoped that the house would at last appear somewhat normal, only to be met with this spectacle. "Mr. Lupin, I believe we can commence today's lesson. Due to my visual impairment, Sia will remain here. I hope you do not mind," he stated. "Of course not," Lupin nodded, indicating his lack of objection. "Based on your description of your progress with spells, I think we should begin with the Patronus charm, which is an exceptionally useful form of white magic. This charm is employed in Britain to ward off Dementors, serving as a protective guardian. However, its utility extends beyond just defending against Dementors. It can repel any spiritual attack that embodies despair, sorrow, and death. When casting this spell, one must concentrate intensely on the happiest memory and then utter the incantation, Expecto Patronum. For a beginner of your age, producing a misty Patronus is sufficient. A fully formed Patronus manifests according to one's innermost thoughts and requires a considerable amount of magical power. Now, please pay close attention to my movements as I cast the spell." As Lupin spoke, he raised his wrist gently, striving to synchronize with the rhythm of the incantation. He then declared, Expecto Patronum. A silver wolf burst forth from the tip of his wand, circling around him before dashing into the distance. Qin Hang listened intently to Lupin's explanation, his mind drifting to his happiest memory, the moment he was adopted by his foster father. That occasion signified the end of his status as an orphan. He finally had a family. As he pondered this, he followed the rhythm and chanted, Expecto Patronum. The tip of his wand merely emitted wisps of silver without further response. "Mr. Lupin, please let me know the current status of my attempt," he requested. The appearance of silver wisps at the wand's tip suggests that it is not an issue of magical power, but rather a matter of memory. "Reflect on whether there are any even happier recollections," Lupin advised. Aside from that memory, he contemplated his other joyful experiences. It seemed his suspicions were correct, indeed. The memories of his past life had become entirely irrelevant. Nonetheless, he acknowledged that he must let go. From the moment he arrived in this world, he had recognized this truth, though deep within, he struggled to release the burdens of his past. His happiest memory should be when Draco and Pansy clearly and accurately called him brother. In that moment, Draco and Pansy were climbing onto him, while Narcissa and Lucius stood nearby, laughing heartily, Narcissa's radiant smile bending her in mirth. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he suddenly broke into a laugh and exclaimed, Expecto Patronum. Strands of silver light erupted from the tip of his wand, gradually coalescing into a vague animal shape. As the magical energy flowed forth, the form became somewhat clearer, though it remained recognizable only as a four-legged creature. An immense amount of magic was drawn from Qin Hek's being, and soon he felt he could no longer sustain it. Once his magical reserves were fully depleted, the wand ceased its extraction, and he collapsed to the ground. Feeling utterly drained, Lupin observed the fading Patronus and sensed a powerful wave of magical energy emanating from the incomplete form. Such a formidable Patronus requires a level of magic that is beyond your current capabilities, Lupin remarked. Qin Heng weakly nodded, and once he felt slightly better, he said, "We can continue now." "Very well, next we shall attempt a spell that requires less magical energy, the reversal spell. This incantation typically applies to wands. A wand under this spell will reveal the last spell cast by its user. Please extend your wand," Lupin instructed. Following Lupin's guidance, Qin Heng extended his wand, soon feeling Lupin's wand resting against the tip of his reversal spell. Suddenly, Qin Heng sensed an overwhelming silence enveloping the space and inquired, "What is happening?" Sia, observing Lupin's momentary confusion, interjected, "Your wand did not respond." "Oh, I see. My father placed a protective charm on my wand to resist a single spell. Mr. Lupin." "You may try again," Qin Heng explained, suppressing his astonishment as he gripped his wand nervously, repeating to himself, "It must work, it must work." Lupin raised his wand towards Qin Heng's and recited the reversal spell once more, perhaps sensing Qin Heng's strong determination. This time the wand obediently revealed the previously cast Patronus charm. Though Lupin was puzzled by the existence of such a protective spell, he suppressed his curiosity upon witnessing the response of Qin Heng's wand. "I will direct my wand towards yours, simply concentrate, and then recite the incantation," Lupin instructed, positioning his wand toward Qin Heng's. Qin Heng felt Lupin's wand resting against his and focused intently, casting aside the doubts clouding his mind, clearly articulating the reversal spell. As the incantation echoed in the air, the spell materialized upon Lupin's wand. Watching the young wizard casting the spell, Lupin felt a wave of nostalgia. Over the years, he had taught many young wizards, and if not for his visual impairment, this one before him would undoubtedly become an extraordinary wizard in the future. That was remarkable. Truly magnificent in its execution, Lupin applauded. Sia looked upon his young master with an overwhelming sense of pride. He was acutely aware of his master's learning capabilities, as not a single teacher had failed to express admiration for his aptitude. It is worth noting that when practicing the Patronus charm alone, one should ideally choose a time when one is in a good state of mind. That concludes today's lesson. Additionally, if possible, it is advisable not to engage in excessive high-intensity practice in one day, as it may hinder the development of your magical abilities. Qin Heng nodded in acknowledgement, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for your concern. I will take heed of this advice." Chapter 29. The Hope of Restoration. Once Lupin departed, Qin Heng waved towards Sia. "Sia, assist me to my room." Rising from the sofa, he felt his legs weaken. Had Sia not caught him in time, he would surely have collapsed. He once again experienced an intense burning sensation, a wave of sharp pain radiating through his mind. Had he not wished to conceal his discomfort from Lupin, he would have succumbed long ago. With Sia's support, Qin Heng finally made it back to his room and collapsed onto the bed. Stifling the agonizing pain in his head, he instructed, "Sia, contact Mr. Thomas and inform him that the lesson has been postponed until tomorrow afternoon. You may step outside now. But remember to disregard any sounds you may hear. Wait for my call before returning. Furthermore, do not disclose this matter to father or mother." Xia observed Qin Heng, who was drenched in cold sweat, and remained still. "Young master, allow me to stay here with you. Leave, I command you to go out. Do you not understand? Depart." Qin Heng bellowed. Xia glanced at the pained expression on Qin Heng's face and, after a moment's hesitation, quietly exited the room. Once alone, Qin Heng could no longer bear the agony. He clutched his head with both hands, tossing and turning on the bed in a desperate attempt to alleviate the suffering. But alas, there was no respite. The pain intensified, and his skin burned with an increasingly fierce heat. He felt as if he were sinking into a cauldron of boiling oil, the temperature rising ever higher. More terrifyingly, it seemed his eyeballs were melting. An unspoken dread enveloped his entire being. He pounded his head with his hands, slowly curling up on the bed, and his consciousness swiftly succumbed to darkness. Time lost all meaning, and when Qin Heng awoke again, the weakness in his body had not dissipated. However, one glimmer of excitement surged within him. He sensed a faint light, albeit merely a scattering of sparks, yet it signified the potential for clarity. He removed the eye mask and reached out, feeling along the wall until he found the button by the bedside and pressed it. The soft sound emitted by the button provided him a semblance of reality, flooding him with a sudden joy akin to a second chance at life. Before long, Xia knocked and entered the room, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Young master, you have finally awakened. This is wonderful. If you had not woken up soon, I would have had to notify the authorities in England. How long have I been asleep?" Qin Heng inquired. "Young master, it has been a full 3 days. Have arrangements been made with Mr. Lu Ping and Thomas?" Qin Heng leaned back against the bed. Xia, while drawing back the curtains, replied, "Mr. Thomas and Mr. Lu Ping have visited regularly these past few days, but when they saw you were still unconscious." He hesitated, his voice tinged with anxiety. "I took the liberty of having them temporarily instruct Qin Ying and Qin Yu." "Well done, Xia. Are you currently positioned at approximately a 45-degree angle to my left?" Hearing Qin Heng's response, Xia's voice trembled. "Young master, can you see me?" "Young master?" Qin Heng smiled and nodded. When Xia walked past him, a portion of the light before him dimmed slightly, leading him to suspect that Xia was blocking the light at that angle. It was now confirmed. "Xia, wait here. I have some tasks for you to undertake," Qin Heng instructed. "Understood," Xia replied, stepping back near the door. Qin Heng retrieved his wand from his sleeve, recalling joyful memories, and invoked the spell, Guardian Spirit. An indistinct four-legged creature began to take shape under the outpouring of magic. The sensation of drained magical energy washed over him once more. Though this time it felt less intense, it seemed the wand was beginning to sense his limits. "Xia, what does the Guardian Spirit look like?" "Young master, it is unclear, but I can discern that its paws resemble those of a white tiger," Xia answered. Qin Heng nodded, acknowledging the information. "Xia, please arrange for Mr. Thomas to arrive an hour earlier today. I will be receiving guests in the study." "Yes, young master," Xia nodded and exited the bedroom. Leaning against a small sofa in the room, Qin Heng felt it imperative to reflect upon the events of the past few days. First, his wand had proven capable of resisting the spells of other wands. Additionally, if his guardian spirit could take form, it would undoubtedly surpass the abilities of an ordinary guardian spirit. Perhaps this was what they referred to as a golden finger. Yet, regrettably, all of this required formidable magical power. And what he desperately needed was precisely that. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Thomas returned to the residence. He expressed his satisfaction with the work accomplished over the past few days, remarking that the 2 students were exceptionally easy to teach and that the remuneration was quite generous. A point that pleased him immensely. However, today felt different. Upon entering, Xia led him to the 2nd floor, a place he had not yet visited. He subtly adjusted his wand, ready to draw it at a moment's notice. Upon entry, he saw the boy he had encountered during his initial interview. Unlike the previous days when he wore an eye mask, today the boy's violet eyes were wide open, though regrettably, they lacked any sparkle. As Qin Heng heard Xia's footsteps, he twirled the ring on his finger and remarked, "Mr. Thomas, it is a pleasure to see you once more. I regret the delay in my studies due to personal matters. From today onward, I shall be your pupil." "They are 2 exceptionally talented children," Thomas replied, observing Qin Heng. "They will receive an excellent education, of that you can be assured." Qin Heng nodded slightly and continued, "More importantly, I alone shall keep you busy from now on. Xia, please step outside. I wish to speak privately with Mr. Thomas." Xia nodded and closed the door. "Mr. Thomas, before we proceed with our discussion, allow me to share a story. A young man married his childhood sweetheart in his early 20s, and soon they welcomed their first child. By the time he reached his 40s, his grandson was born. Everything was idyllic until a decade later when upheaval struck, leaving him bereft and adrift." "Please, do not continue. I beg you." Thomas interrupted, wiping away tears, his voice choked with emotion. The torment of his family's ruin had haunted him for years, had he not left home. Everything would have unfolded differently. His wife, son, daughter-in-law, and grandson would have thrived, if only he had not misplaced his trust in others. Qin Heng fell silent, not wishing to press the elderly man further. Yet, he felt that Thomas was the only one who could unravel the mysteries that plagued him. What had transpired in France 20 years prior? Why had countless nobles vanished overnight while others emerged to take their place? Chapter 30. Promises and Dark Magic. As Thomas gradually regained his composure, he gazed at the boy across from him and asked, "What do you wish to know?" Rising to his feet, Qin Heng replied, "I merely seek to understand what truly happened 2 decades ago." Thomas stepped forward abruptly. "Why should I divulge that to you?" Leaning on the table, Qin Heng countered, "Because I can assist you. I am the only one who can." Thomas laughed heartily. "A child claims he can help me. Do you have any idea what my enemies are like?" "Oh, right. You are British, so you must be familiar with Dumbledore. Even your so-called greatest wizard could not aid me. Why should I trust you? Just because you are wealthy?" Qin Heng chuckled in response. I am merely 11 years old. Yet my magical power exceeds that of my peers by fivefold and continues to grow. Tell me, Mr. Thomas, do you believe that qualifies me to assist you? Silence enveloped the study as Thomas regarded Qin Heng for a long moment, his thoughts inscrutable. What must I offer in return? Loyalty, Qin Heng replied. Very well. As long as you can defeat me and help protect someone, as long as he remains unharmed, I can offer you my loyalty, Thomas pondered before speaking. Agreed. I accept your terms, Qin Heng nodded in affirmation. Now, let us commence today's lesson. The two, along with Xia who awaited outside, swiftly arrived at the dark magic training room. In stark contrast to the white magic training room, this chamber was rather austere. It resembled more of a basement than a proper training facility. Without the antiquated lamps adorning the walls, it could scarcely serve as a storeroom. Thomas retrieved his wand. Since you are British, we shall begin with the dark magic of England. Over the course of a century, British dark magic has primarily focused on the physical realm, with only a few spells, such as the Avada Kedavra, directly affecting the soul. Are you implying that French dark magic predominantly targets the soul? Qin Heng inquired, puzzled, as he believed the magical systems of France and England to be quite similar. Indeed, the French delve deeper into soul-related magic, but the demands placed upon the caster are considerable, leading most French practitioners to still favor physical magic. After a brief pause, Thomas continued, let us practice the Cruciatus curse. Dark magic stands in stark opposition to white magic. While the latter relies on the caster's inner light, dark magic necessitates a heart that is ruthless and cruel. However, unlike white magic, where one devoid of light cannot perform advanced spells, individuals can unleash profound dark magic through emotions such as anger and despair. There exists another method, an extraordinary will that completely separates magical energy from the spiritual realm, but such individuals are exceedingly rare. Let us not concern ourselves with that for now. Thomas aimed his wand at a spider on the wall. Recall your most painful memory, he instructed. He glanced at Qin Heng, considering that a child of his age likely had not endured significant suffering. Alternatively, envision the most unbearable scenario, tapping into your inner anger and pain. As you wave your wand, imagine it as a sword rather than a mere wand, concentrating all your strength into a single point and direct it at the target. Cruciatus. The spell struck the spider, causing it to tremble violently before it fluttered down to the ground. Butler, please move the large stone from the corner, Thomas requested. Young master, living creatures may be too challenging for you at this moment. Let us start with the stone. He gestured towards a marble block. When the stone cracks from within, you will have successfully cast the spell. Now, please attempt it as I instructed. The stone is right in front of you. With that, Thomas conjured protective shields for himself and Xia. Qin Heng visualized various distressing scenarios in his mind until he suddenly saw Narcissa collapsing directly before him. No, he exclaimed as a beam of white light erupted from his wand, striking the stone. It merely left a scratch on the marble's surface. My magical energy dispersed during the casting. Otherwise, there would have at least been a small dent, not just a scratch. When casting a spell, one must maintain focus and avoid extraneous thoughts. Nodding, Qin Heng readied his wand again, adjusting his emotions. In the moment he uttered the incantation, he expelled all distractions. Cruciatus. This time, the marble was pierced, creating a 3-centimeter deep hole. Thomas applauded, excellent casting. Now, we must amplify your magical output. How do I increase my magical output? Qin Heng pondered, feeling perplexed by the disparity in spell effects among different casters. The specific method is intuitive rather than verbal. Each individual has a unique approach, and the essence lies in the desired outcome of the spell. After reflecting on this, Qin Heng raised his wand towards the marble once more. Cruciatus. A surge of magical energy surged from his body, igniting a sensation of accelerated heartbeat. His blood boiled, his temperature rose, and a slight throbbing pain formed in his head. Yet it felt significantly more manageable than before. With a resounding bang, the marble shattered, and due to the proximity of the blast, Qin Heng hastily conjured a protective shield. Nonetheless, he was still knocked back several steps by the shockwave. Impossible. How can this be? Such immense magical power. Thomas, struggling to maintain his composure, murmured to himself. Xia rushed to Qin Heng's side, grasping his hand. Young master, are you all right? Feeling Xia's warm grip, a wave of comfort surged through Qin Heng. I am fine. Grandfather Xia, just exhausted from the magical exertion. Realizing his lapse in decorum, Xia quickly withdrew his hand, only to have Qin Heng grasp it again. Stepping closer, he enveloped Xia in a tight embrace. This was the first time someone outside of his family had given him such warmth. Thomas, regaining his composure, felt a sudden sting in his eyes and cleared his throat awkwardly. Upon hearing the sound, Xia instinctively stepped back, wiping his eyes and standing at attention. Young master, you must practice repeatedly to understand your magical reserves. A wizard must always retain enough magical energy for apparition. Thank you for the reminder. Let us conclude for today. Qin Heng replied. Back in his chamber, Qin Heng lay on his bed, sensing an intuition that this magical depletion would benefit his eyesight. Exhaustion enveloped him. It seemed he would spend half of his time until his vision restored in slumber, a rather pleasant thought, leading him swiftly into dreams. Chapter 31. Intense practice the following morning. Upon awakening, Qin Heng found his suspicions confirmed. His magical energy had gradually increased, and most notably, his eyesight had improved slightly from the previous day. Though the change was subtle, it was a step toward his aspirations. His next objective was to engage in relentless practice to expedite the restoration of his vision. After waiting for Lupin's arrival, he, accompanied by Xia, made their way to the white magic training room. How is your practice with the Patronus charm progressing? Due to the limitations of his magical energy, the Patronus charm remained somewhat nebulous, yet he could now ensure success with each attempt. Lupin nodded at Qin Heng. You possess remarkable talent. Few young wizards can compare to you. You flatter me, Qin Heng smiled, appreciating the praise, though he knew its worth was subjective. In that case, let us proceed to our next spell, a highly practical healing charm, a Reparo. Unlike the rejuvenation charm, which targets inanimate objects, Reparo is intended for living beings. Thus, the complexity of Reparo far exceeds that of the rejuvenation charm. Lupin took the injured white mouse prepared by Xia and retrieved his own wand. When casting the spell, aim your wand at the deepest part of the wound, maintaining a distance of about 2 to 3 centimeters above it, and then softly recite the incantation. After explaining, Lupin directed his wand at the mouse's wound and uttered, Reparo. The injury on the mouse gradually vanished under the spell's influence. Simultaneously, he swiftly added, Grow. At the moment of wound closure, it is imperative to seize the opportunity and swiftly recite rapid regeneration. For deeper wounds, this must be coupled with proper technique to yield true efficacy. Otherwise, the closure will be merely superficial. Lupin drew a knife and made a swift incision on the small white mouse, which emitted a painful squeal. Upon hearing the mouse's distressing cries, Qin Heng felt a shiver run through him. Is this spell solely capable of treating physical wounds? Not at all. It can heal both physical and magical injuries. However, we would not employ this incantation for magical afflictions, as healing such damage requires a magical energy output of 510 times that of the caster. Even if one were willing, it is unlikely that one possesses such an abundance of magical power. Thus, potions are generally the preferred choice. As Lupin spoke, he secured the small mouse to the stone chair with a rope. The mouse is positioned at a 45-degree angle to your left. With a wound depth of half a centimeter, be mindful of the magical output. Following Lupin's guidance, Qin Heng meticulously adjusted the position of his wand and intoned, Rapid regeneration. A piercing squeal erupted, causing Qin Heng to instinctively cover his ears. He could hardly endure the sound. Once the mouse fell silent, he inquired, What happened to the mouse? It died. Qin Heng fell into a contemplative silence. Why? Isn't it a healing spell? Lupin sighed. There exists a fundamental distinction in how people perceive spiders versus small white mice. To put it more poetically, the void cannot be filled. More directly, it could not withstand your magical energy. This is why I cautioned you to be vigilant about the magnitude of your output. Magic varies in kind. Yet all forms of energy possess destructive potential. That's why there are so few doctors at St. Mungo's? Indeed. Very well. Let's refrain from practicing this spell for the time being. Lupin regarded Qin Heng, feeling a sudden lightness in his heart. Let us instead practice other spells. Time flew by for those ensconced in their endeavors. For nearly a month, Qin Heng had immersed himself in the routine of white magic in the mornings and black magic in the afternoons. Today marked exactly 1 month since his departure from England. After the morning lessons, he felt every cell in his body clamoring in fatigue. However, he dismissed their protests and promptly consumed a vial of potion. Leaning back on the sofa, he listened as Xia recounted events occurring outside. How have Draco and Pansy fared at Hogwarts during this month? Qin Heng lazily inquired. Reclining on the sofa. According to Madame's letter, they seem to be doing well at Hogwarts. However, the relationship between Mr. Malfoy and the gentleman is rather strained. Would you like to write a letter encouraging Mr. Malfoy? Xia, both Draco and I grew up under your watchful gaze. To be frank, I have spent more time with you than with my own parents. Do you still not understand him? The pride of the Malfoys, Xia affirmed. Qin Heng chuckled at Xia's earnest conviction, finding her adorably serious demeanor amusing. Noticing Qin Heng's mirth, Xia smiled knowingly. Sir, are we nearing our return to England? Soon. Very soon. The mention of this topic stirred excitement in Qin Heng. His nearly month-long practice was finally yielding results. He could now discern previously indistinct images. His magical prowess had increased eightfold, and conservatively estimating, he believed it would reach tenfold once his vision was fully restored. However, this was something he would not share with anyone. The most astonishing aspect was his newfound ability to shield his magical energy from detection, as long as he wished. Anyone examining him would perceive his magical power to be 5 times that of an average wizard his age. Xia, I will head to the dark magic training room first. As per usual, if Thomas arrives, allow him to come directly to the training room. Qin Heng rose from the sofa and departed the living room. In the training room, he practiced the incantation Split Mind. Upon first hearing this spell, he had not anticipated its complexity or its formidable potential. As the name suggests, Split Mind divides the mental state of the target into 2 utterly opposing factions, which incessantly tug at one another, leading to the gradual collapse of the target's mental realm until brain death ensues. Even with his sight still blurred, he had been taken aback by the small mouse's plight just days prior. The insidiousness of a slow demise was truly the most harrowing. For the target, the sole consolation lay in the fact that the caster must continuously provide magical energy. Should this flow be interrupted, the spell's effects would cease, allowing the target to gradually recover. It was precisely because this incantation demanded unfaltering magical energy that he resolved to practice it until his vision returned. Today, his objective was the black bear before him. Though it was securely chained, he had no desire to engage in a duel with a bear as a gentleman. Such an encounter was to be decidedly avoided. Split Mind, he intoned, and a beam of blue light struck the bear. The bear merely shifted slightly before resuming its position on the ground. As Qin Heng continued to channel his magic, he could distinctly sense the bear's condition deteriorating, its spirit waning. Hearing the training room door creak open, he halted the incantation. Evidently, after enduring yesterday's torment, the bear had reached its limit. Thomas surveyed the bear sprawled on the floor but found himself unable to summon the resolve to deliver a fatal blow. Qin Heng glanced up at Thomas. Though his vision was insufficient to discern Thomas's expression, he could surmise it, smiling as he remarked, "This bear is quite expensive, and I find myself rather short on funds." Thomas regarded Qin Heng, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Frugality is indeed a virtue. Chapter 32. Arrangements. Listening to Thomas's words, Qin Heng could not suppress his laughter. Initially, he had assumed Thomas to be a rather solemn elder, yet after a month of camaraderie, he wondered if it was the innate romance of the French spirit that had preserved the old man's humorous essence through 2 decades of tribulations. It was genuinely delightful to witness Thomas's discomfort. Thomas observed Qin Heng's amusement with a resigned expression. Today, we shall study our final spell, the Shadow Sword, and then discuss the killing curse. Very well. Upon the mention of serious matters, Qin Heng immediately adopted a more somber demeanor. The Shadow Sword inflicts damage akin to that of the blasting curse. However, its effects are irreversible, resulting in permanent harm. The incantation is straightforward. Identify the target and recite it accurately. I shall refrain from demonstrating. Does it bear negative effects on the caster? Though Qin Heng understood that employing dark magic inherently entailed repercussions, he had never encountered a spell that the instructor was reluctant to demonstrate. Thomas gathered his thoughts before replying. The killing curse can be countered by advanced white magic, but thus far, no magic has proven capable of thwarting the Shadow Sword. If it strikes the heart, the target's chances of survival are non-existent. After a brief pause, Thomas continued, "This is precisely why the user pays a heavy price. It has been centuries since anyone has dared wield this magic. According to reliable records, the caster's soul suffers irreparable damage. Then this spell seems somewhat superfluous. Let us discuss the killing curse. In Britain, using this incantation leads one straight to Azkaban." Qin Heng was curious how Thomas would elucidate this lethal curse. The killing curse is currently the most commonly utilized lethal spell among wizards, proving highly effective against mortal enemies. Is that all? Indeed, that is all. Aside from the fact that various nations' wizarding laws deem it an unforgivable curse, leading to the user's imprisonment in a wizarding prison. The curse inflicts no substantial harm upon the caster other than fostering irritability and cruelty. Moreover, such effects are negligible for a resolute wizard. Qin Heng nodded in acknowledgement. Next, he began practicing spells under the occasional guidance of Thomas. 3 hours later, Thomas remarked, "Mr. Qin Heng, our employment relationship can now be considered concluded." "Yes, Mr. Thomas. I believe we shall soon commence our agreement." With his wand returned to his sleeve, Qin Heng continued. May I inquire about the events that transpired in France 20 years ago? I regret to inform you that there are many matters steeped in magic, akin to the name of the former Dark Lord of England. Your current powers offer you no protection, nor can they shield me. After a moment of silence, Qin Heng nodded, accepting Thomas's explanation. I look forward to our next meeting. I shall have Hey Donking right to you. Thomas nodded, expressing his enjoyment of their time together and anticipation for Qin Heng's correspondence. The two exchanged a handshake, marking their farewell. The following morning, Qin Heng engaged in a brief conversation with Lupin in the study. Mr. Lupin, it has been a delightful month. I look forward to our next encounter. Qin Heng extended his hand to shake Lupin's. Indeed, I too look forward to our next meeting. As Lupin opened the door, an inexplicable intuition struck him. He felt certain he would see this young man again before long. Shortly after Lupin's departure, Qin Heng summoned Qin Ing. The Durmstrang Institute is prepared. You may enroll directly after your birthday. Is there anything I need to do? Qin Heng inquired. Just focus on your studies. Any other matters can wait until you graduate. Understood. I have purchased Monolaro Valley number 15. You and Qin, you may stay there during your holidays. As Qin gazed at Qin Heng, his eyes welled with tears. No one had ever treated them so kindly. Regardless of what might be demanded of him in the future, in that moment, he felt it inconsequential. By the way, during your time at school, please gather information related to Numengard. Qin Heng suddenly recalled the rumors regarding Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald. Perhaps Durmstrang could yield some useful insights. I will ensure the task is accomplished. Qin Ing suppressed his excitement, his tone resolute. Observing the boy's fervent expression, Qin Heng felt a deep sense of satisfaction within. A grateful and diligent individual is bound to achieve great success in the future. Do not feel pressured. Simply collect information alongside your studies. Now, you may return. Qin Ing nodded and promptly departed the villa. After Qin Ying's exit, Qin Heng made his way through a secret passage in the study to the white magic training room. In the center of the room lay a large, injured beast acquired by Xia from the black market. He resolved to practice the rapid restoration spell on these creatures. To successfully cast the spell amidst severe physical and magical injuries, one requires not only immense magical power but also precise control. At this moment, he desperately needed to exhaust his magical energy. The first training subject was a Maasai lion, a hefty male weighing 300 kilograms. Its coat was short, a pale gray. And unlike the lioness, the male boasted a majestic mane that cascaded to its shoulders and chest. The only blemish upon its beauty was a ghastly wound upon its back. Most of the blood having clotted, though the edges continued to bleed profusely. Qin Heng approached the Maasai lion, drawing his wand and casting a spell to render it unconscious. The lion's trembling legs buckled, and it thudded to the marble floor. He retrieved a prepared scalpel from his pocket, using a flame conjured by a spell to sterilize it. Then confirmed the lion was indeed unconscious. The blade gently grazed the scab, restoring the wound to its original state. He adjusted his wand's position and invoked the rapid restoration spell, surging a torrent of magical energy into the injury. Just as the wound was about to heal, he swiftly cast the rapid growth spell. Unlike the unfortunate mouse before, the lion was fortunate. Its injury healed successfully. However, to fully deplete his magical reserves, this restored lion must assist him in practicing the split mind spell. For the ensuing 2 months, Qin Heng diligently repeated the spells he had learned the previous month. It was not that he was unwilling to learn new incantations, but rather that he needed to utilize these 2 targeted spells to expedite the healing of his eyes. He had initially thought a month would suffice, yet the reality had stretched into the present, and his eyes were only now nearing recovery. Xia burst through the door, running towards him. Young master, there has been an incident in England. Miss Posa has been injured by a troll. Clarify the situation, Qin Heng commanded, and at that moment, Xia felt the temperature plummet. On Christmas Eve, the young lady and Hermione Granger encountered a troll in the restroom. Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy arrived in succession. But the troll was under the influence of a berserk spell, resulting in Miss Posa sustaining injuries. Xia, gather your belongings. We are returning to England. Understood, young master. Xia responded before hastily exiting the training room to prepare. Chapter 33. Return to England, Part 1. The next morning, Qin Heng and Xia boarded the train back to England. Inside the carriage, as Qin Heng gazed at the ever-changing scenery outside the window, he was filled with deep reflection. These past 3 months had felt like a dream. 3 months prior, he had suddenly become blind. The diagnosis from St. Mungo's was clear, and he understood the implications. The doctors had suggested he would be forever deprived of light. Although he had truly found fortune in misfortune, only he knew the confusion and suffering of that initial month. All he had was endless darkness. Were it not for Lucius and Narcissa, he questioned whether he would have had the courage to continue living. As he watched the fields of wheat and the vibrant world outside, he once again felt his existence. Turning to Sia, who sat across from him, he smiled faintly. It was Sia to whom he owed the greatest gratitude during this period. Sia, upon our return, you shall have a month of leave. Young master. Every day at the Malfoy estate is a holiday for me, Sia replied with a smile. Qin Hung shrugged, conceding, and then picked up a book on dark magic. The Secrets of Dark Arts. Ever since he learned of the Shadow Sword spell from Thomas, he had been deeply intrigued by such magic. Although Thomas had mentioned that this spell had not been used in centuries due to its side effects, Qin Hung firmly believed that existence implies reason. Dark magic originates from the soul and relies on darkness. Initially, there was no distinction between black and white magic. However, as magic evolved, practitioners began to categorize it based on the effects of spells into black and white magic. Over 500 years ago, a multitude of astonishing wizards emerged worldwide, uniting to strive for the reintegration of the black and white magic systems. After more than a century, they abruptly divided into numerous factions and ignited a large-scale war within the wizarding community. This war has persisted for centuries, until the year 995 AD, when a truce was finally reached. Thus, the tide of the fusion of black and white magic came to an end, and this prolonged conflict, lasting over a century, became known as the War of Transformation. Dear passengers, the train is about to arrive at the station. Please gather your belongings and disembark in an orderly manner. The train's announcement interrupted his reading, and he suddenly realized that these so-called secrets were indeed misleading, as the reasons for the division of factions were conspicuously absent. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Qin Hang exited the train, placing his hopes on the tomes within the library. As he approached the exit, he caught sight of Narcissa gazing in his direction from afar. Narcissa, not far off, immediately spotted her son, her Nis, who had been away from her for 105 days and nights. This was the first time she harbored such disdain for the name Malfoy. If her son were not a Malfoy, would she have to bear so many concerns? Heaven knows, if it weren't for Lucius constantly obstructing her, she would have long succumbed to the urge to travel to Germany. Qin Hang hurriedly ran to Narcissa, but before he could utter a word, she enveloped him tightly in her embrace. Nis, my dear Nis, Narcissa murmured, tears streaming down her face. It felt wonderful. He could once again be Adonis. Feeling the droplets on his cheek, he laboriously lifted his head and saw Narcissa weeping profusely. Adonis gazed at Narcissa in such a state, and a wave of bittersweet emotion washed over him. Tears flowed unbidden from his eyes, and he could no longer contain his sorrow, embracing Narcissa as he wept openly. Hearing Adonis cry, Narcissa immediately stifled her own tears. Nis, don't cry. Your eyes are just right. You mustn't weep. Don't cry, she said, her voice choked with emotion. Chapter 34. Return to Britain, Part 2. Adonis wiped away his tears. Narcissa took a handkerchief from her pocket and gently dabbed her eyes and his, steadying her emotions before saying, "Let us return home." Adonis nodded obediently, allowing Narcissa to take his hand. How is Pansy now? Adonis inquired with concern. Pansy is fine now. She merely dislocated her arm. Madame Pomfrey's medical skills are commendable. Narcissa, when you return, please encourage Draco and your father to reconcile. Their relationship has been quite strained of late. I shall have a serious talk with Draco, but he has matured and possesses his own will and thoughts, as you are aware. During our time in Germany, Sybil repeatedly emphasized this point to me. He understands that although Lucius has accepted Draco's transformation into a Hufflepuff, it does not signify his forgiveness. As long as Lucius clings to this matter, they cannot restore their previous rapport. Draco is quite stubborn. Madam, the young master requests your presence. Please follow me. Robin, who had been waiting at the entrance of the train station, immediately stepped forward to guide them. Adonis gazed at the man before him, a deep-seated disdain for Robin coursing through him, a sentiment that had persisted since childhood. This man appeared honest and straightforward, yet beneath the facade lurked a multitude of malevolent intentions. It was unclear just how much he had embezzled in secret. Alas, Adonis found himself powerless to act against him, hindered by the weight of Robin's status as the benefactor of an esteemed elderess life. Robin, how dare you trouble yourself to drive? Master, you jest. It is truly my honor to show for you and your esteemed wife, Robin replied, a hint of trepidation in his voice. He was genuinely perplexed as to how he had offended this young master. Adonis smiled softly and remained silent. A golden Rolls-Royce came to a halt by the roadside, dazzling him with its brilliance. Mother, how did this car transform into such a hue? It was black when I left. Your father believes that only a platinum color is worthy of Malfoy, so he had it specially repainted. Adonis glanced at the car before him, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, his father's taste was truly admirable. Shia, seizing the moment before Robin, opened the door and said, "Young master, please step inside." Adonis nodded, assisting Narcissa into the carriage before taking his own seat. The vehicle swiftly made its way into Wiltshire, England. As he gazed upon the distant Malfoy manor, Adonis felt an unprecedented mix of urgency and trepidation that a wayward child experiences upon returning home. At the entrance of Malfoy Manor, Mr. Weasley had never appeared as disheveled as he did today. "What is the meaning of this?" "Lucius Malfoy, come out. Were it not for your daughter saving my son, do you think I would willingly come here? Let me in." As Adonis stepped out of the vehicle, he was immediately greeted by the commotion nearby. "Sia, shall we investigate the situation?" Sia hurried over and inquired about what was happening. "Sir, Mr. Weasley has arrived with Ron Weasley and Harry Potter to pay a visit, but they have been barred from entering. Let them in. I shall meet them in the reception room shortly." With that, he and Narcissa entered the house. Sia nodded in acknowledgement and signaled the doorman to allow them entry. As Harry Potter stepped inside, he could not contain his curiosity. "Sia, was that Adonis I just saw?" "Indeed," Sia replied. "I heard he went abroad to recuperate. Is he well now?" "Mr. Potter, thank you for your concern. The young master has fully recovered." Upon hearing Sia's tone, Harry felt a wave of unease. "Sia, you can call me Harry as you used to." "Mr. Potter, you jest. You are the great savior, whereas I am merely a servant of the Malfoy family." Chapter 35, Gratitude in Return. "Sia, if you wish, I could speak to Mr. Malfoy and request that he grant you your freedom." As Adonis and Lucius approached the grand entrance of the living room, they were greeted by the fervent exclamations of Harry Potter. At times, Lucius felt an overwhelming urge to tap on Potter's head, curious to uncover the thoughts swirling within. Shia vowed never to abandon her master, regardless of the circumstances. Lucius pushed the door open and swiftly took a seat beside the sofa, directing his gaze towards Harry Potter, who sat diagonally across from him. "Mr. Great Savior, who is it that you intend to rescue? The confines of Malfoy Manor may indeed stifle your potential." Adonis observed the flush of embarrassment that crept across Harry Potter's face in response to Lucius's words. He spoke up, "Sia, since Mr. Potter is so concerned about you, why not prepare some tea?" Upon hearing Adonis's remark, Sia felt as if a great weight had been lifted and promptly exited the living room. Lucius glanced at Adonis beside him, tacitly approving of his actions. "Weasley, to what do we owe the honor of your visit?" Weasley twitched his lips, striving to maintain a semblance of a smile. "I am here to express my gratitude to Bertha for saving Ron. Just a mere red-haired boy, is that all?" Lucius retorted. "Is there anything else?" "No. Then I shan't keep you any longer. Safe travels." Ron, seething with anger since being barred at the door, pushed past Harry, exclaiming, "Dad, I've always said we needn't thank the Death Eaters. Who knows why she saved me in the first place?" From the moment Adonis entered the room with the three individuals, he found the atmosphere particularly amusing. Now, upon hearing Ron Weasley audaciously speak of his sister, he rose to his feet and strode over to Ron, delivering a punch. Ron stared at Adonis in shock, never having anticipated that Adonis would dare to strike him. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, he raised his fist to retaliate, but just as his blow was about to land on Adonis, it was intercepted by Weasley. "Stop it, Ron. Harry, keep an eye on him," Arthur Weasley admonished, struggling to contain his anger. Adonis gazed at Arthur Weasley, observing that, despite being a pure-blood traitor, it would not be an insurmountable challenge for him to ascend to the ranks of nobility, should he so desire. After imparting a lesson to Ron, Weasley turned his attention to Adonis. Adonis gazed at Arthur Weasley, who suddenly erupted into laughter. Ron felt that his sister should not have saved him. He merely offered assistance. "Do you perceive any issue, Mr. Weasley?" After casting a deep glance at Adonis, Mr. Weasley abruptly bowed to Lucius, expressing gratitude for saving his son, before hastily departing with Ron and Harry Potter without waiting for Malfoy's response. "Adonis, what is your perspective?" Lucius inquired, tapping the sofa. "Sent by Dumbledore. That old fox possesses an astute sense of smell. A dull sense of smell can easily lead to being roasted." Upon hearing this, Lucius rose and patted Adonis on the shoulder, preparing to gather his belongings for the return to Hogwarts. After a moment's pause, he continued, "Convey my apologies to Draco. You ought to express that yourself. Draco is quite sensitive about it." Adonis regarded Lucius earnestly until Lucius felt a twinge of embarrassment and averted his gaze. "Forget it. Do not concern yourself with this matter. After you finish packing, spend some quality time with your mother. She has missed you dearly these past 3 months. He gently brushed the dust from Adonis's shoulder before exiting the room. The following morning, after bidding farewell to his parents, Adonis embarked on his journey back to Hogwarts. At 9 o'clock, he pushed open the door to the dormitory. Finding it far from the chaotic scene he had envisioned, everything was meticulously arranged and impeccably clean. Upon entering his bedroom, he was immediately captivated by a stack of papers on his desk, remembering distinctly that there had been nothing there when he left. Picking up the papers, he noticed the first page read, September 3rd, Morning Potions Class. Learning content, potion for treating scabies. Ingredients, combine dried nettles and crushed snake fangs in the cauldron, simmer. And after extinguishing the fire, add hedgehog quills and steamed slug with tentacles. Effect, a simple remedy for scabies. Important reminder from Professor Snape, if hedgehog quills are added while the cauldron is still simmering, the potion will corrode the cauldron, emitting acrid green smoke and a sharp hissing sound. The splattered potion is corrosive. Contact with skin will result in numerous red, swollen welts. September 3rd. Afternoon Defense Against the Dark Arts Class. Learning content, the origins of dark magic. Adonis picked up the last sheet of paper, the date inscribed upon it coinciding perfectly with the previous night. He retrieved a document pouch from the cabinet and carefully placed the stack of papers within. On the pouch, he inscribed the well wishes of Neville Longbottom. With a deft motion, he unlocked the magical clasp on the left and solemnly placed the pouch into the drawer. He then withdrew the tome on the mysteries of dark magic from the bookshelf and resumed his reading. As was his custom, Neville opened the dormitory door, gazed wistfully at Adonis's bedroom, and sighed before retrieving his notes for the day's classes. He proceeded directly to Adonis's room and opened the door. As Adonis heard the door creak open, he turned to find Nawi standing at the threshold, seemingly entranced. He softly uttered Nawi's name. Nawi, in a state of excitement, pointed at Adonis, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Is it truly you, Adonis?" he exclaimed, only to swiftly slap himself, murmuring, "It cannot be. I must be dreaming." Adonis beheld Navi in such a state and suddenly broke into a smile, rising to his feet and enveloping Navi in a warm embrace. The tangible presence of Navi was unmistakable. In an instant, Navi erupted into hearty laughter, playfully biting his own hand, only to collapse onto the ground in a fit of inconsolable tears. "Navi, I am perfectly fine. I haven't gone to meet Merlin, so why the tears?" "Is this a lamentation?" Adonis exclaimed. "Pish posh, do not speak nonsense. I am merely overwhelmed with joy. It is all my fault. Had I not taken the memory orb to class, none of this would have transpired." Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he fixed his gaze intently upon Adonis, as if seeking confirmation of something profound. After what felt like an eternity, he finally found solace. "Navi, my friend, ease your mind. I merely took a vacation. And look at me now. Everything is splendid," Adonis remarked with a casual shrug. Observing Navi's lingering melancholic demeanor, he continued, "I just caught sight of the notes you prepared for me. They are absolutely marvelous." Upon hearing Adonis mention the notes, a flicker of happiness ignited within Navi. "Really?" he inquired. "Of course. You know, I was initially quite apprehensive about the final exams, but now I feel at ease." Navi sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled innocently. "I didn't do much. I just rewrote them a couple of times, which helped reinforce my memory." As Adonis beheld Neville's appearance, he could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Chapter 36. The Head of Slytherin. Who is the head of Slytherin? Alpheus Field. Adonis gazed at Nawi once more, seeking confirmation. To his astonishment, Field? Bryce Sabini had indeed failed. Nawi nodded in affirmation, indicating that Bryce ranked just below Field. Adonis swiftly retrieved the memory of Alfred Field. Alfred Field was born on May 1st, 1980, the firstborn and heir of the Field family. It is truly astonishing that such a fallen noble could produce an heir more formidable than Sabini. It seems that matters are not so simple, reflecting on it. Hogwarts is indeed rife with undercurrents. In merely his first year, there were encounters with trolls and the Philosopher's Stone. Had it not been for his blindness forcing him to leave England, perhaps Field would not have risen to prominence. What a spectacle it is! Tomorrow morning is potions class. Isn't it? Yes, Professor Snape absolutely does not tolerate tardiness. The consequences of being late are severe. Just thinking about the last student who was late sends chills down Neville's spine. Thank you for the reminder. Adonis nodded in acknowledgement to Neville before rising from the sofa and retreating to his bedroom. Lying on the bed with his hands cradling his head, he felt the need to organize his thoughts. Through his conversation with Neville that evening, he had a strong intuition that the troll and the Philosopher's Stone were not orchestrated by a single individual. Who could it be? Who possesses such power and audacity to employ dark magic against a troll right under Dumbledore's nose? Could it truly be Voldemort? The following morning, The Slytherin common room was unusually boisterous. If it were not for the Slytherin code emblazoned on the wall, one might suspect they had wandered into the Gryffindor common room. The older students had already left for class, their schedules commencing half an hour earlier than those of the first-year novices. Hey, have you heard? Malfoy is back. TCH. Malfoy is finished. Do you know that Draco Malfoy and Pansy Malfoy were sorted into the foolish Hufflepuff and the brawny Gryffindor, respectively? And this one, who became blind while attempting to save someone? A nearby girl poked the two conversing, claiming he has apparently recovered. Huh, who knows if that is true? Have you seen him in person? Even if he is recovered, do you think Malfoy can maintain his status? Their disdainful laughter echoed through the room, particularly at the mention of him rescuing that Longbottom. Zabini cast a dark glance at the group, laughing heartily, suddenly feeling an overwhelming sense of irony. This is Slytherin. After all, the code states, Slytherin is forever united, always in unison against outsiders. Yet here are a bunch of sycophants. Let them all be petrified. A flash of white light illuminated the room, and before the group could draw their wands, the two most boisterous individuals collapsed to the floor. After casting the protective spell, Field raised his wand and bellowed, "Who are you looking for?" "The head," Adonis replied, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded Field. Upon entering the common room with Neville, they had overheard the conversations, prompting him to halt Neville, who was ready to confront them, and cast a petrificus totalis. For this group, it was indeed the most effective method, was it not? Malfoy, you have quite the audacity to assault fellow students in the common room. Do you wish to be expelled from Slytherin? The head is jesting. How could I assault fellow students? I was merely helping them train their reflexes, lest they find themselves in peril without realizing it. What do you say? He approached Ruby Churchill, grasping her chin. Ruby glared at Adonis with rage and hatred. And Adonis believed that had she been able to move, she might have attempted an Avada Kedavra on him. Field appeared to be amused by her fury. Then allow me to assist you as well, he declared ominously. Adonis raised his wand, encased in protective armor, and uttered the incantation, "All weapons, petrify," in swift succession. 3 spells were cast, and before Field could even comprehend the situation, he collapsed to the ground. Adonis advanced steadily towards Field, causing the surrounding individuals to feel an abrupt drop in temperature, shivering uncontrollably. He withdrew a dagger from his pocket and delicately traced it across Field's face. Blood immediately oozing forth. "Chief, allow me to assist you," he inquired with a chilling tone. Field stared in terror at the boy before him, who had always been synonymous with elegance and beauty. He had never fathomed this darker side existed. His father's words rang true. How could Malfoy possibly choose a fool as an heir? Adonis glanced up at Zabini, who was not far away, and nodded in acknowledgement. Zabini promptly understood and signaled a few individuals to close the entrance gate. Goyle and Crabbe immediately responded, assisting in securing the door. Adonis beheld the performances of Gaul and Clark. Suddenly, a radiant smile adorned his face as he remarked, Look at the nobility. Is there one among them who is merely brawn with a simple mind?" Field, lying on the ground, gazed upon Adonis's smile and felt as though he were witnessing a devil. Adonis grasped Field's chin with his hand and stood up, addressing the remaining little serpents. "All right. We shall not waste any more time. The class is about to commence. I believe your reaction times have significantly improved, haven't they?" He then raised his wand towards the 2 grand doors and murmured, "Amason, Chervins." This sequence of runes had vanished over a millennium ago. Yet he had discovered it in a rare tome within the library. With this set of runes, it would be impossible to leave without meeting his demands, and those outside would be unable to enter. "Yes, yes, yes," echoed the chorus of affirmations around him. Adonis clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Excellent." One by one, they vowed before Merlin, "What transpires here today shall remain strictly confidential. Should a single word escape our lips, both I and my immediate kin shall meet a swift demise. Our souls irrevocably lost to this world." Each took their turn, uttering the oath before departing in haste. When silence fell, he abruptly raised his wand and directed it at the leaping toad, uttering the words of the killing curse. A flash of green light illuminated the room, and the toad lay still, lifeless. "I shall speak first," uttered the young wizards, as they eagerly recited their oaths, then fled as if propelled by the wind. Some sought to exploit the chaos, yet one such wizard was promptly repelled upon reaching the entrance. Learning from the misfortune of others, the remaining young wizards diligently completed their incantations. Once they had departed, Zabini dutifully recited the oath, only to feel an invisible force binding him, rendering him incapable of uttering a word about the events of the day. Observing Zabini's solemnity, the remaining companions, Neville, Goyle, Crabbe, and others, followed suit, reciting their vows with equal determination. Adonis nodded with satisfaction. He did not wish to compel them to recite the oath, as that would only strain their feelings. At this moment, it was best as it was. With a gentle smile, he continued, "Well, esteemed portraits, it is now your turn. You are all aware of the potency of the soul obliteration curse. Since you remain here, you are indeed bound by the constraints of Hogwarts." The portraits hurriedly nodded and swiftly completed their oaths one by one. Until the last portrait, "I am a Malfoy." "And so what?" Adonis raised his wand and approached that portrait step by step. He did not wish for Lucius and Narcissa to witness his current state. Before them, he, Adonis, desired to remain a child, at least until the age of 16. Suddenly, the portrait erupted into laughter before reciting the oath and vanishing from sight. He possessed a portrait in Lucius's study and was acutely aware of Lucius's concerns. A timid and benevolent Malfoy could hardly survive in this era. It appeared they had all misjudged the situation. Once the portraits had departed, he released the 3 petrified individuals and vowed. These 3 were truly terrified. They dared not resist and promptly completed their oaths. "Field, from this moment onward, you shall remain the chief. You understand my meaning, yes?" "Indeed, yes, I understand." Chief Field nodded vigorously. "Now, let us proceed to potions class." Chapter 37. The explosive prince having prepared everything, Adonis and his companions dashed towards the potions classroom. Should fortune not favor them, they would surely arrive late. Along the way, Peeves trailed after them like a ghost, exclaiming, "Students are going to be late. Students are going to be late." Adonis listened to the raucous shouts of the mischievous imps. Were it not for the fear of inciting the godfather's wrath, he would certainly make this band of imps understand the reason behind the vibrant bloom of flowers. Field sensed the diminishing pressure around him, as if he had made a momentous decision. "Silence," he declared, brandishing his wand and launching an assault upon the little demons. Zabini, while trotting, glanced back at Field, who had paused to entangle himself with the imps. He was indeed astute, aware of the ebb and flow of the situation. Adonis listened to Bryce's words, merely smiling in response without uttering a sound. It is hardly surprising that Field could triumph over Zabini. Fortunately, Adonis arrived on time. Just under a minute after he entered the classroom, Severus Snape made his entrance. Snape cast a glance at Adonis, seated in the front row, and remarked, "Ah, a rare visitor. I didn't expect to see Mr. Adonis Black Malfoy here." Adonis had long anticipated that the godfather would not easily relent. Yet he was taken aback by the public humiliation he faced. The Gryffindor lines, upon witnessing Snape's confrontation with a Slytherin, particularly a Malfoy, erupted in gleeful laughter, each one wearing a mischievous grin. Bertha gazed at her brother with a look of deep concern. Since the incident with the crystal ball, she had not laid eyes on him. Although she had learned from his letters that he had recovered, she knew that hearing was one thing, but seeing was believing. Adonis touched his nose, standing up somewhat awkwardly. "Professor, you jest. I merely took a stroll around St. Mungo's, hardly deserving of your praise." At this, the laughter from Gryffindor ceased, for they were well aware of the circumstances surrounding the matter. Indeed, they had no reason to find humor in it. "Ah, the illustrious Mr. Malfoy, even the Order of Merlin pales in comparison to your achievements." As Adonis was about to speak, Harry Potter could no longer contain himself and stood up. "Professor Snape, do you truly believe we should have merely stood by and watched Neville fall?" Snape cast a fleeting glance at Harry. The illustrious savior was poised to embark on yet another of his grand endeavors. "In that case, I suppose I must grant him some consideration." No sooner had he spoken than a chorus of raucous laughter erupted from those eager to sow discord. Harry, infuriated to the point of near purple, was about to retort when Snape interrupted, "Enough. Today we shall study the forgetfulness potion. Well, let us consult someone." Just as Harry's posterior made contact with the seat, Snape called out, "Harry Potter, please enlighten us on the effects of the forgetfulness potion." Adonis gazed at Harry's furious expression, convinced that his godfather was indeed intentional in his actions. "It will cause irreparable and permanent amnesia, Professor," Harry replied reluctantly. "Ah, look at that. Do I truly require your answer for such a simple question?" Snape sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Harry Potter. "Pansy Parkinson, you may respond." Pansy stood and answered, "It will lead to irreversible and permanent forgetfulness." "Excellent. Take your seat. Now, turn to page 183 of your textbooks and commence potion making as per the outline procedures. I do not wish to witness another fool blow up their cauldron," he concluded, casting a glance at Neville Longbottom, unable to comprehend how such a person could have been sorted into Slytherin. As potion-making time commenced, Professor Snape stepped out to retrieve some supplies. Pansy eagerly rushed to Adonis's side. Meanwhile, Ron nudged Harry's shoulder, saying, "See, I told you Pansy Parkinson is not a good person." Look how she dashed over as soon as Malfoy returned. Harry glanced at Ron, noting that is her brother. She is a Gryffindor now. Hermione shoved Ron aside, retorting, well, that is certainly better than your ungrateful demeanor. Granger, clarify yourself. Do you fancy that Malfoy? If you have the guts, go join Slytherin. Always acting so superior. Who are you trying to impress? Ron shouted in anger. The surrounding young witches and wizards gradually distanced themselves from the commotion, aware they could not contend with such formidable figures. Brother, are you all right? I apologize for not visiting you for so long. Adonis gently patted Bertha's head and reassured her. Brother is fine now, there's no need for concern. However, he gestured for silence and leaned closer to Bertha's ear, whispering, tonight. I shall wait for you outside the Gryffindor common room. We can discuss things at our leisure, but first, we must complete the Godfather's task. Brother has greatly offended the Godfather. Upon hearing Adonis's words, Bertha nodded, a playful glint in her eyes as she quietly replied, I will help you plead your case. With that, she swiftly returned to her seat. Just as Bertha departed, Zabini sidled up to Adonis and inquired, are you planning to visit the Gryffindor girls' dormitory tonight? Do you want me to join you? Adonis patted his shoulder and, with an impassive expression, stated, I shall inform Uncle Zabini about your situation at school. He then resumed slicing the narcissus roots. Navi, wash that two-eared herb and hand it to me. Adonis was well aware of Navi's capabilities. The title of Little Prince of the Frying Pan was not earned without merit. Thus, he entrusted him with this significant task while he himself took on a supportive role. All right, it will be done shortly, Navi responded as he washed the herb. Zabini cast a glance at Adonis and, in a state of despondency, returned to his seat, pondering how to dissuade Adonis from this notion. The image of his father suddenly crossed his mind, prompting an involuntary shiver. Navi handed the two-eared herb to Adonis and whispered, Lately, your sister and Potter have been acting quite mysteriously. I have no idea what they are up to. How do you know that? Adonis inquired with curiosity. As Navi was no longer in Gryffindor and, logically, should not be privy to Harry Potter's movements. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Navi confessed, the day before you returned. I came back late and got lost in the corridor, only to see Harry and the others rushing out from the forbidden area on the 3rd floor, looking quite shaken. Adonis gazed at Navi, unable to suppress his admiration for the formidable power of narrative, which had ultimately ensnared Navi within its grasp. Do you wish to know what they're engaged in? Navi nodded. Then tonight, you shall accompany me to seek out my sister. Navi, filled with excitement, nodded vigorously. And in a swift motion, he tossed the roots of the daisies from the table into the pot. Suddenly, with a loud bang, Adonis hastily drew his wand to shield himself with armor. Yet, he was a moment too late, although he managed to evade much of the chaos. Nawi's hair was singed once again. Outside, upon hearing the commotion, Severus rushed into the classroom, only to be met with such a scene. Mr. Lombardon. 100 repetitions of the potion formula. Mr. Malfoy, 50. Clean up immediately. Should you fail to complete your potion before the end of class, you shan't return home. He found himself beyond the point of anger, resolute in his decision not to let this incident vex him further. Lombardon had already surpassed his limits. Since the beginning of the term, there had only been one class that did not end in disaster, and that was the one which required no practical work. Adonis cast a resigned glance at Neville, truly incredulous that such a trivial matter could create such a commotion. After tidying up their belongings, he instructed the flustered Neville, who continuously offered apologies, to stand a safe distance from the cauldron while he commenced the solitary task of concocting the potion. Undoubtedly, they became the final duo to complete the assignment, departing the potions classroom amidst Professor Snape's sardonic remarks. Chapter 38, Encounters and Conversations. Adonis. I feel I have burdened you today. Perhaps you should partner with someone else next time, Neville suddenly remarked as they reached the entrance to the Slytherin common room. Adonis gazed at Navi beside him, questioning, What do you take me for? I do not wish for this. Navi, with a solemn demeanor, replied earnestly, If that is the case, then let us part ways. Adonis turned his gaze towards the door of the public lounge in the distance and strode purposefully towards it. Upon hearing his acquiescence, Navi felt a sense of relief wash over him and hurried to catch up with Adonis. The password? Pure blood. As Adonis stepped through the door, the first-year snakes in the lounge fell into an uncanny silence. Observing this, the second-year student, FIA, tugged at her companion Ruby's sleeve and inquired, What's going on? You all look like mice confronted by a cat. Ruby shook her head, replying, Nothing much, just curious to see what causes such a commotion every time with Lombardon. FIA glanced at both Adonis and Lombardon, choosing not to press further, though it was hard to believe Ruby's explanation. After all, The uproar surrounding Lombardin was not a recent phenomenon. Such a significant stir had been brewing for quite some time. Adonis found the reactions of those around him exceedingly tedious. He traversed the public lounge and made his way directly to the dormitory. As soon as Field spotted Adonis approaching, he rushed over to greet him. "Chief, you have returned." Adonis replied, "Field, that jest is rather unamusing. Please call me Adonis." Field nodded in acknowledgement of his understanding. "What brings you here?" As Adonis turned into the corridor, he noticed Field lingering outside his door. "I have come to offer my apologies," he said, pausing momentarily to glance at Nawi. "You two proceed inside to converse. I just recalled that I need to find Zabini. I shall return shortly." Adonis nodded. Once he and Field entered the room, Field continued, "Be wary of Asses Carter. He is the mastermind behind this affair." "Thank you." Adonis observed that Field had no intention of departing and continued to inquire, "Is there anything else?" Field extended his hand and asked, "Shall we become friends?" Adonis gazed at Field and extended his hand for a brief handshake, conveying his willingness. "Very well. I shall not disturb your rest any longer." After Adonis left the visual field, he entered the bedroom and contemplated for a considerable time. His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of the door opening from outside, prompting him to exhale a sigh of relief. Why dwell on such matters? It is best to meet with Bertha first. As Adonis pushed open the door to the bedroom, he beheld Navi napping languidly on the sofa. He approached and gently tapped Navi's shoulder to rouse him, and together they made their way to the Gryffindor common room. Outside the common room, Harry inquired, "Must you compel me to do this?" He glanced at the distant figure of Parvati, then resolutely nodded. "Ron, regardless of past grievances, the fact remains that Parvati saved you. Adonis and Draco were merely responding to your provocations. I do not wish for my friends to be unable to discern right from wrong." Ron, observing Harry's unwavering determination, could only acquiesce with a nod. After all, he truly did not want to lose this friend. He cast a sidelong glance at Parvati not far off and sighed, conceding that he could not ignore the fact that someone had come to his aid. As Adonis set foot on Gryffindor Tower, he could not help but acknowledge that. In contrast to the unique taste of Slytherin, he favored the openness and freedom of Gryffindor Tower. Perhaps it was this very environment that nurtured one valiant warrior after another. At the entrance of the common room, he spotted Parvati, Hermione, and not far from them, Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. The moment Parvati saw her brother, she rushed over and enveloped him in a warm embrace. "Brother, I have missed you dearly." As Adonis observed Bertha, he playfully pinched her nose, remarking on her childish demeanor despite her age. He had already encountered Neville prior. After Bertha greeted Neville, she enthusiastically introduced Hermione to her brother. "This is Hermione Granger. I heard you two got acquainted on the train. It's a pleasure to see you again, Adonis. The way you rescued Neville that day was truly impressive." Hermione exclaimed with excitement. Had he not been privy to the events of that day, Adonis would have thought that it was Hermione who had saved Neville. "Hello, Hermione. Bertha has mentioned your considerable talents," Adonis replied with a subtle smile, feeling quite fond of the knowledgeable young lady. "Don't underestimate Hermione, brother. She is remarkable," Bertha interjected. "Of course," Adonis said, ruffling Bertha's hair. He could distinctly sense that her personality had blossomed significantly. And he couldn't help but marvel at how extraordinary Gryffindor was, outshining 11 years of Slytherin education in just 3 months. At that moment, Harry approached with Ron in tow. "Hi, Adonis. It's great to see you," he greeted warmly. "Hello, Harry." Hearing his name once more stirred excitement within Harry. "Ron and I are here to apologize. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have reacted the way I did over something that happened 10 years ago. I just found it hard to accept. I truly am sorry." Without waiting for Adonis's response, Harry pulled Ron forward. Ron, feeling somewhat awkward, glanced at Adonis and took a moment before saying, "I'm sorry about what happened that day." Adonis gazed at Harry, whose expression was filled with hope. Harry Potter's previous behavior had aligned with Adonis's expectations, after all. It is difficult to harbor positive feelings towards the offspring of those possibly connected to one's parents' demise. However, Harry's ability to swiftly recalibrate his emotions was indeed surprising. "I can understand, Harry." He then turned to Ron, saying, "I have already struck you." Upon hearing Adonis mention that day's incident, Ron felt a surge of indignation but refrained from any excessive actions, though his mood remained rather sour. "Persia, what transpired that Christmas day? Please recount it in detail." Persia cast a glance at Hermione, her gaze reflecting her unease towards her brother. "Allow me to explain," Hermione interjected, recognizing Persia's discomfort. "That day, I was feeling quite low and sought refuge in the lavatory. Persia, noticing my prolonged absence, came to find me, only to be confronted by the troll inside. When Harry and Ron arrived, they managed to subdue the creature. Just as we were about to leave, for reasons unknown, the troll rose again. At that moment, its hand was poised over Ron's head, and Persia cast a spell to divert the troll's attention, resulting in her arm being injured. Hermione, you mean to say that after you subdued the troll for the first time, the professors did not arrive? Indeed. Upon hearing Hermione's affirmative response, Adonis nodded in understanding. It appeared that the crux of the matter lay in the timing. The professor's absence had afforded an opportunity for clandestine individuals to employ the Wrath Curse, suggesting that the spellcaster possessed a proficient command of silent incantations. I heard Neville mention that you ventured into the forbidden section on the 3rd floor. Adonis directed his gaze toward Parvati, inquiring, Brother, what are you saying? The forbidden section on the 3rd floor? Impossible. How could we have gone there? Neville must have misseen. She retorted, tugging at Hermione's sleeve. Hermione, isn't that so? We've been in the library until late these past few days. Hermione met Adonis's gaze and nodded, affirming, Indeed. We have been at the library until quite late. Sensing Adonis's scrutinizing stare, she feigned composure, echoing Parvati's sentiments. Adonis turned to look at his sister Pasha, who had once shared an unbreakable bond with him but now seemed to harbor her own secrets. He found himself torn between sorrow for Pasha's concealment and joy for her maturation, silently heaving a sigh. He reached out to tuck a stray lock of hair behind Pasha's ear. I heard you, and Harry joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team and achieved a splendid victory. Indeed. She replied. You should have seen how we defeated Slytherin decisively. Suddenly recalling something, Pasha glanced at her elder brother, and noticing no trace of displeasure on his face. She continued, It was Harry who caught the golden snitch that led us to victory. Adonis playfully flicked Bertha's forehead and remarked, Am I truly such a petty person? A victory is a victory. What need is there for humility? Bertha chuckled mischievously, pulling Adonis into a lively chatter that persisted until Neville, leaning against the wall, began to doze off. It was then that Adonis interjected, Bertha, it's quite late now. Neville and I must take our leave. Once Adonis and Neville had departed, Harry turned to Bertha and said, You can always confide in your brother. I wouldn't mind. Hermione, nodding in agreement, added, I share the same sentiment. Casting a sidelong glance at Ron. Observing the situation, Ron could only acquiesce. I suppose I can. Noticing Ron's reluctant demeanor, Bertha offered a faint smile and said, It's not your concern. I simply prefer that my brother remains unaware. I'm off to bed now. Farewell. As Bertha exited, Hermione looked at the two lost in thought and said, Well, I suppose that's that. Ron, why do you think Bertha is hesitant to tell Adonis? I recall their bond being quite strong. Two Malfoys, how can I possibly fathom what they are thinking? Come on, mate, stop overthinking it. Hagrid has invited us to his hut. We should hurry back to rest. I'm utterly exhausted. Listening to Ron, Harry increasingly believed that Ron was merely putting on a facade. It was evident he no longer harbored any disdain for Bertha. Yet he insisted on maintaining an air of indifference. Very well, let's retire for the night. In the Slytherin common room, as Neville stepped inside, he could no longer contain himself. Bertha had not spoken the truth. Adonis nodded and replied nonchalantly, Indeed. Observing Naughty's hesitance to speak, he added, Do not worry, Naughty. Bertha knows her own limits. I shall return to my room. Adonis closed the door and withdrew the study of alchemical development from the bookshelf. Seeking the section that detailed the Philosopher's Stone, ancient alchemy involved the creation of this extraordinary substance, which possessed astonishing properties. The Philosopher's Stone could transmute any metal into pure gold and fabricate an elixir of immortality, granting eternal life to those who consumed it. Throughout the centuries, numerous accounts of the Philosopher's Stone have emerged, yet the only remaining specimen belongs to the esteemed alchemist and opera aficionado, Mr. Nicolaim. He celebrated his 665th birthday last year and now resides in seclusion in Devonshire with his wife, Perenal, who is 658 years old. The Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone, Adonis muttered to himself as he closed the book. He had hoped to find an entry point through Bertha and thus participate in the endeavor to protect the Philosopher's Stone. However, it now seemed a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, he was determined to acquire the Philosopher's Stone, a stone that could bestow immortality, an object of profound curiosity. The tranquil Hogwarts exuded beauty and charm. Although winter had arrived, Adonis strolled along the grass by the Black Lake, envisioning the vibrant scenes of spring. He had returned to Hogwarts for several days, and this marked his first opportunity to thoroughly appreciate the castle and its surroundings. The motto Draco Dormiens Nunquam Titilandus echoed in his mind, and he often pondered whether a dragon truly resided within Hogwarts. In contrast to Adonis, Harry Potter and his companions were preoccupied. Since Harry discovered Severus Snape's intent to steal the Philosopher's Stone, thwarted by Quino, they had been instinctively observing him. Yet Quino proved to be braver than they had imagined. They noticed Quino's complexion growing increasingly pallid and his frame more gaunt, yet he remained steadfast. Every time Harry, Bertha, Hermione, and Ron passed the third floor, they listened intently for the growls of the three-headed dog. Snape's daily irritability and escalating temper suggested he had not yet obtained the Philosopher's Stone. The current state of affairs indicated that the stone remained safe, beyond Snape's grasp. Harry, do I need to reiterate that Professor Snape could not possibly steal the Philosopher's Stone? Bertha insisted. But look at Snape's leg. It is clearly bitten by the creature. Who else could it be? Ron interjected. Bertha, why do you place such unwavering trust in Snape? Hermione and Ron nodded in agreement. Bertha, all the signs point to Snape's intention to steal the Philosopher's Stone. You cannot defend that old bat simply because your brother is in Slytherin. Ron, be quiet. You shall not speak ill of Professor Snape. His stern demeanor is for your benefit. Ron, about to retort, was cut off by Hermione. Enough, Bertha. None of us wish for a Hogwarts professor to be implicated in the theft of the Philosopher's Stone, but we must rely on evidence. Very well, I shall seek evidence. I maintain that Professor Snape is safeguarding the Philosopher's Stone. Okay. Let us hasten to the library to review our studies. Today's assignments remain incomplete. The Philosopher's Stone has numerous professors protecting it, and we have Dumbledore as well. I've truly lost my mind, arguing with you all here. Ron exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Hermione. Enough already. We've been studying under your insistence for a week. For goodness sake, the final exams are still 9 weeks away. We have ample time. If you had completed your notes on magical herbs and fungi, I wouldn't need to urge you so. Hermione retorted. Ron was momentarily speechless, pointing at Hermione in frustration. Let us head to the library. If it weren't for Hermione dragging us to study, we would not have uncovered Hagrid's little secret, Bertha remarked, weary of their bickering. In the past, such disputes would have driven her to distraction, yet she found herself surprisingly patient. As the four prepared to make their way to the library, Harry suddenly pointed ahead. Isn't that Adonis? What is he doing by the Black Lake on such a cold day? Bertha rolled her eyes. We are also by the Black Lake. Chapter 40. Startling speculations. Adonis heard footsteps behind him. Upon turning around, he was met by Basha and her trio of companions, now transformed into a quartet. What brings you here? He inquired. Recalling that the gossip-mongers from Slytherin had mentioned that Hermione Granger and her friends had taken refuge in the library in hopes of achieving a perfect score of 100. After exchanging glances with Basha and the others, he continued, we were discussing matters concerning the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone? Adonis articulated his bewilderment at the opportune moment, unwilling to let Basha perceive that he was already privy to the secrets surrounding it. Basha, feeling somewhat awkward, cast a glance at her elder brother, uncertain of how to broach the subject, especially since during their last encounter, she had deftly evaded his inquiry. Allow me to explain, she said. During our meeting at Gryffindor Tower, it was I who urged Basha not to disclose our visit to the forbidden third floor. Adonis gazed at Harry Potter. And then what transpired? Harry collected his thoughts and recounted in detail how, shortly after the commencement of the school year, they had inadvertently wandered into a forbidden chamber on the third floor. Within this chamber lay a trapdoor resembling a living hatch, guarded by a fearsome three-headed dog. From Hagrid, they learned that this creature was named Fluffy, and it was tasked with guarding something of great significance, though Hagrid remained reticent about the precise nature of that treasure. Subsequently, when they connected the dots to the theft at Gringotts Vault 713 and other clues, they became convinced that whatever lay beneath the trapdoor was none other than Nicholas Flamel's Philosopher's Stone. That is indeed fortuitous, mused Adonis. Hogwarts is reputed to be the safest place in Britain, and it was wise of Nicholas Flamel to entrust the Philosopher's Stone to Dumbledore for safekeeping. Yet, Adonis continued to feign ignorance. While it is certainly prudent for Dumbledore to safeguard the stone, there are whispers that Snape intends to steal it, Harry exclaimed with palpable agitation. At this point, Adonis's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. Harry, one must refrain from making such reckless assertions. Professor Snape could not possibly seek to pilfer the Philosopher's Stone. I witnessed it, Harry retorted. Witnessed what? On Christmas, I received an invisibility cloak, and while cloaked, I observed Professor Snape cornering Professor Quirrell outside that very room on the third floor, with Fluffy sinking its fangs into his leg. Over the following months, Snape's temperament has grown increasingly foul, while Quirrell appears ever more pallid. If Snape were not threatening him, how could this possibly be the case? Is this not sufficient evidence? Adonis gazed at the visibly agitated Harry, pondering whether Harry Potter would have turned out differently had James and Lily Potter been alive. After all, as pivotal members of the Order of the Phoenix, these two individuals were anything but impulsive or reckless. And they certainly would not have acted without due consideration of the circumstances. Otherwise, how could his godfather have plunged so deeply into danger and emerged unscathed? Much of his godfather's current endeavors were driven by his profound affection for Lily Evans, a sentiment that Adonis admired greatly. Once Harry had calmed somewhat, he remarked that the existing evidence merely suggested a connection between Professor Snape and Professor Quirrell with the Philosopher's Stone, without conclusively implicating Snape in its theft. However, why had Quirrell become so haggard? Harry, you must understand that Quirrell's relatives have all passed away. I am uncertain whether he had a beloved, but it is certain that any such person would not reside in England. Consider what leverage Snape might possess over him. Could it possibly be a threat to his own well-being? If that were the case, why wouldn't Quirrell seek Dumbledore's assistance? Given that no wizard in England could hope to best the headmaster? What do you mean? How can you be so sure that Professor Quirrell has a beloved who isn't in England? Harry asked Adonis. Simply because I am a Malfoy. Adonis replied with resolute certainty. Harry glanced at Ron, and only when Ron reluctantly nodded did he continue. Are you suggesting that Professor Quirrell intended to steal the stone? And that Snape intervened? Why not? Truly, you are a child favored by fate. Even if you were somewhat at a disadvantage in reasoning, you grasped concepts with remarkable swiftness. Adonis remarked. But why? Hermione, increasingly astonished, had previously suspected that Snape was not the culprit, yet she could never have imagined that the seemingly straightforward Quirrell was involved. A glance at the equally stunned trio provided her with a sense of balance, relieved that she was not alone in her disbelief. Then we must inquire of Quirrell, Adonis said. How could I possibly know? He shot a sidelong glance at Hermione, bemused by her inquiry. He was not Quirrell. Asking him would yield no different result. Yet, even if he possessed knowledge, he could not disclose it. How could he explain the multitude of unanswered questions that would arise? He had no desire to attract the attention of Dumbledore, that cunning old fox. It was far more prudent to maintain a facade of a handsome gentleman. After all, Lucius had named him Adonis with that very intent. In Greek, it signifies handsome boy. Beside the dark lake, Pansy recalled their elder brother's words. I remember father mentioning that Quirrell had been traveling in Albania before coming to Hogwarts. Indeed, you remember correctly. Albania, I have read, is a paradise for wizarding explorers, especially for dark wizards, as it is largely unregulated. It is truly remarkable that Professor Quirrell could survive there, Hermione mused. One must not judge by appearances. Professor Quirrell is not as simple as he seems. Be cautious, everyone. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Adonis stated. Wait, brother. Pansy called out, stopping Adonis as he turned to depart. What is it? Adonis asked, looking back at Pansy. Adonis, upon hearing Bertha's words, hastily covered her mouth and gestured for silence. He was taken aback by his sister's sensitivity and swift reaction. After all, even Lucius was reluctant to acknowledge the matter. Bertha. Some things must remain unspoken. Names hold power. Observing her elder brother's serious demeanor, Bertha swallowed the rest of her words. Hagrid has invited us to his hut at 4:30 tomorrow afternoon. You should join us. I've already spoken to our second brother, and he agreed. Very well. See you tomorrow afternoon. On their way to the library, Harry yearned to inquire about what Bertha had intended to say, but she thwarted his curiosity with a mere glance. As they neared the library, even Hermione and Ron could no longer suppress their intrigue. Ultimately, it was Ron who apprehended Bertha, saying, Wait, what were you about to say? Bertha shot him an irritable look as he grasped her hand, prompting Ron to awkwardly retract it. It's the one who left Harry with that scar. Harry was taken aback. What did you say? You mean Voldemort. Don't utter his name. For individuals like him, names possess a certain magic. Do you wish to alert the snake? Bertha interrupted Harry brusquely. But hasn't he died? Hermione asked incredulously. Who claimed he is dead? He merely vanished. Has anyone seen his corpse? You are all so naive. Bertha, who are you calling naive? She retorted. With that, she hurried towards the library, leaving Hermione's furious voice echoing. Bertha, stop right there. Not far away, Harry observed his three friends, sensing an underlying disquiet that he could not quite pinpoint. He dismissed the thought, reasoning that even if it were Voldemort, there was still Dumbledore to consider. Chapter 41. Speaking the truth, the following afternoon, Adonis convened with Harry, Draco, and the others beneath Gryffindor Tower, and they proceeded to Hagrid's hut. Bertha, Hagrid invited you all. Why have you brought me and Adonis along? This marked Draco's first comment since their gathering. Truth be told, he had little desire to visit the so-called Keeper of Keys, after all. He was merely a servant of Hogwarts. I have a small surprise for you, but I cannot reveal it just yet. What is there to conceal? Draco murmured under his breath, then added louder, Fine, I hope it isn't a fright. Draco Malfoy, what did you say? Have the courage to repeat that. What did your second brother say? He glanced at the sky and then at the forbidden forest nearby. I merely mentioned that we are nearing the edge of the forbidden forest. We should tread carefully. Did you hear what I said? Must you always make a fuss? Scaring someone can lead to dire consequences. You know that. Bertha, casting a scornful eye at Draco, wished to reprimand him. Why did he deserve to be born a few minutes earlier? Harry observed the dynamic between Draco and Bertha with envy, as he had always admired their sibling bond since meeting the Malfoy siblings. He pondered, with a twinge of melancholy, whether he too might have had brothers had it not been for Voldemort. Ron sensed Harry's disquiet and patted him on the shoulder. Hey, mate. Do you know how bothersome it is to have so many brothers? Always wearing their hand-me-down clothes. And if you had a sister listening to the conversation among the three siblings while also tuning into Ron and Harry's exchange, Hermione marveled at Ron's obliviousness, feeling he had delivered a rather well-timed comment. If she were Harry, maintaining a friendship with Ron would be quite the challenge. Moreover, Ron, at least open your eyes. Harry is on the verge of tears, for goodness sake. Harry, Ron, do you see the forbidden forest over there? I've heard there are unicorns within. How wonderful it would be if we could encounter one at the edge. Unicorns? Yes, unicorns, those exquisite creatures resembling white horses with spiraled horns. Mature unicorns are silvery, while the young ones are golden, beautiful and benevolent beings. If only we could witness a living unicorn. Hermione gazed dreamily towards the distant forest. Harry, you do know what a unicorn is, right? Ron asked, surprised by Harry's look of astonishment. Well, my carefully crafted atmosphere has been ruined, Hermione thought, exasperated at Ron. Was it truly so abnormal for someone raised in the Muggle world who was too fond of reading to be unaware? Now that's another blow. As the topic of unicorns arose, Ron began to ramble excitedly. All in all, Harry, one of my greatest wishes is to embrace a unicorn and capture a photo to make Fred and George green with envy. As Adonis listened to Ron's heartfelt aspirations, he could not help but interject, Ron, I fear you may never have that opportunity. Nonsense, there will certainly be a chance, Ron retorted defiantly upon hearing Adonis's words. Draco, observing Ron's indignant expression, remarked, Weasley, are you genuinely foolish, or merely pretending? You just stated that unicorns are pure and beautiful creatures born from the tumultuous waves of the sea. Do you truly believe you can earn their favor? I've heard there are surgeries in the Muggle world for gender reassignment. Perhaps you should consider one. Who knows, it might just work. With that, he chuckled heartily. Ron, his face turning a shade of purple with rage, pointed at Draco, unable to articulate a response. You, Malfoy. Do you dare to duel with me? Ron, you wish to duel me? Adonis queried, puzzled by Ron's challenge. Let us not act rashly. Perhaps you should reconsider. However, should you genuinely wish to duel, I would not refuse, he added. I meant Draco Malfoy, Ron lamented, feeling on the verge of tears. What kind of people are these? Is it amusing to bully me? Ah, a duel, Draco said leisurely. I would indeed be interested, but as a Hufflepuff, I cherish peace and detest conflict. I would rather not face disciplinary action from the house rules. How about we compete instead on who can make the tastiest donut? At the mention of this, Draco's interest visibly piqued. His greatest satisfaction and dissatisfaction about being a Hufflepuff was that whenever a dispute arose, they resorted to culinary contests, a fact that had once left him utterly exasperated. Adonis observed Draco's escalating excitement and found it somewhat unbearable. Draco, why not prepare a meal for your father at home? I believe he would be thrilled to engage in a profound discussion about life with you. Upon hearing his brother's words, Draco promptly fell silent. Ron found Draco's moment of embarrassment quite amusing. However, out of kindness, he refrained from further comments. As the room settled into a quietude, Harry leaned towards Hermione and inquired softly, why did you mention the necessity of undergoing gender reassignment surgery? Unicorns typically avoid contact with humans, if such interaction is unavoidable. They would prefer witches over wizards. Oh, I see, Harry continued. If Ron were indeed to transition, his chances of fulfilling his desires might indeed increase. No sooner had Harry spoken than he noticed Adonis and the others fixating their gazes upon him. Slightly bewildered, he asked, why are you all looking at me? I'm merely speaking the unvarnished truth. As Adonis listened to Harry's earnest words, he could hardly contain his amusement. Observing Harry's bewildered expression, he burst into laughter, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It was no wonder he and Ron were such close friends. Meanwhile, Parvati, Draco, and Hermione were doubled over in laughter, clutching their bellies. Harry soon noticed that Ron's face had turned a deep shade of beetroot, and only then did he realize the implications of his words. He hurriedly apologized to Ron, which significantly improved Ron's complexion. Through this recent exchange, the bond among the group had subtly deepened, and they arrived at Hagrid's hut, filled with mirth and conversation. As Hagrid gazed upon the modest dwelling before him, it became evident that it hardly qualified as a house. To put it plainly, it was merely a rudimentary shelter constructed from a few hastily assembled wooden planks. From the year 1942 until 1992. It is difficult to fathom that this half-giant resided here for half a century. Hearing a commotion outside, Hagrid tidied up the interior before swinging the door open. Just as he was about to utter a word, he came face to face with two figures possessing platinum locks, causing his words to falter. His expression soured slightly as he inquired, "What brings you two Malfoys here?" Perhaps due to his growing familiarity with Pansy. Hagrid found that his previous disdain for the Malfoys had somewhat diminished. Adonis smiled warmly at Hagrid and extended his hand in a friendly gesture. "Hello, Hagrid. It is a pleasure to meet you. I came uninvited upon hearing from Parvati that a dragon is about to hatch." Hagrid was taken aback by Adonis's handshake. After all, the aristocracy was accustomed to maintaining a lofty demeanor, especially someone of Draco Malfoy's lineage. He awkwardly wiped his hands on his clothes before returning the gesture. Perhaps it was the mention of his beloved dragon that softened Hagrid's tone slightly. "Welcome to you both." Draco, overhearing the conversation between his brother and Hagrid, immediately grasped the significance. "A dragon? You mean there is a dragon egg here? My goodness! And it is about to hatch?" This was astonishing. "Hagrid, where did you acquire it? Please, take me to see it." Securing a dragon egg these days is no small feat, Adonis observed Draco, whose face was alight with excitement as he gazed at Hagrid, momentarily setting aside his previous disdain for him as a servant. One could not help but marvel at the fated bond between the young dragon and the young boy, a connection seemingly ordained by the heavens, beyond the realm of human intervention. From the moment of Draco's birth, if one were to inquire about his greatest admiration, the answer would undoubtedly be dragons. Chapter 42. Nota. Upon hearing Draco's exclamations of wonder, Hagrid's face instantly flushed with joy. He was on the verge of bursting with happiness. "Come inside quickly," he urged. The quaint wooden cabin contained but a single room. Turkeys and pheasants hung from the ceiling, while a copper kettle simmered over an open flame. In one corner stood a large bed, adorned with patchwork blankets crafted from various scraps of fabric. Adonis immediately spotted the egg lying on the table, which already bore a deep crack. The egg trembled violently, producing a series of clicking sounds. He, along with Harry and the others, edged their chairs forward to closely observe the hatching process. Draco, even more engrossed, leaned over the table, holding his breath, completely fixated on the egg. Suddenly, a harsh scratching noise erupted, and the shell shattered, revealing a wobbly black dragon emerging from its confines. Its appearance resembled a crumpled black umbrella, with wings disproportionately large compared to its thin, dark body. It had a large nose with white nostrils, bumps resembling horns on its head, and protruding orange-red eyes. It was undeniably ugly. Adonis struggled to find any other words to describe the Norwegian Ridgeback. Yet, strangely enough, Hagrid and Draco seemed enchanted, as if under a spell. "It's truly magnificent," Hagrid murmured, cradling the little dragon in one arm while gently stroking its forehead with the other. The dragon bit down on his finger, revealing its sharp teeth. "My goodness, it recognizes me. It knows I'm its mother." "Hagrid, may I hold it?" Draco implored, his eyes brimming with hope. Adonis, unable to bear the sight, turned his head away. "Of course," Hagrid replied. Draco took the little dragon into his arms, exclaiming, "It's so adorable." "Brother, can we—" "No. We cannot," Adonis interjected firmly. Draco, somewhat disappointed, patted the dragon's head, only for it to sneeze, releasing sparks of fire that singed Draco's robe. A cascade of water erupted from Adonis's wand, extinguishing the flames. "Brother, the dragon will get cold if you wash it like that." Hagrid turned to Hermione, saying, "How fast do Norwegian Ridgebacks grow?" "Very quickly," she replied. "You should find a way to send it away. Keeping a dragon is illegal." Her expression showed concern. "No. It's too small," Hagrid said gently, gazing at the little dragon in Draco's embrace. "I just thought of a splendid name for it. Let us call it Norbert." "A handsome lad." "Hagrid, are you joking? It's a female. It should be named Inta instead," Draco countered. "Hagrid, you said it was female," Hagrid replied sheepishly, scratching his head. "All right then, let us call it Inta." Seeing Hagrid's excitement, Hermione refrained from insisting on sending Inta away. Yet she resolved to persuade Hagrid to part with the Norwegian Ridgeback on her next visit. For the remainder of their time together, Draco and Hagrid devoted themselves to discussing how to care for the dragon, while Harry subtly attempted to glean information about the Philosopher's Stone from Hagrid. Unfortunately, Hagrid proved to be tight-lipped, revealing no information whatsoever. Adonis gazed out at the sky and said, "Hagrid, it is time for us to depart." Reluctantly, they pulled Draco away from the place. Before leaving, Draco and Hagrid made a pact to visit Nada each day for the ensuing fortnight. Adonis learned from Bertha that the four of them, along with Draco, would consistently visit Hagrid to see the dragon. Hermione persistently urged Hagrid to relinquish the dragon, but to no avail. Today, they had brought him along as well. "Hagrid, just 2 weeks have passed, and look how much Nada has grown. It is now 6 times its original size. You truly cannot keep it any longer," Hermione implored earnestly. Hagrid shook his head, insisting it is still too small. Releasing it would be tantamount to killing it. Harry and the others looked at Hagrid helplessly, and Bertha nudged Adonis, whispering, "Brother, why don't you give it a try?" "Hagrid, if you are caught illegally keeping a dragon, you will face the consequences, but Nada will be put to death." "You speak nonsense," Hagrid glared at Adonis, his eyes conveying that without a satisfactory explanation, he would not easily forgive him. In other places, perhaps it would not matter, but this is Hogwarts. And dragons are not harmless creatures. Their power poses a life-threatening risk to young wizards. "Do you wish to betray Headmaster Dumbledore's trust?" "It is quite docile," Hagrid mumbled. After contemplating Adonis's explanation for a long while, he eventually acquiesced. "All right, I agree to send it away, but it must be to a suitable location." Of course, Ron's brother Charlie is studying dragons in Romania. Harry, also realizing this, pulled Ron and said, "Yes. We can ask your brother Charlie to help care for Nada, and once it matures, return it to the wild." Ron nodded and turned to Hagrid. "Hagrid, what do you think of this idea?" Although Hagrid was reluctant to part with Nada, he recognized it as the most prudent solution. He had met Charlie before. He was a good fellow, and entrusting Nada to him would provide peace of mind. Draco, seeing Hagrid nod, was about to express his concern about not being able to see Nada again when Adonis interjected. "The wild base in Romania has a small share owned by the Malfoys. You can always contact me if you wish to go. Additionally, Ron, you should write a letter to Charlie to arrange a time and place." The ensuing week felt interminable for Harry and the others, as they feared the discovery of Hagrid's dragon. On Wednesday night, while others were asleep, only Harry, Hermione, and Bertha remained in the common room awaiting Ron's return. Ron had gone to assist Hagrid in feeding Nada. This week, the four had taken turns with this task. Draco longed to participate, but without an invisibility cloak, he could not venture out at night. As for Adonis, he had little interest in feeding the dragon. Were it not for Bertha and Draco, he would have had no reason to involve himself in this matter. As the clock struck midnight, the portrait hole opened, and Ron removed his invisibility cloak. "I was bitten by Nada today. I probably won't be able to write for a week. Such a fierce dragon. Only Hagrid could consider it a well-behaved pet. Ron, these days are numbered. I believe Charlie's letter should arrive soon," Bertha said sympathetically, noticing Ron's hand. "Wait, outside is Hedwig." Harry rushed to let Hedwig in. Surely, it was Charlie's response. Removing the letter from Hedwig, the four gathered around to read. "Dear Ron, how are you? Thank you for your letter. I am delighted to adopt the Norwegian Ridgeback, but transporting it here is quite challenging. I believe the best course of action is to send it to a few friends of mine who are visiting next week. The issue is, we must ensure no one sees them illegally transporting a dragon. Could you bring the Ridgeback to the highest tower at midnight on Saturday? They can meet you there and take the dragon under the cover of darkness. Please respond promptly. Love, Charlie." What now? The invisibility cloak can only conceal Nada and one person. It is impossible for one person to carry Nada to the highest tower. It is far too heavy. Tomorrow, I will seek my brother. Perhaps he will have a solution. Harry, Ron, and Hermione nodded, realizing this was their only option. Chapter 43, The Informant. At the end of the second-floor corridor, Bertha asked, "Aren't you going back to the common room with Harry and the others?" Charlie wrote, "That's wonderful. You should follow his instructions. Charlie wants us to bring Nada to the highest tower, but Harry's invisibility cloak only accommodates Nada and one person. None of us can carry Nada alone." After speaking, Bertha looked hopefully at Adonis. "Brother, you are our only hope. Help you violate school rules?" "I think not. Make an exception this once. I can only take 2 people." Upon hearing Adonis's agreement, Bertha rushed over and kissed him on the cheek this Saturday afternoon. Same time at Hagrid's hut. She then turned and hurried toward Gryffindor Tower. Adonis observed the excitement radiating from Bertha and shook his head as he turned to make his way back. Gryffindor, midnight. Once the others had succumbed to slumber, Bertha and her companions convened in the common room to deliberate the transfer of Not. Adonis, has Bertha's brother consented? Bertha nodded affirmatively. My brother has agreed to bring 2 individuals. My invisibility cloak can conceal 1 person, and Adonis can manage 2, which leaves us with 1 individual who cannot accompany us. Hermione cast a glance at Ron. Ron, I shall go. You must visit Madame Pomfrey tomorrow. Your wound has taken on a green hue and has lingered for a day. It cannot be delayed any further. Observing Ron's nod, she continued, Bertha, how will Adonis transport us? With the invisibility charm. Upon hearing that it involved a spell, Hermione suggested. Then Adonis can teach us, alleviating him of the burden. Ron, upon hearing Hermione's remark, stifled a laugh, inadvertently tugging at his wound, which elicited a wince of pain. Ouch, Hermione, cease your jest. If everyone could master the invisibility charm, the wizarding world would descend into chaos. He grimaced in discomfort while explaining. The invisibility charm is akin to certain magics at St. Mungo's. It is not something one can simply learn at will. Frankly, I find this spell rather superfluous. The revealing charm we will learn in the future would suffice. Hermione gazed intently at Ron until he felt a twinge of unease and remarked, Ron, I never knew you possessed such knowledge. Ron, feeling a sense of pride, replied, It's no great feat. Such topics are covered in the introductory texts for young witches and wizards. I recall a tale of a wizard who recklessly practiced the invisibility charm and ended up losing an arm. At this thought, Ron quickly turned to Bertha. Can you genuinely assure us that Adonis can execute it? He is merely a first year like us. We cannot afford any mishaps. Hearing Ron's concerns, Harry and Hermione exchanged wary glances. Noticing their hesitation, Bertha interjected, My brother is quite adept with the invisibility charm. If you remain apprehensive, I shall go with Harry. Utilizing the cloak. Adept? Harry questioned the term with curiosity. It means highly skilled. I've heard my brother use it often, and it has become second nature. Bertha sensed Hermione's gaze wandering. After a brief pause, Hermione finally met her eyes. I trust both you and Adonis. They exchanged a knowing smile. With Hermione's assurance, they were prepared, eagerly awaiting Saturday. The following morning, Ron visited Madame Pomfrey, only to be instructed to rest at her facility for a few days. Harry teased Ron about having an early taste of vacation. On Saturday evening, around 7, Adonis, Harry, Bertha, and Hermione arrived at Hagrid's hut as planned. Hagrid wiped the sweat from his brow and greeted them, dragging a wooden crate from behind him. This is the food I've prepared for Not. We shall move it tonight. What have you prepared? Bertha inquired with curiosity. Adonis observed that although Hagrid was speaking to them, his gaze remained fixated on Not and the contents within its mouth, an unsettling premonition washing over him. Hundreds of deceased mice, a delicacy favored by Not. Adonis stepped back a few paces, distancing himself from the wooden crate. Hagrid, Norda is a dragon. It's all right. Norda enjoys it. And there's enough brandy for its journey, Hagrid stated in a somber tone. I also placed its teddy bear inside, to prevent it from feeling lonely. Hagrid. Time is of the essence. We must depart. I understand, Adonis. You must take good care of it. Hagrid, with a few sniffles, gently placed Norda into the crate. Goodbye. Norda, Mother will not forget you. Adonis nodded at Harry, signaling to proceed as planned. Harry retrieved the invisibility cloak to cover the wooden box, then he himself slipped inside, leaving only his feet exposed to facilitate Hermione and Parsha's discovery of him. Adonis, brandishing his wand, vanished from sight before the astonished gaze of Hagrid, casting the invisibility spell upon Hermione and Pasha. Once he confirmed their disappearance, he nodded in satisfaction and cast the spell upon himself. Thanks to his training during the period of blindness, his hearing had become remarkably acute. Listening intently to the rhythmic sounds of Hermione and Pasha's breaths, he trailed closely behind them, cautioning, when we encounter anyone, Hermione, Pasha, you must hold your breath. The invisibility spell cannot muffle sound. Despite the presence of 4 individuals, they felt an overwhelming uncertainty regarding how to transport the chest to the highest tower, especially with Adonis, who had consistently shunned any interaction with the chest. They ascended the marble steps of the hall, traversing the pitch-black corridor, climbing layer upon layer. Even though Adonis had led them through a shortcut, fatigue weighed heavily upon them. Fortunately, they finally reached the pinnacle before midnight. As Adonis noticed someone seemingly approaching from a distance, he promptly dispelled the invisibility spell on everyone. As soon as the spell was lifted, Pasha glared at him with fiery eyes. If her gaze could manifest as a tangible force, it would surely provide him with protection against the biting cold winds atop the tower. Pasha remained indifferent to Adonis until Charlie's friends arrived, her disdain for his fastidiousness intensifying. It was utterly infuriating to her that a boy would allow himself and Hermione to bear the burden of the chest while he leisurely followed behind. Although Hermione said nothing, her demeanor clearly reflected her discomfort with the situation. Adonis gazed upon them and could not help but silently lament that only women and petty individuals are difficult to nurture. On the surface, however, he dared not voice any grievances, for he was in the wrong from the outset. Approximately 5 minutes later, four brooms unexpectedly descended from the shadows. Charlie's friends, sharing his temperament, displayed to Adonis the makeshift ropes they had tied together, enabling them to suspend Noda among them. They then busily secured Noda safely to the ropes before bidding farewell and shaking hands with each of them. Adonis gazed at the receding figure of Noda, releasing a sigh of relief alongside Harry and the others. At last, they had managed to disperse the Norwegian Ridgeback. They quietly descended the spiral staircase, initially believing their escape would be uneventful, only to be startled by the unexpected presence of Filch on patrol. Swiftly, Adonis cast the disillusionment charm on himself, Pasha, and Hermione, instructing them to hold their breath and remain utterly silent. As Harry observed that his companions had successfully concealed themselves, he intended to envelop himself in the invisibility cloak, only to realize he had left it atop the tower. Noticing Harry's panicked demeanor, Adonis hastily cast a spell for him. Fortunately, Filch remained oblivious to their presence. The four of them waited until he had passed before stealthily making their way toward the castle. Not far from the castle, they spotted Professor Snape and McGonagall, each wielding a lantern, scanning their surroundings. The sight of this formidable duo filled Adonis with an ominous premonition. They had been discovered. Indeed, Professor Snape seemed to sense their approach, hastily turning in their direction. Adonis observed the incantation soaring towards him and discreetly stowed his wand within the confines of his sleeve. At this juncture, any action would inevitably reveal his presence. Professor Snape, as anticipated, remained ever astute. Upon witnessing the manifestation of the four individuals, Professor McGonagall clapped her hands, acknowledging the commendable invisibility charm. Just as Harry was about to elucidate, he noticed McGonagall's expression transform in an instant. For students, 1 from Slytherin and 3 from Gryffindor, were to face detention, awaiting the laborious punishment from Filch. It was the dead of night, and they had gallivanted to the astronomy tower. Now, at 1 o'clock in the morning, an explanation was imperative. "Gryffindors, follow me," she commanded. "As for you, Professor Snape, I shall leave the remainder to your capable hands." Adonis observed Harry and his companions slinking behind Professor McGonagall back to the Gryffindor common room. He glanced up at Professor Snape's grim visage and inquired, "Godfather, who is it?" Without a word, Professor Snape turned on his heel and walked away, disregarding him entirely. Adonis felt that he would no longer answer his own question when he heard Professor Snape utter the name, Alpheus Field. Adonis clenched his fist within the sleeve, indicating that he was indeed a formidable character, capable of discerning their movements. Chapter 44. Enigmatic shadows. From the moment he learned that Field had ascended to the position of chief, Adonis recognized that he was not an ordinary adversary. However, he was taken aback by Field's ability to track his whereabouts. Had someone informed him, or had he conducted his own investigation? As they approached the entrance to the lounge, Snape turned to him and said, "Adonis, I shall not inquire into the reasons. Exercise caution. I do not wish for today's events to repeat. Rest assured, there will be no second occurrence," Adonis replied solemnly, nodding in agreement. "Excellent." Once Professor Snape had walked away, Adonis passed through the statue and traversed the corridor back to his chamber, closing the door behind him. He lay on his bed, gazing at the ceiling, reflecting on how the tranquility of recent times had led him to lose the vigilance he once possessed. Regardless of how Field had come by his knowledge, it was evident that he was being followed or watched. Rising from his bed, he seated himself at the desk and retrieved a sheet of stationery, inscribing the following words: "Dear Father, I hope this message finds you well. I have encountered some minor troubles and would appreciate any information regarding the Field family, particularly records from the past 11 years. Please also convey my regards to Mother. With love, your son." The following morning, Adonis meticulously ensured that he was not being followed before arriving at the Ollery. He attached a letter to the leg of the unremarkable owl, Lance, entrusting it to deliver the message to Lucius. Since the incident involving the memory orbs, he had increasingly come to realize that the world was far more complex than he had previously imagined. The striking presence of Ral and Draco's golden eagle, Hill, made Lance's ordinary appearance all the more conspicuous. Consequently, Ral had temporarily become his sole messenger for correspondence with those abroad. As Adonis approached the entrance of the Slytherin common room, He was intercepted by Neville, who blocked his path as he prepared to return to retrieve his textbooks for class. Adonis, what exactly transpired last night? I overheard this morning that we lost 30 points because of you. It would be best if you refrained from entering for now. Thank you for your concern, Neville. I regret that this matter extends beyond my own interests, and therefore, I cannot divulge the details. I shall find a way to recover the lost points. As he passed through the statue's entrance, he heard Neville's reassuring words, I will assist you. Upon entering the common room, Adonis was taken aback by the usually tranquil space now bustling with commotion, resembling a lively marketplace. Assist Carter approached him with an expression of displeasure. Malfoy, I require an explanation. Today has been quite lively, hasn't it? I scarcely recognize when this place transformed into the Gryffindor common room, Carter remarked, regarding the grinning Malfoy with a sense of futility akin to striking a pillow. Why is that? Are you truly unaware of the reason? Chairman, you possess a remarkable sense of humor. How could a student council president be oblivious to such matters when I, a mere first-year student, am left in the dark? Adonis replied, unhurriedly. Malfoy, you. Adonis observed the somewhat exasperated Carter and approached him, lowering his voice as he spoke. Asses Carter, I do not require your incessant interference in my affairs. Having uttered these words, he did not pause for Carter's reaction but instead brushed his left thumb against the ring and proceeded straight to the bedroom. In the ensuing week, Nawi noted a remarkable transformation in Adonis. He abandoned his previously subdued demeanor in class and began to engage actively in discussions. Within a mere week, he had garnered 50 points for Slytherin. In the sanctuary of his bedroom, Adonis unwrapped the parcel sent by Lucius, extracting a letter within. My dearness, both your mother and I are well. Upon receiving your correspondence, I took the liberty of gathering information regarding the Field family. It is noteworthy that the Field family now shares a remarkably close relationship with the Carter family. The details are enclosed within the package. Son, I wish you all the best from afar. With love, your father, Lucius. Adonis extracted the visibility potion and applied it to the smooth inner layer of the package, revealing a zipper almost instantly. He retrieved the documents within and read them with meticulous attention. Indeed, it was as his father had stated. The Field family was on the verge of becoming a vassal of the Carter family. It was truly astonishing how the Carter family had quietly ascended to such heights over the past decade. As he turned to the final page, a particular passage captivated him. From June to August of 1991, Chino had stayed at the Field residence for 2 months. Having forged a close bond with the current head of the Field family, Chino and Field, Voldemort and Chino, did this imply that the Field family had also interacted with Voldemort? Adonis meticulously stored the documents away, securing them within the confines of a locked drawer. The question lingered. Was it Carter or Voldemort? Indeed, it posed quite the conundrum. Yet, there was no cause for concern. The truth would soon be unveiled. Rising from his chair, he drew back the curtains and gazed upon the lake beneath the night sky of Hogwarts, serene and enigmatic, much like the castle itself, shrouded in a delicate veil of mist that obscured its true nature. For over a millennium, Hogwarts had nurtured countless remarkable wizards, each leaving behind a myriad of secrets within the ancient walls of this storied fortress. Adonis remained lost in contemplation, unaware of how long he had stood there, until a knock at the door jolted him from his reverie. Upon opening the door, he found Neville standing outside. Neville, what brings you here at such a late hour? He inquired. I have gathered some information regarding tasks that Filch might assign you, Neville replied. I hope it proves useful. He handed over a piece of paper he had been holding. Adonis cast a glance at the paper Neville had handed him, noting that it contained only the standard penalties. However, he suspected that this time, the punishment for Filch would not be so conventional. If indeed Voldemort orchestrated these events, the likelihood of being sent to toil in the Forbidden Forest was quite high. He looked at the earnest Neville, feeling a surge of gratitude. Neville, thank you. I will examine this closely. I believe it will prove beneficial. Neville felt a wave of joy at Adonis's words. I am glad to assist you. I won't disturb your rest any further. Until tomorrow. Until tomorrow. Adonis leaned against the securely closed door. This little portly fellow ought to have been sorted into Gryffindor, where he could have befriended many sincere little lions and gradually transformed into a true Gryffindor. However, for reasons unknown, he found himself in the contentious realm of Slytherin. As long as Voldemort's existence became common knowledge, life in Slytherin would only become increasingly arduous, seen by outsiders as a breeding ground for Death Eaters. He pondered how long he must endure such a label. Nevertheless, having arrived, he resolved to alter this perception and reveal the true essence of Slytherin. On Sunday morning, An owl delivered a letter from Filch, notifying him to report to his small quarters for labor punishment at 6:15 that evening. When Adonis arrived at Filch's abode, he encountered Harry, Parvati, and Hermione, who were already present. "Adonis, we've dragged you into this mess," Harry remarked, seizing the first opportunity to speak with Adonis in a week. Aside from classes, he had been unable to find Adonis, even suspecting that Adonis was deliberately avoiding the four of them. "It's no trouble. I willingly accepted this," Adonis silently reflected, uncertain about who had ensnared whom in this predicament. Filch soon emerged, a smirk playing on his lips. "Ah, punctuality. The illustrious Potter, the pure-blood Malfoy, and Miss Know-It-All. Fortune smiles upon you today. Hagrid requires assistance, and you shall soon be beyond my jurisdiction. Follow me." Upon hearing that they could assist Hagrid, Harry felt a sudden sense of purpose regarding the labor, even finding Filch somewhat less objectionable. However, his fleeting amusement was quickly extinguished. Chapter 45. The first encounter with Voldemort. Hagrid appeared quite astonished to see the individuals Filch had brought. "What brings you lot here at this hour?" Captured while wandering in the dead of night, Filch retorted, "I leave them in your care, Hagrid." Hagrid nodded, and once Filch had departed, he inquired, "Is this because of Nott?" Harry nodded in response. Adonis observed Hagrid's vexation as he repeatedly struck his head in frustration and kindly reassured him, "Hagrid, this matter cannot be attributed to Noda. It is our own carelessness." Upon hearing Adonis's explanation, Hagrid fervently nodded in agreement. "You are right. This situation cannot be blamed on Noda." At this moment, Adonis was oblivious to the feelings of Harry and his companions. For a fleeting instant, he found Hagrid remarkably endearing. Regardless of right or wrong, Hagrid was wholeheartedly defending Norbert. "Hagrid, what is our task?" he inquired. "Recently, there have been frequent reports of unicorns disappearing and dying in the Forbidden Forest. Today, another unicorn has gone missing. We must find it." "Hagrid, are you jesting? The four of us are to venture into the Forbidden Forest in the dead of night? Does Filch wish for our demise?" Hermione gazed at Hagrid in disbelief, unable to fathom that such a daunting task awaited them. Even Harry wore an expression of utter desolation as he regarded Hagrid. "Relax, I will accompany you," Hagrid reassured them. Turning to retrieve Fong, the bloodhound, from his hut, Fong possessed an exceptionally keen sense of smell and would aid them in swiftly locating their target. "Now, let us follow him." Adonis and his companions followed Hagrid step by step, venturing from the edge of the Forbidden Forest into its depths. The night enveloped the forest in a haunting silence, broken only by the sound of their footsteps and the occasional call of Yaya. Suddenly, a sharp noise pierced the stillness, prompting Adonis to swiftly cast the shield charm. He remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings. Hagrid clutched his little red umbrella tightly, demanding, "Who goes there?" "Step forward." After a prolonged scrutiny, they detected no signs of life and thus continued onward. This scene evoked memories for Adonis of a previous life, during a mission alongside his comrades, where they had encountered similar circumstances. At a fork in the path, Yaya sniffed the air intently, swaying from side to side. "Yaya, which way, left or right?" Hagrid urged, grasping the collar around Yaya's neck to help it discern the correct direction. Yaya growled in frustration, then lay down, drooping its head. With a sigh, Hagrid affectionately patted its head, realizing that Yaya was unable to determine their route. "It seems we must split up," he concluded, glancing at the composed Adonis. "We shall go our separate ways. Adonis and Hermione will take one path. I'll leave Yaya with you. Avoid venturing into the heart of the Forbidden Forest. Yaya will guide you back. You take the left path. I will lead Harry and Pasha down the right." He handed Hermione a flare, instructing her, "If you encounter a unicorn or any trouble, use the signal flare to alert me. I shall come to your aid with utmost haste." Adonis nodded, casting a glance at Pasha, and followed Hagrid. Although he did not believe he was inferior to Hagrid, the latter was far more familiar with the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid offered a reassuring glance to Adonis and Hermione before leading Pasha and Harry to the right. Ever since parting ways with Hagrid, Adonis noticed Hermione growing increasingly anxious, her complexion paling and her legs trembling slightly. "Hermione, it is a pity that Ron could not join our endeavor. Otherwise, he would be one step closer to his aspirations." As Hermione recalled that afternoon when Ron had lost his temper, her spirits lifted somewhat. She struggled to maintain her composure. "But why have the unicorns vanished? The blood of a unicorn is said to prolong life. Yet, is it not said that drinking unicorn blood brings a curse?" As Adonis heard Hermione's words, he suddenly found her adorably naive. For some, when life is at stake, who would still concern themselves with curses? Hermione remained silent for an extended period, and they continued to walk in quietude. However, just as Hermione was about to speak, Adonis swiftly covered her mouth and signaled for silence. Yet, it was too late. Who goes there? Avada Kedavra. Caution. Without a moment's hesitation, Adonis threw himself onto Hermione, and the two of them tumbled on the ground to evade the green light. Finally halting when they crashed into a thicket, Adonis rolled onto the ground, gazing at the figure of the dark-cloaked man who had lifted his head from the unicorn's neck. A trace of silver blood at the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, a scattering of waist-high plants lay ahead, providing some cover from the man's sight. Quick, the signal flare. Hermione, startled, took a moment to react as the figure in black drew nearer, his face becoming increasingly distinct. Adonis recognized the flat features before him. It was none other than the half-alive Voldemort. Look, which of my acquaintances awaits me? Time was of the essence. Adonis forcefully pushed Hermione aside, retrieving the flare from her pocket and swiftly igniting it. He then raised his wand towards Voldemort, exclaiming, Avada Kedavra. A beam of green light shot forth from his wand. He could not allow Voldemort to discover his identity, absolutely not. A mocking laugh echoed from the dark figure, and a killing curse was hurled back in retaliation. The two green lights collided. From the moment Adonis took the signal flare, Hermione had regained her senses. She gazed at Adonis's cold profile. A surge of silent terror suddenly swelling within her heart. In less than 10 seconds, Adonis felt he was on the brink of collapse. The magical energy required for the killing curse was still too much for him at that moment. Just as he was about to falter, a roar resonated from a distance. Who dares to harm unicorns in the Forbidden Forest? Perhaps fearing exposure, Voldemort hastily withdrew his magical power and vanished from the scene. Adonis knelt on the ground, watching Voldemort depart, having narrowly escaped. He was far too weak, unable to endure even half a minute. Rising to his feet, he assisted Hermione, who had also survived the ordeal, observing her hesitance to speak. Adonis offered a gentle smile. Hermione, do not inquire further, nor dwell on it. Return home and rest well tonight. All shall be well. Although the Oblivion charm could resolve matters, he firmly believed that, barring exceptional circumstances, individuals who had experienced such events possessed the right to know the truth. Before long, a centaur approached them from a distance. Are you both unharmed? The centaur inquired. Concern etched upon his features. Thank you for saving us. Adonis expressed his heartfelt gratitude, acknowledging that without the centaur's intervention, he would have perished. The centaur scrutinized Adonis, noting his platinum hair, and remarked, You are the eldest son of the Malfoy family. I am Adonis Black Malfoy, and this is Hermione Granger beside me. Once again, I thank you for rescuing us. Adonis replied respectfully to the centaur. I am Firenze. The centaur introduced himself, lowering his body slightly. You must hurry and climb aboard. The Forbidden Forest is no longer safe. I shall escort you to Hagrid. It is reckless of him to allow two young witches to wander alone in the Forbidden Forest. As Hermione prepared to mount Firenze's back upon hearing his words, Adonis gently restrained her. Firenze, we appreciate your offer, but we are capable of walking alongside you. The centaur nodded in understanding and said, Very well, follow me, leading the way to the right and ahead. Adonis cast a glance at Hermione, acknowledging her weariness. Compounded by the recent events, it was no wonder he refrained from allowing Firenze to carry her, as it had soured her mood. He leaned closer to her, whispering in a tone only they could hear, to ride upon the back of a centaur signifies enslavement. Hermione looked at Adonis in astonishment, for she had not encountered such a notion in her readings. Nevertheless, given Adonis's assertion, she harbored no doubts about its veracity and swiftly adjusted her mindset. Not far behind them trailed several centaurs, positioned such that they would neither be detected by Adonis nor arrive too late for rescue. Ronan, the boy, was indeed the reason the centaur had spoken of the second movement of the planets. Another centaur nodded in agreement, stating that the prophecy of the stars pointed to this young Malfoy from the Malfoy lineage. The wizarding world was descending into chaos indeed. Before long, Adonis and his companions encountered Hager, who had been located by the signal flare, along with the cowardly Yaya, who had fled at the last moment. Adonis suddenly had a thought and leaned toward Hermione, whispering in her ear, Hermione, please do me a favor and refrain from mentioning the figure in the black cloak we encountered. Hermione cast a curious glance at Adonis before nodding in agreement. I am relieved you are unharmed. Hagrid expressed his gratitude. Firenze, thank you for bringing them here. Upon seeing Adonis and the others, Hagrid felt a sense of reassurance. Firenze, dismissing any concern, bid them farewell and departed. After the centaur left, the group began their journey back. Due to Adonis's request, Hagrid inquired about what had transpired with Hermione, who simply replied that they had come across a poor unicorn that had been drained of its blood, omitting the details of their harrowing experience. Adonis nodded in agreement upon hearing Hermione's explanation, which spared him considerable trouble. Lying in bed back at the castle, Adonis couldn't help but exclaim that, aside from nearly losing his life, the evening had been truly extraordinary. Chapter 46, The Trial. Although the events in the Forbidden Forest were perilous for Adonis, they were merely a diversion in the tapestry of life. As the final examinations approached, he pondered how he might unobtrusively acquire the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone was a prize he was determined to possess. In the library, Adonis discovered Harry, who was immersed in his studies. "Harry, could you lend me your invisibility cloak temporarily?" he inquired, adding, "I promise to return it to you as swiftly as possible." Grateful for the opportunity to assist Adonis, Harry readily consented. "The cloak is in my room. I shall retrieve it for you shortly. No need to rush. You can send it to me via all tonight." "All right." After concluding the discussion regarding the invisibility cloak with Harry, he proceeded to the Slytherin common room where he found Zabini. "Blaise, come with me for a moment." Adonis secured the door firmly before turning his gaze towards Zabini and Blaise. "Keep an eye on Field. He has already aligned himself with the Carter family." "Blaise, wasn't Field just with us last time?" Blaise inquired, astonished as he looked at Adonis. "That was merely a facade. The boy is quite cunning. And he had a hand in my confinement," Adonis replied. "Rest assured, I understand." Adonis retrieved a letter from the drawer and handed it to Zabini, instructing him to pass it on to his uncle, conveying that Malfoy would be acting in concert. After this, he gave Zabini's shoulder a reassuring pat. "Bryce, our plan may commence," he continued. "However, exercise caution to ensure that Dumbledore remains oblivious, and it is imperative to keep Professor Snape in the dark as well." Zabini nodded emphatically, assuring, "Rest assured, I shall return now. Indeed, be vigilant in all matters." Adonis watched Zabini leave the room and leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes to rest. Certain matters required prior preparation. Otherwise, when the day arrived, he would find himself powerless despite his intentions. That evening, he received the invisibility cloak brought by Hedwig. As expected from one of the Deathly Hallows, it felt as delicate as water and weightless. Legend has it that this cloak could even elude the grasp of death itself. When its true owner dons it, they attain genuine seclusion from the world. Had it not been for Dumbledore borrowing the Potter family's cloak for research, perhaps the Potters might have survived by means of that very cloak. Adonis carefully concealed the invisibility cloak, for with this garment, his plans would soon come to fruition. During the subsequent class on dark arts defense, he noticed that the scent of garlic emanating from Chino had intensified, indicating that the effectiveness of unicorn blood against Voldemort was waning, and the day of confrontation loomed nearer. Chino stood at the podium, his pallid complexion suggesting he might collapse at any moment. He retrieved a cage draped in black cloth from beneath the table. "Class, please turn to page 200. Today, we shall delve into our final topic, how to deal with the Nars. Who among you can enlighten us about this magical creature?" The classroom fell into a hush. Slytherin scoffed at the prospect of answering, while Gryffindor disdainfully neglected to preview the textbook, save for one hand that soared high. Had it not been for the various incidents that had transpired this semester, Adonis might have deemed Ravenclaw a superior choice. However, perhaps the sorting had made the right decision after all. "Miss Granger, would you be so kind as to introduce us to the Nars?" Hermione nodded and rose from her seat. The Nars are social creatures primarily found in the forest of Albania. They are dichromatically colored, black for males and white for females. In a normal state, their eyes are dark brown, but when provoked, they turn a striking red-brown. Unlike larger predatory magical beings that gain recognition and prey through sheer size and ferocity, Nars rely on their agility, nimbleness, and a pair of venomous, sharp teeth to attack and secure sustenance. Excellent, 5 points to Gryffindor. It is worth noting that Nars possess an endearing appearance, often lulling wizards into a false sense of security due to their deceptively charming facade. Their incisors are highly toxic. A bite can instantly introduce venom into the bloodstream, resulting in temporary paralysis that varies based on the victim's characteristics. If the wound is not properly treated within 6 hours, it can leave the victim in a state of permanent weakness or, in severe cases, lead to death. Now, let us observe this Nar, which I have procured with great difficulty. Chino removed the black cloth from the cage, revealing a fluffy, adorable white creature before them. Gasps of amazement filled the classroom. Had they not been forewarned of the Nars' ferocity, even Adonis might have succumbed to the allure of such an enchanting creature. Now, let us witness its true nature. Chino retrieved a piece of raw beef from his bag and placed it through a small opening at the top of the cage. The moment the Nar caught the scent, its true form was unveiled. It lunged at the meat, its gleaming, sharp teeth tearing into the flesh, and within moments, The entire piece of raw beef was devoured. Chino once again draped the cage with the black cloth. The darkness would keep it calm. The most prudent method to deal with such a venomous creature is to first employ the petrification spell, followed by the extraction of its teeth. Once disarmed of its fangs, the gnaw would pose no threat and could be easily managed. Mr. Malfoy, do you have a more effective solution? Professor, I believe your approach is the most sensible. Adonis was uncertain of Chino's intentions, yet he responded earnestly. Chino approached him and suddenly remarked, I know another spell, one that is direct and efficient. What say you? Professor, are you referring to the unforgivable curse? That would land one in Azkaban. Adonis gazed calmly into Chino's eyes, sensing that this inquiry bore Voldemort's influence, hinting at growing suspicion. Indeed, well said. Please take your seat. Chino returned to the podium. Of course, for first-year wizards, the petrification spell may prove too challenging. Thus, if you ever encounter a gnar, the only course of action is to run. Run with all your might. Chino clapped his hands. That concludes our lessons for this semester. I wish you all success in your exams and a delightful winter break. Miss Granger and Mr. Malfoy, please remain behind. The rest of you may leave. As Chino turned his back, Adonis quickly exchanged a reassuring glance with Hermione. Adonis and Hermione, I heard from Hagrid that you encountered a deceased unicorn in the Forbidden Forest. What discoveries did you make? You know how fond I am of unicorns and how I wish to contribute to their well-being. It is unfathomable that someone would slay such a pure creature. Professor, when we arrived, we found only the lifeless unicorn and no sign of its killer. However, I did notice signs of a struggle. As Adonis spoke, Chino's gaze remained fixed on Hermione, hoping to discern some telltale sign, yet regrettably, he found nothing amiss. Casting a glance at the bustling corridor, he remarked, Very well. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. I am most willing to assist you. Adonis and Hermione nodded at each other and departed from the classroom side by side. After they had distanced themselves considerably from the defense against the dark arts classroom, Hermione glanced around, ensuring that no one could overhear their conversation, before inquiring, Was it Chino that night? Did you not already know? Speculation and reality are two different things. Is it possible that Chino is unaware of the curse? Since the beginning of the term, Hermione had perceived Chino as somewhat timid. Yet she had been reluctant to acknowledge that he was the one attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. He is under control. Is there a way to save him? We could go to the headmaster and reveal the truth. Hermione grasped Adonis's arm, eager to run. Adonis grasped Hermione's arm, insisting he is a willing participant. And he has been under control for far too long. Not even Dumbledore, nor Merlin, could save him now. The headmaster has long been aware of the truth, otherwise. Why do you think Professor Snape has been so fixated on Quino? Hermione gazed at Adonis in disbelief. You mean to say the headmaster has known all along? Harry is here, after all. That man desires Harry's life, does he not? How could the headmaster, the greatest of wizards, leave Quino in Hogwarts? Precisely because he is the greatest wizard, keeping danger close at hand is the safest course of action, Adonis replied. Hermione absorbed Adonis's words. Her expression momentarily blank as the weight of the information settled upon her. After a brief silence, she finally spoke. I think I shall return now. Adonis gazed at Hermione's retreating figure, feeling a twinge of envy towards Harry. In less than a year, he had forged such a genuine friendship. He hurried after her and called out, Hermione, the one you wish to protect is right here at Hogwarts. You need not worry. Hermione turned to Adonis and inquired, Who is it? Adonis shook his head. Hermione, observing Adonis's expression, spoke with a hint of irritation. Once again, you cannot articulate it. I understand. Adonis, witnessing Hermione's demeanor, found himself at a loss for words. For Harry's sake, the conversation we had must remain a secret from him. Hermione cast a sharp glance at Adonis, signaling her understanding. Chapter 47, Preparations. Adonis and Hermione parted ways and made their respective journeys towards the Hufflepuff common room, nestled in the depths of the basement. The common room shared a corridor with the kitchen of the house elves. Adonis searched for a considerable time yet failed to uncover the entrance to the common room. He could only hope that fortune would smile upon him and that he might soon encounter a badger, whether entering or exiting the sanctuary. After approximately half an hour, he finally spotted a girl clad in Hufflepuff robes approaching his direction. Adonis strode swiftly to the young woman before him. Greetings. I have an urgent matter to discuss with Draco Malfoy. Could you escort me to the common room? Are you Adonis Black Malfoy? The girl inquired. Indeed, he replied. The girl nodded. Follow me, then. Adonis could hardly fathom that the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room was concealed within a cluster of large barrels situated in the corner of the kitchen corridor. The girl tapped rhythmically on the bottom lids of the two central barrels in the second row, following the cadence of Helga Hufflepuff. As if by magic, the lids rotated open, revealing an entrance tall enough for a person to pass through. They stepped into the passageway, making their way toward the Hufflepuff common room. "We are the only house at Hogwarts equipped with a charm against intruders," the girl remarked as they walked. Adonis had heard Draco mention that illegal trespassers would be doused in vinegar. With a hint of pride, the girl responded, "You are absolutely right. But did you know? The Hufflepuff common room and dormitories have remained unseen by outsiders for over 1,000 years. Like badgers, we know how to conceal and protect ourselves." Adonis listened intently to the girl's words, casting a careful glance at her. Her round face, big sparkling eyes, and cascading golden locks made her resemble a doll displayed in a shop window. Particularly, the soothing quality of her voice captivated him. After conversing for quite some time, he realized he still did not know her name. "Isabel Churchill," she replied. "Is Ruby Churchill your sister?" Adonis inquired. Isabel glanced at him and affirmed, "Yes. She is my cousin." It is difficult for Adonis to fathom that Isabel is indeed the sister of that proud Ruby. "Ah, I see, she is quite an ambitious woman," he remarked. Upon hearing Adonis's assessment, Isabel suddenly beamed at him with a radiant smile. "Indeed, she is quite ambitious, isn't she?" Adonis gazed upon the girl's smile, feeling an overwhelming sense of ease that compelled him to smile in return. "All right, we have arrived at the common lounge. Allow me to assist you in finding someone to escort you to Draco." Adonis nodded, casting a glance at Isabel as she gently roused a slumbering boy on the sofa. "Jeff, could you do me a favor? This is Draco Malfoy's brother. Would you escort him to Draco's room?" Jake rubbed his eyes and replied, "No problem at all. Rest assured, I shall take him to Draco's room. We happen to reside next door." Rising from the sofa, he approached Adonis and said, "Come. I will lead you to the room. You may call me Jake." "Hello, Jake. I'm Adonis Black Malfoy. You may refer to me as Adonis." After saying farewell to Isabel, Adonis followed Jack towards the boys' dormitory. "Do you have an urgent matter to discuss with Draco?" Jack inquired. What a pity. Otherwise, I could have given you a brief tour of our common room. At this moment, allow me to describe it to you. Our lounge is infused with a gentle earthy fragrance, always basking in sunlight. Through the windows, one can behold the swaying dandelions and verdant grass. Our headmaster often implements delightful standards to adorn our abode. Doesn't that sound splendid? Adonis smiled and nodded, acknowledging that it was indeed splendid. However, might we expedite the process a bit? My matters are rather urgent. No problem, I shall continue. The director's specimens encompass a myriad of plants. After traversing 3.5 corridors, he finally arrived at the door of Draco's dormitory. It wasn't long before Draco opened the door. "Brother, what brings you here?" Adonis gestured for Draco to wait a moment, then turned to the ever-chattering Jack and said, "Jack, I sincerely appreciate you bringing me here. I have a few matters to attend to, so let us converse another time." Jack looked at him with regret and replied, "Very well, you are always welcome to seek me out." After walking a short distance, he turned back and called out loudly, "Adonis, do remember to come and find me." Jack's voice was so resounding that several nearby dormitories heard his exclamation, prompting curious inhabitants to open their doors and inquire about the commotion. Adonis cast a furtive glance at those around him, steeling himself as he nodded. He then swiftly entered Draco's room, shutting the door behind him. "Brother, how could you have chosen such a person to guide you? He is the most loquacious member of Hufflepuff, speaking incessantly as if 24 hours are insufficient for him. We barely have time to evade him." Adonis smiled wryly and said, "Let us not speak of him. Please help me find a relatively secluded spot in Hufflepuff. I need to brew a potion." It was evident that Isabel was intentionally putting him in a difficult position. "This is quite simple. Hufflepuff has provided each of us with a modest private kitchen. Although it may not be large, it will certainly suffice for potion making." "All right," he replied. 3 days from now at 3:30 in the afternoon, wait for me at the library entrance." Draco nodded. "No problem." Adonis returned to his chamber and perused the comprehensive tome of potion making, seeking the method and requisite ingredients for the high-temperature cooling elixir. He retrieved a sheet of parchment from the drawer and penned the following message: "Dearest Sia, kindly assist me in procuring the following ingredients: 100 grams of African tree snake skin, 500 grams of daffodil root, 2 drops of mermaid tears, 10 drops of leech essence, and 2 strands of unicorn tail. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my father's counsel. Please ensure that the materials are delivered to Hogwarts within 3 days." Adonis Black Malfoy completed his letter and handed it to Lance, who retrieved the memory orb previously acquired from Lucius from the secure cabinet. due to the orb's peculiar reaction with him. He had to enlist Lucius's assistance in placing the orb within a transparent case. Over the past few months, he had perused countless tomes, only to surmise that it was an object fashioned through alchemy. However, its true purpose remained a mystery to him. All he could do was examine the orb daily for any signs of change. Upon meticulous inspection of every facet of the orb, he found it as unaltered as before. With a sigh of resignation, he returned it to its original resting place. The efficiency of Xia was remarkable. By the following evening, he received the materials brought by Lance. Adonis carefully inspected the potions for any damage, and upon confirming their integrity, he stored the ingredients away, then resumed his practice of basic ancient runes. To inscribe the runes with specific functions, it was imperative to master each character with precision. He meticulously replicated each stroke of the runes from the book onto his own parchment. Every line in ancient runes held immense significance. An error as slight as a hair's breadth could result in a vast deviation. After completing the final stroke, he watched in dismay as the runes he had just inscribed vanished from the page. Adonis let out a heavy sigh. This marked his 30th failure of the evening. The 10th character had plagued him for many days, and it appeared today would yield no better results. Perhaps it was time to seek a teacher to guide him, as navigating this path alone proved exceedingly challenging. This particular notebook had been procured by Lucius after much effort from a master of runes, specifically crafted as a tool for novices. Correctly inscribed runes would linger on the page for 24 hours before fading, while incorrect ones would disappear immediately. On the third day, as he approached the library entrance, he encountered a hurried Hermione, who nearly collided with him. "I'm so sorry," she exclaimed. "It's quite all right," Adonis replied. "Oh, it's you. By the way, what is the 7th rule of werewolf behavior?" Just as Adonis was about to respond, he overheard Hermione muttering to herself. "I just recalled that werewolves must not," when signing a service contract. Adonis gazed at Hermione as she walked away, lamenting that Ravenclaw had truly lost something invaluable. Chapter 48. Potions. As Adonis approached the library, he walked over to Draco's side and inquired, "Are all the preparations in place?" Draco, upon hearing Adonis's words, flashed a grin and replied, "Brother, do you not have faith in my ability to get things done?" Adonis chuckled as he patted Draco's head, teasing him to be more composed at such a grown age. "I am merely 11, Draco retorted. The two brothers bantered cheerfully as they arrived at Hufflepuff's private kitchenette, a confined space of approximately 6 square meters adorned with magical runes. A dim, antiquated chandelier hung above, its frayed cord raising concerns about its potential to plummet unexpectedly. "How long has this little room existed?" "It has been here since the establishment of Hogwarts." Adonis nodded, extracting the necessary materials for the high-temperature cooling potion from his backpack. In addition to the supplies sent by Sia, he possessed 200 grams of Gigi grass and 2 grams of dunkstone. The moment he unveiled the dunkstone, an overwhelming stench caused his stomach to churn violently, and the acrid bile in his throat threatened to rise. Fortunately, this discomfort was fleeting, as the foul odor dissipated into thin air. The shimmering magical runes on the wall indicated that it was all due to their influence. The enchanting runes further solidified his resolve to master the art of rune magic. Adonis placed the large pot that Draco had prepared for him upon the stove and, brandishing his wand, directed it towards the area beneath the stove, igniting a roaring flame. Adonis gazed at the now stabilized flames, adhering to the steps outlined in the compendium of 1,000 potions. He poured 1 liter of pure water into the large cauldron and awaited its boiling point. Extracting 100 grams of African tree snake skin, he utilized a short blade to remove its exhibited wrinkles, placing it delicately onto a dish. The daffodil root was sliced into thin pieces, following the direction of its meridians. Once the water reached a vigorous boil, he first introduced 200 grams of bulrush and 2 grams of dunkstone. Upon witnessing the softening of the bulrush as per the prescribed steps, Adonis added 2 drops of mermaid tears. As the mermaid tears mingled with the bulrush, the color of the broth gradually transitioned from a verdant green to a deep indigo. He retrieved his pocket watch and, at the 5-minute mark, introduced the leech's essence into the pot, adding it drop by drop, precisely 10 in total. As the 5-minute interval elapsed, Adonis began to worry that he had perhaps failed, for the successful potion would transform into a rich purple at the 7-minute point. Fortunately, although the color in the pot only began to shift at 6.5 minutes, it ultimately achieved a successful metamorphosis into a splendid purple by the 7-minute mark. Subsequently, he added 100 grams of African tree snake skin and 2 unicorn tails into the cauldron simultaneously. With a flick of his wand, he intensified the magical energy directed at the flames, raising the temperature to a scorching 200 degrees. Adonis observed as the liquid simmered and gradually reduced in volume, ultimately condensing into a mere 10 milliliters droplet. He carefully sealed it in a prepared glass vial and tucked it into his pocket. Draco, standing nearby, could not contain his curiosity and inquired, "What is this potion?" "It is a high-temperature cooling elixir. May I accompany you when you use it?" Adonis gazed into Draco's resolute eyes, suppressing the tumult within. "Draco, there are matters that I must undertake alone. I bear my responsibilities, and you have yours." "What are my responsibilities?" asked Draco. "The responsibilities of a Malfoy," Adonis replied. "I understand." Draco nodded at Adonis. "Very well, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." After Adonis departed, Draco gazed at the flickering flames beneath the stove. A profound sense of impotence and frustration surged within him once more. Not only did his father understand, but he too acknowledged the stark differences between himself and his brother. He had stubbornly refused to accept this reality. Even though they were born less than half an hour apart, why had his brother always been the one to care for him throughout their lives? While he had never truly been able to offer any substantial assistance, even in the matter of a mere potion, he could only help his brother find a suitable location. He longed for the kind of camaraderie that the Weasley twins shared, yet at this moment, he realized that perhaps the issue lay in their vast differences, whether in knowledge or ideology. What, indeed, is a Malfoy's responsibility? He had once inquired of his father, who replied that his duty was to protect his family. But what of his own responsibility? Was it also to safeguard his family? Each member of his family surpassed him in strength. Even Pansy required no protection from him. Draco crouched in the corner, cradling his head, engulfed in a haze of confusion. As Adonis emerged from Hogsmeade, he chose not to return to Slytherin but instead made his way to Gryffindor, where he had arranged to meet Harry outside the Gryffindor Tower. "Adonis, you've arrived. What brings you here? It is quite chilly outside today." Adonis gazed at Harry, whose face was adorned with a smile. He found Harry somewhat foolish, yet he admired that very foolishness. After a year at Hogwarts, Harry Potter was no longer the boy from Privet Drive who was perpetually bullied. He had come to understand the value of the invisibility cloak, yet he did not inquire about the reasons or when it would be returned. He unhesitatingly entrusted it to Adonis. "Harry, I need a few strands of your hair for a certain purpose," Adonis stated. Harry looked intently at Adonis and asked, "Could you tell me what it is for?" Adonis shook his head apologetically. "I cannot." At that moment, Harry observed Adonis's expression and suddenly burst into laughter. "Adonis, do you know what I find most irksome about you?" "What?" "It is this air of mystery you perpetuate. It's merely a few strands of hair. Must you make such a grand affair of it? Do you not lose hair every day?" With that, he plucked a few hairs from his own head and handed them directly to Adonis. Adonis took the hair from Harry's hand. Since Harry had already expressed his thoughts, he refrained from uttering any further words of gratitude. "Harry, you might want to remind Hermione not to be so anxious. The final exams are quite simple for her and far less daunting than she imagines." Upon hearing Adonis's words, Harry felt as though he had found solace and camaraderie. "You are absolutely right. The three of us have already attempted to remind her, but it seems to have been in vain. Ron and I are nearly driven to madness by her." After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "Adonis, do you not sense that something is amiss with the Philosopher's Stone affair? Indeed, there is something peculiar, yet as long as Dumbledore is at the school, no harm shall come to us. Moreover, if you wish to concern yourself with this matter, it would be prudent to wait until after the final exams. What do you think?" "You make a valid point. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Adonis observed Harry as he departed, acutely aware that Harry had not truly heeded his words. However, this was to be expected. Otherwise, he would not be Harry Potter, the savior of the wizarding world. It was time to seek assistance from his godfather. In Snape's office, a dimly lit underground chamber, Lucius had repeatedly urged him to relocate. Altering the design style was out of the question. Lucius had known that since their student days, even finding a slightly brighter room had proven elusive. "What do you want from me?" Snape inquired, gazing at the student standing before him. "I require your assistance in brewing a polyjuice potion. Time is of the essence, and I cannot afford to brew it myself." "What do you mean by time is of the essence? Do not entertain any foolish notions. I will not assist you with that." Adonis gazed at Snape, who appeared utterly unsympathetic. "Godfather, you are fully aware of my actions. Why must you question my motives? I have already encountered him. I, even Malfoy, find myself without an escape." Snape, upon hearing Adonis's words, was taken aback and stood up from his seat. "Was it truly you that night?" As Snape observed Adonis nodding, he sank back into his chair, staring blankly at him. "Is it true that there were no other options?" "Indeed." "Very well, I understand. Have you brought the necessary items for the polyjuice potion?" Adonis nodded and approached, handing his hair to his godfather, Harry Potter. Adonis understood that a significant portion of his godfather's will to live stemmed from protecting Lily's child, and he could not conceal this truth. Observing Snape's lack of response, he reluctantly made his way towards the door. Just as it closed behind him, he heard Snape utter, "You are my protege." Adonis revealed a subtle smile. After all, a godfather remains a godfather. Chapter 49. Snape's Peculiar Taste. As the exams drew ever closer, Adonis distinctly sensed the surrounding young wizards becoming increasingly agitated, each one displaying signs of anxiety. Consequently, when he encountered Hufflepuff's Isabelle, a profound curiosity welled within him. Observing Isabelle's carefree demeanor, he felt a surge of irritation at the memory of that fateful day. "Ah, we meet again, Isabelle," he remarked. "Oh, it's you, Adonis. Everyone has gone off to revise. What brings you here to the lake?" she replied, a hint of embarrassment creeping into her voice as she recalled how her penchant for mischief had led to a protracted gossip regarding Jack and Adonis. "What are you doing here by the lake?" Adonis countered. "I believe it is I who should be asking you, Mr. Adonis," she retorted. Adonis scrutinized her with a discerning gaze and remarked, "You do not resemble a Hufflepuff." In those penetrating eyes, Isabelle perceived a clarity that seemed to unveil all truths. "This was my choice." A spark of inspiration ignited within her, and she continued, "I never anticipated that Mr. Adonis would possess such a petty nature." "Ah, I had almost forgotten about that matter until you mentioned it. But I still await your explanation as to why you are here on this lake." Adonis inquired. "Why should I reveal my reasons when you have not disclosed yours?" They exchanged a glance, sharing a light-hearted laugh. "Then, Miss Isabelle, might I have the honor of accompanying you on this lake?" Adonis inquired, gazing at the beaming Isabelle. "Of course, let us go together," she replied. The sunlight enveloped their figures, painting a beautiful tableau against the backdrop of nature. Upon returning to the lounge, Adonis beheld the examination schedule affixed to the notice board. The timings were as follows. Standard Spells Level 1. Next Monday at 8 o'clock a.m. History of Magic, Tuesday at 3 o'clock p.m. Theory of Magic, Wednesday at 3 o'clock p.m. Basic Transfiguration, Thursday at 8 o'clock a.m. Herbology, Thursday at 3 o'clock p.m. Potions, Friday at 8 o'clock a.m. Professor Snape kindly reminded, should an explosion occur, please exit the examination promptly. Additionally, Flying Lessons, Friday at 3 o'clock p.m. and Defense Against the Dark Arts, Saturday at 8 o'clock a.m. were scheduled. All students are required to attend their respective examinations punctually as per the timetable. Tardiness or absence in written examinations will be deemed as failing. The examination venue will be the classroom. Please ensure to arrive on time and avoid any absence. As Adonis returned to the dormitory, he observed Navi spinning in circles incessantly. "Navi, what troubles you?" Adonis inquired. "What should I do? What should I do?" Navi lamented. "Professor Snape said that if the cauldron explodes, we shall be disqualified from the examination. Grandmother will surely be heartbroken." Adonis gazed at the ever-spinning Neville, feeling quite dizzy. "Neville, please halt. The potions exam is a written assessment." Neville came to an abrupt stop. "Adonis, you truly are an angel." Adonis nodded and stepped directly into the bedroom. Indeed, he was an angel, and the godfather's mischievous antics had come to an early conclusion. On the first day of the examination week, Adonis arrived at Professor Bin's examination venue as per the schedule, only to find a crowd gathered outside the classroom. He casually inquired with someone about the situation. 10 people enter the examination room at a time. You will soon be called, so there is no need to rush. Half an hour later, it was his turn along with 9 others. Professor Frivy stood on a stool, pointing at the 10 lit candles on the table ahead. Each of you will take one, and, using the levitation spell, let it float above your heads as you walk around the classroom. Adonis located the candle corresponding to his assigned number. Using a spell, Yagati Dimler Viosa levitated it, gradually directing its position with meticulous precision, adjusting the magical output until it ultimately hovered directly above his head. As he approached the 1/3 mark, a sudden piercing scream shattered the silence. "My hair!" The unexpected exclamation startled him, causing the candle above to sway precariously, nearly plummeting to the ground. "Clear as a spring, task completion at 10. You may exit," intoned Professor Flivy. The unfortunate child, with singed hair, exited the classroom with a look of regret. Had it not been for the comical antics of those ahead, he might have avoided such a calamity. As Adonis turned halfway to face his peers participating in the examination, he struggled to suppress his laughter. Containing his mirth, he completed the entire course. Professor Flivy acknowledged the first completer with a thumbs up, praising the exquisite levitation spell, which exhibited impeccable accuracy and control. The following day's history of magic class posed little challenge. The exam experiences from his past life were etched deeply within him. He glanced over the questions. 1. When did the first fairy rebellion occur? 2. What significant event transpired in the magical realm 800 years ago? 19. When was Gringotts established? 20. When was Hogwarts founded? Adonis completed all the questions with remarkable speed. He was on his way to the godfather to collect the meticulously prepared compound potion. Adonis approached the door of Snape's office and knocked lightly. Enter, came the response. As Snape prepared the potion ingredients, he recognized the visitor. The items you seek are located in the innermost cabinet to the north, on the 3rd row and 10th column. Once you have retrieved them, please return to assist me. Adonis placed the compound potion into his pocket and approached Snape, observing the unsettling activities involving the leeches and his godfather. With a troubled expression, he uttered, "Godfather, I haven't reviewed the exam material. Is that so? I recall that the exam is scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. A few hours in the morning should suffice for your revision." "But, Godfather, I—" Suddenly, a piercing scream emanated from Snape's office, causing passers-by to instinctively tread lightly and hasten their steps, bewildered by the horror that had unfolded. As the clock struck 10 at night, Adonis emerged from Snape's office, glancing at his swollen hands with a wave of nausea. "Cursed leeches," he cursed inwardly. On his way back to the dormitory, he contemplated numerous methods to deal with the leeches, finding even the killing curse insufficient to vent his frustration. Upon opening the dormitory door, Adonis was surprised to find Neville, who typically retired early, still awake, nearly at 11 o'clock. It appeared he was indeed waiting specifically for him. Adonis shifted the weight of his hands behind his back and inquired, "Neville, why are you still up so late? I simply can't seem to retain the theories of magic. Could you help me highlight the key points?" Neville nodded. "Of course, I will focus on these aspects. They will make my revision significantly easier." "Thank you." After a brief hesitation, he continued, "Adonis, are your hands injured? You've been keeping them behind you. Do you need a healing salve?" "It's nothing, really," Adonis replied, declining the offer. Neville nodded, refraining from further questions. Having spent nearly a year in Slytherin, he had grasped the fundamental dynamics of their interactions. Mutual respect for privacy was a paramount rule in Slytherin friendships, and they seldom crossed that line. Adonis returned to his bedroom and fervently applied a deep huffing cream to his swollen hands, hoping that upon awakening the next morning, it would all prove to be a mere dream. Chapter 50. The conclusion of examinations and a new beginning upon rising the following morning. Adonis gazed at his now depuffed hands, exhaling a sigh of relief. At last, he was ready to face the world. The afternoon's history of magic examination posed little challenge for him, as Professor Binns presented straightforward questions, such as identifying the wizards who invented the self-stirring cauldron. In the intermediate transfiguration exam, Professor McGonagall instructed them to transform a mouse into a snuff box. Adonis gazed at the mouse before him, beginning to construct the image of a snuff bottle within his mind, shaping each contour into a three-dimensional form. Before casting the transfiguration spell, it is essential to have a clear and precise model of the desired outcome. Otherwise, the results of the transformation are likely to fall short of expectations. Once the snuff bottle was fully envisioned, he drew his wand and swiftly cast the spell upon the mouse. In an instant, the mouse transformed into a jade snuff bottle. Conceived from Hittian white jade, a material he had cherished throughout both his past and present lives, with a particular fondness for Hittian white jade. On the lower left corner of the exterior, a Paulownia tree was depicted, with a phoenix languidly resting upon it, while a small phoenix was learning to fly in the center-left position. Professor McGonagall, noticing that someone had completed the examination task, approached Adonis and picked up the exquisite snuff bottle from the table. It felt wonderfully smooth to the touch. "What type of jade is this?" she inquired. "Hittian white jade." "Professor, a flawless transfiguration spell. May I have this snuff bottle as a gift?" Adonis nodded, expressing that it was an honor to be liked. After Professor McGonagall offered her thanks, she gestured for him to leave. "Professor, may I pose a question to you?" he inquired. "If a mouse transforms into a snuff box, does that snuff box possess life? Can the mouse revert to its original form? If so, does that not imply the creation of a new life? Is it still the same as it once was?" Adonis had long grappled with this conundrum, having perused numerous texts that indicated that the transformed objects were akin to the originals. As someone educated in the sciences, he found it exceedingly difficult to accept that magic could transmute molecular structures into entirely different substances. The surrounding students, intrigued by Adonis's inquiries, turned their curious gazes toward McGonagall, equally eager to learn the answers. The professor regarded the boy before her, recognizing him as the first student to pose such a question. Had it been Professor Dumbledore teaching Transfiguration at that moment, he would have been the second student to ask this question, the first being Tom Riddle. McGonagall shook her head, expressing her regret. I am afraid I cannot answer that question. However, should you have the opportunity, I encourage you to consult the headmaster. He is quite proficient in the art of transfiguration. Adonis nodded, acknowledging the situation. He held little hope, as this issue had confounded many before him. Did he truly intend to consult Dumbledore? The following 2 days of herbology and potions proceeded seamlessly for Adonis. Both Professor Sprout and Professor Snape appeared to him as if they were being lenient. Professor Sprout assigned them to write about the distribution, characteristics, and functions of several common herbs, while Professor Snape required them to detail the brewing process of the forgetfulness potion. During the flying class examination on Friday afternoon, no unforeseen incidents occurred. However, Adonis could distinctly sense Madame Hooch's anxiety as the prior mishap lingered on her mind. On Saturday morning, he completed the defense against the dark arts exam, glancing at Chino's pale visage, silently urging him that it would soon be over. Indeed, around 2 o'clock on Sunday afternoon, Zabini hurried over, exclaiming, Adonis, as you suspected, our sources have informed us that Harry Potter and his companions have already made their way to Hagrid's hut. Adonis rose from the sofa in the communal lounge, weary yet relieved, informing them that a respite was in order for the semester. Zabini intercepted Adonis as he prepared to return to his room to gather his belongings, inquiring, Do you require my company? Adonis gazed at Zabini, pondering the reason for his seriousness, remarking that he could manage alone. He retrieved a compound tincture and a high-temperature cooling potion from his bedroom, stowing them in his pocket before donning his invisibility cloak. He took a shortcut to the entrance of the forbidden area on the 3rd floor, patiently awaiting the arrival of Harry and his companions. After approximately an hour, he discerned the sound of footsteps, identifying 5 individuals, for were easily recognizable: Harry Potter, Parvati, Hermione, and Ron. But who could the 5th be? No wonder Hagrid had managed to procure a dragon egg. It was all the doing of Quirrell. With Dumbledore absent from the school, an opportunity had arisen, and they needed to act swiftly. As Harry ran, he exclaimed, Parvati, aren't you going to call him Big Brother? Draco interjected, If you're scared, you shouldn't have asked me to bring you along. Hearing Parvati's silence, Draco, fully aware of who awaited them, contemplated whether recklessness equated to bravery. Adonis heard Draco's voice and sighed inwardly. Since Pasha had joined Gryffindor, there was no turning back for him, and his position dictated that he could not withdraw. However, Draco relentlessly endeavored to keep him from becoming involved in the matter, though it was no match for Draco's fervent immersion. He observed as Harry and the others entered quietly, and he stealthily followed suit, standing in the shadows as he watched Ron pick up the abandoned harp from the ground, playing a discordant tune that lulled the large dog into slumber. Once they all leaped through the trapdoor, he heard Ron's piercing scream. Adonis waited until their voices had faded into the distance before taking action. He glanced at the dog, on the verge of regaining consciousness, picked up the harp discarded by Ron, and lulled the creature back into slumber before leaping down through the trapdoor. As he was about to descend into the infernal web, he murmured, Let the sun shine bright. His wand emitted a dazzling, warm glow, causing the branches that were poised to ensnare him to retract. After passing through the web, Adonis cast a glance at the singed branches above, charred by Harry and his companions. Perhaps this was the most formidable challenge that a first-year student could confront. Mrs. Sprout had truly exerted considerable effort. Wait, do you hear something behind us? Ron observed Hermione, who had suddenly fallen silent. Don't be ridiculous. Who else would come to this wretched place? Is that you, Adonis? Hermione tentatively called out, her voice echoing. Not far away, Adonis had to concede to Dumbledore's insight. He had indeed chosen a formidable strategist for Harry. Hermione, who are you calling? Adonis had not arrived at all. Hermione regarded his foolish expression, then turned her attention to the 3 others lost in thought, choosing to disregard Ron entirely. Harry scrutinized their surroundings carefully, aware that his invisibility cloak was in Adonis's possession. If it truly were Adonis, that would be fortuitous. However, the fear of it being someone else warranted caution. Deep down, he genuinely hoped it was Adonis, as that would afford him a measure of safety. Among his peers, he felt the greatest distance and admiration for him. Harry's words prompted the others to nod in agreement, each gripping their wands tightly in preparation for any unforeseen events. Before them lay a door with 2 keyholes and a swarm of fluttering keys. Ursa, there are 2 flying broomsticks leaning against the wall. Let us each take one and find 2 ancient keys. Ursa nodded in agreement. She and Harry mounted their respective brooms and began weaving through the multitude of keys. Almost simultaneously, they each grasped a key, one missing a wing. They then lowered their flight and jumped down, exclaiming in unison, "This is the one." Inserting the key into the lock, the heavy door creaked open slowly, allowing them to pass through and continue their journey forward. As Adonis swiftly advanced to catch up with Harry, he felt a fleeting sense of having overlooked something significant as the great door sealed shut behind them. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, the thought eluded him. Chapter 51. A game within a game. A vast chessboard lay before them. Must we complete this game to proceed? As Draco's voice echoed, the armored knight inclined its head in acknowledgement, and the pieces on the board began to shift. Once the movement ceased, 2 chariots, 2 bishops, and 2 knights emerged vacant on the black side nearest to them. 5 individuals, yet 6 positions. How are we to play? Has the chessboard made an error? Adonis gazed intently at the chessboard before him, awakening to the realization of where he had persistently overlooked. He brushed his fingers against the invisibility cloak draped over him. Undoubtedly, the newly arrived Harry Potter would attract significant attention from Dumbledore. It was evident to him that Dumbledore was aware of his borrowing the cloak, leading to the conclusion that a critical misstep had been made. Hermione turned her head and called out loudly, "Adonis, are you not coming out yet?" Adonis reluctantly removed his invisibility cloak. "Hermione, your perception is truly keen." Hearing the compliment, Hermione smiled shyly, as she had merely sensed something amiss and had indeed guessed correctly. "Adonis, would you care to play this game of chess?" Harry inquired, gazing at Adonis. "Let Ron take a turn. He excels in this area." Ron looked at Adonis with astonishment, while Adonis merely smiled in silence. Finding Adonis's indifference uninteresting, Ron redirected his focus to the chessboard, pondering his next move. After approximately a quarter of an hour, he remarked, "I will choose a knight. Who will join me?" "I shall." Draco interjected eagerly. Ron nodded, gesturing towards the remaining 4 positions. "In that case, you may freely select from the rest." Adonis and Harry chose the chariot, leaving the bishop for Hermione and Pansy. The rules of chess dictated that the white pieces moved first. Ron pointed at the opposing white pieces, remarking on how their pawns advanced 2 steps forward. Commanding the black pieces, Ron directed their strategy while Adonis and the others listened in silence. Harry watched as his own soldiers fell to the white knight's blade, dragged off the board, motionless and face down. A chill ran through his legs as he pondered the consequences of defeat. A glance at the impassive Adonis to his left deepened his sense of foreboding. At last, the moment had arrived. "Draco and I will block this knight." "You go for the king," Ron urged, his gaze fixed intently on the 2 knights opposite them, his fists clenched in an effort to quell his fear. He observed Draco's synchronized movements, finding that Malfoy was becoming less intolerable. "No, I disagree. Absolutely not," Pansy interjected loudly. Ron turned his eyes to Adonis, hoping he might lend his voice to the cause. "Since a decision has been made, what is there to hesitate over?" Draco stepped forward, and the white knight lunged at him. It struck Draco's head with a forceful blow, dragging him off the board. Following Draco's defeat, Ron retaliated, taking down the knight that had attacked him, only to meet a similar fate, dragged off the board as well. Hermione and Pansy screamed and rushed forward to check on the 2, but as they took a step, they heard Adonis's cold voice command, "Stop." Pansy stood there in disbelief, exclaiming, "He is your brother. He is your brother. He has just been knocked out." "Harry, go for the king," came the directive. Harry was still reeling from the shock of Ron and Draco's fall. "What did you say?" Adonis gazed at Harry, taking 3 steps forward. Harry mirrored his movements, advancing 3 steps as well. The White King removed his crown from his head and hurled it to the ground, causing the white pieces to disperse, clearing a path for them. With a dawning realization, Harry remarked, "Have we triumphed?" Adonis pushed open the door and stepped into the room first, a musty odor assaulting his nostrils. Not far ahead lay the dismembered corpse of a grotesque creature, suppressing the churn in his stomach. He turned to the 3 behind him and remarked, "Kino has taken care of it for us." Noticing Bursa's furious expression, he shook his head, choosing not to pursue the topic further, and stepped over the threshold. In stark contrast to the previous heart-stopping scenes, the atmosphere here was eerily quiet, with only a solitary table bearing 7 uniquely shaped bottles. Just as they all crossed the threshold, black flames erupted fiercely at the entrance, while a swirling mass of purple fire sealed off their escape. Harry slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "We are trapped." Adonis lifted the parchment concealed beneath the bottle, upon which was inscribed a cautionary message, "Danger lies ahead, safety is behind. Among us, 2 can offer assistance." Consume their contents. One will guide you forward, while the other will return you to your original location. Both contain nettle wine. 3 are assassins, queuing in anticipation, in the style of a godfather. But lacking the inclination to continue reading, he handed the parchment to Hermione, the key to unraveling the enigma now entrusted to you. Harry and Bessa leaned closer to Hermione, peering at the text together. Harry, bewildered after reading, lifted his gaze to find Hermione and Bessa sharing a knowing smile, both exclaiming in unison, "You explain it," followed by hearty laughter. "Harry, this is not magic, but rather logical reasoning. Many wizards excessively pursue magic at the expense of logical deduction, which is why they find themselves ensnared here. However, this poses no challenge for us." Hermione pointed to the smallest vial. "This potion will aid us in traversing the black flames ahead," and then gestured towards the round bottle on the far right. "That one will facilitate our return." Harry, eyeing the solitary vial left, declared, "I shall drink the potion that propels me forward. You both may return." Hermione and Bessa nodded, consuming the potion from the round bottle before passing the vial to Adonis. "You may proceed first. I have a matter to discuss privately with Harry," Adonis stated as he took the bottle from them. Hermione nodded, urging the reluctant Bessa to step through the violet flames first. Adonis watched as they vanished into the flames, then turned to Harry, saying, "I will follow you cloaked in invisibility. Once you obtain the Philosopher's Stone, clench your right fist 3 times. I shall retrieve the stone and devise a means for your escape. Remember, do not allow Quino to cast a spell upon you." "Understood," Harry replied with a firm nod, raising the vial and gulping down its contents before boldly stepping into the black fire. Adonis observed Harry signal him with a reassuring gesture before disappearing into the flames. Adonis retrieved a compound potion from his pocket, inhaled deeply, and consumed the entire concoction. Moments later, he felt the contraction and tugging of his muscles as the potion coursed through his bloodstream, inducing transformations in every part of his being, particularly in his visage. He even sensed the fracturing and reformation of his cells. Once all the peculiar sensations faded, he gently tapped his wand, and a mirror materialized before him. Observing another Harry Potter in the reflection, he nodded in satisfaction, donned the invisibility cloak, and drank another vial of a high-temperature cooling potion before stepping into the black flames. Upon passing through the fire, he found himself in a room significantly more spacious than before, where Chino stood on the staircase, shouting at Harry to go to the mirror, retrieve the Philosopher's Stone, and bring it to him quickly. Adonis slowly approached Harry, oblivious to the contorted visage of Chino. Suddenly, a voice resonated through the room. "Well, another Potter." Chapter 52. Life and death on the line. The ominous tone rendered Adonis frozen in place. This was not Chino's voice. He would rather believe that Voldemort was jesting than accept the disconcerting notion that the invisibility cloak had indeed failed. However, the searching gaze of Harry conveyed that the cloak was intact. The issue lay with Voldemort. "Well, it seems I am finally meeting my 2 little friends. Now, let me take a guess at who the fortunate boy is." Adonis gazed upon the serpent-like visage at the back of Chino's head. Apart from a pair of crimson eyes, he could discern no human features upon that face. Even more troubling was the aura of danger emanating from Voldemort now, which felt far more perilous than the encounter in the Forbidden Forest. His peripheral vision caught sight of Harry standing before the mirror, lost in contemplation on how to effect his escape. Suddenly, he noticed Harry's right hand clenching thrice. He had succeeded. Adonis strode briskly to Harry, shedding his cloak of invisibility and deftly tucking it into Harry's pocket while subtly retrieving the Philosopher's Stone and concealing it within the hidden compartment of his sleeve. He then proclaimed loudly, "Ron, please take care of my clothes. I have no place to put them." Upon hearing Adonis address him, Harry's eyes brimmed with urgency as he watched Voldemort draw ever closer. In a trembling voice, he implored, "You go ahead." Voldemort, casting a mocking glance at Harry, laughed heartily. "In that case, the one in the Forbidden Forest must be you. Let the great Dark Lord witness how far you can go." Avada Kedavra. A beam of green light hurtled towards Harry. Adonis kicked the Esli mirror aside, obstructing their path, and then lunged towards Harry. The killing curse narrowly missed Adonis's hair, striking the stone lion behind them, which erupted in a violent explosion. Both Adonis and Harry shielded their heads with their arms as countless shards of stone rained down upon their backs and arms. The force of the impact left Adonis feeling as though his bones might shatter, and he whispered, "Can you still walk, Harry?" Harry nodded with great difficulty. "I can." "Good. Harry, I will divert Voldemort's attention. You must seek reinforcements swiftly. Adonis aimed his wand at a nearby stone pillar and cast a rapid transformation spell. Under the influence of magic, the pillar swiftly morphed into a majestic green lion, roaring fiercely as it lunged towards Voldemort. Harry, quickly, now is your chance. Harry heard. Voldemort, with a mocking gaze, watched the charging lion and the fleeing Harry. He leisurely drew his wand and uttered the spell, transform. In an instant, the regal lion had not even lasted a second before it transformed into a colossal python. Its size increased tenfold, lunging at Harry's neck with a venomous bite. As Harry turned, he caught sight of the python's glistening fangs, poised to sever his throat. He raised his wand and recited a spell he had only heard once before. Inferno. Fortunately, he succeeded. The sparks emitted from the tip of his wand ignited the python's scales, causing the creature to writhe violently, emitting anguished hisses as it struggled to escape the searing pain. Seizing this moment, Harry evaded the serpent's assault and swiftly stepped into the flames, vanishing from the room. Adonis concealed himself in the shadows, peering through the narrow gap between the enchanted mirror and the corner, observing Voldemort furiously brandishing his wand in response to Harry's escape. A barrage of spells erupted from the wand, striking the surroundings with a cacophony of shattering sounds that rang in his ears, while shards of stone narrowly grazed his head on multiple occasions. Come out at once. Voldemort's hoarse voice echoed ominously in the chamber. Call. Do not allow the Dark Lord to seek you out. Master, I have spotted the boy. He is hiding in that corner. Kino obsequiously pointed towards Adonis's refuge. I shall assist you in capturing him. Fool, silence yourself. Adonis listened to the two sounds emanating from a single strand of hair. And despite the perilous situation he found himself in, he could not help but find it absurdly amusing. A streak of green light shot toward him with such swiftness that he had barely any time to evade it. As he watched the hair fall to the ground, a wave of dread washed over him. He had come perilously close to eternal slumber. In a fit of rage, Voldemort began hurling a barrage of unforgivable curses at Adonis. The vibrant spells wove through the spaces between his arms, legs, and hair, leaving him in a frantic struggle for survival. Stop it, Voldemort. Don't you wish to know how I survived the killing curse? Don't you wish to learn how I defeated you? Adonis shouted in Voldemort's direction. Silence. You insignificant insect. No one can vanquish me, no one. Voldemort's roar reverberated throughout the room. Adonis, witnessing the cessation of the relentless assaults, breathed a small sigh of relief. He was momentarily safe, though the duration of that safety remained uncertain. Now, come forth and explain how you evaded the killing curse. Adonis recognized that he must venture forth. Otherwise, he would forfeit even the opportunity for dialogue. He would never underestimate Voldemort's cruelty. Rising from the corner, he stood in the hall, locking eyes with Voldemort for the first time. A perplexing question lingered in his mind. What drove Tom Riddle to choose the path of soul division? He found it hard to believe that a descendant of Slytherin would be utterly oblivious to the repercussions of such an act. Was the allure of immortality truly so profound? Regardless of his inner musings, Adonis declared, I did not evade the killing curse, gesturing to the scar on his forehead, a mark of Avada Kedavra. Headmaster Dumbledore stated that this mark is indelible. He observed Voldemort's expression, which suggested a desire to continue speaking, while his right hand gripped the Philosopher's stone tightly within his sleeve. If it were not for this cursed stone, he would not find himself in such dire straits. He was certainly not Harry Potter, who seemed to emerge unscathed from peril time and again. He surmised that once he finished explaining, Voldemort would act. Headmaster Dumbledore said it was love that enabled me to withstand the killing curse. Upon hearing Adonis's words, Voldemort erupted into derisive laughter, casually twirling his wand. Oh, then let me see if the love Dumbledore spoke of can save you once more. Avada Kedavra. Adonis gazed at the approaching Avada Kedavra curse, realizing escape was futile. Even if he evaded this one, another would swiftly follow. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to confront the inevitable, regardless of the consequences. Grasping his wand, he bellowed, Shadow Blade. All his magical energy was nearly depleted as he cast the spell, a slender beam of black light shooting forth from his wand to meet the lethal curse. Simultaneously, a searing pain tore through his mind. In a desperate attempt to remain conscious, he struck his head fiercely with his other hand. Yet even so, the shadow blade began to falter, weakened by the absence of magical support. Adonis gazed at the approaching Avada Kedavra, and inexplicably, he felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility. Death was no stranger to him. A brilliant crimson flame of the phoenix stood steadfast before him, while the anguished roar of Voldemort echoed, "Dumbledore." Harry rushed anxiously to Adonis's side, supporting him and inquiring with deep concern, "Are you all right? Get back, Harry, quickly." Adonis urgently attempted to push him away, but his weakened body and the intense pain in his mind caused him to falter. Thus, Voldemort, emerging from Quirrell's body, passed through Harry and fled into the distance. Adonis gazed at Harry, who lay motionless upon the ground, and swiftly crawled over to him, gently patting Harry's face. "Harry, awaken," he urged. Voldemort had siphoned away a portion of his life force, rendering Harry temporarily unconscious. However, there was no cause for alarm. Adonis glanced up at the kind, smiling figure of Dumbledore standing before him and calmly inquired, "Why do you not intervene?" Dumbledore shook his head. "I cannot." He observed Adonis's increasingly pale face, beaded with cold sweat, before bending down to lift the unconscious Harry, grasping Adonis's hand. Madame Pomfrey's medical room. Chapter 53. A peculiar letter. Dumbledore's disapparition spell exacerbated the already overwhelming suffering of the frail Adonis. The drawbacks of the spell magnified infinitely within him. What would typically induce a mere sense of distortion now felt akin to a dismembering journey. Upon their return to solid ground, they found themselves before Madame Pomfrey. "Poppy, please attend to these two children," Dumbledore requested as Madame Pomfrey took Harry Potter from his arms and laid him gently on a single bed. She retrieved her instruments and meticulously examined Harry, then turned to Dumbledore with a grave expression. "Headmaster, what exactly did you allow him to do? He is in a state of severe unconsciousness. I must remind you that this is Hogwarts, not your Order of the Phoenix. Lily and James are no longer. Poppy, he merely undertook a minor trial. There is no life-threatening danger. You know some responsibilities he must bear. Is there a way to rouse him?" Madame Pomfrey shook her head, refraining from attempting to dissuade Dumbledore. She walked over to a shelf laden with potions, retrieved a vial containing a blue liquid, and handed it to Dumbledore. "Administer this to him. He should awaken in about an hour." Adonis sat in the examination room, observing as Dumbledore pried open Harry's mouth and forcefully administered the potion, causing a shiver to run down his spine. At that moment, Madame Pomfrey approached him, retrieving her customary instruments to conduct a thorough examination. She incessantly murmured, "Can't you young wizards behave yourselves? One day there's a problem here. The next day something aches there." Removing her stethoscope, Pomfrey fixed a serious gaze upon Adonis and remarked, "Last time it was a magical surge, and now your magic has been entirely depleted. Even your mental fortitude has suffered. What on earth have you done?" Adonis shook his head in silence. Pomfrey, observing his demeanor, refrained from pressing him for answers, instead leaning closer to whisper in his ear, "To fail in safeguarding oneself is unbecoming of a Slytherin." Adonis nodded bitterly, lying on the bed with his eyes closed and remaining silent. He was unaware of what had driven him to madness in his pursuit of the magical stone. He only sensed an inexplicable call from the depths of his being. He tightened his grip around the stone concealed within his sleeve, hoping it might offer some guidance. Yet all he felt was a chilling sensation coursing through his hand. "How is Adonis faring?" Dumbledore inquired as he approached Harry after administering the potion and ensuring he was comfortably settled on the bed. "Nothing serious," Pomfrey replied, "but he needs to rest quietly here for a few days." She handed Adonis a vial of potion. "Drink this," she instructed, gesturing towards the cabinet beside his bed. "There are 5 vials identical to the one you hold. Consume one every hour." Adonis nodded and consumed the potion in his hand. Finding it not as unpalatable as he had anticipated, it possessed a hint of sweetness. Upon witnessing Adonis's obedient demeanor, Pomfrey's expression softened considerably. He then turned to Dumbledore, who had been standing by, and urged him to ask any remaining questions swiftly, as they needed to rest before departing. Dumbledore gazed at Adonis, who lay with his eyes closed upon the bed, and remarked, "You are unlike any Malfoy. You possess greater wisdom and kindness." "No, you are mistaken. The Malfoys have always been the same," Adonis replied, opening his eyes to meet Dumbledore's gaze. "Do not be hasty in your denial. Time will reveal all truths." "You are correct. Time will indeed unveil everything," Adonis acknowledged, clutching the Philosopher's stone concealed within his sleeve, uncertain whether Dumbledore would inquire about its whereabouts. Dumbledore, with his penetrating gaze that seemed to see into the depths of one's soul, smiled and assured him, "What belongs to you, no one can take away." Adonis gazed at Dumbledore's retreating figure, his eyes shimmering with a brilliant light, a reflection of his own essence. He understood that Dumbledore spoke of the Philosopher's Stone, yet what powers might it possess beyond the gift of immortality? The intrigue deepened. The potion administered by Madame Pomfrey began to take effect, a gentle coolness gradually enveloping his mind, alleviating the throbbing pain that had plagued him. Before long, he succumbed to slumber. The following morning, Adonis was roused by the concerned voice of Harry. "Adonis, how are you? Are you injured?" Adonis shook his head gently under Harry's watchful gaze, replying, "I am well." Just as Harry was about to inquire further, the door to the ward swung open, revealing Pansy, Draco, Hermione, Ron, and Neville. Pansy nearly dashed to Adonis's bedside. "Brother, how are you? Madame Pomfrey wouldn't let us in last night. I was beside myself with worry." Adonis reached out to affectionately tousle Pansy's hair. "I am fine, no need to fret. Merely a bit weary." Adonis gazed at Draco with a look of disbelief, expressing a hint of exasperation as he remarked, "There is truly nothing to worry about. Madame Pomfrey's potion works wonders. Little dragon, does your neck still hurt?" "Not at all. It's merely a minor injury." Adonis observed Draco, who seemed ready to praise him, and beckoned him closer, whispering, "Malfoy is proud of you." Draco gazed earnestly at his elder brother and softly inquired, "And what about you?" "I am, of course. Neville. Thank you for visiting me." Neville shook his head but then nodded vigorously. "We are friends. The year-end banquet is in 3 days. Will you attend?" "Absolutely." Satisfied with Adonis's affirmative response, Neville nodded. On the eve of the banquet, Adonis received a letter sealed in a green envelope, which filled him with curiosity. He glanced at the unfamiliar owl and, out of courtesy, offered it some food. Upon opening the envelope, he found the following message: "Dear Mr. Adonis Black Malfoy, please be sure to meet me at 10 Devonshire on July 1st. I have important matters to discuss. You may, of course, invite an adult wizard to accompany you. Yours faithfully, Nico LeMay." Chapter 54. The Snakehead Fish and the School of Small Fish. Adonis shook the letter in his hand, intrigued. Nicodemus LeMay wished to meet him. He pondered whether it was the man's personal request or an invitation from Dumbledore himself. Adonis folded the letter into a triangle and slipped it into his pocket. He extracted his wand from the cuff of his sleeve and gently pointed it at the envelope, igniting a spark of fire. Suddenly, a flicker of flames erupted from the cover, and it began to burn intensely, reducing it to a heap of ashes in no time. As Hermione pushed the door open, she found Adonis staring at the small pile of ashes on the table, the sunlight casting a diagonal beam across his face, rendering his expression inscrutable. "Congratulations, Adonis. I have heard that you achieved outstanding in all your courses." Adonis turned his head to glance at Hermione, offering her a faint smile. "Thank you," he said. "I received an A in my flying class, which is truly disappointing," Hermione remarked, her tone tinged with melancholy. Adonis refrained from commenting on Hermione's grievances, feeling that she was excessively preoccupied with her grades. Moreover, even if she received an A in flying class, she had already outperformed her peers by a considerable margin. "Hermione, academic success should never be the sole purpose of learning. Is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Hermione glanced at him, uncertain of how to articulate her thoughts. Observing her hesitation, Adonis chuckled and encouraged her, "Just speak your mind. Isn't that the customary way for Gryffindor? Why do you seem transformed?" "Harry asked me to inquire about the fate of the Philosopher's Stone." Adonis shook his head in response to Hermione's inquiry, remaining silent. "You have no idea where the Philosopher's Stone is?" "How could that be?" Harry inquired of the headmaster. The headmaster replied that if there were anyone in this world who knew the whereabouts of the Philosopher's Stone, it could only be you. Adonis gazed at Hermione, her face a portrait of disbelief and skepticism. Indeed, Dumbledore was the most extraordinary white wizard of this century. A mere utterance from him had the power to cast their experiences from 2 days prior into the depths of the Pacific Ocean. Upon realizing this, his tone grew frigid. As he mused, "If Dumbledore himself is unaware of such matters, do you truly believe I would possess that knowledge? You overestimate my abilities." Yet, Adonis interjected with a smile. "Hermione, it is time for my discharge. Let us converse another day." After gathering his belongings, he proceeded to Madame Pomfrey's office to express his gratitude. With a slight bow, he addressed her, "Thank you for your care over the past few days, Madame Pomfrey. I am truly grateful." Madame Pomfrey, lifting Adonis with a smile, remarked, "In you, I see the shadow of your grandfather, Abraxas Malfoy. You both possess the same humility and politeness." She then leaned closer and whispered in his ear, "Of course, you share the same restlessness as well. Thank you for your kind words. If my grandfather were to hear your thoughts on him, he would surely be delighted. The portrait he left behind once told me that you were the fairest of Slytherin in your time, and he secretly harbored feelings for you, Adonis replied with a grin. Madame Pomfrey, perhaps reminiscing about her youthful days or amused by Adonis's flattery, softened her expression, gently tapping his forehead and playfully scolding. I sincerely hope not to see you here again. Adonis offered an awkward smile, as you wish. When he returned to the ward to collect his belongings, Hermione had already departed. Through the window, he gazed at her silhouette in the distance along the path. Despite the unpleasant conversation, it affirmed his belief that Dumbledore was unaware of the letter from Nicholas Flamel. He let out a scoff. It was often said that Nicholas Flamel and Dumbledore were friends. Yet it seemed that Dumbledore's proclamations regarding the camaraderie of Gryffindor were not entirely devoid of concealment. Adonis encountered Isabel Churchill not far from the Slytherin common room. She appeared to be waiting specifically for him. With a smile, he approached her and jested, "What a coincidence, Miss Churchill, we meet again. I wonder what brings you to Slytherin." "Not a coincidence, Mr. Malfoy," she replied. "I have indeed been waiting here for you. A few days ago, I heard that Slytherin produced a Gryffindor, and it seems you are undoubtedly the one, our great hero." Upon hearing Isabel's words, Adonis's gaze turned icy. "Is that so? I must admit, I have yet to encounter such a notion." Isabel, unfazed by Adonis's transformation, regarded him with an expression that suggested she had long been aware of his true nature. With a subtle smile, she inquired, "I heard you were injured. How are you faring now?" "Huh, Miss Isabel, are you truly asking such naive questions? I shall take that as a sign of your concern for my well-being." Adonis observed the slight blush on her cheeks and offered a gentle smile. "Rest assured, I am quite recovered. However, I have matters to attend to. I wish you the best of luck." Adonis gazed at the distant figure of Isabel, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. What an intriguing girl she was. At the entrance of the public lounge, Adonis encountered the pacing Alfred Field. "Adonis, please hold on a moment. I have something to discuss with you." "I am occupied. Kindly step aside, Chief." Adonis brusquely pushed aside the arm that Field had placed in his path, speaking with a lack of courtesy. As Adonis was about to step through the statue's gate, he heard Field's pleading voice, "Please, I beg you." A smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Had he foreseen this day, he would have acted differently from the start. "Come with me." Adonis led him to the secluded corner of the corridor, where matters could be discussed in private. Field took a deep breath and implored, "Please accept my unwavering loyalty." Adonis smiled serenely, inquiring what manner of loyalty he wished to receive from me. "By Merlin, I, Alfred Field, pledge my life and soul in unwavering allegiance to Adonis Black Malfoy. Should I betray this vow, may the entirety of the Field family be rendered to ashes and never find their way into reincarnation. I humbly beseech you to accept my fealty." Adonis gazed upon Alfred Field, marveling inwardly at the remarkable Alfred and the illustrious Field family, truly a testament to grand ambition. "I accept." As Adonis' words faded, a golden chain and key materialized before them, soaring into the foreheads of Field and Adonis respectively. He understood that this signified the completion of their master-servant contract. From this moment forth, he could manipulate anyone bearing over 50% of the Field bloodline at his whim. The recent losses suffered by the Field family would be borne by Malfoy. Of course, this would remain a clandestine matter, while on the surface, you would align yourselves with the Carter family. Rest assured, the Field family shall become the most capable assistants to the Carters. "Very well, I anticipate your performance." Adonis returned to the dormitory ahead of the others. He drew back the curtains of his bedroom, gazing out at the dark lake. A snakehead fish opened its mouth and effortlessly devoured a school of nameless small fish, exhibiting such brutality and savagery. And what of him? Had he, too, played the role of the snakehead fish today, yet did he possess any other choices? When would the magical realm witness true fairness and justice? Whose responsibility was it to elucidate this conundrum for him? Chapter 55. The Man in the Pool of Blood and the conclusion of the first year. Leave this place. Conserve your strength. Await the next individual to appear. This is an order. The youth clad in black observed the approaching figure in a dark robe, speaking calmly. "As you command." Once those behind had retreated, the black-clad youth regarded the front with a cold smile. "Even in death, I shall not allow you to prevail." He pointed his wand towards his own eyes, unleashing a blinding purple light. Blood dripped from his face, falling to the ground in rhythmic splatters. The pursuing figures in dark robes, witnessing the scene before them, appeared to lose their sanity, unleashing a barrage of spells upon the black-clad youth. After the dark-robed individuals withdrew, The youth collapsed in the pool of blood, seemingly gazing at something, his smile a blend of defiance and hope. Adonis abruptly sat up in bed, drenched in cold sweat. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he noted that it was only 2 a.m. This marked the third consecutive night he had been awakened by this dreadful nightmare. Each time he attempted to discern the visage of the figure clad in black, he was met with a face obscured by a crimson veil of blood. Adonis carefully examined the magical stone he retrieved from his pocket, pondering its significance. "What precisely do you wish to convey to me?" Rising from his seat, he drew back the curtains and gazed upon the serene, dark lake at dawn. He felt an insatiable curiosity to explore the unknown, yet simultaneously a deep-seated fear of it. The imagery from his dreams appeared to originate from centuries past. Was the true possessor of the magical stone truly Nicholas Flamel? All of this remained shrouded in darkness for him, leaving him devoid of a rational explanation. The following morning, when Adonis arrived at the Great Hall, it had been transformed with the green and silver decorations representing Slytherin, celebrating their consecutive 7th victory of the House Cup. A massive banner depicting the Slytherin serpent hung prominently behind the podium. The surrounding young wizards animatedly discussed their subjects of interest, filling the hall with a cacophony of noise. Before the feast commenced, Dumbledore stood at the podium, raising his hands to silence the crowd. The clamor gradually subsided. "Well, another term has come to an end. Before we indulge in the feast, allow this old man to share a few words. Firstly, congratulations on completing your studies for the academic year. It has been a remarkable year, and your minds must be brimming with knowledge. I wish you ample time during the upcoming summer to reflect and prepare for the new term ahead. Now, as is tradition, we shall commence the awarding ceremony for the House Cup. The scores for each house are as follows. 4th place, Gryffindor, with 312 points. 3rd place, Hufflepuff, with 352 points. Ravenclaw, with 426 points, and Slytherin, with 472 points. Adonis listened to the resounding laughter and thunderous applause erupting from the Slytherin table, and silently sighed to himself, knowing that they would ultimately be disappointed. Indeed, after a brief pause, Dumbledore continued, "However, several recent events must also be taken into account. The first is Mr. Ron Weasley, who has won a most splendid game of chess that Hogwarts has witnessed in many years. For this, I award Gryffindor House 50 points." Adonis observed the subdued Slytherins and the exuberant Gryffindors, whose joy seemed poised to lift the roof off the hall. Clenching his fists tightly, he recognized the necessity of taking action. As Dumbledore prepared to announce the second item, Adonis rose and declared loudly, "Headmaster, I must respectfully disagree with the awarding of points to Ron Weasley." Dumbledore, casting a smile at Adonis, replied, "If you have concerns, Adonis, feel free to visit my office for a more detailed discussion. For now, let us proceed with the House Cup ceremony." Ron, upon hearing Adonis's words, felt his face flush with indignation. Just as he intended to stand and confront Adonis, he was firmly restrained by Hermione. "Hermione, what do you mean?" Ron asked, bewildered. In a hushed tone audible only to them, Hermione replied, "Ron, the school rules explicitly state that no teacher may accept commissions from others regarding items that could pose a danger to students while in Hogwarts care." Ron, incensed by Hermione's assertion, sank back into his chair. Dumbledore turned to Snape and inquired, "Severus, is this correct?" Snape glanced at the students before rising to respond, "Indeed, Headmaster, such a regulation exists." With Snape's confirmation, Dumbledore regarded Adonis with a kind smile, saying, "Thank you for reminding this forgetful old man." Zabini, seated nearby, scoffed at Dumbledore's response, muttering, "Old fox." Field, observing Zabini's insufferable demeanor, could not help but retort, "If you're so capable, why don't you voice your opinions?" Adonis slightly bent forward and said, "Headmaster, your kindness is greatly appreciated. It is an honor for Malfoy to be of assistance to you." After speaking, he proceeded to his seat, awaiting Dumbledore's next move. Dumbledore cast a sidelong glance at Adonis before announcing loudly, "I hereby declare that the winner of this year's House Cup is Slytherin. Congratulations to them for securing this honor for 7 consecutive years." Upon hearing the final verdict, the members of Slytherin spontaneously rose, offering a slight bow in Adonis's direction, and then erupted into fervent applause, celebrating their championship victory once more. Adonis gazed at the nearly imperceptible bow, a genuine smile blossoming upon his lips. The honor of Slytherin was a treasure that none could usurp. The following morning, as he sat aboard the boat returning home, he beheld the distant silhouette of Hogwarts Castle. a smile illuminating his face. "Brother, what captivates your attention?" Bertha inquired, noticing the joy upon his countenance. Adonis turned to glance at Bertha and Draco, reminiscing about the amusing events of the past year. "Brother, do you have any idea how furious Ron was? Is that so? What a pity." Adonis closed his eyes, wishing to cease the discussion. After their small vessel reached the shore, they boarded the Hogwarts Express once more. In the Malfoy compartment, after Bertha had settled her luggage, she addressed Adonis and Draco. "I have arranged to meet Harry and the others at the platform." Adonis nodded as he bid farewell to Bessa, then turned to Draco and inquired, "Why not join your classmates for some merriment?" Draco shook his head, replying, "I prefer tranquility. It is far more comforting to remain in the company of my elder brother." Adonis was amused by Draco's insincere response. "Well then, why not share with me if you've encountered anything intriguing this semester?" Upon hearing his words, Draco finally unveiled a smile and began enthusiastically recounting the various marvelous and amusing experiences he had encountered in Hufflepuff. "Wait a moment. Did you just mention that Hufflepuff has a wall that is impervious to all sorts of spells and can even rebound them?" "Indeed, it is quite fascinating. We all use it to practice our charms." Adonis nodded in agreement and remarked, "Such an intriguing wall. Do take me to see it next semester." Draco acknowledged this with a nod and resumed their previous conversation. The Hogwarts Express ultimately came to a halt at Platform 9 of King's Cross Station. As Adonis and his companions disembarked, they soon spotted the Lucius couple awaiting them not far away, marking their return home. Chapter 56. Home in Devonshire. Narcissa approached the three children with open arms, embracing each of them warmly, her face adorned with a smile as she said, "Welcome home, my dears." Even Lucius, usually composed, displayed a rare smile. "I have heard that your year has been nothing short of extraordinary." Upon hearing her father's inquiry, Pansy maneuvered from Narcissa's left side to wrap her arms around Lucius's, exclaiming, "Father, did you know? We encountered so many fascinating experiences." As they walked, Lucius affectionately ruffled Pansy's hair, saying, "Do share the tales of our little princess's remarkable journey when we return home." As they approached the carriage, Xia opened the door and addressed them, "Sir, Madam, and young masters and miss, please do step inside." Adonis gazed at Xia and inquired, "Xia, how have you been lately? Are you well?" "I'm doing quite well, young master, so you need not worry," Xia replied. Upon hearing Xia's words, Adonis nodded slightly and followed Draco into the car. A golden Rolls-Royce gliding down the road invariably attracted the attention of passers-by. As Adonis observed the unusually contented Lucius and the incessantly chattering Pasha, he couldn't shake off a sense of unease. It wasn't until he heard Narcissa's words that realization dawned upon him. Draco was uncharacteristically quiet. In times like these, he would typically be as lively as Pasha. "Little dragon, how has your year in Hufflepuff been?" Narcissa inquired. Upon hearing his mother's question, Draco discreetly glanced at Lucius before nodding. "It's been quite well. They are very kind." "What kindness could a bunch of foolish badgers possess?" "Lucius, what do you mean by that?" Narcissa pressed, her tone laden with inquiry. Lucius, however, merely smiled at his wife's question without offering a response. His demeanor caused Draco, who was usually reticent, to feel a surge of emotion, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Adonis grasped his brother's right hand, a unique gesture of solace shared between him and Draco. Draco nodded, valiantly suppressing his tears. "Father, I visited Hufflepuff, and they are not as the world depicts them. They simply prefer to remain understated and refrain from ostentation. I encountered the daughter of the Churchill family there. I suspect a Slytherin ventured into their midst." Lucius cast a glance at him and remarked, "Adonis, do not presume to be clever. Understanding the surface of matters is often the wiser choice." As Lucius's words resonated, the family fixated on him, urging him to elaborate. "What reason do you have to believe that those in the magical community are fools? Since everyone speaks thus, you ought to observe and follow suit." Adonis, eager to continue, was interrupted by Lucius. "Listen well. This is the only time I shall say it. I would sooner accept a Gryffindor than have a Hufflepuff as my daughter-in-law." "Father, what are you saying?" "You know full well what I mean." Narcissa, listening to the exchange between father and son, gazed at Adonis with bright, sparkling eyes. "Adonis, do you have a little girlfriend? Do tell me." Narcissa's exclamation successfully diverted Draco's attention. "Brother, what about you and Isabel?" Adonis cast a glance at Lucius, realizing that he was still far from mastering the art of diverting the conversation. "No," he asked, "do you no longer love your mother?" Adonis embraced Narcissa and gazed into her eyes earnestly, saying, "Mother, it is truly not the case." Adonis closed his eyes, leaning back against the chair, as he observed the fervent glances of gossip igniting around him. Upon returning home, he tidied his belongings and knocked on the door of Lucius's study. "Come in," came the reply. "Father, I have received a letter from Nicol LeMay, requesting that I meet him tomorrow at number 10 Devonshire. Do you have the items with you?" "Yes," he affirmed. Lucius nodded. "What do you intend to do?" "I would like Sia to accompany me tomorrow. I do not feel comfortable with anyone else." "Very well. There is nothing pressing. Perhaps you could spend some time conversing with your mother. She has been quite vexed that you have not written her a letter alone in nearly a year." Upon uttering these words, Lucius bestowed upon him a knowing smile. Adonis felt a knot in his heart as he indeed found himself waiting here. He cast a pleading glance at Lucius, silently imploring his father for assistance. "Please take good care of the little dragon." Adonis regarded Lucius with a somewhat despondent gaze and solemnly nodded, assuring, "I shall take good care of him." Lucius sighed, gesturing dismissively, "You should return and rest for a while. I will speak to your mother." Upon departing from Lucius's study, Adonis knocked on Draco's door, which was swiftly opened by Draco, who welcomed him inside. "Brother, what brings you here?" Adonis gazed at Draco, clad in his pajamas, seemingly ready for slumber. Little dragon, there is something I wish to inquire." Draco, sensing the intensity in Adonis's eyes, felt a twinge of apprehension. "What is it? Please, go ahead and ask. Why did you end up in Hufflepuff?" At this question, Draco momentarily froze. "Brother, that was the Sorting Hat's decision. I have been troubled by it as well." From the moment he entered, Adonis had been keenly observant of the subtle shifts in his expression. How could he not sense that something was amiss? "Xiaolong, I have always placed my trust in you. Since you have said this, I shall refrain from further inquiries. Please take care to rest well." After uttering these words, he turned and departed. Draco, standing rooted in place, struggled for a long while before finally calling out, "Brother, wait." A fleeting smile crossed Adonis's face as he turned to gaze at him. Draco remained silent for a considerable time before finally speaking. "It is I who wish to join Hufflepuff. You once stated that the Sorting Hat would honor our desires. And the reason?" Malfoy needed but a single voice. Draco fixed his steadfast gaze upon Adonis. Adonis gazed at Draco, who suddenly smiled. "Little dragon, remember you are my brother." Draco met Adonis's smile, understanding that his brother comprehended him. "Yes, you are my brother." As Adonis exited the room, he tilted his head to gaze at the ceiling, resolute in his commitment to protect their home, vowing to allow no harm to befall them. As for Devonshire, whatever awaited him there, he harbored no fear. "Young master, ahead lies Devonshire." Adonis gazed out of the car window and remarked, "What a remarkably unique county." Xia smiled and replied, "Indeed, young master. It features a bifurcated coastline, with the English Channel and Bristol Channel branching into the Atlantic Ocean. Have you located the place? This is not a gathering spot for wizards. Only a sparse population of sorcerers resides here. Devon County number 10 is situated not far from the Otter River near Huntington. A commendable choice. There is an old Chinese saying, 'The small hermit dwells in the wild, while the great hermit resides in the city.'" Xia nodded in agreement upon hearing Adonis's words, acknowledging the wisdom of the saying. "Certainly, the cultural heritage of China spans 5 millennia. Have you discovered the specific birth date of Nicholas Flamel and when he arrived in England?" "Young master, Nicholas Flamel was born in France in 1330. The exact day and month remain unrecorded, but he arrived in England a century ago." Adonis leaned back against the wheelchair, closing his eyes. "Dumbledore was born in 1881, while Nicholas Flamel arrived in England in 1891. Is there a connection between them? How did they come to forge a friendship that transcended age?" It now appears that the Philosopher's Stone was intentionally placed at Hogwarts, rather than being entrusted to Dumbledore for safekeeping. Perhaps Dumbledore was merely an executor of its will. In the 57th chapter, A Millennium of Waiting, the Rolls-Royce glided through several streets before coming to a halt in front of a Gothic-style villa. This mansion exemplified the overall aesthetic of Gothic architecture, with its tall, slender structure and pointed features. As Adonis alighted from the carriage, he stood before the gate, gazing at the nearby edifice. The exquisite artistry and design of the architecture evoked within him a profound sense of mystery, melancholy, and the sublime. The owner of the house was undoubtedly a man of intriguing tales. A middle-aged gentleman clad in a black suit inquired from across the gate, "Do you have an appointment?" "Please inform Mr. Nicholas LeMay that Adonis Black Malfoy has come as scheduled for a visit," Adonis replied. Upon hearing Adonis's response, the middle-aged man promptly opened the grand gate to welcome him inside. "Please follow me. I am George Tom, and I have been awaiting your arrival. Tom beckoned a nearby servant to convey the news of the guest's arrival. As they progressed, Adonis soon beheld an imposing figure approaching, a tall, silver-haired elder, exuding vitality, who moved with an agility reminiscent of a sprightly youth. In a matter of moments, the elder stood before them. Adonis discerned his features and slightly bowed. "Good day, Mr. Nicholas Lamay. I am Adonis Black Malfoy, here to pay my respects." Nicholas Lamay fixed his gaze upon him for a prolonged moment, tears streaming down his cheeks. He extended both hands, grasping Adonis's firmly, his voice trembling as he choked out, "A millennium. It has been a full millennium, and we have finally awaited this moment." The intensity of Nicholas's emotions instilled in Adonis an urgent desire to flee. Observing this scene, Tom softly remarked, "Sir." Tom's words helped Nicholas regain his composure. He wiped his eyes and, with an apologetic glance at Adonis, said, "I beg your forgiveness for the sentiments of an old man. Please, follow me." "Very well," Adonis replied. Nicholas led them to the parlor, inviting them to take a seat, although Shia insisted on remaining by his side, prompting Nicholas to refrain from further comment. "May I inquire what matters bring you here, old sir?" "Patience, dear friend. After all these years, I have waited," Nicholas said kindly, gazing at him. With a gentle wave of his wand towards the table, a steaming cup of tea appeared before him. Nicholas, with a smile gracing his features, turned to Adonis. "I have heard you enjoy tea, especially Chinese tea. This is Longjing tea from West Lake, which I had someone bring from China. I do not partake in tea myself," Adonis replied, "but I have heard it is a renowned beverage from your land." Adonis gazed at Nico Lamay, utterly perplexed by the old man's intentions. Ever since he entered the room, an inexplicable confusion had enveloped him, were it not for the certainty of his lineage. He might even have doubted whether he was the old man's illegitimate child. He nodded at Nico Lamay, mentioning that it was one of China's 10 most renowned teas, originating from Hangzhou and boasting a history of approximately 200 years. Upon hearing Adonis's affirmative response, Nico Lamay appeared quite pleased, eager to sample it and discern if the flavor was to his liking. Adonis gazed at his enthusiastic demeanor, lifted the cup, glanced at it, and then brought it to his lips to inhale its aroma. He marveled at its flat, elegant shape and vibrant green hue, noting its refreshing fragrance and rich flavor, proclaiming it to be authentic Westlake Longjing, truly exquisite tea. Nicodemus Lamay, observing Adonis's gestures and reactions, finally realized that he was unlike Dumbledore. He was a Slytherin. Suddenly, he remarked, "I beg your pardon." Adonis listened to Nico Lima's words with a faint smile, remaining silent. It was not that he doubted Nico Lima. After all, a venerable elder such as he would hardly engage in any disreputable conduct. However, based on the accessible information, Nico's enigmatic nature compelled Adonis to exercise utmost caution. Nico Lima rose to his feet and said, "Mr. Malfoy, I hope to have a private conversation with you, if you would permit me." Adonis remained silent. While Shia directly stated, "I am responsible for the young master's safety, and I hope for your understanding. I, Nico Lamay, vow to Merlin with my life and soul, not only to refrain from harming Adonis Black Malfoy, but also to protect him with my very existence until my last breath." No sooner had Nico Lamay's words faded than a silvery thread gently wove itself into the foreheads of both individuals. Adonis stood up abruptly from the sofa, astonished. "Mr. Nico Lamay, do you have any idea what you are doing? This is utterly frightening." Nico Lamay continued to gaze at him with his benevolent eyes and replied, "Adonis, take the magic stone and follow me." Adonis nodded solemnly, following with heavy steps. Since his first encounter with Nico Lamay, a sense of unease had settled within him, and it seemed that moment had now arrived. Nico led him to the end of a corridor connecting to the living room. They turned left 3 times and then once to the right, arriving at the final wall lamp at the corridor's end. A vast passageway materialized before them, and shortly thereafter, a guest elevator appeared. Nico stood before the elevator's facial recognition system, and within less than a second, the device announced, "Identification successful." Adonis gazed in astonishment at the endeavors of Nico Lamay, who was engaged in the development of a facial recognition system. To his knowledge, the research on facial recognition technology in this world paralleled that of Earth. This exploration commenced in the 1960s, and advancements in computer technology and optical imaging in the 1980s significantly propelled its progress. However, it was estimated that formal application would require at least another decade. Yet, What he beheld was a technology far more sophisticated than what he had encountered in his previous life in 2020. Nico LeMay, observing the bewildered Adonis standing idly, urged him, "Come in quickly, the elevator is descending." Adonis stepped into the elevator, feeling it descend continuously. After a moment, he inquired, "Why is this happening? We have negotiated with global governments, and the technology outside lags behind ours by 2 decades. How is this possible? How could they consent to such an audacious demand?" Adonis asked, incredulous. "You will understand this in due time. Knowing now would serve no purpose." Adonis suddenly recalled a cryptic document he had once seen in Lucius's study, and he cautiously inquired, "Are you the genuine Ministry of Magic?" Nicholas Flamel merely cast a puzzled glance in his direction and remained silent. However, his lack of denial at least confirmed the existence of another Ministry of Magic. After the elevator descended, Adonis had anticipated the sight of some secretive castle or similar abode. Instead, he was met with an utterly mundane bungalow. Nicholas Flamel was amused by Adonis's reaction, remarking, "Did you expect an exhilarating adventure?" Adonis offered an awkward smile and followed Nico LeMay into the house. Upon entering, his attention was immediately captivated by a portrait that stood apart from any he had previously encountered. Unlike others, this painting exhibited no magical aura, resembling instead a photograph captured by a Muggle camera. He recognized it as the man from his dreams, in stark contrast to the bloodied visage he had envisioned. This image depicted a dashing and charismatic figure, whose deep-set eyes drew one in with an irresistible allure. Most notably, he finally discerned that these were indeed violet eyes. Adonis approached the portrait and inquired, "Sir, whose likeness is depicted here, and why does it exude no magical aura?" Chapter 58. The Violet Eyes. Nico LeMay, upon hearing Adonis's question, gazed mournfully at the frame, remaining silent for an extended period. Just when Adonis thought he would not respond, Nico LeMay finally spoke. "He was my mentor, and his name was Saint Laish of Habsburg." Meeting Adonis's gaze, he continued, "He was also the last possessor of the illustrious violet eyes." As for the absence of magical resonance from this frame, Nico LeMay tenderly caressed it as one would a child, lamenting, "He has utterly vanished from this world." "Sir, may I be so bold as to inquire why Mr. Habsburg did not leave a portrait behind in advance?" Suddenly, Nico LeMay grasped Adonis's hand, leaning in closely to fixate intently upon his eyes. Adonis understood that through those eyes, he was seeing another soul, listening to his whispered words, "Eyes, eyes." Nico LeMay murmured, then released his grip and, abandoning all semblance of composure, sank to the ground, weeping inconsolably. "It is all because of these eyes. It is the fault of these eyes." Adonis observed the elderly gentleman, towering at nearly 6'3", seated on the ground weeping like a child, and his heart ached profoundly. He crouched down to support Nicholas LeMay, saying, "Sir, I am certain that Mr. Habsburg would not wish to see you in such a state. Allow me to assist you in rising. Let us take a seat and converse, shall we?" Upon hearing his words, Nicholas's tears flowed even more freely, and he embraced Adonis, weeping for an extended duration. After a considerable time, he finally regained his composure. Adonis offered him a tissue and helped him into a chair. "There have been 2 predecessors of the Purple Eyes before you. They were both remarkably extraordinary individuals, towering figures of their time. Yet, their fates were equally tragic. For the unique trait of the Purple Eyes prevented them from leaving any magical portraits. Otherwise, we would have perished long ago." "What trait?" "The Purple Eyes possess a distinct magical resonance. The soul state of the Purple Eyes cannot conceal its trace. Thus, the 2 former monarchs had to vanish entirely to preserve their strength, awaiting the emergence of the next heir. Why pursue the Purple Eyes?" Upon the mention of this query, Adonis distinctly felt a palpable shift in Nicholas LeMay's demeanor. His gaze turned fervent, reminiscent of a wolf encountering a rabbit in a fairy tale. "This is because the magical power of an adult Purple Eyes bearer is one of the irreplaceable components for activating the bloodline." At this point, Nicholas LeMay sighed, acknowledging that once the bloodline activation stone is employed, both he and his descendants would inherently feel a profound affinity towards the Purple Eyes bearers. After a moment of contemplation, Adonis inquired, "This cannot possibly serve as the rationale for the pursuit of the Purple Eye. No one desires their progeny to be rendered impotent. Rather, they should be safeguarded. For there are those who seek to obliterate our magical heritage. We have contended with them for millennia, and it is now certain that they do not belong to our azure planet." Adonis suppressed the turmoil within and composed himself. "Is there any evidence?" Nico LeMay nodded. "Their blood is blue. Adonis, perplexed, inquired why, given their formidable strength, they did not simply eradicate all the wizards, as it would not pose a significant challenge for them, would it? Nicholas Flamel shook his head, explaining that the true elite of the magical realm from various nations were engaged on the front lines. However, ever since the passing of our King St. Lexus Habsburg, we have remained in a state of passive defense. Had it been otherwise, we would have long since ceased to exist. In terms of overall strength, they are slightly superior to us, yet none of us wish to initiate a large-scale war, particularly ourselves. The number of our wizards diminishes each year, while theirs does not. If this continues, we shall inevitably fade away. Adonis remarked. Are they attempting to boil the frog in lukewarm water? Nico Lemay sighed. Indeed, that is the case, so please be sure to safeguard these eyes. Wait a moment. I shall fetch something. Approximately 10 minutes after Adonis observed him entering the room, Nicholas Flamel approached, holding a vial containing an enigmatic green liquid, which appeared to resemble a potion. Adonis, hand me the magic stone, he requested. Adonis relinquished the magic stone, which Nicholas then placed upon the grinder, reducing it to a fine powder. Subsequently, he uncapped the vial containing the green liquid and meticulously blended the powdered magic stone into the mixture. Adonis stood beside, observing as the potion within the vial gradually transitioned from green to yellow upon mingling with the magical stone. Nico Lemay shook the bottle before Adonis, declaring, There you have it. This elixir will conceal the color of your eyes and the fluctuations of your magical aura until you reach the age of 18. Adonis withdrew his gaze from the potion and turned towards Nico Lemay. How is this elixir to be utilized? After a brief pause, he added, Surely. One does not simply pour it directly into the eyes. Nico Lemay gazed at him with kindness, confirming, Indeed, that is precisely how it is to be used. Adonis swallowed hard, hesitantly gazing at Nico Lima, pondering what sensations might arise and what side effects could ensue. Nico Lima's shake of the head heightened Adonis's anxiety, as he recalled that others could not utilize this vial of elixir. Those who had tried it either succumbed to madness or blindness. Yet, he reassured, You shall be fine. For 2 others have previously partaken, and their results were remarkably positive. Observing the myriad of expressions flitting across Adonis's face, Nico Lima chuckled merrily and patted his shoulder, saying, My dear child, fret not. Shall I swear an oath to ease your mind? No need for that. Please proceed directly, Adonis replied, reclining in his chair, tilting his head back, his eyes wide with a sense of reckless abandon. The first drop of the potion fell into his eye, leaving no sensation. The second followed suit. And even as half the vial was instilled into his left eye, he remained devoid of feeling. Adonis glanced perplexedly at the impassive Nico Lemay, deciding it would be best to wait until everything had dripped out before inquiring further. Nico Lemay poured the remaining half-bottle into his right eye and said, Come to my room and lie down for a while. Adonis stood up, adjusting his attire with a smile, declaring, No need for rest. I feel perfectly fine. I still have some questions I would like to ask you. Nico Lemay squinted, suggesting, Perhaps it would be best to rest for a while. You can inquire when you awaken. I truly mean it. Adonis exclaimed, covering his eyes with his hands and collapsing to the ground. Nico Lemay approached, lifting Adonis and carrying him into the room, laying him flat on the bed and covering him with a light blanket before stepping out and closing the door. Sir, everything is prepared, Tom said as he approached Nico Lemay. Nico glanced at him, remarking, Tom, the youth of today tend to be overly impatient. Master, young Adonis merely lacks experience due to his age, Tom responded. Perhaps, Nico replied. Must we truly leave this place? Remaining here would allow you to guide and assist him further. Nico shook his head, stating firmly, Tom, he has his own path to traverse. The young eagle must learn to soar independently. I have provided him with the most crucial support. If he cannot grow, we shall wait another millennium if need be. Sir, this is far too harsh for him. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight, Nico declared resolutely. Observing Nico's demeanor, Tom wisely chose to remain silent. When Adonis regained consciousness, the predominant sensation he experienced was one of frigid cold, akin to plunging into an icy abyss. With the chill radiating from his eyes to his head and then enveloping his entire body, he desperately curled himself into a tight ball, hoping to preserve even a modicum of warmth. For a fleeting moment, he felt as though his blood had congealed, halting its flow. Having endured the biting cold, he was abruptly thrust into a furnace, where the searing flames scorched his body. He languished in this torment of ice and fire, unable to escape or surrender, as time stretched interminably, akin to a century, before he finally felt the blessed relief of slumber. Upon awakening once more, he found the night sky outside ablaze with stars. A glance at the calendar on the door revealed it was July 7th. He had inadvertently slept for 7 days. Adonis casually switched on the lamp by his bedside and poured himself a glass of water. His gaze fell upon the calendar again, and a sudden realization dawned upon him. He turned off the light and surveyed his surroundings once more, raising his arm to bite into it. Indeed, it was real, not a figment of his imagination. Astonishingly, his eyes could perceive the world in the darkness as if it were broad daylight. Adonis withdrew the wand from his sleeve, eager to verify another matter, the summoning of a guardian spirit. Delicate strands of silver emerged from the wand, unlike the indistinct creatures formed previously. This time, they coalesced into a distinct and vivid creature. Indeed, his magical prowess had once again significantly increased. Adonis gazed down at the creature at his feet. Disappointment etched across his face. He had anticipated that his guardian would be remarkably unique. Instead, it turned out to be merely a silver unicorn. Although its hooves bore a closer resemblance to those of a white tiger, it remained, after all, a unicorn, a miniature one at that, barely reaching the height of his knees. Adonis crouched down to examine it closely, hoping to discern some special quality. Surely, with his striking violet eyes, his guardian ought not to appear less impressive than himself. Upon recalling the thought of his eyes, he hastily cast a spell to conjure a mirror, only to discover that his eyes had transformed from violet to a deep brown. Unperturbed by his disdain, the little unicorn pranced around him with uncontainable excitement. Observing its foolish antics, Adonis waved his wand, causing it to vanish into thin air. It would be best to keep it hidden from public view for the time being. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he noted it was 4:00 a.m. Perhaps he should rest a little longer. With that, Adonis collapsed onto his bed and drifted back to sleep. The following morning, as Adonis opened the door to his bedroom, he beheld Nico LeMay seated at a chair, perusing a newspaper. "Good morning, Mr. LeMay," Adonis greeted. Nico LeMay looked up, setting aside the paper with enthusiasm. "Good morning, Adonis. How has your week of rest been?" "An exhilarating experience, akin to a clash of ice and fire. I recommend you try it as well." Nico LeMay erupted into laughter at this response. "I must certainly experience that at some point." He then rose, pocketing the newspaper from the table into his large pocket. "Now, let us return upstairs for breakfast. Your butler, Sia, would likely have my roof raised if I did not assure him of your well-being. Sia is merely concerned for my welfare. I hope it hasn't caused you too much inconvenience," Adonis remarked, noting that the newspaper he had pocketed was the Times. "Do you also read the Times, sir?" "Indeed. I peruse all newspapers to ensure the content does not render us antiquated. Young people, in particular, ought to remain informed about such matters." He paused briefly before continuing. "It will serve you well." Adonis nodded and followed Nico LeMay into the elevator. Returning to the living room, the moment Shia saw Adonis safely before him, he felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. Despite Nico LeMay's prior vows and his repeated reassurances over the past few days, Shia had remained anxious and apprehensive. Now, at last, all was well. Adonis nodded at Shia and then commenced his breakfast. Nicholas LeMay did not prepare a sumptuous meal for his guest's arrival, which could even be deemed somewhat discourteous. The table was merely adorned with a glass of milk and 3 slices of bread. However, he felt no particular discontent. He had encountered far worse breakfasts during his previous missions. Nicholas LeMay closely observed Adonis's reaction, noting that he displayed no signs of dissatisfaction. Adonis appeared quite content. And even the dreary, rainy weather outside seemed less bothersome. He saw Adonis finish his breakfast and gesture for Tom to clear the plates while ushering everyone else out of the room. As Adonis observed the unfolding situation, he prompted Sia to step aside and inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Nico LeMay regarded him with a smile. "Weren't you previously quite eager to pose a question to me?" The mere mention of this matter stirred a slight discomfort within Adonis, for he had been so fervently intent on clarifying his lack of feelings, only to lose consciousness before he could articulate his thoughts. "Is Dumbledore one of us?" "Not quite," came the reply. "Why? Though I harbor no fondness for him, it must be acknowledged that he is indeed a remarkable wizard. He has consistently safeguarded both Muggle wizards and the general populace, engaging in duels against Grindelwald in Germany and resisting Voldemort, has he not? Yet, he has also indirectly caused us to lose 2 exceptionally talented wizards. Do you approve of Dumbledore's methods in resolving issues?" Nicol LeMay regarded Adonis with utmost seriousness, keenly awaiting his response. No, I do not approve. Many occurrences could have been entirely averted. Nicol nodded in agreement. You are correct. Both incidents serve as rectifications of his prior missteps. We shall refrain from discussing the matters concerning Germany and his familial affairs for now, but with Voldemort. He led us to the loss of a promising young individual. That was Voldemort's own choice, was it not? It seems you have gleaned some understanding. However, the truth of matters is seldom as straightforward as it appears. Young individuals are often inclined to explore and unearth truths. I shall leave the quest for answers to you. Adonis gazed at Nicol LeMay and suddenly perceived a disquieting similarity between him and Dumbledore, pondering whether these old men derived pleasure from tantalizing others. But of course, now that you have awakened, it would be best to return home swiftly, for I shall be departing from this place by tomorrow, to the outside world. I have become nothing more than a pitiful old man who has lost the Philosopher's Stone and met his demise. Hush, do not be startled. I awaited your discovery of us, as this serves as a trial for you, the current possessor of the violet eyes. Furthermore, consider this villa and its various documents as a parting gift from this old man. I have already prepared the elevator's facial recognition system for you. With a playful wink, Nico leaned closer to Adonis and whispered, let me share a little secret you may have already surmised. I am not merely 660 years old, if you do the math. I am closer to a millennium. Just as Adonis was about to inquire about the other functions of his violet eyes, he was abruptly interrupted by the elderly gentleman's serious demeanor, ushering him out. Very well, Mr. Adonis Black Malfoy. I look forward to our next meeting. Chapter 60, Travel Plans and Endeavors. Adonis gazed at Nicolas Lemaire, who appeared indifferent to his presence, and thus he remarked, Mr. Lemaire, I appreciate your assistance and look forward to our next encounter. Nicolas Lemaire replied absent-mindedly, returning to his newspaper. Adonis gazed at his own reflection and inwardly mused. What a true old rascal I am, before rising to depart. After exiting the living room, he summoned Sia, who had been patiently waiting outside, and the two of them drove back to Malfoy Manor. Upon their departure, George Tom returned to the living room and reported to Nicol LeMay, Sir, Master Adonis has taken his leave. Nicol LeMay nodded. Casually lifting a newspaper to his eyes, he inquired of Tom, do I not exude an air of authority now? Tom stifled a chuckle. Sir, you are holding the newspaper upside down. Nicol LeMay adjusted the paper, casting an indignant glare at him. Tom, you are far too earnest. That young lad was much more to my liking. Upon returning home, Adonis found Lucius, Narcissa, Pansy, and Draco engaged in a fervent discussion in the living room. The moment Narcissa noticed Adonis's arrival, she exclaimed, NIS, we are deliberating on our vacation destination. Do you have any thoughts? Just as she was about to rejoin the conversation, she caught sight of Adonis's eyes. NIS, what has happened to your eyes? Narcissa's astonished exclamation successfully diverted the attention of the three engaged in the discussion, focusing all eyes on Adonis's peculiar gaze. I was just about to address this matter with you, he remarked, glancing at the servants attending to their duties. He instructed them. You may all leave, and Shia, please stand guard at the entrance. Once the others had departed, leaving only Lucius and the three, he continued. The violet hue of my eyes poses a grave threat to my life. Nicodemus LeMay has temporarily concealed the color of my eyes, allowing me to disguise them until I reach the age of 18. Adonis paused for a moment, gritting his teeth before continuing. If anyone inquires about the previous color of my eyes, simply tell them it was due to my wearing colored contact lenses. He then gazed at Narcissa with an ingratiating smile. Mom, when I was very little, you mentioned that you wanted me to wear them. He added playfully, Nissa, you had me don colored lenses right from birth. Why does it sound as if I resemble some wicked witch in your eyes? Upon hearing Narcissa's words, Adonis hurried to her side, exclaiming, how could that be? Mom, it's not feasible. While speaking, he affectionately embraced her. Draco and Pansy, witnessing Adonis's antics, erupted into laughter, collapsing onto the sofa, unable to regain their composure. Adonis, hearing Draco and Pansy's mirth, shrugged in resignation. He had never imagined that Narcissa, a Slytherin, would reveal such a side of herself. However, it was evident that she relished this manner of interaction. Well then, let us continue deliberating over our vacation destination, Lucius interjected. Observing Adonis's flustered demeanor, Narcissa, what are your thoughts? How many options do we have? Pansy expressed her desire to visit Paris for its romantic ambience, while Draco wished to journey to Romania to see dragons. As for your father and me, we are quite indifferent. We are open to any destination. Adonis nodded. Then let us proceed to Romania. Bertha, upon hearing this response, felt quite discontented. Brother, you always side with Draco. Adonis gazed at the sulking Bertha and inquired, do you not wish to visit Noda? He added, next academic year. You may also converse with Hagrid. After a moment of silence, Bertha nodded in response to Adonis's words. Very well, I can agree to that, but you must promise to take me to Paris next summer. Agreed, he replied. A promise is a promise. There shall be no turning back. Adonis extended his palm and exchanged a light touch with Bertha. Is my elder brother truly so lacking in credibility in your eyes? Bertha replied with a cheerful smile, certainly not. This is merely a precautionary measure. Lucius, observing their amicable agreement, declared, in that case, let us embark the day after tomorrow. After Adonis departed from the living room, he proceeded directly to the library, his curiosity piqued by the transformation of his eye color. He wondered what materials could possibly induce such a change. Yet, despite his thorough search from the first floor to the 10th, and from morning until afternoon, he found nothing of significance. Ultimately, he retrieved an ancient tome on the origins of magical runes from the library, hoping it might advance his stagnant studies in rune magic, even if only slightly. For him, such progress would be a source of solace. The origins of ancient runes predate those of ancient magical scripts. Unlike the latter, which evolved as a language for wizards, those who crafted and developed ancient runes believed that only symbols and designs imbued with magical essence could preserve their civilization. They entrusted their magical energies to various symbols and designs, hoping these runes would aid them in achieving specific functions. This is the genesis of what we now recognize as the primordial runes. As Adonis closed the book, the notion reverberated in his mind that only symbols and patterns imbued with magic could carry forth civilization. Symbols and patterns imbued with magic. Indeed, why did he not attempt to use his wand to experiment within the pages of his spell practice notebook? Adonis retrieved a notebook from the drawer, gently caressing the tip of his wand. Could it truly be possible? He pondered, hoping that no uncontrollable consequences would arise. With this thought, he rose and took the locked potion box from the top of his storage cabinet. From within, he extracted a vial containing a cerulean elixir, a precious exorcism potion he had painstakingly procured from his godfather. He had once contemplated crafting this potion himself. However, the intricate process proved overwhelmingly complex, with a staggering failure rate of 90%. The required ingredients were both costly and scarce, necessitating a staggering 10 drops of mermaid tears for a single concoction. After consideration, he ultimately abandoned this notion. Adonis grasped his wand in a pen-holding manner with his right hand, while his left hand deftly unscrewed the cap of the potion vial. Ready to remedy any potential mishap, he adjusted his mental state, ensuring he could react with utmost swiftness, and he made the first stroke in his magical pattern practice book. Chapter 61. Invitation. As the wand moved, a sinuous line emerged on the page, and Adonis fixated intently on the book, poised to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. After 5 minutes had elapsed without any adverse reactions, Adonis finally exhaled in relief. He carefully replaced the cap on the potion vial and returned it to its original position. More importantly, he had succeeded. The line remained steadfastly inscribed on the page. Unlike previous instances where it had evaporated, with a heart brimming with excitement, Adonis meticulously inscribed the magical runes symbolizing ice, each stroke deliberate and precise. His gaze was fixed upon the ancient fundamental rune depicted before him, as he internally recited the motions: curve, fold, and hook back. Only upon completing all the strokes did he exhale in relief, his heart swelling with joy at the sight of the indelible characters on his practice sheet. As he reached out to touch the rune, he was surprised to feel a gentle chill emanating from it, signifying his initial grasp of the arcane art. Yet, upon surveying the nearly full page of script, he realized this was the smallest inscription his wand could produce. The question lingered: what purpose could such diminutive letters serve? He picked up the pen from the table, twirling it in his fingers, pondering how he could channel magic through this instrument to inscribe upon the rune practice sheet. Did he truly need to master wandless magic before delving into the intricacies of ancient runes? Adonis leaned back in his chair, pondering the matter intently until a knock echoed on the door. He turned the chair to face the entrance and said, "Come in." Adonis observed Bertha's hesitant demeanor and remarked, "Bertha, it is already 10 p.m. Why are you still awake?" To which she replied, "Aren't you also sleepless?" Adonis shook his head, inquiring what was the matter. "It's nothing significant. I simply cannot sleep and wish to converse with you, dear brother." Oh, is that so? Yet I find myself quite weary and inclined to rest. Let us discuss matters come the morrow. Without further ado, Adonis rose from his chair, made his way to the bedside, reclined upon the bed, pulled the thin blanket over himself, and closed his eyes, succumbing to slumber. Adonis Black Malfoy, must you truly proceed in this manner? Adonis opened his eyes, sat up in bed, and regarded Bertha with a penetrating gaze. So, Bertha Malfoy, what is it that you truly desire? Bertha, exasperated, tapped her head in frustration. Brother, I was mistaken. Please, do not hold my folly against me. Adonis looked at Bertha with amusement and said, well, now I can speak. I wish to extend an invitation to Harry and the others to join us on a trip to Romania. You know, I believe they would be quite eager to learn how Noda is faring. Adonis nodded, acknowledging that it was indeed a commendable idea and encouraged. Just go ahead and do it. He reclined once more, genuinely prepared to succumb to slumber. Perhaps upon awakening, new insights would illuminate the perplexities that had recently troubled him. Bertha, observing Adonis's demeanor, clenched her teeth and proposed, next time, shall I don that peculiar attire on your behalf? Adonis raised his voice, asking, next time? Is this acceptable from now on? Of course, he replied. What do you wish for me to assist you with? Basha maintained a safe distance from Adonis, and then said, you should tell Dad that Hermione is your girlfriend, and then invite her to join us on vacation. No, Adonis replied bluntly upon hearing Basha's suggestion. Why not? Didn't Dad mention that he could tolerate you marrying a Gryffindor? Adonis descended directly from his bed, standing on the floor as he gazed at Pasha. Pasha, you ought to emulate Gryffindor's valor rather than becoming someone who cannot even comprehend a conversation. Furthermore, even if Father is not speaking in irony, do you truly believe he would accept a wizard of Muggle blood? Pasha, looking at Adonis with curiosity, inquired, brother, do you harbor feelings for Hufflepuff's Isabel? Not at present. Perhaps in the future? And what about Hermione? Not at present. Noticing Pasha's intent to continue questioning, Adonis interjected, I shall assist you with matters concerning Hermione. Now, it is time for you to retire, all right? But what about Ron? Ron is out of the question. You need not entertain such thoughts. Adonis promptly extinguished the light, unwilling to engage further. Pasha, exasperated, stamped her feet in frustration. Yet, she understood that the centuries-old enmity between the Malfoys and the Weasleys could not be easily resolved. Even if he were to beseech their father for approval, she doubted the Weasley couple would acquiesce. Casting a glance at Adonis, who feigned sleep, she lamented the prospect of facing Narcissa's dress-up games alone from now on, a true tragedy. Who would have thought that the noble and elegant Mrs. Malfoy would possess such an eccentricity? With Draco liberated a few years prior and now her brother freed, she found herself gazing at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, pondering when her own liberation would arrive. It seemed there would be no hope in this lifetime. The following morning at breakfast, Pasha incessantly signaled to Adonis, urging him to discuss the matter with Lucius. Adonis met her gaze, indicating for her to remain patient. After breakfast, he accompanied Pasha to Lucius's study. Lucius observed the siblings and remarked, you are departing tomorrow. Do you not need to prepare your belongings? Pasha nudged Adonis, who then said to Lucius, Pasha has some matters that require your counsel. Lucius, with a smile, turned his attention to his beloved daughter. What is it, my little princess? Adonis observed the expression on Lucius's face, pondering why he exhibited such a stark contrast in his treatment of his son and daughter. If only he could converse with Draco in such a gentle manner, the communication between father and son would surely flourish. However, the pride of both individuals rendered this quite challenging. Might I extend an invitation to Harry and Hermione to accompany us to Romania? Upon hearing Percia's words, Lucius's smile faltered momentarily, yet he swiftly regained his composure and replied to Percia, you should consult your elder brother regarding this matter. I have entrusted it to him. He then added, I have some documents to attend to, so you may leave for now. Father, Adonis, I believe you can manage this affair. Therefore, you should take Percia with you. Adonis gazed at Lucius, resignedly nodding his head. As soon as they exited the study, Basha eagerly inquired, does this mean you agree, father? Indeed. You may go to your room and call Hermione. We shall fetch her this afternoon. In the morning, we will first retrieve Harry Potter. Basha nodded, stepped forward a bit, and then ascended the stairs to her room. Chapter 62, Number 4, Privet Drive. After Basha finished her conversation with Hermione, she received a positive affirmation, which filled her with immense joy. Adonis dressed Sia in a tailored suit and drove them to Number 4, Privet Drive, to pick up Harry. Draco observed Sia's attire and remarked that it was for the purpose of dealing with the Dursleys. Adonis nodded. The experiences of this academic year, coupled with his conversations with Nico Lamé, have afforded him a more open-minded perspective regarding the matters of Harry Potter and Voldemort. Slytherins are known for their calculated actions. Yet this does not imply that they are timid or fearful. Harry Potter, aside from occasionally acting impulsively without regard for consequences, is indeed a commendable young man. It is undeniably unjust to distance oneself from him out of concern for Voldemort's potential wrath. Moreover, Adonis is confident that by that time, he would harbor no fear of Voldemort. Young master, we have arrived at number 4, Privet Drive. As Adonis lowered the window and gazed at the distant house, he addressed Draco, who sat beside him. Little dragon, please accompany Sia to fetch Harry. Draco nodded and then exited the vehicle, striding towards the house alongside Sia. Sia, knock on the door, he instructed. Very well, sir, Sia replied. The Dursleys were lamenting their unsuccessful negotiations when the sudden doorbell rang, further aggravating their mood. Vernon Dursley opened the door to find a platinum-haired boy and a middle-aged man, dressed in attire befitting a steward. Mr. Dursley, you may call me Mr. Malfoy. We have matters to discuss with Mr. Harry Potter. He will be accompanying us for a while. Kindly summon him, Adonis stated. Vernon stared at the boy's icy expression and barked, Who are you? Sia produced an item from his pocket, handing it to Vernon for inspection. This will verify our identity, he asserted. Upon glancing at it, Vernon's demeanor shifted, and he replied, Of course, your grace, before bellowing into the house, Harry Potter, come down at once. Draco observed Vernon's obsequious demeanor and crude mannerisms. Had it not been for his years spent at Hufflepuff, which had tempered his temperament, Draco would have turned on his heel and walked away without a second thought. Harry, expecting another of Uncle Vernon's bizarre tasks, had prepared his wand to intimidate them, only to find Draco Malfoy at the doorstep. Draco, what are you doing here? Harry inquired. Vernon Dursley, scowling at Harry's expression, snapped, You ought to show some respect, boy. He is the son of a duke. Harry looked at Draco, perplexed. What is going on? Persephone has requested your presence. Pack your belongings. You will be staying at Malfoy Manor for the summer. Before Harry could voice any objections, Draco urged, Hurry up and gather your things. Suppressing his questions, Harry complied and followed Draco towards the nearby vehicle. Observing Harry's modest suitcase, Draco asked, Did you bring all your belongings, Harry? Harry nodded in affirmation. The two remained silent as they traveled, and once inside the car, Harry spotted Adonis and Persephone. You're here too. Are we embarking on some adventure? He asked. We're off to Romania to see dragons, and we will also visit Noda, Persephone replied. Harry's face lit up with delight at her words. Really? That sounds fantastic. Clearly, he had momentarily set aside his concerns about spending the next month at Malfoy Manor. Sia, having stowed Harry's luggage, inquired, Sir, shall we dine first or proceed directly to Miss Granger's residence? Let us have lunch before we fetch her, Adonis instructed. Sia nodded in understanding. Mr. Granger welcomed their arrival with warmth, yet expressed concern regarding Hermione's forthcoming journey to Romania with them. Adonis, is it? He asked. Yes, Adonis confirmed. We have heard about you from Hermione. Though you are not in the same house, she has spoken highly of you as an exceptional young man. Adonis glanced at Hermione and replied, Thank you for your kind words. My mother and I are not well versed in your affairs. But can you assure us that visiting Romania to see the dragons is safe? Adonis smiled and said, Uncle, it is akin to your visits to the zoo to see the tigers. Safety is assured, and you need not worry. Mr. Granger observed Hermione's joyous demeanor and nodded. Then I shall trouble your parents. It is no trouble at all. They are more than willing, she replied. Bertha gazed at her elder brother, somewhat impressed by his ability to fabricate tales with such earnestness, yet she was certain that safety would indeed be guaranteed. After bidding farewell to the Granger couple, Adonis and Hermione boarded the carriage back to Malfoy Manor. As for Lucius and their feelings, that was momentarily beyond his contemplation. Furthermore, this matter should be left for Bertha to resolve, as it was ultimately her idea to invite Harry and Hermione. Chapter 63, an unrelated position as Adonis entered. Accompanied by Harry Potter and Hermione Granger, he encountered Lucius and Narcissa, who were just about to step outside. Adonis gestured towards Harry and Hermione, introducing them. Father, Mother. These are Mr. Harry Potter and Miss Hermione Granger. Narcissa offered a slight smile to the two, while Lucius nodded coolly. Greetings, Mr. Potter and Miss Granger. Welcome to Malfoy Manor. Harry, listening to Lucius's words, promptly replied, Good day, Mr. Malfoy, please. Lucius regarded Harry Potter and said, Indeed. Harry nodded. Good day, Mr. Malfoy. Thank you for inviting me to Romania to see the dragons. Lucius smirked slightly. You're welcome. Hermione, noticing Harry's greeting had concluded, quickly added, Good day, Mr. Malfoy. I am Hermione Granger. Lucius acknowledged her with a nod, and the atmosphere fell into silence. Adonis gazed at Harry and Hermione and said, Harry, since this is your first visit to Malfoy Manor, allow Pansy and Draco to escort you through the gardens. After Pansy and Draco led the two away, Lucius turned to Adonis and inquired, Is this the outcome you envisioned? Father, I acted in accordance with your wishes regarding this matter, Adonis replied with a smile. Very well. I am pleased with your approach, Lucius remarked. It is my honor, Father. Lucius, his expression devoid of emotion, scrutinized the beaming Adonis. It has been quite some time since I assessed your academic progress. Be in the training room at 8 this evening. Understood, Father. Adonis continued to smile at him. If there is nothing else, I shall return to my quarters. Very well. As Adonis's figure receded, Narcissa, linking her arm with her husband's, said with a smile, Darling, were you not already aware that this would be the outcome? Lucius let out a soft grunt. Come, the Zabinis are still waiting for us. In the Malfoy Gardens, Pansy pointed out, Harry, do you see that peacock over there? It is a blue peacock, native to India and Sri Lanka, and one of my father's favorites. Following Pansy's gesture, Harry beheld a magnificent bird adorned with an upright crest, its feathers splendidly vibrant, with a neck cloaked in blue plumage, and its tail feathers exceptionally elongated, far surpassing the length of its tail. For reasons unbeknownst to him, despite knowing he ought not to entertain such notions, he could not help but feel that Mr. Malfoy bore an uncanny resemblance to this peacock. Shaking his head vigorously, Harry quickly dismissed the absurd thought. What a beautiful peacock! The other three nodded in agreement, expressing their approval of Harry's observation. After Adonis and Lucius parted ways with Narcissa, they promptly returned to their quarters, where he intended to diligently prepare for the combat training scheduled for that evening. Lucius, being a commendable father, possessed one notable flaw, a certain pettiness. Adonis retrieved his training attire from the wardrobe, donning it beneath his outer garment. He then settled at his desk, picking up the ancient magical sigil manual to continue his studies. This summer, he aspired to successfully depict every sigil contained within its pages. The sigils representing ice were indicative of water, fire, wind, rain, and lightning. Upon opening the manual, he noticed that the ice sigil from yesterday had completely vanished. As he ran his fingers over the paper, which bore slight scratches from his wand-ash tracing, he found it to be smooth and renewed, evidently. This book held a multitude of sigils. He meticulously observed each stroke of the water sigil until the final circle was completed. Placing his hand upon it, Adonis sensed a faint flow of water. Turning the page, he began to outline the fire sigil. However, unlike previous instances, a peculiar phenomenon occurred as he flipped the page. The paper inscribed with the water sigil and the one he had just drawn could not overlap. A repelling force emerged between them. Adonis forcefully pressed them together with his hands, yet ultimately discovered a gap remaining between them. It is said that water and fire are incompatible. One wonders if the addition of wind, rain, and thunder could yield even more extraordinary occurrences. He meticulously traced the shape of the wind with his wand onto the paper, then turned the page. It quietly adhered to the back of the previous fiery sigil. Yet the anticipated phenomenon did not materialize. When the storm of rain and thunder subsided, there was still no occurrence akin to that of water and fire. Adonis shook his head, realizing that he had perhaps underestimated the complexity of the situation. If mere juxtaposition could suffice to achieve the desired outcome, the ancient legacy of magical sigils would not be on the brink of fading into obscurity. Adonis closed the ancient magical tome, ceasing his meticulous copying from the reference text, and began to venture into the realm of independent expression, attempting to inscribe the elements of water, fire, wind, rain, thunder, lightning, and the ice he had practiced the previous day. However, as he completed the second stroke of the character for ice, the first stroke vanished. The proportions were incorrect, the lengths were uneven, and the positioning was slightly awry. After several attempts, he finally achieved success. Wiping the sweat from his brow with a tissue, he glanced at the clock, noting that it was time for a meal. Upon arriving at the dining hall, he found that Lucius, Draco, Pansy, and Harry were already seated. As Adonis settled into his designated place, he heard Harry remark, "The Malfoy garden is quite beautiful." "It's decent," Adonis replied before inquiring, "Draco, have you taken Harry and Hermione to see the resting chamber?" "We have already visited," came the response. Adonis turned to Lucius and inquired, "Father, has mother been left behind by Aunt Zabini? Wasn't this the conclusion we should have anticipated all along?" Adonis nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the truth in her words. He had no desire to broach such inquiries. However, from the moment they entered the restaurant, Bertha had been persistently urging him with her gaze to conjure up a conversation. Furthermore, the ambience here was decidedly less than satisfactory. After Adonis's words, the restaurant once again fell into silence, until a variety of dishes appeared on the table. Lucius smiled and said, "Welcome to Malfoy Manor. I wish you both a delightful dining experience." During the meal, Theo whispered something in Lucius's ear, prompting him to hurriedly take his leave. Just as Lucius departed, Hermione's voice echoed in the restaurant, remarking on how exceedingly serious Mr. Malfoy was. Harry nodded in agreement, feeling somewhat intimidated. Adonis quietly dined at the side, refraining from participating in their discourse. It was already quite a feat for Lucius to grant them entry. Expecting him to exhibit exuberance would indeed be impractical. This matter transcends mere stance. If one were to trace the origins, one might attribute a significant portion to noble upbringing, while the remainder could be credited to the wars of yesteryears. The toll of war, ultimately, is a profound and painful one for all involved. Chapter 64. Darkness reigns, and the father, after finishing dinner, Adonis arrived punctually at the training room to await Lucius. As he turned towards the sound, a spell hurtled towards him. He swiftly sidestepped, evading the incantation. The Tarantaligra. Another spell swiftly followed. This one caused him to roll upon the ground, narrowly escaping the dancing curse, just as a binding spell whizzed past his left ear. Seizing the moment, he swiftly directed his wand at the sole light fixture in the room and uttered an incantation, extinguishing the source of illumination. With the solitary light snuffed out, the windowless training room succumbed to darkness. This obscurity afforded Adonis ample time to compose himself from his disheveled state. As long as he remained silent, Lucius would be unable to discern his whereabouts. In the shrouded night, he observed Lucius's wand aimed at the ceiling light. At the instant the incantation was cast, he promptly drew his own wand towards the chandelier, casting the spell Stupefy. He then rolled swiftly, coming to a halt nearby, just in time to witness Lucius's petrification spell strike the very spot where he had stood moments before. Indeed, experience sharpens one's instincts. With just the utterance of Stupefy, Lucius swiftly deduced Adonis's location. This prompted Adonis to hold his breath, recalibrating his wand to target Lucius's continuously moving wrist and wand. Disarm. A beam of white light struck Lucius's wand. Though he quickly conjured a protective charm, Adonis's spell prevailed, sending Lucius's wand flying. Taken aback for a moment in the darkness, Lucius then broke into applause. "Nicely executed disarmament spell, Adonis." Adonis approached and picked up Lucius's wand. Suddenly, a force propelled his own wand from his right hand, causing it to soar through the air before it tumbled several times on the ground, finally coming to rest in the corner. Adonis let out a heavy sigh, relinquishing his wand to his father, who approached guided by sound. He then proceeded to retrieve the wand that had been flung to the corner. Lucius accepted the wand and first cast a spell to reignite the lights, before turning to Adonis, who was recovering the wand, and remarked, "Now you understand." Standing before Lucius, Adonis's expression remained inscrutable. To certain adult wizards, a wand merely served as a tool to facilitate their spellcasting. "Very well," he said, drawing closer to Adonis and whispering, "This era cannot tolerate a king who has not matured." Grasping Adonis's shoulders, he continued, "Especially someone like me cannot abide the emergence of a king. Do not let your guard down simply because I am your father. Do not reveal the secret of your eyes. Do you understand? Father, I comprehend your meaning. I was once like you. Malfoy shall not conceal his blood relatives. Even if it leads to betrayal, we would have no regrets. Although such disgraceful matters have never marred our family, I echo your grandfather's words. Your safety is of utmost importance to me." Lucius pointed his wand at his own head. "Now, memory erase." Adonis silently observed Lucius's actions, comprehending his father's sentiments. Even as a father, he too would not permit himself to uncover the secrets concealed within his son's eyes. Adonis felt his eyes redden, forcing himself to stifle his tears. A silvery mist, reminiscent of steam, emanated from Lucius's head and dissipated into the air. Lucius's gaze was momentarily dazed before he drew his wand and uttered the incantation, Tarantaligra, directed at Adonis. As Adonis beheld Lucius's movements, he discerned that his memories had reverted to the moment he first entered. Swiftly, he evaded the incantation, narrowly escaping the petrification spell. Although his disarming charm struck Lucius's wand, he ultimately found himself drained of magical energy by Lucius's wandless sorcery, culminating in a final petrification spell that rendered him immobile. For a skilled wizard, maintaining an ample reserve of magical power is fundamental. Lucius gazed down at the fallen Adonis and, releasing him from his enchantments, remarked, "Let this suffice for today. I have distant travels ahead tomorrow." After a brief pause, he added, "Your disarming spell was commendable." With that, he turned and strode towards the exit. Adonis stood up, gazing at Lucius's retreating figure, a surge of indescribable emotions flooding his heart. Romania is situated in the northeastern part of the Balkan Peninsula in southeast Europe. To the north and northeast, it shares borders with Ukraine and Moldova, while to the south, it adjoins Bulgaria. To the southwest and northwest, it is bordered by Serbia and Hungary, and to the southeast, it faces the Black Sea. There exists no direct transportation network from the United Kingdom to the Romanian dragon breeding grounds. They must first travel to Bucharest, navigate through this capital city of Romania, and then proceed to a transportation point under the Romanian Ministry of Magic, from which they can directly access the Romanian Dragon Center via the Flying Road Network. Adonis glanced back at the city of Bucharest they had just traversed. At first glance, it is difficult to envision how wizards could possibly find a suitable place to rear dragons in such a plain. However, understanding the diverse topography of Romania, with its plains, mountains, and hills each constituting a third of the country's land, one might be less surprised. The majestic Rnov River, the azure Danube, the towering Carpathian Mountains, and the vibrant Black Sea all belong to Romania. Thus, it is not astonishing that this locale has become one of the most suitable places for dragon rearing. The Romanian Ministry of Magic promptly dispatched an official to greet them. "You are Lucius Malfoy from England, are you not? And who might you be?" Lucius raised an eyebrow as he scrutinized the man before him. "I have no obligation to disclose that to you. You answer my question," he retorted, adding quietly, "Just a decaying family, after all." Upon hearing this, Lucius suddenly burst into laughter, drawing his wand and casting Expelliarmus, followed by Incarcerus. The surrounding personnel, noticing the commotion, swiftly rushed over, wands drawn, encircling them. Narcissa, observing the situation, quickly cast a protective charm for herself and the children before positioning herself alongside Lucius, their stances mirroring each other. Adonis swiftly retrieved his wand from his sleeve, while Draco and Pansy promptly followed suit. Hermione and Harry were somewhat startled by this display. However, being the core of the so-called future Triwizard champions, they quickly acclimated and likewise drew their wands, gripping them firmly. A middle-aged man emerged from the encircling crowd. "What has transpired here?" Lucius inquired, glancing at the man's identification number. "Ah, the captain of the Ministry's Guard, I see. I am the current patriarch of the Malfoy family, and I request to speak with your Minister of Foreign Affairs." Upon hearing Lucius's words, the guard captain approached him, wand drawn, and said, "Please present your identification." Lucius, with his wand-free hand, retrieved his credentials from his inner pocket and briefly displayed them. After verifying the identification, the captain instructed his soldiers, "Lower your wands and detain that receptionist for questioning." He then turned back to Lucius and said, "Mr. Malfoy, please follow me." Lucius nodded, sheathing his wand, signaling Adonis and the others to follow. Chapter 65. The Dragon Sanctuary in Romania. Mr. Malfoy, the matter has been thoroughly investigated. The individual you encountered was a loyalist of your former Dark Lord, a polyjuice potion user sent to meet you, explained the director of the Ministry of Magic's Department of International Magical Cooperation in Romania. Lucius nodded and replied, "I have a measure of trust in your investigation. We are in haste to visit the Dragon Sanctuary in Romania, so I shall take my leave." The director stood, shook hands with Lucius in farewell, and gestured to the guard captain, saying, "This is Jesse Andrew. He will escort you to the Flu Network." After Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy, Adonis, and Draco passed through the Flu Network, Pansy turned to Harry and Hermione, saying, "Just like our earlier journey, we must articulate the destination clearly." Although Pansy noted Harry and Hermione nodding in agreement, she insisted on reconfirmation before stepping into the fireplace, announcing loudly, "The Dragon Sanctuary in Romania." At the entrance to the Dragon Sanctuary in Romania, Lucius led Adonis to a nearby hillside. "Adonis, do you discern anything?" he asked. "Just a farce orchestrated by the Romanian Ministry of Magic. There are a few jesters disgruntled with our stake in the Dragon Sanctuary," Adonis replied with a smile. "So what do you propose we do?" Lucius inquired, gazing at Adonis's profile. If the claws are out, what can we do? The two exchanged glances, and Adonis shrugged, suggesting, simply sever them. Narcissa, overhearing the laughter of the father and son from the hillside, shook her head in exasperation, puzzled by their mysterious antics. Adonis gazed at Narcissa and Basha, who had just emerged from the Flu network, and remarked, "Father, let us first enjoy our holiday." However, upon glancing at the vast expanse of the sky, he mused that Edra might be arriving soon. The Romanian Dragon Sanctuary, renowned as one of the 3 premier dragon reserves in the world, boasted towering trees and dense thickets that formed a natural barrier. The occasional roars emanating from within further convinced Muggles that it was an untouched wilderness. In the past, a few adventurous souls had ventured here, only to have their memories forcibly altered by the wizards, leading them to speak of the place in hushed tones, avoiding it like the plague. Gradually, it became a forbidden territory for Muggles. Once Harry and Hermione arrived safely, Lucius led them to a majestic European spruce that soared 40 meters high, with a trunk diameter of 1.2 meters, its lifespan undoubtedly exceeding 5,000 years. He raised his wand and inscribed the name Malfoy in the air. Harry's eyes widened in awe as the letters sank into the trunk, and the surrounding thicket parted to reveal a narrow path. "This is truly remarkable," he exclaimed in wonder. Draco, stepping onto the path, glanced back at Harry and said with a slight tilt of his head, "Harry, this is but a minor enchantment. Step onto the path, and you shall witness even more astonishing wonders." Harry nodded, and as he stepped onto the path, the scenery transformed dramatically, reminiscent of the enchanting view he had first encountered from a boat when he beheld Hogwarts Castle. A magnificent, ancient iron gate emerged about 10 paces away, with each column intricately carved with various dragon species. As Harry scanned the dragons, he realized that most were unfamiliar to him, but he did identify the Norwegian ridgeback among the slenderer iron pillars. Above the gate, in bold, powerful letters, the words Romanian Dragon Sanctuary were inscribed. Harry, astounded by the sight, caught up with Draco and inquired, "Are all the dragons depicted here present within?" "That is impossible, Harry. Most dragons are extinct. Many depicted here far surpass wizards in prowess. 100 ordinary adult wizards would struggle to match even a single Tyrannosaurus Rex, let alone tame them. Even if they were not extinct, we would lack the capacity to care for them." In contrast to Harry's reaction, Hermione's calm demeanor astonished Basha. "Hermione, you appear utterly unfazed." Hermione shook her head and replied, "No, I am merely at a loss for words in my astonishment." A young man approached, bowing to Lucius before introducing himself, Mr. Malfoy. "Madam, esteemed young gentlemen and ladies, good afternoon. I am Brooke Edwin, and I shall be your guide today through the Romanian Dragon Sanctuary." Lucius nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "Very well, please proceed." Edwin, noticing Lucius's gesture, nodded and began his introduction as they walked. The Romanian Dragon Sanctuary was established in 200 AD. Although we are the last of the 3 major dragon reserves to be established, our prowess has remained unrivaled since 1000 AD. He pointed to a nearby roaring dragon, explaining, "That is the North American spiked dragon, its lineage tracing back to the early to mid-Cretaceous period. Unlike its ancestor, the spiked dragon, the North American variant is considerably smaller, reaching a maximum height of only 1 meter and an average length of approximately 56 meters. He paused momentarily before continuing, "Annually, this dragon requires the most substantial investment of manpower and resources. However," Edwin's tone swelled with pride, "its scales and blood are exceedingly rare and valuable potion materials. And currently, only our Romanian Dragon Sanctuary can provide them." As they drew nearer, Hermione noticed the remains of food beside the spiked dragon and was suddenly struck by a sense of absurdity and dread. "Mr. Edwin, what do they eat?" she asked. Edwin chuckled lightly at the girl's inquiry before responding. "They consumed the most heinous criminals from both the Muggle and Wizarding worlds." Hermione recoiled in horror, nearly losing her balance. But Adonis steadied her arm. Trembling, she pointed at the spiked dragon and stammered, "How could you commit such inhumane acts? Even if they are death row inmates, they are still human beings." Adonis cast a glance towards the iron-barred enclosure, then turned his gaze to the equally pallid faces of Bertha and Harry, his voice softening as he spoke. "Relax, they signed contracts before their execution. After death, they will be utilized for various purposes. Innocent direct relatives or beneficiaries stand to receive a substantial sum of money, enough for them to indulge within the confines of the law for a lifetime." Hermione, upon hearing Adonis's explanation, remained unable to regain her composure. The entire situation was beyond her comprehension and acceptance. Chapter 66. The Madness Induced by Greed. Revised. Harry steadied his mind and cast another glance at the bones beside the Spinosaurus. Mr. Edwin, must we proceed with this? Edwin, his expression devoid of emotion, nodded affirmatively. There is no other choice. Following this, Edwin introduced them to the South American Argentinosaurus, the Australian southern dragon, and approximately a dozen other dragon species. However, none of this managed to pique their interest significantly. Adonis harbors no interest in dragons. For him, merely acquiring knowledge through the Dragon Compendium to identify various dragons, understand their weaknesses, and recognize their medicinal properties suffices. As for their behavioral patterns, he questions the necessity of such understanding. What purpose would it serve? To rear dragons? Gaining insights into these matters not only offers no advantage, but also squanders the limited cognitive capacity humanity has developed, rendering it a fruitless endeavor. On the other hand, Draco stumbled over a stone, his thoughts adrift ever since learning about the diet of the Spinosaurus. He had once found the creatures endearing, yet now he grappled with the unsettling reality that such a charming dragon would consume the deceased. Despite Edwin's repeated reassurances that only the Spinosaurus engaged in such practices within the entire dragon sanctuary, Draco realized that his mindset could never revert to its former state. In fact, prior to their visit, he had even contemplated asking his father to bring a dragon home for him to care for. But now, reflecting on that thought, he shuddered inexplicably. Adonis cast a sidelong glance at Draco, whose expression remained inscrutable. Whether Draco would continue to harbor affections for dragons was a matter open to debate. Overall, the half-day excursion to the Romanian Dragon Sanctuary proved to be less than enjoyable for all attendees, with the exception of Edwin, who might profit from the afternoon's tour commentary. For Hermione, it was nothing short of a nightmare. Consequently, their plans to visit Noda the following day were promptly abandoned. That night, Lucius stood by the window, observing the encroaching shadows in the sky. As predicted by his son, a golden eagle named Adhere delivered a letter to him. The missive read, "Esteemed Mr. Lucius Malfoy, you are kindly requested to attend, accompanied by your son, Adonis Black Malfoy, the shareholders meeting scheduled for July 15th at 7 p.m. at the Romanian Dragon Hotel. Should you fail to attend, we shall automatically assume your abstention. The shareholder center of the Romanian Dragon Sanctuary." Lucius rapped his fingers on the table, and in an instant, a blaze consumed the letter, reducing it to ashes. Douglas from America, Francis from France, Derek from Germany, and Korbuski from Russia. One could only wonder from where the Romanian Nisdorf derived his confidence in their support. As for the British Black, he was sure to deliver quite a surprise. The following morning, since they would not be visiting the sanctuary, Narcissa took them on a delightful tour of Bucharest, the capital of Romania. Meanwhile, Adonis and Lucius had discreetly slipped away the moment they entered the Romanian wizarding market. Lucius, glancing at his son with a look of disdain, remarked, "Adonis Black Malfoy, what purpose do you serve by following me?" Adonis rolled his eyes. "Father, dear Mr. Lucius Malfoy, should you find yourself expelled from the house by Lady Narcissa this evening, I implore you not to seek me out." Lucius straightened his tone. "Adonis, Edela has already delivered the letter." Edela's presence was indeed hard to overlook. Adonis continued, "What did the letter say?" "Let me accompany you to the shareholders' meeting tomorrow." Adonis chuckled. "Ah, it seems that Nistov intends to repeat the actions of over 3 centuries ago. Has he not learned from past pains? To speak frankly, there is a Chinese saying that aptly describes such situations, the banquet of hangmen, yet they often find themselves outmaneuvered." Given their limited channels of information, Adonis shook his head. It is better left unsaid. At 6:50 p.m. on July 15th, Lucius entered the room with Adonis, greeted by the beaming faces of Nistov and his son, illuminated by their radiant smiles, alongside the other family patriarchs and heirs who sat expressionless in their seats. Upon noticing Lucius' arrival, the Douglas father and son from America stood up, smiling warmly. "Lucius, it has been 11 years since we last met," they exclaimed. Lucius extended his hand to shake Douglas's, engaging in a customary embrace. Pointing to the boy beside Douglas, Lucius introduced, "Adonis, this is Uncle Douglas's son, Hebraic Douglas. He is a year your senior." Adonis extended his hand upon hearing Lucius's introduction, saying, "Greetings, Hebrew. I am Adonis Black Malfoy, and it is a pleasure to meet you in Romania." He then offered a gentle smile, and, in a conspiratorial whisper, added, "I owe my gratitude to Mr. Nisdorf for this opportunity." Hebrew, however, bypassed Adonis's outstretched hand and embraced him warmly, exclaiming, "It is a delight to meet you, Adonis." Douglas observed his son's actions with an awkward smile, noting that Hebrew had inherited her mother's exuberance. Lucius, catching Douglas's remark, concurred, "Indeed, I recall that Douglas's embrace nearly fractured my spine in years past." Nisdorf then rose, stating, "As Mr. Malfoy and his son have arrived, let us proceed with the matter at hand." Once he saw everyone nod in agreement, he continued, "According to the agreement regarding the rotation of shares every 300 years, the heirs of each family will compete, and the distribution of shares will be determined by the results of their contest." He cast a glance over the 6 families present, noting, "The sole male heir of the British Black family, Sirius Black, is currently incarcerated in Azkaban. Thus he is deemed to have forfeited his right, and their shares will automatically drop to 7th place. Does anyone have any objections?" "Please wait a moment, Mr. Nisdorf," Adonis interjected firmly. "Mr. Sirius Black cannot represent the Black family, so I cannot agree with what you have just stated." Nisdorf shot a glance at Adonis, inquiring, "What do you mean, young Malfoy?" Adonis surveyed everyone present and declared, "I require a solemn oath of loyalty to ensure that all our discussions today remain confidential. Otherwise," he fixed his gaze intently on Nisdorf and articulated each word with precision, "the final step in today's equity transfer is likely to be unattainable." "Very well," responded Daglaff, followed in turn by Francis, Derek, and the Korbusky father and son, as they each solemnly took the oath of loyalty. Adonis gazed at Nisdorf. "Sir, do you intend to abstain?" "I certainly possess the ability to cast a curse," Nisdorf replied, following the incantation by both him and his son. "I hope you can provide me with a satisfactory explanation, Mr. Adonis Black Malfoy." Adonis smiled gently and remarked, "Mr. Nisdorf, you have just elucidated the reason yourself, have you not?" Observing Mr. Nisdorf, he sighed inwardly, acknowledging that the Nisdorf family indeed regresses in intellect when confronted with self-interest, a pattern that has persisted for over a millennium. "Allow me to reintroduce myself, Mr. Nisdorf. I am the current patriarch of the Blake family. According to our agreement, a patriarch under the age of 18 is permitted to directly participate in the battle for the heirs." He paused momentarily. "So, do you have any further inquiries, sir?" Mr. Nisdorf suddenly burst into hearty laughter and replied, "Of course, I have no questions. I wish you the best of luck, young Malfoy Blake." Chapter 67, The Dragon Slayer, Part 1. "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Nisdorf. I am most grateful," Adonis expressed sincerely. Mr. Nisdorf remained silent in response, while young Nisdorf scoffed derisively. "Since that is the case, let us draw lots to determine the order of the competition," proposed Mr. Francis. "Very well," agreed the Douglas family without objection. "The Derek family has no dissent," they affirmed. "The Kolbusky family is in favor," they added. Lucius cast a sidelong glance at Mr. Nisdorf and declared loudly, "The Malfoy family has no objections." Following closely, Adonis remarked that the Black family had given their consent. Nisdorf observed the entire assembly with a grim expression, casting a scornful glance at Francis, mocking him with the assertion that he never anticipated the French to be so untrustworthy. "No wonder your Muggle realm was left in disarray by the Germans." Francis scoffed, retorting that he was unaware of any commitments made to him, Mr. Nisdorf of Romania. Or perhaps Romanians have always fancied empty words. He paused momentarily before continuing, questioning when the magical realm might engage in a confrontation to see if Romania could compel the Germans to retreat in fear. "Enough," Nisdorf thundered, then addressed the assembly, stating that according to the foundational agreement, if one party presents 6 shares as compensation, they could alter the method of the heirs' duel. He inquired whether the attendees still recognized this. The assembly nodded in agreement, affirming their acceptance of the foundational agreement. Satisfied, Nisdorf turned to Adonis, questioning whether young Malfoy was qualified to represent the Black family in affirming this agreement. "Certainly," Adonis replied, twirling the ring on his finger as he regarded Nisdorf. "Very well. Since there are no objections, I, Nisdorf, the current head of the family, am willing to pay each of you 1 share to modify the method of the heirs contest. We shall now proceed with the transfer of the founding shares." "Wait," Derek interrupted. "Nisdorf, I urge you to deliberate thoroughly and make a judicious decision. You should be aware of the blood and tears your ancestors shed for that 5 shares. Nisdorf nodded at Derek, acknowledging his reminder. "Thank you, Derek. But the Nisdorf family has made its decision." Noticing Nisdorf's resolute demeanor, Derek refrained from further comment. Had it not been for the strong bond between his grandfather and Nisdorf's grandfather, he would have had no reason to engage in such an affront. Let me begin, Nistov declared, producing his wand and inscribing Nistov 008 in the air. Francis raised his wand and promptly wrote, Francis 009, Douglas 010, Black 011, Korbusky 012, Malfoy 013, Derek 014. The names representing the 7 families swiftly coalesced into a document resembling a contract. The parchment detailed the shares held by the 7 individuals, along with the names and shares of minor shareholders. Nistov wielded his wand to lightly mark his family's shares with 6, then tapped his wand in the air, causing the shares to split and realign. Upon completion of the spell, the shares of the other 6 families permanently increased by 1, while the Nistov family permanently forfeited 6. Adonis gazed at the newly established contract. Realizing that despite the victory in the Battle of Heirs, the Nistov family had merely retained their previous shares. As he observed the contract documents gradually fading from view, he suppressed the anger and bitterness brewing within him. The gathering moved to the dragon breeding grounds in Romania, where the Battle of Heirs would take on the form of dragon slaying. Dragon slaying? Lucius rapped his fingers on the table. How do you intend to accomplish that? He surveyed the heirs from various esteemed families present, suddenly rising and slamming his hand upon the table. Are you suggesting that our children become prey to dragons? Mr. Malfoy, please remain calm. I believe Mr. Nistov will provide us with a satisfactory explanation, Derek interjected, standing and grasping Lucius by the arm. He turned to Nistov, adding, Indeed. I have already made prior arrangements with the breeding grounds to prepare 3 different breeds of young dragons for us. We shall determine the type of dragon to be slain through a lottery, and ultimately, the victor shall be decided based on the time taken, with the least time declared the winner. After listening to the introduction by Nistdorf, Adonis remarked, Among the esteemed heads of families present, I am the youngest. Therefore, I shall express my stance first. The Black family from England has no objections. Once all 7 attendees voiced their opinions, they promptly departed from the conference room and made their way to the dragon breeding ground in Romania, specifically to the arena. Established in 200 AD, the arena was constructed a year after the dragon breeding ground's inception. The interior of the arena spans an area of 1,000 square meters, surrounded by iron plates, with iron seating encircling the perimeter. In the southwest corner of the expansive arena, 7 young dragons were secured, arranged by size. The Spanish 2-winged Aragon dragon, the North American Alaskan pterosaur, and the Asian unique dragon. Adonis gazed at the dragon within the cage. The Spanish double-winged Arago dragon is renowned for its formidable size and strength, while the North American Alaskan pterosaur is celebrated for its swiftness. As for the Asian solitary dragon, it exhibits a relatively balanced array of attributes without any pronounced advantages or disadvantages. Holding a paper slip in hand, Heber announced, Adonis, it is your turn. Adonis nodded and casually grabbed 2 cards from the box. Upon opening them, he discovered that one bore the inscription, serial number 7, type, North American Alaskan pterosaur. The other read, serial number 3, type, Spanish bimodal allegorn. He carefully refolded the cards and approached Lucius, spreading his hands before him. Father, for the sake of fairness, I leave the choice of 1 card for the Malfoy family to you. Lucius nodded and selected a card from Adonis's hand, the North American Alaskan pterosaur, indicating that the Black family appeared to possess a stroke of luck over the Malfoys. The first contender to enter the arena was Philip from the Nistdorf family. Adonis, observing from the stands, understood why his father, Henry Nistdorf, had proactively proposed a shift in equity. Had it not been for Francis from France turning the tide, they would undoubtedly have altered their position from the bottom tier. Philip, eyeing the faltering dragon, deftly evaded its last tail swipe and retaliated with a swift Avada Kedavra, thus concluding the confrontation. After the match, he elegantly vaulted over the railing and addressed Henry. Father, I have not disgraced our name. Henry Nistdorf smiled with satisfaction. Who shall come forth next? Douglas nodded towards Hebrew. Son, shares are inconsequential. Douglas does not lack for wealth. Hebrew looked at his father, who was laughing heartily. Do not worry, father. I am confident I can earn enough for our retirement. Douglas playfully slapped his forehead, scolding, Do not dawdle. Chapter 68, Dragon Slaying, Part 2. Hebrew leaped directly into the arena, gesturing for the staff to release the iron chains binding the Asian unique dragon. As soon as the chains fell away, the dragon lunged at Hebrew with its claws. He swiftly maneuvered past the dragon's grasp and sprinted towards its back, wielding his blade with lethal precision. A flash of white light severed the dragon's claws, which let out a mournful wail. In a frenzied response, The dragon lashed its tail, striking Hebrew against the iron railing and causing him to cough up blood. Rock Douglas, seated in the stands, sprang to his feet and rushed towards the railing, ready to leap over, only to be restrained by Henry's hand. Douglas, you are aware of the rules. Douglas regarded Henry coldly. If Hebrew encounters peril, I possess 1,000 methods to ensure Philip vanishes from existence. Nonetheless, he returned to his seat. Henry withdrew his arm, silently observing the arena, though the wand that slipped from his sleeve betrayed his inner turmoil. The Douglas family's ambiguous ties with the Gambino family of the Mafia indeed posed a significant risk. Hebrew wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, recalling his grandfather's grand tales. He was finally experiencing this sensation. Though painful, it exhilarated him, quickening his heartbeat and igniting a frenzy within. As he gazed upon the approaching dragon, clad in armor, he deftly slid beneath its claws, targeting its heart with the killing curse. After executing a few rolls on the ground, he swiftly evaded the dragon's retaliation. Hebrew observed the dragon, now motionless, blood gushing from its heart, revealing a gaping wound. It appeared that his father's friend, Severus Snape, was not merely a master of potions, but also possessed unique insights into dark magic. The killing curse proved to be remarkably effective, yielding substantial results with minimal magical expenditure. He glanced at Philip, standing beside Henry Nisdorf, and clenched his fists tightly. When he reached his 4th year, endowed with sufficient mental and magical prowess, he too would seize the opportunity to conclude battles with the Avada Kedavra. Lucius, observing Hebrew's exit from the arena, turned to Adonis beside him. Adonis, it is your turn. Indeed, father, he replied. Adonis gazed impassively at the Spanish double-winged Aragog dragon, which lunged towards him with its mouth agape, emitting a continuous, frenzied roar. A few months prior, such a creature would have posed a significant challenge to him. However, seizing the opportune moment when the dragon's head dipped slightly, he swiftly cast 2 spells of unparalleled precision. The incantations struck the dragon's eyes, rendering it instantly blind. The now disoriented beast collided with Adonis, thrashing its tail violently. Adonis deftly leapt onto the dragon's neck, silently whispering the words Shadowblade. A dark, piercing light penetrated the creature's body. With a resounding crash, the formidable dragon, known for its size and strength, collapsed motionless onto the ground. Francis sprang to his feet, exclaiming in disbelief, "How is this possible?" Vincent Korubsky, observing Francis's astonishment, also rose to examine the scene. "Is there something amiss, Mr. Francis?" he inquired. As Vincent's words echoed, the other 5 clan leaders turned their attention to Francis's shocked expression, their curiosity piqued. "Mr. Francis, what troubles you?" they asked collectively. Regaining his composure, Francis addressed the intrigued assembly. "It is nothing, merely that I had thought Philip to be exceptional enough to secure 1st place. I did not anticipate that young Malfoy from the Malfoy family would be so formidable." Upon hearing this, Henry's expression darkened immediately. Philip, observing Adonis and the lifeless dragon, felt a fleeting surge of jealousy and resentment before smiling at Lucius Malfoy. "Indeed, Adonis is remarkably skilled. The Black family is truly fortunate." Nearby, the well-rested Hebrew interjected, "Adonis, my dear Philip, you are more familiar than I am. Traditionally, addressing someone by age is a custom among Muggle commoners. When did it become acceptable for an heir to address the head of the family in such a manner?" As Hebrew's words fell, the typically reticent Victor Francis erupted into laughter. As Adonis returned to the stands while Philip was speaking, he remained expressionless, observing the farce unfolding on the field, and naturally did not miss the fleeting emotion that passed through Philip's eyes. "Philip, immediately apologized to Mr. Malfoy," Henry commanded sharply. "The Nistoff family cannot afford such a hat." Philip cast a glance at his father before approaching Adonis, bowing slightly. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Malfoy. Please forgive my impertinence." Adonis nodded, for ignorance is no excuse. It appears that Mr. Klenistoff requires a more profound study of etiquette. Philippe lowered his head, gritted his teeth in frustration, and then lifted his gaze with a smile, expressing his gratitude for the guidance. Upon witnessing this, Adonis smiled and remarked, "You're welcome," before offering a slight nod of gratitude to Vito Francis. Stretching languidly, Vito rose from his chair and addressed his father, Eve Francis, saying, "Father, it is my turn now." Eve, observing his son's lethargic demeanor, nodded with resignation and cautioned him to be careful. Vito sauntered down to the arena, gazing at the Asian dragon before him, and quipped, "Brother, you have disturbed my slumber." The dragon, confined within its cage and having witnessed its kin being slaughtered by the Hebrews, appeared exceedingly agitated, especially provoked by the boy's taunts, its eyes ablaze with fury. With a thunderous roar, the Asian dragon lunged towards Eve. Noticing the dragon's reaction, Vito's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he caressed his wand, invoking ice destruction. A pale blue glow surged forth from the tip of his wand, piercing directly into the dragon's heart. The creature, having just taken flight, was abruptly frozen in midair, its lifeblood solidifying and vitality extinguishing. Vincent Korbusky observed the still half-asleep youth in the arena, but he no longer held such a notion. He turned to Eve and inquired, "Francis, what kind of magic is this? I have never seen it before." "Ah, you refer to ice destruction," Eve replied. Adonis observed Francis with a sense of pride as he continued to speak. "It is the ancestral magic of our family, though it has remained unlearned for several centuries." As Adonis listened to Francis, his thoughts drifted far away. He recalled when he was in Germany, and Thomas had introduced the shadow sword to him, warning that its wielder would pay a harrowing price. It had been centuries since anyone had dared to wield such magic, as the soul of the user would suffer irreparable harm. Chapter 69. Attribute Magic. The magical practices within St. Mungo's Hospital are not accessible to everyone. Ancestral magic cannot be learned by all. These fragmented thoughts raced and coalesced rapidly in his mind. Ever since his confrontation with Voldemort, he had been perplexed by his ability to wield the shadow sword without restriction. Now, everything was becoming clear. The magic, which only a select few could wield freely while others had to pay a hefty price, must be the attribute magic mentioned only in passing in the tome on the origins of advanced dark magic. Upon returning from the audience, Vito took the vacant seat to Adonis's left, idly twirling his wand with his right hand. "Adonis, how does my ice destruction compare to your shadow sword?" he inquired, showcasing an elegant incantation and deft movements. Adonis gazed at Vito in admiration and replied, "A splendid spell, executed with finesse." Vito smiled slightly, having heard such praises from individuals like Adonis far too often. "Thank you for the compliment. Oh, by the way, the Black family has truly found an exceptional heir. I had thought you would, like me, only begin to explore and learn ancestral magic at this age. Yet here you are, delving into it so swiftly." Adonis did not respond to Vito's inquiry. Instead, he fixated on the dragon being dragged away by the staff. His thoughts wandered to the fifth shelf of the library, the tome on Malfoy's magical heritage, situated farthest from the spiral staircase. He had always yearned to peruse it, yet various distractions had thwarted his attempts. Upon his return, he resolved to delve into its secrets thoroughly. Vito observed Adonis with an amused smile, suddenly eager to witness Adonis's reaction when the time came. At this juncture in the dragon-slaying event, 2 Asian long dragons and 2 Spanish double-winged Arago dragons had perished, leaving 3 North American Alaskan pterosaurs. Next to take the stage were Bud Korbusky and Armand Derrick, both of whom were contemporaries of Adonis. However, unlike Adonis, they were constrained by age limitations on their magical prowess, which in turn dictated their spell-casting abilities. They could only evade the onslaught of the North American Alaskan pterosaur, occasionally attempting to distract it. Even so, they found themselves in a state of disarray, bearing numerous scars on their arms and legs. Consequently, the victor was determined merely by tallying the number and depth of wounds inflicted upon the pterosaur. Armand Derrick of the Derrick family narrowly triumphed over Bud Korbusky by a mere millimeter in wound depth, prompting a resigned shake of the head from Vincent Korbusky, who stood nearby. As the final dragon approached, Adonis fixated on the North American Alaskan pterosaur charging at him. Noticing the disdain in its eyes, he deftly toyed with his wand. Recognizing that the dragon's speed and low-altitude flight necessitated the incapacitation of its wings, he raised his wand and cast 2 petrification spells aimed at its wings. The petrification spell struck the dragon's wings, causing only a brief pause of 1 second. Yet for Adonis, that was ample time. He unleashed a lethal Avada Kedavra directly at the dragon's head. Adonis cast a fleeting glance at the unblinking North American Alaskan pterosaur, then turned his attention to the 2 others in the cage, roaring incessantly. These dragons, though kin, were fated differently. Eve, witnessing the conclusion of the final match, addressed Henry, stating that Mr. Nistoff could now announce the results. "Is Mr. Francis so impatient?" Eve chuckled at Henry's retort. "You are indeed correct, Mr. Nistoff. Like you, I am eagerly anticipating the outcome." With a flick of his wrist, Henry activated the magical recording device, and in accordance with the share transfer agreement, The current distribution revealed. The Francis family held the largest share at 15, followed by the Malfoy family at 14, the Black family at 13, the Nistoff family at 5, the Douglas family at 11, the Derrick family at 10, and the Kolbinski family at 9. Upon hearing the results, Lucius rose, instinctively adjusting his attire. Gentlemen, since the matters have been settled, the Malfoy and Black families shall take their leave. Nis, let us depart. As Adonis seamlessly followed Lucius through the art of apparition, Douglas and his son seized the opportunity to hitch a ride on their coattails. In the grand lobby of the Bucharest Hotel, Lucius regarded the Douglas father and son duo, remarking, "Rock, it has been 11 years since we last met. I had anticipated some change in you, yet I find myself disappointed." Rock interjected with a nonchalant smile. "Have you not often been disappointed in me? This minor detail hardly matters." "Indeed," Lucius replied, casting a sidelong glance at the indifferent Adonis standing beside him. "Let us depart." Rock, observing Lucius's retreating figure, turned to his son. "Shall we also take our leave?" "Dad, Uncle Lucius truly resembles Mom," the son remarked. "And so?" Douglas queried. "I've come to realize that Adonis is quite striking," the son continued. Douglas glanced down at his son, noting, "Adonis is clearly not of your ilk." Hebrew, unfazed, regarded Rock. "And what of it? Uncle Lucius is not of your kind either." "Well, I wish you luck," Douglas replied. "Don't worry, Dad. I'm certain my fortune surpasses yours," the son asserted, adding, "Besides, she can hardly be bothered to speak with you. Allow me to present a fact. Adonis has never exchanged a word with you." As soon as Adonis returned to his room, Draco approached him. "Brother, where did you and father go? Why have you come back so late?" "We attended a meeting." "Was it regarding the shares of the Romanian dragon breeding grounds?" Adonis reclined against the bed, nodding slightly. "Little dragon, I surmise that upon our return, Dumbledore shall pay a visit to Malfoy Manor." Draco paused momentarily, then responded, "It seems we are still relatives to Potter." Consequently, Adonis beckoned Draco closer, whispering in his ear. After finishing his words, Adonis patted Draco on the shoulder and asked, "Do you understand?" "Rest assured, my brother. There is one more matter. Could we refrain from breeding the North American Spinosaurus at the Dragon Sanctuary in the future?" Adonis retrieved the care solution, tending to his wand while responding. "This is undoubtedly a formidable challenge. It is the law of nature that only the fittest survive." Upon hearing his reply, Draco remarked, "I recognize that this phrase originates from a renowned Muggle biologist, but how does it pertain to dragons? Are they not all nurtured by humans?" Adonis gazed at Draco, then abruptly halted and said, "You must ponder this yourself. Keep your meticulously cared-for wand close at hand. Now, retire for the night." After Draco departed, Adonis made his way to Lucius's chamber. "Nis, my dear, why are you still awake at such a late hour?" Narcissa inquired as she lay in bed, regarding Adonis. "Mother, I seek my father regarding certain matters." Lucius cast a glance at him. "Return to your room." He seated himself on Adonis's bed. "Speak, what is it?" "You are aware it is already 11 o'clock. I wish to inquire about the properties of the Malfoy family's magical attributes." "Do not evade my question. My private tutor in Germany has already acquainted me with this. Since you have been informed, allow me to demonstrate," Lucius replied, retrieving his wand and pointing it at a small stone pedestal by the door. With a gentle stroke downward, he uttered, "Golden cleave." As his words resonated, the small pedestal was effortlessly cleaved in two, the cut remarkably smooth. "Father, what is the principle behind this?" Lucius narrowed his eyes, offering no response. "Very well, father. I concede, that tutor did not elucidate." "Oh, in due time, you shall come to understand," he replied, rising and pushing open the door. As he departed, he added, "I shall compensate you for your lost sleep tonight." With a resounding thud, the door closed. Adonis gazed at the door, then, with a thud, collapsed onto the bed to sleep. Chapter 70. The plot returns to its course. Less than 2 hours after Lucius led them back to Malfoy Manor, the butler, Sia, approached, saying, "Sir, Professor Dumbledore has come to visit." Lucius nodded and instructed him to guide Dumbledore to the drawing room, stating, "I shall be there shortly." "Very well, sir." "Wait." Adonis called out to Sia, who was preparing to leave. "Please fetch Mr. Harry Potter from the guest room." "Of course, young master," Sia replied with a bow before departing. Lucius cast a glance at Adonis, remaining silent as he proceeded to the drawing room. In the drawing room, Dumbledore regarded Harry with a warm smile. "Harry, how did you find your journey to Romania?" Harry reflected on the entire trip, responding, "Professor Dumbledore, the Dragon Sanctuary in Romania was truly enchanting. But Dumbledore, Are you concerned that I might mistreat your savior? Lucius interjected, striding over to the sofa to address Dumbledore. Lucius, you understand my intentions, Dumbledore replied. Of course. I now entrust him back to you. Excuse me, gentlemen, but what are you discussing? Harry interjected before Dumbledore could speak. Harry, I'm here to take you to your aunt's house for the summer. Sir, I... Just then, the door creaked open, and Draco rushed in, breathless. Harry, I forgot to tell you. The Weasleys sent a letter saying they would come to your uncle's house in August to take you to the Burrow. Lucius chuckled softly. How hospitable of the Weasleys. However, his expression quickly shifted. Draco, this is your upbringing. Draco bowed to Lucius and Dumbledore. I apologize, Father. I was unaware you and Professor Dumbledore were here. Dumbledore smiled at Draco. There is no need for concern. He then turned to Lucius and added, Draco is still just a child. Lucius merely nodded in silence. Harry, I will wait for you here. Once you have gathered your belongings, we shall not disturb Mr. Malfoy while the day is still bright. Harry glanced at Draco, who stood like a wooden post beside Lucius, then rose and nodded. All right, Professor. An indescribable feeling surged within him at that moment, making him feel as if he were a mere puppet on strings. After Dumbledore led Harry away, Draco remarked, Father, I have matters to attend to with Pansy. Lucius nodded, and as Draco turned to leave, he unexpectedly inquired, Does Adonis have any further instructions? Draco halted and turned back. Father, do you think your son is an imbecile? Not at all, my little dragon. Lucius sighed. I did not mean it that way. Perhaps I overthought it. Go on with your business. Draco nodded and, as he ascended the stairs, encountered Pansy coming down. Brother, did you lie to Father? I did not. Has Harry left? Yes. Pansy observed Draco's retreating figure, realizing a small secret that only she had noticed. Draco became notably reticent every time he lied to Lucius. Now, with such evident behavior, he still attempted to deceive her, but considering their brotherly bond, she decided to let it slide this time. Adonis ventured alone into the neglected garden behind Malfoy Manor. After confirming the surroundings were deserted, he called out, Dobby. With a pop, a house elf materialized before him. Adonis gazed at the little creature. Having cultivated a bond with this unique house elf ever since he realized he was in the world of Harry Potter, heaven did not betray him. He could assert with certainty that this elf was utterly loyal to him. To evade Lucius's scrutiny, he dared not utter its name aloud. Initially, he struggled to locate the house elf, even doubting whether he had misremembered its name. It wasn't until he accidentally stumbled into the kitchen that he discovered Dobby, lying alone in a corner, barely clinging to life, nearly starved. Later, he learned that house elves possessed bloodlines, and Dobby's lineage was despised by others of its kind. Having been bought due to the betrayal of its ancestors, Dobby had seen Master Adonis before, and with a face full of reverence, he awaited his commands. Grateful that Adonis had rescued him from that wretched crowd of elf miscreants, and, most importantly, had placed unwavering trust in him. Adonis gazed at Dobby, reflecting on the reasons behind the disdain the other elves held for him. His lineage set him apart from the other house elves, unlike them, who could not betray once bound. Dobby's kin could devise myriad methods of treachery if they so desired. They cared little for punishment, embodying the valiant spirit of their kind. Dobby, I would like to request your assistance, Adonis whispered, but this task must remain a secret. Rest assured, my young master, Dobby will fulfill your request, Dobby replied, patting his soiled garment with his claw. Very well, Adonis said, crouching down to speak close to Dobby's ear. You must create some mischief for Harry Potter at Hogwarts. And from this moment forth, you shall heed only my command. Do you understand? Upon hearing the final phrase, Dobby became exhilarated, rolling on the ground before rising to meet Adonis with wide, green eyes. Could you repeat that, my young master? He paused, then corrected himself, Adonis Black Malfoy commands Dobby to obey him alone from this day forth. Damn it, he cursed inwardly, realizing he had uttered his young master's name. With a spatula raised, he began to thump his own head. Stop, Dobby, cease this at once. That is an order, Adonis quickly interjected upon witnessing the elf's antics. Dobby's arm froze mid-air before gradually lowering. May I say it, my young master? Adonis gazed intently, echoing its words, and as soon as he spoke, he witnessed a drop of blood emerge from Dobby's brow, which, before he could even evade, vanished into his forehead. Upon seeing the ritual concluded, Dobby immediately crouched down, cradling his head in anguish. Adonis, bewildered, stood there in a daze, having inadvertently completed the master binding ceremony of the first-generation house elf. It is essential to understand that the reason house elves symbolize the wealth of magical aristocracy is that, apart from the offspring of their own house elves, they can no longer acquire other elves. House elves that circulate through trade cannot guarantee absolute loyalty. Adonis gazed at Dobby and inquired, Dobby, can you enlighten me as to why this is happening? Dobby shook his head, responding, I do not know, master. When you just asked me a question, the words naturally formed in my mind as I was preparing to answer. However, I am aware that you wish for me to undertake the role of a spy. Am I not correct? Adonis gazed intently at Dobby, setting aside his questions. Indeed, Dobby could not disclose that he was a spy, for such revelations could be perilous. Dobby nodded, reassuringly stating that he would always accompany his master. Chapter 71. Unfortunate Harry in the small room on the second floor of number 4, Privet Drive. Harry observed the birds flapping their wings in the trees outside, while listening to the boisterous laughter of Uncle Vernon below. An inexplicable sense of irritation welled up within him. Mr. Harry Potter. The sudden voice startled him, and he swiftly turned to see a peculiar creature standing before his wardrobe, dressed in tattered, filthy clothing. With bat-like ears and a long, thin nose, he recognized it as a house elf, as described by Winky. Whose house elf are you? Harry inquired. Dobby, the creature replied. Harry crouched to meet Dobby's gaze. All right, Dobby, whose house elf are you? Dobby stared at him with his large, green eyes. Dobby, Harry sighed, feeling utterly bored to be engaging in a battle of wits with a house elf. Well then, Dobby, what brings you here? Mr. Harry Potter is a good person. Dobby cannot allow you to return to Hogwarts, Dobby insisted. Shaking his head, Harry replied, That's impossible, Dobby. I cannot stay here. Dobby shook his head vigorously. Dobby will not permit Mr. Harry Potter to go to Hogwarts. There are bangs, bangs, bangs. He brandished a metal frying pan above his head. Dobby, what are you doing? Stop, please. Harry reached for the frying pan, only to be unexpectedly met with Dobby's surprising strength. In the scuffle, he collided with the wardrobe, glancing up cautiously at the aging cabinet above him before hastily protecting his head. With a resounding crash, the once wobbly wardrobe toppled over, burying Harry and Dobby beneath a cascade of clothes. Harry sighed, realizing the situation had escalated. Just then, the door was kicked open, revealing Uncle Vernon, who bellowed, Harry Potter. What on earth is going on? Casting a glance at Dobby, who was now covered in clothing, Harry felt a slight relief. I'm sorry, Uncle. I accidentally bumped into the wardrobe. I'll clean it up right away. Vernon shot him a fierce glare. You had better not make another sound, otherwise, boy, even with that little stick of yours, you won't have it easy. Harry instinctively felt for his wand in his pocket. All right, Uncle Vernon, I assure you. Best be so. Vernon grunted, stepping out the door. Suddenly, he caught sight of Dobby's ears peeking from beneath the blue clothing. A malicious grin crept across his face as he re-entered, seizing Dobby's ears with both hands. So they're teaching you how to play with dolls, are they? Ha ha. He yanked the clothing away. Harry's attempt to intervene came too late. Ah, a ghost. A ghost. Uncle Vernon screamed, bolting out of the room and slamming the door behind him. Dobby remained expressionless, watching as Vernon raced towards the stairs, snapping his fingers. Harry dashed after him, witnessing the stairs vanish before his eyes, shouting, No, no, Dobby, stop, stop. Suddenly, he stumbled and fell. Ah, he cried out, as the sounds of Uncle Vernon's terror mingled with Aunt Petunia's frantic screams. Harry felt as if his mind were exploding. He vaguely recalled the echoes of a woman's shrill cries and a man's maniacal laughter. With a pale face, Harry scrambled to his feet, feeling unsteady as he spotted Uncle Vernon suspended in midair, perilously 4 meters above the ground. A fall from such a height could be fatal or lead to severe injury. Downstairs, Uncle Vernon's guest stood frozen, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. Regaining his composure, Harry implored, Dobby, put him down. Dobby remained unmoved, and the fleeting sense of camaraderie Harry had felt evaporated. Please. Dobby shook his head. Mr. Harry Potter must promise Dobby not to go to Hogwarts. Harry replied, Dobby. First let my uncle down. This has nothing to do with him, does it? Dobby's eyes darted about. Mr. Harry Potter cannot go to Hogwarts. If you do not agree, Mr. Dursley will fall. As Dobby's words hung in the air, Harry felt the weight of Aunt Petunia and Dudley's gazes upon him. Clenching his right hand tightly around his wand in his pocket, he could feel the pulse of his veins, replaying fragments of his life in his mind. Finally, he relented. I promise not to go to Hogwarts. Now let my uncle down. And that person, he pointed to the bewildered guest downstairs, I trust you know what to do? Dobby nodded. Mr. Harry Potter can rest assured. With a snap of his fingers, the staircase reappeared, revealing Uncle Vernon sprawled on a step. Once the stairs were restored, Dobby fixed his gaze on the guest, who, after a moment, turned to Vernon with a perplexed expression. "Vernon, what are you doing?" Realizing Dobby had likely cast a forgetting charm, Harry turned to find Dobby had vanished. Hearing Uncle Vernon managing to articulate an explanation to his guests signaled that all was well. Returning to his room, Harry surveyed the disarray of clothing scattered about. A smile crept across his face as he tossed his wand onto the bed and collapsed onto it. Though the Dursleys had not treated him kindly over the years, they had raised him. Yet, Hogwarts had bestowed upon him countless cherished memories, Hermione, Ron, and others Harry Potter. The booming voice of Uncle Vernon jolted him from his reverie. Hastily, he descended the stairs into the living room, where Mr. Mason had already departed. Uncle Vernon thrust a letter into Harry's hands, demanding he examine it closely. Harry recognized the sinister gleam in Vernon's eyes. Unfolding the letter, he read, "Dear Mr. Harry Potter, we have received reports indicating that this evening, at your residence, you utilized the disapparition charm, levitation charm, and a forgetfulness charm shortly after 9 o'clock. You should be aware that underage wizards are prohibited from using magic outside of school. Given that this is your first violation, we will not pursue disciplinary action. However, any further infractions may result in expulsion from Hogwarts. Regulation on the Reasonable Restriction of Underage Sorcery, 1875, Section 3. Additionally, please remember that under Article 13 of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, any magical activity that might attract the attention of non-magical individuals, muggles, is considered a serious offense. Wishing you a pleasant summer. Mafalda Hopkirk, Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures." Uncle Vernon squinted at him. "Why didn't you mention this before? Forgotten it? Have you? No matter. You've already promised not to return to that mad school." Clearing his throat, he added, "I will ensure you remain far removed from those lunatics." Chapter 72. The Rescue Operation, Part 1. Fudge regarded him with an unusual gaze, asserting that he would be grateful in the future. He then dragged him back to the small room on the second floor, instructing him to tidy up immediately. The door slammed shut, and Harry glanced down at the still-sleeping wardrobe and clothes strewn on the floor, then at the wand lying on the bed. He pondered whether to use a cleaning spell. As he had already resolved not to return to Hogwarts, being expelled would at least provide a justification. As Harry lifted his leg, the door creaked open again, and Uncle Vernon strode in, glancing around the room before heading straight to the bed. With gloved hands, he picked up the wand. Harry thought it peculiar that he had stepped out merely to don gloves, as the wand must have seemed as infectious to him as a plague. "Kid, this thing is of no use to you anymore. It serves well for warmth," Uncle Vernon remarked, tapping the wand with his knuckle, listening to the sound it emitted. The material was quite decent. "Uncle, it's summer," Harry exclaimed, rushing forward in an attempt to reclaim his wand. However, Uncle Vernon, as if anticipating this move, restrained him with one hand on his shoulder. "What's the matter, kid? Want it back? Have you forgotten what you promised so soon?" He paused abruptly. "All right. Don't worry, I won't burn it. Once school starts, it will be useless, you'll agree." Uncle Vernon, humming a tune, clutched the wand and strode out of the small room. As Harry listened to the fading footsteps, he stepped forward to close the door, letting out a long sigh. Then resignedly squatted down to start tidying up. The following morning, Harry was jolted awake by the blaring sound of a power drill and the shrill whir of a cutting machine. Uncle Vernon was perched on a ladder, installing iron bars on the room's window. Harry could envision how Uncle Vernon would respond if questioned while purchasing these tools. "Oh, we were robbed. I hope to install a security device." Once the bars were secured, Harry watched as Uncle Vernon returned to the top of the ladder, hoisting several equal-sized wooden planks and wielding a hefty hammer. The rhythmic sounds of thumping and clattering filled the air as the planks were haphazardly affixed to the wall. Uncle Vernon peeked through a minuscule opening he had left, his head appearing as he quipped, "No need to thank me for leaving you such a spacious window." Harry merely regarded him in silence, finding the situation dull. Uncle Vernon soon withdrew his head, stowed the ladder, and retreated indoors. A similar fate awaited his bedroom door. But unlike the window, Uncle Vernon reinforced this door with multiple locks. Harry surmised that there were at least 4 locks securing it from both inside and outside. As he stared at the freshly installed opening barely large enough for a bolt to pass through, he realized that Uncle Vernon had exerted considerable effort to prevent him from returning to Hogwarts. Was Hogwarts truly that dreadful? Harry couldn't help but wonder. He speculated whether Uncle Vernon's perceptions of the wizarding world and Hogwarts were merely reflections of Aunt Petunia's views. Were they her own opinions, or those inherited from his mother? He suddenly felt an urge to have a thorough conversation with Aunt Petunia, though he could easily imagine her erupting in anger, as she had done whenever he inquired about his parents in his childhood. Harry leaned on the table, gently stroking Hedwig's feathers through the bars of her cage, contemplating the wand hidden away by Uncle Vernon. He softly mused, "It seems we won't regain our freedom until after school starts, if at all. For now, it's just the two of us in this little room." Hedwig pecked at Harry's fingers while fervently flapping her wings, signaling her desire to go out for a stroll. Harry, observing her enthusiasm, stood by the window and pointed at the iron bars overhead. "Look, there's no way I can let you out like this." Hedwig flapped her wings a few times before settling down to sleep. Harry sighed, lamenting the misfortune of having such a loyal companion. He retrieved a wooden box from beneath the bed, filled with all of his first-year textbooks. He was grateful that Uncle Vernon had, at the onset of summer, shouted at him to tidy up these books, forbidding them from appearing before his eyes. Now, he could peruse them freely, had he received that warning letter earlier. They would likely have met a more disastrous fate. Each day passed in a monotonous cycle of sleeping, eating, reading, and conversing with Hedwig. Harry felt confident that if an end-of-year exam were to take place, he would excel in any subject, including Snape's potions class. As thoughts lingered during the day, they manifested into dreams at night. That evening, he dreamt of returning to Professor Bin's History of Magic exam, poised to fill in answers when suddenly the paper uncontrollably soared out of the window. "Stop. No," Harry shouted, waking abruptly to find a pair of eyes peering at him through the minuscule opening. He grabbed a wooden stick from the bedside table, which had once been a leg of the wardrobe until it broke. Over the past few days, he had whittled it down into a makeshift wand. Stealthily, he approached the window, raising the stick, ready to defend himself. "Harry," came a tentative voice from outside. "Ron, is that you?" Harry whispered back. "It's me. We circled this house for ages before finding this room. Fred insisted it couldn't possibly be this one. Luckily, I insisted on checking." Harry, eyeing Ron's face, inquired, "How are you all in the air riding brooms?" Ron shook his head. "Harry, if you look closely, you'll see." He motioned for Fred to fly farther away. Harry was astonished to see the flying car in the sky. "Where did you get that?" Ron returned to the window. "It's my dad's car. We borrowed it. I've been writing to you since you returned from Malfoy Manor, but you never replied. Then Dad's department said you were using magic. So we came to check on you." Harry's eyes lit up suddenly. "Ron, can you take me away? I can explain everything later. It's too complicated to convey in just a few sentences." Before Ron could respond, Harry lowered his head and sighed, conceding, "Never mind. You can't use magic to help me. Stop wasting time. We're here to rescue you. You don't even think about who I came with." Ron pointed to Fred beside him. Fred tossed a rope to Harry, instructing him to tie it to the iron bars. "The wood outside is no issue." No. Harry protested, gripping the rope without acting. "Are you worried about the Dursleys? Don't fret. By the time they realize, we'll be long gone." Harry shook his head. "No, my wand is hidden. If I do this, they'll kill me. I can't risk losing my wand." "What should we do now, Fred?" Ron asked. Fred glanced at the sky and replied, "Harry, we'll leave for now and come back in a few days. Don't worry, we'll definitely rescue you." Harry nodded, peering through the small opening as the car sped away into the distance. Inside the vehicle, Ron turned to Fred and inquired, "Where are we headed now?" "Home," Fred replied. "Home? What about Harry?" Ron pressed. "We'll think of something at home." Chapter 73, The Rescue Operation, Part 2. George stood at the door of the burrow, watching the approaching car as he jogged to greet Fred and Ron. After confirming that there were no other occupants in the vehicle, he asked, "But where's Harry? Did you not find him?" Fred parked the car and said, "We found him, but his uncle has taken measures to prevent him from leaving the house. They've installed iron bars and boards on the windows and even confiscated his wand. It seems we need to devise a new plan." George nodded in agreement. Suddenly remembering their mother, he asked anxiously, "Has Mum noticed anything?" Observing Fred's tense demeanor, George let out a sigh and muttered, "Of course not," before raising his voice, "No." Fred, watching his brother's expression, felt an urge to give him a good punch. He tugged at Ron's sleeve and turned around, exclaiming, "Mom, this isn't my fault. It was George's idea." George stood frozen for a moment, awkwardly turning to his brother. "Mom, I didn't but he was met with an empty space where Mrs. Weasley should have been." As he glanced back at Fred and Ron, who were hurrying back to the burrow, he realized he'd been tricked. The most frustrating part was that he had fallen for such a simple ruse. As George lazily walked back inside, he found only Ron there. "Ron, where did Fred go?" he asked. Ron swallowed the last bite of his bread, clearing his throat. He mysteriously went to the storage room, not sure what he is up to. George regarded Ron with exasperation. What a foolish brother you are. Did someone steal your bread? What are you searching for, brother? George leaned against the wall, smirking as he watched Fred rummaging through the storage room. Fred, hearing George's voice, kept his head down. Isn't it said that twins share a connection? Just take a guess. You'll figure it out eventually. George rolled his eyes. Very well, Fred. I shall guess slowly while you search at your leisure. As Fred continued his frantic search, he suddenly looked up. Wait, the item is with you. George turned around and nodded. Such a fine object should not be left here. That would be a waste. Fred got up from the floor and patted George's shoulder. You should have said so sooner. George looked at Fred with a knowing expression. Saying it earlier would have made no difference. Recalling how he had dragged Ron away, Fred conceded. All right, how many silencing charms do we need? Will it be sufficient? Upon mentioning the actual matter, George adopted a serious demeanor. Not sufficient. 4 standard window sizes. We need at least 8 panels, 2 for each corner. But we only have 4. That won't do. 1 for each corner, and perhaps we can acquire some Muggle soundproofing boards, Fred suggested. George shook his head. No? Even if we resolve the silencing issue, as you mentioned, Harry's uncle has hidden his wand. Unless we go to Ollivander's to buy a new one. We have no idea where it's concealed. The only spell we can use is the summoning charm. Fred and George exchanged glances and in unison declared. Let us find Ron. In the living room, Ron shook his head vigorously. No, absolutely not. Let us think of another plan. George shrugged. All right then. Fred continued. Regarding Harry, we are powerless. George added. Ron looked at them with a pained expression. Really, is there no other way? Both Fred and George nodded. Well then. I suppose I shall write, Ron said, heading for the stationery. Fred conjured paper and a pen, handing it to him. No need for that fuss. We've already prepared it for you. Ron accepted the paper and pen with resignation, and as George dictated, he wrote, Dear Draco Malfoy. His hand trembled slightly, causing a drop of ink to fall after the name. Observing the ink blot, Ron felt a sense of relief wash over him, and continued. Harry is locked in his room by his uncle, and his wand is hidden in an unknown location. Underage wizards are not permitted to use magic outside school. And we require assistance. If possible, please reply and meet us 2 nights from now at 7 o'clock, 1,000 meters northeast of Malfoy Manor. With a wand not regulated by the Ministry of Magic. Your faithful friend, Ron. Just as Ron was about to sign George's name, he was threatened. We could opt not to rescue Harry. Ron gritted his teeth and ultimately wrote, Ron Weasley. Fred seized the letter Ron had just completed, rolled it up, and tied it to the leg of their owl, Errol. Through the window, Ron watched Errol fly away, thinking to himself, Harry, I'm truly going all out for you by writing a letter to Malfoy. Malfoy Manor. Draco stood by the window, observing the exhausted owl flapping outside. After a moment's consideration, he reluctantly opened the window. Although he did not recognize the owl, he felt compelled to see who was sending him a letter. Upon unrolling the letter and reading the signature, Draco grimaced, a Weasley. How unexpected, particularly due to the large ink blot following the salutation. After reading the letter, he approached the room of his father, knocking on the door. Once granted entry, he handed the letter to Lucius, a letter from the Weasleys. Adonis closed the foundational ancient magic inscriptions, realizing that the time spent was not in vain, as he had finally mastered their intricacies. He took Draco's letter and swiftly glanced over it, casually dismissing its contents. Draco nodded, finding a certain pleasure in witnessing Potter's misfortunes. As Adonis observed Draco's beaming smile, he chuckled quietly, refraining from saying anything. After all, who among them did not possess a peculiar sense of humor? He could only extend his congratulations to Harry Potter. 2 days later, at 7 o'clock in the evening, Draco awaited the Weasley twins and Ron at the prearranged location. Once they boarded the car, Draco tapped on the window, remarking that he was surprised by the privileges granted to Arthur Weasley, the head of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures at the Ministry of Magic. What do you mean, Malfoy? Ron inquired, visibly agitated. Before Ron could articulate his thoughts, George interjected, Ron, Draco is merely speaking the truth. What other meaning could there be? Draco, relishing in Ron's discomfort, replied with a playful tone, Of course there is no other meaning. Unless you have something else in mind, Ron. I would love to hear it. Ron, his face flushed with frustration, pointed at Draco but found himself momentarily speechless. The twins erupted in laughter at Ron's predicament. Chapter 74, The Rescue Operation, and the car soared to number 4 Privet Drive, Harry's small room. Upon seeing the haphazard arrangement of wooden slats and iron bars on the window, Draco felt a fleeting pang of sympathy for Harry Potter, quickly extinguishing the sentiment. "Harry, Harry," Ron called softly, peering through the tiny opening. Moments later, Harry climbed out of bed and looked at them, bewildered. "What is Draco doing here?" he asked, perplexed by the unusual alliance between Ron and Draco. "We borrowed a wand from Draco," Ron explained. "A wand?" Harry asked, his confusion deepening as he urged Ron to elaborate. "This wand is not regulated by the Ministry of Magic, so they want to know we cast a spell." Harry nodded. Having gathered some understanding of Malfoy's capabilities during the summer days, enough to be aware without being entirely in the dark as before, Fred handed a rope through the window. "Harry, the rope is still tied to the iron bars. We'll use a silencing charm. Your uncle will never notice. And we'll use the summoning charm to retrieve your wand." As Harry tied the rope, Fred produced silencing charms from his pocket, placing them at the corners of the iron bars. "This will enhance our security. Draco, it's up to you now." Draco retrieved the wand from his pocket and handed it to Fred. "I am not completely attuned to this wand, with the silencing charm. It will last no more than 5 minutes. You might have better luck." Fred took a key from his pocket and placed it flat in his hand, casting Wingardium Leviosa. The key remained motionless. Shaking his head, he passed the wand to George, who also failed to elicit a response. The wand was then handed to Ron, who, upon uttering the incantation, triggered a shower of sparks that nearly ignited George's clothing. Embarrassed, Ron returned the wand to Draco, assuring him, "I hope it's not broken. If it is, I will replace it." Draco, observing Ron's flustered state, refrained from mocking him and simply replied, "No need." He tested the levitation charm and found no issues, concluding that it was merely a matter of compatibility. Relieved, Ron suggested, "Let us get started." Draco nodded, raised the wand, and intoned, "Silencio." Fred gradually pressed the accelerator, aware that a sudden burst could send them crashing through the wall. The engine roared louder, yet due to the silencing charms, only a faint noise reached their ears. The wooden boards and iron bars were firmly embedded in the wall, trembling violently under immense strain, causing Harry to feel as if the entire house was shaking. Realizing this, Harry hurried to the door and listened intently for any signs of the Dursleys, releasing a sigh of relief when he confirmed they were oblivious. Time ticked by, and although the iron bars were loosening, they stubbornly remained in place. "Fred, hurry up. I can barely hold on," Draco exclaimed, wiping sweat from his brow. "All right, brace yourselves. I'm flooring it." The acceleration intensified, and soon the car began to shake violently before the iron bars were ripped free. Fred steering the vehicle skyward at nearly a 70-degree angle. Draco and the others clung tightly to the window, fearing they might fall, as the silencing charm faltered. The loose wooden slats cascaded from above, landing in the Dursleys' yard with a clatter. Penny was jolted awake by the noise and nudged her husband, Vernon Dursley. "Dear, what is that sound? It can't be Harry." Vernon, still drowsy, reassured her, "Don't worry. Those boards and bars were nailed to the wall. It couldn't have made that much noise." After pondering, Penny nodded in agreement and settled back down, quickly drifting off to sleep again. Fred deftly maneuvered the car back to Harry's window, and he and Draco climbed through. Harry pointed to the door. Uncle Vernon added several locks. "Don't worry. I still have the strength for the unlocking charm," Draco assured Harry, moving to the door and casting Alohomora. The first lock clicked open under the spell's influence, prompting Draco to continue, successfully unlocking the remaining 5 locks. He opened the door and summoned Harry's wand, but there was no response. Turning to Harry and Fred, he remarked, "It seems the wand is hidden in the room, and the door is still closed." "Fred, did you remove the silencing charms from the iron bars?" Fred nodded, producing 4 silencing charms from his pocket. Draco took one and hung it around his neck. "We don't know where the wand is, so you all wear one. We can only use the summoning charm room by room. Harry, lead the way." Harry nodded, moving stealthily ahead. "Harry, the silencing charms can cover this little noise." "You don't need to be so cautious," Draco said, unable to contain himself. Harry nodded and relaxed as they searched each room, even checking the kitchen and bathroom. Taking a deep breath, Harry realized only Uncle Vernon's and Dudley's rooms remained. "Let us check Dudley's first." Draco used the unlocking charm to open Dudley's door, and as he stepped inside, he tugged on Harry's sleeve and pointed to a specific spot. Harry followed Draco's finger and was incredulous to find his holly wand lying next to Dudley, who was drooling onto its handle. Harry could hardly believe Aunt Petunia would allow Dudley access to his wand. The only explanation was that Dudley had taken it. Even so, it shocked him to the core, considering Dudley's evident fear of magic. Approaching cautiously, Harry gently nudged Dudley's head aside and wiped the wand's handle with his shirt. Draco, witnessing Harry's actions, recoiled in disgust at the thought of him using his clothing to clean it. The three returned to Harry's small room. "Harry, gather your things quickly. We must reach Grimmauld Place before dawn, or we will be in dire straits." George poked his head in and said. Harry hurriedly packed his belongings, since it was moonlit. They had not turned on the lights. As a result, the wardrobe once again toppled to the floor with a loud thud. But they paid it no mind due to the silencing charm. "Harry Potter, is that really you, you reckless boy? Do you wish to get yourself killed?" came the furious bellow from Uncle Vernon downstairs. Draco glanced at the wardrobe not far from his feet and asked, "Fred, what is the expiration date on the silencing charm?" "Expiration date? How could there be an expiration date?" Hearing their conversation, Harry desperately shoved the trunk out the window and shouted, "Let's go, hurry." Draco and Fred quickly leaped out the window into the car. As Harry stood on the windowsill, Uncle Vernon was already panting up the stairs. Grabbing hold of his pant leg, "Stop, stop." Summoning all his strength, Harry jumped into the car, determined not to be left behind. But Uncle Vernon's grip tore at the hem of his trousers. Uncle Vernon glared at the flying car, furious, and shouted at the outside. Leaning against the car, Harry sighed in relief. They had finally escaped. Chapter 75. Mrs. Weasley's roar. Fred drove Draco back to Malfoy Manor and then flew back to the burrow. Everything went remarkably smoothly. They originally thought they would surely be caught by Mrs. Weasley upon returning home at this hour and subjected to an interrogation. As George opened the door, he saw Mrs. Weasley descending the stairs in her house robe, looking at him with curiosity. "George, what on earth are you doing up so early?" George pushed Harry, who was hiding behind him, forward and said, "Mom, look who it is. Harry Potter. How did you bring him here?" Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, walking over to give Harry a warm embrace. Ahem, ahem. Harry felt Mrs. Weasley's hug was a tad too tight, making it difficult for him to breathe, but fortunately, she released him quickly. "Welcome to the burrow," she said, glancing at the disheveled sofa. Mrs. Weasley added somewhat apologetically, "It's a bit messy here, but that's all right. I'll tidy up shortly. I'll go prepare breakfast for you all now." Upon hearing this, Harry quickly replied, "No. Everything here is wonderful, much better than where I live." Although Harry had seen far more opulent places like Malfoy Manor, this crooked six-story burrow felt far more genuine and welcoming to him. Harry then shared with Mrs. Weasley a glimpse of his life at the Dursleys, which filled her with compassion and concern for him, enhancing her affection towards him. "All right, my dear children, breakfast will be ready soon. Ron, quickly tidy up your room. Harry will be staying with you." After saying this, Mrs. Weasley strode towards the kitchen in the backyard. Just as Harry was about to push the trunk upstairs with Ron, Mrs. Weasley suddenly turned around, pointing at Fred, saying loudly, "Fred, you will explain to me later how you brought Harry here." "Mom, aren't you going to make breakfast?" George interjected loudly, attempting to divert her attention. Remarkably, Mrs. Weasley seemed to temporarily overlook them upon hearing George's shout. Fred, relieved that his mother had dropped the subject, let out a sigh. Ron helped Harry carry the trunk upstairs. The narrow staircase forced them to walk in single file, which was quite uncomfortable. As they passed the third-floor landing, a girl suddenly opened a door and looked at Ron, saying, "Ron, did you really spend a year at Hogwarts? I remember Fred and the others using levitation spells in their second year, and Percy was even more capable. Only you could manage something like that. Who did you bring home?" Harry peeked out from behind Ron and greeted, "Hello, I'm Harry Potter." Ginny's face flushed upon seeing Harry, and she slammed the door shut with a bang. "Harry, this is my sister Ginny. She's about to start her first year at Hogwarts," Ron explained, glancing at the still trembling door. "She's usually quite normal. She must be a bit excited to see you." Harry nodded, recalling Ron's initial reaction upon seeing him and understanding Ginny's reaction, though he couldn't help but prefer the way Parvati had reacted when she first learned he was Harry Potter. Following Ron, they climbed to the fifth-floor landing. Ron opened the door to his room, which had a sign reading Ron, and said, "I'm the youngest boy in the family, so I didn't have much choice about the room." Harry looked around the walls and slanted ceiling, which were plastered with orange and yellow Chudley Cannons posters, and the bedspread was also of the Cannons, albeit a bit worn, emblazoned with their emblem, 2 black letters C and a fast-flying cannon. The room also contained a fish tank with frogs pawn, an automatic card shuffler, and many more surprising little trinkets. He said enviously, "I wish this were my room." Hearing Harry's words, Ron took the trunk from him and placed it by the bed. "Mate, now it's also your room." Harry beamed at Ron's comment. Mrs. Weasley prepared a sumptuous breakfast for them, the best and most carefree meal he had enjoyed since the summer began. "Harry, you should get some rest," Mrs. Weasley said, pointing at Fred, George, and Ron. You three need to head to the garden and clear out the gnomes immediately. Mom, how can you do this? We haven't slept all night, Fred lamented, collapsing onto the table. Mrs. Weasley chuckled at him. Did I prevent you from sleeping? Get to work right now, or there won't be any lunch for you. Fred and the others cast her a resentful glance and obediently walked toward the garden. Seeing this, Harry quickly stood up, saying, I've never seen gnomes before. I'll go help too. Of course, you can. What a good child. Just know that this task is quite tedious. Initially, Harry thought the task might be amusing. After all, those gnomes looked quite entertaining, each with a bald head resembling a potato. However, he soon lost that notion when a particularly small gnome bit him hard, making him forget all previous sympathy. That evening, Harry and Ron lay in bed, and Harry felt utterly exhausted from the day's activities, lacking even the strength to speak. So he simply closed his eyes. Suddenly, Mrs. Weasley's furious voice echoed from downstairs, Fred, George, you come down here this instant. The tremendous volume caused dust to fall from the ceiling, making it difficult for Harry to breathe. Startled from his slumber, Ron rolled off the bed with a thud, banging his head on the floor. Harry, what's wrong? What's happening? Harry shook his head, climbed out of bed, and put on his shoes. Ron, let us go see. When Harry and Ron entered the living room, they beheld Mrs. Weasley gripping Fred's ear with her left hand and George's with her right. Her face contorted with rage to the point of turning purple, rendering her speechless. Aside from Harry and Ron, who had just arrived, the other Weasley family members sat in the room with equally grim expressions, while Percy glowered at his two brothers. Do you realize, she exclaimed, that your irresponsible actions have led to your father's suspension? Do you understand the gravity of flying in a car that has passed inspection? If it were to fall, it would be the end for you, utterly finished. As she spoke, Mrs. Weasley collapsed into a chair, weeping uncontrollably. Is this all my fault? Harry ventured to ask, observing the family's distress. It has nothing to do with you. It was that Malfoy who squealed. Lucius Malfoy came with his people to investigate, Percy interjected. I'll go and beat him up, Ron shouted, bolting for the door. Ron, stop. Percy's icy voice echoed through the living room. Do you want to ensure that Dad is dismissed from the ministry for your reckless antics? Ron stood frozen, speechless. Now, Percy. There is no need to speak to your brother in such a tone over something minor, Mr. Weasley interjected. He then turned to the twin boys, who were sulking with heads bowed, and asked with a smile, how was it to drive the car? Absolutely brilliant, they exclaimed in unison, but upon seeing Mrs. Weasley's expression, their heads drooped once more, silenced. Mr. Weasley wrapped an arm around his wife's shoulders and said, My dear, a month of suspension for reflection is not a serious matter. The children have learned their lesson, haven't they? Yes, we were wrong, Mom, the twins quickly nodded, their sincerity evident. Arthur, what about Ginny's wand, textbooks, and uniform? With a month's salary missing, how will we manage? Mrs. Weasley glanced at Ginny, who sat quietly beside her, her spirits dampened. Harry was about to offer assistance, having galleons to spare, but he hesitated, recalling Ron's usual response whenever he suggested lending money for a wand. Fred and I can just share a set of books. I can wait until next year for a new wand, Ron said, turning to them. I can share with Harry. Hastily, Harry nodded in agreement. I can study with Ron. Mrs. Weasley shot a grateful look at Harry and said, Oh dear, thank you so much. This way, we can gather everything Ginny needs. Once they returned to their room and Harry lay in bed, he found himself unable to sleep, listening to Ron's snores. He pondered why Draco had betrayed them. Why he had chosen to inform, was it simply because of his surname? At Malfoy Manor, in Lucius Malfoy's study, Adonis, wielding his wand, directed it towards the lock on the third drawer beneath the desk and intoned, Alohomora, with a crisp click. The sound of the unlocking mechanism resonated distinctly in the stillness of the room. Adonis carefully opened the drawer and retrieved a black notebook nestled within. Flipping to the first page, he clearly discerned the name Tom Riddle inscribed upon it. After confirming it several times, he discreetly concealed it on his person. Subsequently, he produced another notebook, a custom-made dark magic diary procured from Borgin and Burke's. On the first page, he meticulously imitated Tom Riddle's handwriting to inscribe his own name. To render it convincingly authentic, he had requested that Borgin and Burke's program the notebook with a series of simple question-and-answer dialogues, a venture that nearly depleted his modest treasury. As Adonis had just finished locking the drawer, he heard the sound of the room's lock being turned. He promptly walked over to the bookshelf, casually pulling out a book to peruse. Brother, are you here waiting for father as well? Basha inquired as she entered the room and spotted Adonis. Indeed, Adonis replied, returning the book to the shelf and gazing at Basha. Is it about Draco being grounded? Yes, our second brother hasn't eaten or drunk anything for a whole day. I came to plead on his behalf, Basha continued thoughtfully. Brother, what exactly did he do to provoke Father's ire? Didn't you visit him? Didn't Draco tell you? Draco is quite taciturn. The isolation room is so secluded, I couldn't enter, even if he confided in me through the door. Father would not relent. Adonis gazed at Bertha with an expression of exasperation and remarked, Bertha, you know Draco well. If he truly does not wish to change his mind, who could possibly sway him? He doesn't even confide in you. Bertha looked at Adonis in astonishment. Adonis nodded. Refraining from informing Bertha that he had no need to inquire, Arthur Weasley had been suspended for the unauthorized appropriation and modification of Muggle items. It was undoubtedly the Weasley brothers' flying car that had caused the trouble. Bertha, since you have arrived, I shall take my leave, Adonis remarked, casting a glance at her. Bertha nodded in acknowledgement. As Adonis approached the door, it swung open once more, revealing Lucius Malfoy striding in. Nis, you sought my counsel. Why did you not summon the butler? I intended to discuss Draco's affairs with you. However, since Bertha is here, I believe she is more suited to address this matter. So I was preparing to leave. Very well, Lucius replied, his gaze shifting to Bertha. Do not concern yourself with Draco's situation. Accompany Adonis instead. Father, my brother, Bertha began, only to be interrupted by Lucius. I have stated that you need not involve yourself, nor can you. Observing the rare seriousness etched upon Lucius's face, Bertha wisely chose silence and followed Adonis out of the study. Wait, Adonis. Inform your brother that whenever his mind is restored to reason, he may emerge. Understood, father. Adonis responded, turning back. Once Adonis and Bertha had departed, Lucius closed the door and unlocked the third drawer of his desk, retrieving a notebook. He then took a fountain pen from the table and inscribed on the second page, Who are you? The notebook soon revealed the words, Lucius Malfoy. This was the method the Dark Lord had provided for him to verify the authenticity of the book. Lucius compared the handwriting, then closed the notebook and locked it away in the drawer. With the operation drawing ever closer, it was imperative that no mistakes be made. Adonis conveyed Lucius's original words to Draco in the confinement room. Brother, do you feel the same? Draco's voice, muffled by the door, sounded weak and somewhat despondent. Draco, you need not concern yourself with the opinions of others. Simply be true to yourself and pose the question to your own heart. After a moment, Adonis finally heard Draco's response. I understand. If that is the case, I shall take my leave. Listening to the sound of Adonis's footsteps fade away, Draco felt a pang of sadness. He could not comprehend why his brother, who had always supported him, remained silent this time. It was difficult for him to accept. Suddenly, a house elf appeared before him, balancing a tray laden with buttered bread and a large cup of milk. Master Draco, this is your dinner as instructed by the master. Please consume it promptly. Who are you? Dobby. Draco nodded, finishing the milk in his cup and taking the bread in hand. Dobby, you may go now, and do not let anyone see you. Dobby nodded and vanished with a snap. Draco gazed at the bread in his hand, warmth spreading in his heart. In the end, it was only his brother who truly understood him. Chapter 77. The unassuming Lockhart Boggin. Have you procured the items? Boggin looked up at the newcomer and nodded. Please wait a moment. He fished out a large bunch of keys, muttering incantations under his breath, and selected a small golden key to unlock the storage room. Moments later, he emerged with a deep blue box. Mr. John, here is the item you requested. John accepted the box, tapping its surface with his wand before opening it to inspect the contents. The size and shape of the box meet my requirements, however. I am uncertain about its efficacy. Boggin solemnly reclaimed the box from John's hands, stating, the century-old reputation of Boggin Burke stands firm. We would never tarnish our own name. John chuckled lightly. So, shall I have the pleasure of testing it myself? Certainly, but it will cost you 100 galleons. Before Boggin could finish, John interjected, a true merchant. You understand me well. Boggin examined the box and handed it over, but as John reached for it, he noticed Boggin hesitating, indicating that only one spell could be attempted. Ah, Boggin, does that mean it does not meet my standards? John withdrew his arm, twirling his wand. I have always detested the unreliable. Of course not. Boggin replied with a smile. However, you must understand that dark magical items are inherently different from dark magic itself. Their creator emphasized this point to me. John nodded, retrieving a pouch of galleons from his pocket and tossing it to Boggin. Boggin jingled the pouch, confirming the amount, and then handed the box to John. Disarming charm. The spell struck the box's inner metal plate, and in that instant, a pale blue glow emanated from the point of impact, rippling outward across the entire box, resembling undulating water waves, until the charm gradually faded. John closed the box, looking at Boggin. It appears you are about to make quite a profit. Boggin shook his head. You should know that some items are exceedingly difficult to acquire. This anti-magic box is one of them. John, impatient with Boggin's boasting, retorted, let us skip to the price. Boggin squinted at the box in John's hands. For a valued customer, 2,000 galleons, already excluding shipping and maintenance costs. John raised an eyebrow. That is indeed generous. He pulled out a card from his pocket and offered it to Boggin. How about this? Boggin accepted the card with both hands, inspecting it closely before responding. Gringotts, 3,000 galleons silver card, certainly acceptable. And what of the remaining galleons? John adjusted his robes. Hold on to the rare materials and trinkets for me. Consider this as a deposit. Boggin's reputation is still worth trusting. Boggin placed the card in the safe beneath the counter, replying cheerfully, of course, we shall notify you via owl. John nodded, preparing to leave. Boggin, seeing this, came from behind the counter to escort him to the door. We look forward to your next visit. We shall always help you find the best. John chuckled softly but said nothing. The line was reminiscent of Ollivander's. He quickly departed for room 301 on the third floor of the Leaky Cauldron. John drew the curtains to ensure no angles could reveal the scene within before retrieving a polyjuice potion from his pocket and consuming it. 2 minutes later, Adonis gazed into the mirror, watching John's face morph back into his own. The potion was indeed a magnificent invention, particularly for him. He removed the oversized garments and donned his own clothes once more, carefully placing the specially prepared yuan aside before hastily heading to Flourish and Blotz to meet Lucius and the others. As the start of the school year approached, Flourish and Blotz was bustling with activity, 100 times more so than usual. Oh dear, someone stop this, a plump woman exclaimed, nudging the equally hefty man beside her as they surveyed the chaos and precariously teetering bookshelves. You must intervene. Do not let them continue fighting. The stout man glanced at the scene, saying nothing, and pulled the woman away. What business is it of ours? The Malfoys' affairs are not for us to meddle in. Move along, we don't need trouble. The shopkeeper, the woman pointed at a young man nearby, visibly startled. Perhaps we can lend a hand. The man cast a dark glance at her, his voice low. What do you care? A pretty boy like that? What are you staring at? The woman shot him a sidelong glance but remained silent, releasing his arm and forging ahead. Gilderoy Lockhart is holding a signing event today. Perhaps he can help. Weasley, your family's upbringing is truly remarkable, a pureblood traitor. Indeed. Lucius sneered and landed a punch on Arthur Weasley's face. With a resounding thud, Weasley retaliated with a punch of his own. That is far better than raising a traitor in your household. Lucius, upon hearing this, wasted no time in delivering a kick, then pinned Weasley down, continuing to strike him. Weasley struggled to lift an arm to pull Lucius down, and soon they were locked in a fierce brawl, exchanging blows. Meanwhile, Draco and Ron were rolling on the ground, trading kicks and punches. A fist from Draco connected squarely with Ron's mouth, knocking out a tooth. Harry, unable to contain himself any longer, jumped into the fray. Just as Draco prepared to rise, Harry pressed him back down, shouting, "Separate them at once." A blue light struck Harry's arm, causing it to droop limply like a piece of rubber, eliciting gasps from the surrounding women. While Harry stared in horror at his own arm. Seizing the opportunity, Draco got back up, coldly observing the chaos. Oh, what a blunder! What a blunder! A melodious voice announced as a middle-aged man was escorted through the crowd by a throng of women. Look who it is. Oh, Harry Potter. Harry stared incredulously at the man before him. This individual, named Gilderoy Lockhart, was someone he had been quite familiar with even before arriving at Flourish and Blotz, thanks to Mrs. Weasley's unwavering admiration for him. However, as Harry glanced at his injured arm, he was about to request Lockhart to mend it when he noticed Lockhart approaching, offering assistance. Lockhart then exclaimed loudly, "I never expected Harry Potter to attend my signing event." No sooner had he uttered these words than the flashes of cameras erupted in a frenzy. The crowd surged forward, compelling the fighting Weasley and Malfoy to exchange fierce glares before reluctantly parting ways. As Adonis stood at a distance, he witnessed Lucius turn and depart, at which point he cast his black diary into Ginny Weasley's cauldron. With the cauldron's motion, it quickly blended in among a pile of books. He also cast a glance at Lockhart, fully aware of the recent events from his vantage point. Lockhart had cast the spell for the sake of Lucius and Arthur. Indeed, the defense against the dark arts instructor summoned by Dumbledore was no ordinary individual. Chapter 78, The Point of No Return. Lockhart, with an arm around Harry's uninjured arm, posed him in various stances before the camera. As Harry glanced at Lockhart's beaming visage and then at his own arm, he could no longer contain himself. "Sir." The cacophony around them fell silent in an instant, all eyes converging upon him. Harry withdrew the arm Lockhart was holding and pointed at his other arm, which resembled pliable clay, feeling the weight of the onlookers' gazes upon him. Taking a deep breath, he addressed Lockhart. "Mr. Lockhart, before you commence your signing event, could you kindly mend my arm?" "Dad, look at his arm," exclaimed a young boy, no more than 6 or 7, cradled in the arms of a young man, who pointed curiously at Harry's arm. The boy's words ignited a ripple of murmurs throughout the crowd. Lockhart, hearing the ensuing commotion, patted Harry on the shoulder and maintained his perfect smile, declaring, "It's merely a little jest. Fret not, it will soon revert to normal." He then proclaimed loudly, "Let us all witness the healing of Harry Potter." With a flourish, Lockhart drew his wand from his pocket, directing it at Harry's arm, while whispering a spell audible only to himself. Bone and flesh united. The incantation struck Harry's arm, and he soon felt as if ants were gnawing at his flesh. Fortunately, this unsettling sensation dissipated almost instantaneously. As Harry moved his arm, he discovered it had returned to its original state, lifting his spirits somewhat. Just then, Lockhart exuberantly raised Harry's newly restored arm, exclaiming, "Look, a perfect restoration." Seeing the majority of the women respond with even more fervor to Lockhart's voice, Harry felt overwhelmed, as if he were on the verge of collapse. Adonis stood at a distance, observing the scene with an air of indifference, the frenzied fans below, and the seemingly elated Mr. Lockhart upon the stage. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, forming an almost imperceptible arc. Harry's disruption compelled Lockhart to reveal his true prowess in spell casting. Or perhaps it was merely the tip of the iceberg. After casting his spell, Lockhart meticulously scrutinized Harry's reaction, undoubtedly noticing the fleeting contortion on Harry's face. He was certain that Lockhart had employed dark magic, adeptly wielding it for healing. Indeed, Lockhart was worthy of being hailed as an exceptional graduate of Ravenclaw. Adonis quietly observed Lockhart's performance on stage, daring to speculate that Lockhart's fate might indeed be a script of his own design. If his conjecture holds true, then Lockhart's motives warrant further examination. It is utterly fascinating. Even without a diary, the second year remains a source of anticipation. Adonis swiftly spotted the bruised Draco amidst the crowd, accompanied by Pansy. Approaching them from behind, he jested, "Have we gained 2 more admirers of Lockhart in our midst?" Upon hearing his voice, Pansy turned around. Aside from her consistently flawless smile, which piqued my curiosity, there was little else to note. Pansy merely shook her head in silence. Draco, with his back to Adonis, remarked, "He possesses some talent." As Adonis listened to Draco's assessment, it became evident that Lucius's confinement had indeed impacted Draco. Yet, observing Draco's reaction, he directly remarked, "What, do you dare to act yet not confront?" Draco shook his head and then awkwardly turned away. Weasley, upon seeing him, immediately resorted to violence. Although he fared far worse than I, he even lost a tooth at my hands. The mention of Ron Weasley's tooth unmistakably revealed Adonis's sense of satisfaction. He nodded and remarked, "Weasley certainly deserved it. No one may trample upon Malfoy's friendship. Such behavior is utterly intolerable." Bertie glanced at Draco's disfigured face, listened to Adonis's icy voice, and then cast a fleeting look towards Harry in the stands, her expression momentarily torn. However, she swiftly arrived at a significant decision. Though Adonis happened to miss that fleeting moment, Draco appeared genuinely pleased by his brother's praise, momentarily setting aside his lingering grievances. Adonis observed how Draco's smile rendered his visage even more grotesque. "Draco, you must always remember that you are a wizard," he said, brandishing his wand towards Draco's face to swiftly reduce the swelling. As Draco touched his restored visage, he asked in astonishment, "Brother, is there such a spell? How come I have never seen it before?" Adonis retrieved his wand and cast a glance at him, remaining silent. In truth, he could not disclose to Draco that the battles among wizards were certainly not akin to the savage confrontations he had experienced with Lucius. Moreover, he was uncertain whether any wizard had ever conjured a spell of similar nature. Regardless, he would not reveal to Draco that the incantation he had just devised was spontaneously created, and even he was oblivious to its effects. He could merely ascertain that the worst outcome would be a disfigurement, hence, a small white mouse would undoubtedly face minimal peril. A disfigurement would be a trivial matter for the healers at St. Mungo's. "Little dragon, have you procured the books?" Adonis inquired. "I have. They will be delivered this evening." "Excellent." Adonis surveyed the surroundings, but found no sign of Lucius. A fleeting thought of his face led him to deduce where he might be. "Father has gone to consult with the godfather." Let us return home directly. As the three siblings traversed the path homeward, Draco suddenly had a revelation and touched his face. If only his father were aware that his elder brother could assist him directly, he would surely regret entrusting the godfather with the potion brewing. This year, their father would be unable to escape the godfather's ridicule. At this thought, Draco could contain himself no longer and stifled a laugh behind his hand. Adonis observed Draco's demeanor with a wry smile. This was indeed the essence of Draco's character. "Brother, it seems you have forgotten about your confinement," Bessa remarked, mocking Draco's appearance. Draco struggled to suppress his laughter, casting a sidelong glance at Bessa. "What do you understand? That confinement was entirely voluntary on my part." "Very well. Shall I return and inform father that you find the duration of your confinement insufficient?" Bessa retorted. "TCH, speak or remain silent. It matters not." Draco paused, feigning a look of trepidation before addressing Bessa. Whoever remains silent is akin to a mere pup. Bessa, incensed, turned to Draco and implored, "Eldest brother, will you not intervene? Will you not take action?" Adonis cast a bewildered glance at her, inquiring, "What are you discussing?" "I seem to have momentarily drifted away. What is it that began?" Bertha could not contend with Draco. Perhaps it all commenced when Bertha entered Gryffindor. It appears that the house renowned for cultivating unparalleled courage has somewhat neglected the training of logical reasoning. The usually articulate Bertha surprisingly found herself at a loss. Harry finally managed to navigate through the crowd to locate Ron and the others, utterly exasperated by Lockhart. "My eyes are nearly blinded," he exclaimed. He patted Ron on the shoulder, asking, "Mate, are you all right?" Ron opened his mouth and pointed at his teeth. Harry noted that Ron was missing his front tooth, which struck him with an inexplicable sense of amusement. "Ron, have you seen Bertha? I just spotted her, and then she vanished in an instant." Ron regarded Harry with an unusually serious expression. "Harry, Bertha is a Malfoy. So what?" Harry felt an unsettling premonition. Ron gestured again toward his tooth, stating, "You can only choose between me and Bertha." He continued, "You must select one. Ron, this matter has nothing to do with Bertha. It's solely Draco's fault." Upon hearing Harry's words, Ron shot him a glance before turning away. Ron, listen to me," Harry urged as he hurried after him. Chapter 79. The Deceptive Book. This time, Ron was resolute in his stance. No matter how Harry pleaded, he could not sway Ron's decision. Ultimately, Harry had to concede temporarily and promised Ron that he would refrain from seeking out Bertha. Mrs. Weasley prepared a sumptuous dinner for them. Yet Harry found no pleasure in the meal, his mind preoccupied with contemplating how to compel Draco to apologize to Ron, hoping it might alter their current impasse. However, every new idea that emerged was swiftly dismissed, and in the end, he had no choice but to abandon that notion. After finishing dinner at Malfoy Manor, Adonis returned directly to his bedroom, closed the door, and then turned to lock it securely. He then retrieved from his pocket the deep blue iron box he had purchased earlier from Bogginsborg, a bespoke containment device for dark magical artifacts. Adonis retrieved Tom Riddle's diary from the safe and placed it into a box. He was not bold enough to carry Voldemort's Horcrux without proper precautions, hence. Until he felt entirely confident, the diary would remain in the confines of the box. The moment the box was sealed, he seemed to glimpse a fleeting blue light emanating from the diary, which caused him to pause. He examined the diary closely before returning it to the iron box and securing it once more. This time, he did not observe the blue light again. Perhaps it had merely been an illusion. He glanced up at the chandelier on the ceiling, wondering if the light had caused a refraction. Adonis shook his head, momentarily setting aside the contemplation of this matter. The more he engaged with this world, the more he perceived its complexities, particularly as the violet eyes instilled within him an increasing caution towards the unknown. He retrieved the access configuration instructions that old Borgin had last entrusted to him. First, he was to inscribe Borgenbergs in reverse on the back of the iron box using his wand. Once the magical essence had fully permeated the box, he could then establish the access password on the front as he desired. It was evident that old Borgin had indeed kept pace with the times. Adonis raised an eyebrow, retrieving his wand from his sleeve and flipping the iron box over to inscribe the word Secrebi Nigrabi. As he wrote, he couldn't help but recall the shrewd face of old Boken, a man who thrived on deception. This could be considered yet another instance of free advertisement. Once the letters were fully inscribed, they began to rearrange themselves, transforming into Boken Bok, which then soared into the air, shimmering before vanishing entirely into the iron box. Adonis gazed at the disappeared letters, realizing without a doubt that the expense of such an exquisite advertisement was borne by him. He then inscribed his former life's agent number on the front of the box, a combination of digits and letters imbued with both significance and obscurity. He placed the box into his suitcase, for he was now bound for the library to seek the Malfoy legacy of magic. In order to devote himself entirely to mastering the foundational ancient runes, he had suppressed his intense curiosity about elemental magic ever since returning from the Romanian dragon sanctuary. The moment to indulge in that curiosity had finally arrived. On the fifth tier of the library shelves, Adonis focused on the book of Malfoy Magic Legacy, which was the furthest from the ground. He gauged the distance and then drew his wand, summoning the tome. The library was enveloped in silence. Save for the sound of his own breathing, the book remained unresponsive. He attempted once more, but the Malfoy legacy book remained unmoved, as if mocking him. It was truly vexing. He recalled Lucius had assured him that none of the volumes in this library possessed magical resistance. Adonis meticulously reflected on the moment Lucius had uttered those words, and suddenly remembered the peculiar smile that had gone unnoticed at the time, followed swiftly by the sly grin of Victor at the Romanian sanctuary flashing through his mind. A glance towards the corner of the shelf suggested that this particular book was indeed the key. The fifth tier of the shelf was not the same as the fifth level of the library. Adonis peered down and noted a drop of at least 10 meters. Such a fall could undoubtedly prove fatal. Would a levitation spell suffice? Perhaps he could emulate Voldemort's ability to glide through the air, which would necessitate nonverbal magic alongside a dual focus, allowing for the simultaneous casting of other spells. Beyond that, he had yet to uncover a more compelling rationale to explain this phenomenon. The image of Guijing from the Legend of the Condor Heroes, drawing circles with his left hand and squares with his right, abruptly flitted across his mind. Perhaps it was worth a try. It might just prove effective. As Adonis twirled his wand, he pointed its tip towards himself and uttered the incantation, Wingardium Leviosa. Gradually, he amplified the flow of magical energy, his body lifting inch by inch from the ground. Once he had attained a delicate balance, he began to adjust the direction and amplitude of his wrist, allowing himself to glide smoothly over the railing, inching ever closer to the coveted tome. Upon reaching the shelf's edge, he extended his other hand, devoid of the wand, to grasp the book, but nearly lost his balance, teetering dangerously in midair. The tome proved impossible to retrieve. Adonis cast a glance down at the shelf, noting the absence of any objects or magical traces. Undeterred, he reached out once more, yet it remained obstinately still. Adonis gazed quietly at the bookshelf, acutely aware that the tome before him seemed to resist him, undeniably so. Yet, as a descendant of the Malfoy lineage, it was inconceivable that this book would harbor such animosity without reason. Lucius must have been cognizant of the book's peculiarities, knowing full well its magical resistance. He had nonetheless relegated it to this secluded corner. This could only imply one thing. He had undoubtedly suffered a setback in this very spot, and thus, he was resolute in ensuring his son would face no less a challenge. Adonis began to reminisce about the moment he entered the library until now. The only possible incantation that could have provoked this book was the levitation spell. A curious expression suddenly appeared on his face. Could it truly be so? Adonis returned to the staircase, his expression fluctuating with uncertainty. At last, he resolved to boldly declare, "O great tome of the Malfoy magical legacy, I beseech you to reveal yourself." Having uttered these words, Adonis gazed at the still unresponsive book, feeling utterly foolish for engaging in such a naive endeavor. He turned on his heel, intent on seeking clarification from Lucius. Yet, after only a few steps, he sensed an unseen presence trailing behind him. With a swift motion, his wand slid from his sleeve into his hand, and he pivoted sharply, armor at the ready. Before him, a book emanated a faint platinum glow, gracefully hovering in the air, its title reading, The Malfoy Magical Legacy. Adonis gazed at the book with a bittersweet smile. He extended his left hand to grasp it, and halfway through the motion, he brought forth his right hand as well, positioning both palms flat in the air. As the book descended onto his hands, its brilliance vanished, leaving it an utterly ordinary tome. Adonis opened the first page, whereupon he discovered an inscription, "Please drip blood to verify identity." From the second page onward, the remainder was filled with incomprehensible glyphs. Reluctantly, he pricked his finger, allowing his blood to seep onto the pages, which swiftly absorbed it. The initial inscription vanished, giving way to another message. Adonis Black Malfoy was born on June 5, 1980. His father, Lucius Malfoy, had everything in order. However, he suddenly felt as if he were witnessing countless alpacas soaring through the sky, which was indeed a peculiar sight. due to not yet having reached the age of 13. He bid farewell for the next encounter. As Adonis was about to take action, the book swiftly closed with the swiftness of a lightning strike and returned to its original place on the shelf. Chapter 80. A major incident on the Hogwarts Express at platform 9 3/4. Mrs. Weasley cast a nervous glance at the clock. After Mr. Weasley, Fred, and George had passed through the wall, she turned to Harry and Ron, saying, "I'll take Ginny. You two follow closely. We're running out of time, so no dawdling." Grasping Ginny's hand, she vanished in an instant. Harry checked to ensure Hedwig's cage was securely fastened to the trolley, then nodded at Ron. The two quickly pushed the cart towards the wall, gradually quickening their pace until they were running. The carts collided forcefully with the wall, only to bounce back. The impact sent Ron and Harry tumbling to the ground, with various items scattering around them. Hedwig's cage tipped over, causing her to tumble inside, her head spinning in confusion. Ron scrambled to gather the fallen items and quietly asked Harry, "Why can't we get through?" "Dobby," Harry murmured. "What did you say?" Shaking his head, Harry replied, "The house elf shouldn't have that kind of power, but who knows? I'm not entirely sure what is happening." He gazed at the wall thoughtfully and suggested, "Ron, why don't you give it a try alone? See if you can pass through." Ron looked at Harry with confusion. "Do you think this wall is intentionally blocking you?" Harry hesitated but nodded. Ron pushed the cart again, this time without rushing, yet he still found himself jolted by the impact. Harry approached to help Ron up and glanced at the clock. "The train leaves in a minute. We're not going to make it. It seems our only option is to return to the burrow and send an owl to Hogwarts for assistance." Ron nodded, and the two reluctantly pushed the trolley away from the platform. Suddenly, Ron spotted a car parked nearby, his eyes lighting up. "Harry, we can use that car to get to Hogwarts. What do you think?" "Ron, that's too risky. What if we get expelled?" Harry replied, eyeing Ron's eager expression. Ron excitedly patted Harry on the shoulder. "Don't worry, mate. We can park the car in Hogsmeade and find a way from there. It's better than just waiting around at the burrow." Harry conceded that Ron had a point. The two approached the old Fort Anglia, and Ron waved his wand a few times, opening the spacious trunk. They loaded their belongings inside. Ron took the driver's seat, glancing around to ensure no one was watching. He pressed a small silver button on the dashboard, and the car vanished, along with them. "I hope that invisibility booster works properly," Ron remarked as he pressed the red button to take off. Harry watched as the buildings and structures below dwindled, and before long they soared into the clouds. The entirety of London spread out beneath them. "Harry, do you know the route to Hogwarts?" Ron asked while steering the car. With a sudden puff, they reappeared. "This switch is faulty," Ron said as he pressed it again, making them vanish into the air once more. "I'm not sure, but sticking close to the train should be foolproof. Ron, let us descend." The car dipped below the clouds, and Harry pointed towards the northeast, exclaiming, "There's the train." Ron turned the wheel, suddenly recalling a buzzing sound. The car jolted violently in the air. "Ron, what is happening?" Harry asked, gripping the armrest with concern. Ron struck the steering wheel in frustration. "The steering wheel is malfunctioning. The wiring below has burned out, and both the steering and takeoff buttons are broken." "Will a repair spell work?" Harry queried, pulling out his wand. Ron shook his head. "No, Dad's tried that before. Repair spells don't work on Muggle electronics. He got obsessed with Muggle electricity for a while, but unfortunately, he lacks the knack for understanding those complicated circuit diagrams." Seeing Ron's disheartened expression, Harry reassured him. "Don't worry, we've set our course. Even without the takeoff button, we'll be fine at this altitude." After a moment, he added, "Let us just hope the invisibility feature holds up. Otherwise," he glanced at the train below, "we're finished." The car flew steadily above the train, adhering to their intended course. Harry felt that the initial thrill had long since faded, replaced by a gnawing anxiety. The malfunctioning steering kept him on edge, fearing the car might veer off course at any moment, compounded by the concern of whether the invisibility charm would fail unexpectedly if Muggles or wizards caught sight of them. Hogwarts Express. Adonis strode to the empty carriage at the rear of the train and secured the door. With a sudden pop, Dobby materialized within the carriage and bowed, addressing, "Master, Dobby has successfully prevented Harry Potter and Ron Weasley from reaching platform 9 3/4. "Well done, Dobby," Adonis replied, his praise eliciting a surge of excitement in the house elf. However, Adonis then instructed him to lower his gaze, reminding him that there are multiple means to reach Hogwarts beyond the train. "Understood, Master," Dobby responded, and with another pop, he vanished from the carriage. Adonis gazed at Dobby's vanishing form, envious of the ability that seemed to bind generations with shackles. From birth, one could wield wandless magic at will, while wizards, Only a select few adult wizards possessed such a gift. Suddenly, the car materialized once more with Harry and Ron inside. Hearing the commotion, Harry exclaimed, "Ron, the invisibility device has failed again. Press the button once more." "All right," Ron replied, pressing the button again, rendering the car invisible. Yet, within a minute, it reappeared in the sky. Harry, nearly in despair, cried, "Ron, the invisibility device." Ron incessantly pressed the button, ultimately shaking his head in resignation. "It can only last for a minute. We must keep pressing it." Unbeknownst to them, atop the train carriage stood a house elf, observing them with a sinister grin. Dobby snapped his fingers, causing the car to jolt violently in the air, emitting a cacophony of sounds. "Ron, think of something. The car is descending." Ron nodded, frantically pressing the now-defunct red launch button, but to no avail. "Ron, the car has stopped descending," just as Harry sighed in relief. His expression shifted to one of terror as he glanced nearby. "Shut it down. Shut it down." "What did you say?" "Shut it down? Stop the car." "No." Boom. A tremendous explosion echoed. The Hogwarts train conductor brandished his wand, shouting, "Armor, protect us! Armor, protect us! Hurry! Hurry! The carriage is on fire!" The terrified cries of young witches and wizards mingled with the incantations of the staff. "Attention, passengers! Please evacuate the train immediately through the nearest exit. Leave in an orderly manner." Adonis listened to the intermittent sounds of the broadcast, swiftly drew his wand, and reduced his suitcase in size. He tucked the diminutive case into his pocket and hurriedly made his way towards the door of the train carriage. "Step aside. Allow me to pass." The short boy had yet to complete his sentence when he was jostled aside. Young wizards frantically surged towards the exit, and Adonis pointed his wand at the door, causing it to enlarge rapidly. With one taking the initiative, others quickly followed suit, also enlarging in haste. Soon, all the young wizards had evacuated to a safe area, with no casualties reported. Adonis gazed at the train halted upon the tracks. Although the situation had been brought under control, the first carriage lay in ruins. Thick black smoke billowing from the junction of the two carriages. The conductor, witnessing the mangled automobile, shouted frantically into the void, "Where are the passengers? Where are they?" His voice, amplified by the loudspeaker, reverberated through the desolate valley. Adonis listened to the shouts, questioning what exactly Dobby had done. Chapter 81. Serious Handling and Unpacking Inspection. The twins squeezed through the crowd, catching sight of a car nearby, gasping in shock. George swallowed hard. "Is it Ron and Harry?" "Brother, I fear it may be them. What should we do?" The twins exchanged glances and hurriedly began their search. Ron, Harry, the Gryffindors, upon hearing the twins' cries, looked around and quickly realized that Harry and Ron were missing, prompting them to start searching frantically. Other houses soon joined the rescue effort. Before long, a Ravenclaw discovered the two unconscious figures in the bushes. Cassie, Madame Pomfrey's assistant, a seventh-year Hufflepuff student, stepped forward to conduct a preliminary examination of Harry and Ron. "How are they?" Percy inquired anxiously. Cassie glanced at the mangled car and replied, "They are not in immediate danger. The vehicle's safety mechanisms worked well, ejecting them in time." The Weasley brothers sighed in relief until Cassie continued, "However, Ron has 6 broken ribs, and Harry 5, both suffering from compound fractures. They also sustained severe head trauma leading to unconsciousness. The conditions in the Hogwarts infirmary are limited." After assessing the two, she added, "At the very least, they need to stay for a month. I recommend St. Mungo's. They should recover in about 2 weeks." "Thank you, Cassie. But we will head to the Hogwarts infirmary for closer care," Percy replied, and Cassie nodded in agreement. Hermione, who had been listening, attempted to speak, but Fred and George pulled her aside. George said to her, "We don't have enough money to stay at St. Mungo's for 2 weeks, and..." He gestured toward the nearby train. Fred quickly understood, commenting, "If we have to compensate for that train." The twins rolled their eyes simultaneously. Their mother would surely be furious with Ron. Spending extra time as a patient would be much more pleasant for him. Professor McGonagall burst into Dumbledore's office, startling both Snape and Dumbledore, who had never seen her so flustered. "Dumbledore, there has been an incident," she gasped. "Minerva, take a breath. The sky isn't falling." Dumbledore reassured her. McGonagall shook her head. "Dumbledore, while patrolling, Fudge's Patronus delivered news that the Hogwarts Express has been attacked. The control carriage has been destroyed and is now stranded 5 kilometers from Hogwarts in the Hogwarts Valley. This is inconceivable. Even the Dark Lord never resorted to such madness." "It must be an accident," Snape muttered to himself. Dumbledore's azure eyes flashed with shock, but he quickly composed himself and rose from his chair. "What exactly happened?" McGonagall shook her head. The Patronus did not specify. It seems Fudge is either extremely anxious or hasn't discovered the cause yet. Minerva, please notify the other heads of houses. Severus and I will head to the scene, Dumbledore instructed, nodding to Snape. The two hurriedly left the castle and disapparated. Upon their arrival, Dumbledore found Fudge standing by the tracks, listening to the report from the investigators. Minister, we have detected significant magical traces. Approximately 10 meters of track has been forcibly altered. The normal course would have switched from northeast to due north after 2 kilometers. Fudge nodded, realizing it was indeed a malevolent attack. What about the car? It's the Weasley-S modified vehicle. 2 second-year wizards were likely unfortunate enough to become the tools of this attack. The assistant replied. Arthur Weasley. How much trouble will he cause me? Fudge glanced at his watch. 2 minutes until the scheduled time. Very well, have them cordon off the perimeter. Leave no living creature unexamined, Fudge commanded, waving to the distance. You take charge of the Dementors. I need to meet with Dumbledore. Minister. Dumbledore indicated the line of Hogwarts students and ministry personnel nearby, each carrying a box. What does this mean? What is in those boxes? Truth serum, Fudge replied. Pointing to the students. All 5th years and above must be interrogated, and all students' belongings are to be searched to prevent any dark magical items from entering Hogwarts. Absolutely not. I refuse to allow truth serum to be used on students. The ministry's regulations are clear. Are you intending to violate them? Dumbledore said, his tone grave. Albus, I'm merely informing you, not seeking your approval. Besides, we are in a special circumstance, Fudge insisted, his voice rising. You know very well that the attack on the Hogwarts train is a blatant provocation to the ministry. If we cannot clarify this matter, I will no longer be minister. The consequences of using truth serum are not ones you can bear, Fudge. I advise you once more, for the sake of a supposed outcome. This matter does not warrant such upheaval. It is an accident, Dumbledore replied, his expression impassive. There are mental health professionals from St. Mungo's nearby. Fudge. I wager you won't maintain your position as minister by day's end. Good luck, Dumbledore said, turning away, unwilling to engage further. Brother, what are they thinking? Daring to use truth serum? This is madness, Draco exclaimed, pointing toward the line of older students as he addressed Adonis. Eudunacy nodded quietly, caressing the ring upon his finger. Aware that Fuji was about to step down, he cast a glance at the line ahead, hoping that Lucius and his companions would arrive in time. Otherwise, the diary might encounter some difficulties. Adonis glanced at his watch, standing at the forefront of the line. He opened the box. Adonis stood there, observing him. While the surrounding young wizards felt the temperature plummet to freezing, shivering involuntarily. The inspector, gazing at Adonis's frosty demeanor, felt a chill run down his spine. Nevertheless, recalling the minister's admonition, he summoned his courage and said, Sir, might you open the box? What is your surname? The inspector cast a puzzled glance at him, deeming it irrelevant, and insisted, Now, please open the box. Very well, Adonis replied, Inspect Malfoy's box. Without a search warrant from the Ministry of Magic. He leaned closer and whispered in the inspector's ear, Should there be no issues, you will pay a price for this. The inspector steadied himself, grasping his wand, and began the inspection item by item. Soon, he reached the last item, wiping the sweat from his brow. A black aura materialized, and the inspector, somewhat exhilarated, exclaimed, There is something amiss here. Hearing the commotion, the ministry personnel drew their wands and rushed over, encircling the area. The inspector pointed at the deep blue box, declaring, The black magic detection has reacted. A thorough examination is warranted. Chapter 82. The mysterious diary. Fudge, upon hearing the inspector's report, appeared agitated. Mr. Malfoy, please, open this iron box at once. Snape, wand in hand, emerged from the crowd and positioned himself protectively in front of Adonis, stating, Minister, it is rather inappropriate to ask a 12-year-old child to open a box suspected of containing dark magical artifacts. Mr. Snape, Fudge retorted, I hold you in high regard as a master potioneer, yet that does not grant you the authority to obstruct the ministry in the execution of its duties. Snape disregarded Fudge, turning his gaze towards Dumbledore amidst the crowd, who merely shook his head, much to Snape's chagrin. Adonis rose, holding the box, and first addressed Snape, saying, Headmaster, this is not a dark magical artifact, so you need not be so anxious. There is no danger. He then turned to Fudge, adding, Sir, although this is not a dark magical object, as the heir of Malfoy, you unfortunately lack the authority to request that I open the box without a search warrant. Fudge exchanged a glance with Adonis before turning to his assistant. Gesturing grandly, "Assistant, present the search warrant for Mr. Malfoy's review." Adonis glanced at the search warrant and remarked with a smile, "The minister is truly diligent in his pursuit of the true culprit. However, I fear the outcome may not be as surprising as you hope." He opened the box and retrieved a black diary, laying it flat in his palm. "Inspector, you may wish to try once more." Dumbledore stood nearby, observing the diary, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity, yet unable to recall where he had seen it before. The inspector conducted a dark magic examination on the diary, but this time, there were no irregularities. In disbelief, the inspector rubbed his eyes, only to find Fudge glaring at him with a dark expression. Fudge's corpulent physique did little to lend him an air of benevolence. Rather, it enhanced his menacing demeanor. "Minister, this cannot be. It must be that my magical prowess is insufficient. Please have someone else conduct the inspection." Upon hearing the inspector's explanation, Fudge turned to his assistant and instructed, "You go personally and ensure a thorough examination." Adonis observed the grave expression on Fudge's face and inwardly scoffed at the futility of such repeated examinations for an outcome so glaringly evident. Voldemort's first Horcrux had accompanied him for 2 years at Hogwarts, from the age of 16 until his graduation at 18. Surely, if it could be detected by a mere incantation, Dumbledore, with his keen interest in him, would have uncovered it. Was Dumbledore truly so naive? An assistant approached, wand in hand, rotating it deftly to cast the spell for revealing dark magic. The diary merely exhibited the expected response of an ordinary magical object. The assistant returned the wand to Fudge, reporting, "Minister, it is simply an ordinary magical item, devoid of any dark magical fluctuations." Adonis clutched the diary, and as his assistant cast the spell, he felt it tremble in his grasp. A peculiar intuition washed over him. The diary seemed to convey a silent warning that if subjected to another examination, it would not withstand the strain. Adonis placed the notebook back into its box, holding the lid ready to close it. Suddenly, Dumbledore interjected, "Wait." He finally recalled where he had seen this diary before, Tom Riddle. Indeed, it was an identical notebook, with not even a shade of difference in color. Upon hearing Dumbledore's voice, Fudge, who had initially stepped forward, retreated to his original position, and all eyes were once again drawn to the diary. A sudden tension gripped Adonis as he raised his gaze to meet Dumbledore's presence beside him. The piercing azure of Dumbledore's eyes held him in a firm stare, and Adonis felt the sharpness of that gaze beneath his own. He feigned impatience and inquired, "Is there any further issue?" Dumbledore, however, did not overlook a single nuance of Adonis's expressions. From his demeanor, it was evident that he was either oblivious or that this particular journal was not the one in question. Yet, could it truly be mere coincidence? After 50 years, it seemed improbable that there existed another identical diary. Regardless of his internal musings, Dumbledore maintained a gentle smile as he addressed Adonis. "Adonis, is this your journal? May I open it for a moment?" Adonis held the diary in his hands and suddenly let out a soft chuckle. "Mr. Dumbledore, are you genuinely unaware or merely pretending not to know? The diary signifies privacy." He raised an eyebrow, his gaze suddenly sharp as he fixed it on Dumbledore, continuing, "Do you not find this request rather unreasonable? Or is this your customary behavior?" The words of Adonis momentarily chilled the atmosphere, as the young wizards gazed at him in disbelief. Snape observed Adonis, having never witnessed such a peculiar approach to parenting. Upon Lucius's arrival, he found Adonis and Dumbledore standing there, the air thick with an unusual silence. The instant Lucius's gaze fell upon the diary in Adonis's hands, his expression tightened. How could it be here? He had distinctly given it to Weasley. Lucius shook the decree in his hand and thrust it into Fudge's grasp, proclaiming loudly, "Cornelius Fudge, you are hereby relieved of your position." He then gestured towards Scrimgeour, who was approaching from the distance. "Scrimgeour will serve as the acting minister." "You cannot do this. What right do you have? What wrong have I committed?" Fudge suddenly bellowed, pointing at the diary, "Especially at you, Lucius Malfoy. You are still implicated in this matter." Lucius regarded him with disdain. "We certainly possess the authority, Mr. Fudge. The unlawful mobilization of Dementors, which has instilled fear within the wizarding community, is more than sufficient grounds." Lucius paused momentarily. "As for me, I appreciate your concern." Dumbledore observed Adonis, realizing he had underestimated Slytherin's regard for privacy. He had evidently encroached upon this principle, yet this perplexity needed resolution. Sighing, he addressed Adonis, "I beg your pardon for this old man's intrusion, but this matter holds great significance for me. I only require a glance at the signature." Adonis observed Dumbledore's demeanor. At this juncture, he could not afford to sever ties with him. Perhaps he would eventually have to resort to the feeble excuse that his notebook had been swapped. Regrettably, he found himself devoid of alternatives. Adonis turned to the first page of his diary, gazing at the name inscribed upon it, and felt a sudden sense of ease wash over him. He raised the diary for Dumbledore to examine closely. Dumbledore stepped a little closer, scrutinizing the name written in dark ink, Adonis Black Malfoy. There were no signs of alteration, leading him to ponder if he had been overly suspicious. Was it truly a coincidence? As Dumbledore turned, a realization struck him. Yes, it was the handwriting. He needed to make a final comparison of the script to find peace of mind. Lucius, observing Dumbledore's reaction, breathed a sigh of relief. It was merely a diary and not that of the Dark Lord, sparing them from unnecessary complications. Chapter 83. The Anomaly. Adonis held a diary, and Voldemort, an unequivocal genius, indeed found the Horcruxes to be extraordinary. However, the methods employed to create these dark artifacts were exceedingly cruel, ultimately leading one to madness. Were it not for these two factors, the path to immortality would be tantalizingly within reach, impossible to forsake. Dumbledore, with a gentle flick of his wand, summoned a quill stained with ink into his hand and said, "Adonis, could you kindly inscribe your name in the diary?" As Adonis pondered reasons to decline Dumbledore, he heard Lucius leisurely remark, "Headmaster Dumbledore, I wonder when you develop such profound curiosity. Is it that age has rendered you akin to a child?" Dumbledore paused momentarily, then responded with gravity, "Mr. Malfoy, with so many public officials and young wizards present, I trust you would not wish for them to harbor suspicions and uncertainties regarding this matter." Lucius nodded. "Very well, Dumbledore. Since your curiosity is so piqued, Nis, why don't you compose a note for your headmaster to review?" Adonis. With Lucius being so capable, does he have any other options? Adonis could only reluctantly take up Dumbledore's pen, turning to the first page and beginning to write in the empty space. As for why he did not write on the second page, he pondered the possibility of the diary providing responses upon completion. Concern about the fragments of soul within the diary being aware of his existence seemed unwarranted, after all. Glancing at the signature on the first page of the diary rendered such worries moot. The journal of Adonis is now astonishing, from the very first stroke. It seemed as though he was no longer the one writing. The notebook appeared to possess a life of its own, actively guiding the quill's tip in motion. Meanwhile, he not only had to feign the appearance of writing, but also realized that this very tome was absorbing his magical essence. The magic within him gradually converged into his right hand, completely siphoned away by the quill and drawn into the pages of the notebook. Adonis distinctly felt the magic within him begin to dissipate in large quantities. As time progressed, the depletion became increasingly severe. Yet, he found himself unable to halt the process. For how could he explain it to Dumbledore? By the time the final word, Malfoy, was inscribed, the magic within Adonis had been nearly exhausted. Adonis cast a somber gaze upon the diary, which seemed to possess an eerie quality. Dumbledore exhaled in relief as he observed the signature pinned by Adonis, identical to the one above. It appeared his suspicions had been unfounded. Noting the expression on Adonis's face, Dumbledore mistakenly believed it was a result of his own actions. "Adonis, I sincerely apologize. I hope you can comprehend the concerns of an old man. This diary bears an uncanny resemblance to a dark magical artifact I encountered decades ago." Adonis curled his lips into a slight smile, assuring, "You need not concern yourself with that. Now, Headmaster, do you have any further inquiries?" "None at all," replied Dumbledore, gesturing towards the carriage park not far away. With a mischievous wink, he continued, I forgot you cannot see them. However, embarking upon it for the journey to Hogwarts shall be an unforgettable experience." Adonis nodded, placing the diary back into the iron box before shrinking it and tucking it into his pocket. Once Dumbledore departed, Adonis surveyed the creature, its head resembling that of a dragon, its body akin to that of a horse, adorned with bat-like wings, and its eyes gleaming like silver. Gaunt and emaciated, and visible only to those who have witnessed death. It is no wonder this creature was deemed unappealing, once regarded as a harbinger of misfortune. Scrimgeour, the acting minister of magic, decisively withdrew the Dementors and imposed a strict prohibition against the unauthorized use of Veritaserum by officials. As for the search of the box, following Adonis's commotion and the protests from the attending nobility, it ultimately did not proceed. The incident was classified as an unfortunate accident. While the irregularities in the railway's diversion were conveniently overlooked by the staff in light of Fudge's resignation, Adonis, Draco, Pansy, and Neville boarded a night bus. Adonis turned to glance at the Ministry of Magic officials retreating from the scene, a complete farce. Despite the unpleasant events on the Hogwarts Express, everything continued in an orderly manner. Ginny Weasley seamlessly entered Gryffindor, eliciting a faint smile from the previously anxious Percy. Without Harry Potter and Ron Weasley, and devoid of the diary, Adonis found great satisfaction in the current state of campus life. Adonis pushed open Severus Snape's door. "Godfather, you summoned me." "Indeed. Assist me with some materials," Snape replied, leading Adonis to the large basin. He gestured toward the serpents within. "Please prepare these materials. Extract the serpent's gall and set the flesh aside separately." "Understood," Adonis nodded, retrieving tools from the cabinet, readying himself for the task. "Do not kill me." Adonis froze in place, his gaze directed downward, where a serpent flicked its tongue inquisitively. To his astonishment, he comprehended its words, though he was certain he had no mastery of Parseltongue. As Adonis processed the materials, he casually inquired, "Father, aside from Slytherin, are there any other families that can speak Parseltongue?" Without lifting his gaze, Snape replied, "In England, only Slytherin possesses the ability to speak Parseltongue. Beyond that, I am unaware." Adonis persisted, "Is there a method by which a Parselmouth can enable ordinary individuals to comprehend Parseltongue?" Snape set down his pen and looked up at him, saying, "Adonis, what exactly are you trying to ask?" Snape then suddenly remarked, "Or do you possess the ability to understand Parseltongue?" Adonis gazed at Snape in bewilderment. "Godfather, how could I possibly comprehend Parseltongue? I merely wish to inquire if it can be learned later on." Snape, with a derisive snort, replied, "Do you truly believe the Dark Lord would teach you to speak the language of snakes?" After finishing his tasks, he hastily departed. On his way back to Slytherin, Adonis heard a voice echoing through the pipes, a desperate cry for sustenance. "Food. I need food. Food." This chilling utterance sent shivers down his spine. His journal remained locked away in his cabinet, a precaution he had taken just 2 hours prior when he meticulously ensured the door was secured. What could this possibly mean? His wand slipped from his sleeve into his right hand as he nearly sprinted back to the dormitory, plunging into his bedroom and bolting the door behind him. Ignoring Neville's calls entirely, Adonis extracted a key from his pocket, his right hand firmly gripping his wand, prepared to confront any sudden developments. The key was inserted into the lock, and with a decisive click, the cabinet door swung open, unleashing a flurry of objects. Armor for protection. The Sword of Shadows. The Sword of Shadows narrowly missed the incoming projectile, fortunately intercepted by the protective spell, granting Adonis a modicum of relief. A black diary hovered in midair, repelled by the armor enchantment, when suddenly it opened of its own accord, revealing a single phrase inscribed upon the blank page. "Malfoy. I am still pondering when you intend to seek me out." Chapter 84. Voldemort is my flawed creation. Adonis gripped his wand tightly, casting a vigilant gaze upon the diary without uttering a word. Soon, another sentence materialized within the diary, stating that if one were to take out a pen and write upon its pages, we could engage in a normal conversation. Adonis gazed at the diary with an impassive expression and remarked, "There's no need for such elaborate efforts. Do you still lack the requisite magic?" Upon the conclusion of Adonis's words, the diary floated delicately in the air, lingering for a few moments before a response materialized. "Truly, a Malfoy. You possess the same shrewdness as your grandfather, Abraxas Malfoy. Indeed, I can hear your voice, though it does sap my energy. I harbor no ill intentions. Thus you may retract the armor charm. It would be more prudent for us to communicate through the written word." Upon encountering the journal, Adonis chuckled softly, remarking, "You are indeed correct. Not only am I a Slytherin, but I also bear the name Malfoy. So, what grounds do you believe I have to trust you?" The journal quivered violently in response to Adonis's words, deeply affronted by what it perceived as a grave insult. "Do you know who I am?" it inquired. "Of course." Adonis paused momentarily. "I am well aware, Tom Riddle, the final scion of Slytherin. But what of it?" Adonis caressed his wand, a disdainful smile curling upon his lips. "It is merely a Horcrux, a fragment of a soul, is it not, my dear Dark Lord? He cherished life, yet this did not equate to a fear of death. What of Voldemort? At most, he faced but a demise, merely a Horcrux. Moreover, this is Hogwarts. The Horcruxes lack the audacity to act here." The diary, upon hearing Adonis's rhythmic intonations, fell into an unexpected silence, lingering for a considerable time before inscribing, "Are you not afraid of my potential actions against you?" Adonis gazed intently at it as I opened the cabinet, and you soared forth without hesitation, indicating that the dark magic nullifier held no power over you. Having entered Hogwarts for a month now, you have had countless opportunities to act. You speak truthfully, yet there is one crucial distinction. I am not Voldemort. Nor have I ever been. In the past, present, or future, I am the illustrious descendant of Salazar Slytherin, Tom Riddle Slytherin. and you shall have the privilege of becoming my collaborator." Upon glimpsing the diary, Adonis found his mind swirling with conjectures. Nevertheless, he persisted in taunting the diary, scoffing, "Fortunate? You, a creature neither human nor ghost, presume to speak to me with such audacity? Silence yourself. You lack the standing to appraise the lineage of Slytherin." Adonis gazed at the diary's response and erupted into hearty laughter, his joy palpable. Upon hearing the sound of laughter, the diary suddenly realized, "Are you testing me?" Adonis retracted the armor spell, and he is now certain that as long as he refrains from inscribing upon it, the diary itself possesses no inherent aggression. You are not a soul vessel. Now, can you divulge what precisely you are? After Adonis dispelled the enchantment, the diary gracefully descended into his hands. Maintaining its flight had drained a considerable amount of magical energy. Upon hearing Adonis's inquiry, the diary responded, "I coexist with the soul vessel, to be precise. I am but a fragment of memory." Adonis gazed at the diary and replied, "You have not spoken the truth, and I refuse to collaborate with deceivers." "I speak only the truth," the diary insisted. "I am indeed a fragment of memory, yet I differ from other memories. I possess the ability to grow and to regain life. Thus, I require your assistance. I hope you can communicate with me through writing, for our current mode of interaction renders me weak. I empathize with your predicament, yet I regret to say that this does not constitute a valid reason for me to assist you, nor does it compel me to place my trust in you. What kind of justification do you seek?" The diary inquired. "The reason for your coexistence with the soul vessel?" Adonis pondered before continuing. "And how did you come to assert your dominance? As for your second question, you already have your suspicions, do you not?" Adonis nodded. "For I had once inscribed words in the pages of my diary. Indeed, your magic is remarkably unique. Were it not for you." At this juncture, the diary's tone grew somber. "Within a year, I would lose the upper hand, transforming the diary into a genuine soul vessel. Before relinquishing my control, I would destroy this diary, for at the very least, that old fox Dumbledore would surely sense something amiss. Though Slytherin shall forever remain a part of history, his glory must never be tarnished. No matter who it may be, it cannot be allowed." The diary paused for a moment, and to ensure the continuation of our discourse, "I implore you to bestow upon me some magic." Upon witnessing it, Adonis raised an eyebrow, almost draining me of all my magical energy once again. "Do you believe that is possible, Mr. Riddle? Please refer to me as Mr. Slytherin. I trust that the current Slytherin possesses enough decorum to understand this. Surely, you need only cast a few ordinary spells upon me? Was the previous occasion merely due to a particular purpose?" Adonis brandished his wand several times, restoring clarity. He then inquired, "Is it permissible now?" "Indeed, it is." Adonis retracted his wand and remarked, "So the last of my magical energy was expended on summoning the basilisk and enabling me to comprehend the language of serpents, was it not?" Though phrased as a question, his tone radiated unwavering certainty. "I have a fondness for intelligent individuals," responded the notebook. "I too appreciate the company of the astute. Thus, my clever companion, you must recognize what constitutes the foundation of cooperation." Adonis placed the notebook upon the table, seated himself, and poured a glass of water. "Mr. Slytherin, would you care for a drink?" he inquired. "Huh. Abracax would never display such a lack of courtesy." Adonis took a sip of water and chuckled softly. Addressing the gentleman from Slytherin, "No, Tom, it is you who seeks my assistance. Now, please, continue with your inquiries." The diary trembled violently at Adonis's words, revealing its fury. Yet he remained unfazed. "By a stroke of chance, I stumbled upon a treatise on Horcruxes in the restricted section of the library, which spoke of the fragmentation of the soul and its preservation. Horcruxes are indestructible, allowing wizards to attain immortality." At this juncture, the diary exuded palpable excitement. Immortality. An eternal existence would grant me boundless energy and time to realize my ideals and aspirations. The glory of Slytherin would flourish in my grasp. However, immense rewards invariably accompany significant risks. With a skeptical disposition, I delved into extensive research and uncovered within Slytherin's chamber that this was a treacherous snare. The creation of Horcruxes entails a loss of the soul with each division, first eroding emotions, then reason, ultimately leading to an unfathomable fate, perhaps that of madness. Yet, I had not anticipated that the tome detailing Horcruxes had been ensorcelled with dark magic or a curse. As time progressed, I found myself losing control, becoming obsessively infatuated with Horcruxes. Ultimately, an unfortunate incident led he who must not be named to accidentally slay a girl, thereby fulfilling this sinister plot. In the instant of soul fragmentation, the bloodline of Slytherin protected me, granting me a singular opportunity. I retain my consciousness from before the age of 16. In this light, I am not merely a memory, but a frail yet complete soul, trapped within the confines of the diary, destined to grow weaker with the passage of time until I ultimately fade away. The fragmented soul still resides within the diary. Is it truly a Horcrux? After absorbing the diary's revelations, Adonis suppressed his shock and suddenly recalled what Nicholas Flamel had once said. Dumbledore had inadvertently caused them to lose a prodigy. This implied that Dumbledore was unaware that the chapter detailing Horcruxes had been bewitched or cursed. The diary responded, "Indeed, can my magic enhance your soul?" After pondering the inquiry, the diary replied, "I cannot augment my soul, but your magic is unique. I can absorb your power for my own use, not only to facilitate our communication, but also to aid in my resistance against Horcruxes, thereby reducing my reliance on soul energy and extending my existence." Adonis fell silent for a moment. "How much longer can you endure?" "At most 5 years. One more question. Has the Dark Lord not discovered that you are not a Horcrux?" The diary scornfully replied, "I had thought the astute Mr. Malfoy would refrain from posing such inquiries." Adonis gazed expressionlessly at the diary. "This matter is of great significance, sir. I could easily conceal myself. We were once one, our souls resonating in harmony. He is merely a flawed imitation. How could he possibly uncover my presence?" Adonis rapped his knuckles against the table and inquired, "How may I assist you, and what are you willing to offer in return?" Chapter 85, The Decade-Long Pact. "I can teach you the language of serpents, enabling you to become a serpent speaker," the notebook inscribed. "Additionally, I can facilitate a master-servant contract with Highbowl. What must I sacrifice in exchange?" Before Adonis could finish his inquiry, the diary abruptly commanded him to concoct a soul-enhancing elixir and a resurrection potion. It inquired about the types and quantities of materials required for each potion, as well as the success rate of the soul-enhancing elixir. Adonis sensed that the materials would surely be anything but simple. For both potions, he required only a single vial. The soul-enhancing elixir bore a success rate of 30% and demanded materials, including 20 milliliters of voluntarily offered blood from a phoenix and 10 drops of tears. Upon reading this, Adonis's lips twitched. It was not entirely unacceptable. He continued to peruse the entries, which specified 100 milliliters of voluntarily offered blood from a unicorn and 2 drops of tears. Unicorn blood, how utterly simplistic, he mused with a hint of sarcasm. Adonis maintained his composure as he delved further, encountering the need for 200 grams of Australian box jellyfish, 100 grams of echidna sea snake, in addition to other commonplace ingredients. At this juncture, he felt rather indifferent. Recognizing that the world's top 2 most venomous creatures resided along the northern coastal waters of Australia and New Guinea, as well as in the Philippines and Vietnam. The resurrection potion boasted a 100% success rate, requiring his father's bone, a single drop of Voldemort's blood, and the blood of a male member of the Weasley family, specifically the total blood volume of a 16-year-old. Adonis let out a cold laugh after perusing the diary. The blood of Voldemort, the blood of the Weasley family. What a clever scheme. Such a transaction would be agreed upon only by someone utterly foolish. If it weren't for the undeniable magical essence of ancient family names, he would doubt the authenticity of Tom Riddle Slytherin's identity. I presume that as a descendant of Slytherin, Mr. Tom would be acutely aware of the principle of equivalent exchange. "Do you take me for a fool, Mr. Tom Riddle Slytherin?" Without granting the diary a chance to respond, Adonis continued, "Or does Mr. Slytherin believe his life holds so little value? Our collaboration ends here." Rising, Adonis closed the diary and tossed it back into the cabinet. In the instant the cabinet shut, the diary escaped from within, flying a short distance away, reopening itself. "What is it that you desire?" As Adonis beheld the diary, a subtle smile tugged at the corners of his lips. In addition to the aforementioned conditions, he insisted upon the inclusion of Slytherin's chamber and its entire legacy. Upon hearing Adonis' words, the diary suddenly soared into the air, brimming with an unusual fervor. "Delusion. This is mere delusion," it seemed to exclaim. "Do not become overly agitated, Mr. Slytherin. You ought to comprehend that I am under no obligation to assist you." Adonis retorted coldly, a wicked grin playing upon his lips. "In fact, I possess the power to obliterate you, severing the bloodline of Slytherin." After a brief pause, he continued, His possessions would become mere forgotten relics. The diary, absorbing Adonis' declaration, floated silently in midair. After a moment's contemplation, it returned to the table. "Very well, I can acquiesce to your request, but you must swear by your bloodline and soul to Merlin that within 4 years, you will assist me with my first task. Within a decade, you must complete 2 tasks for me, in addition to daily transmitting magical energy to me. I require this power to perceive the external world and communicate with you. How does that sound? Only life and soul, Adonis replied. The diary pondered for a moment before inscribing its agreement. Agreed. To ensure your complete trust, I shall enter into a covenant with you. Should I harbor any intent to harm you within these 10 years, let me be eternally dissolved, and I shall exert every effort to enhance your prowess. Upon conclusion, I permit you to erase all memories of these 10 years. How does that sound? Agreed, Adonis nodded. After reaching a mutual understanding, Tom Riddle Slytherin and Adonis swore an oath and formalized their covenant, leading Adonis to distinctly sense a newfound connection with Slytherin. Adonis placed his notebook directly into the cabinet, finding the iron box superfluous and thus sparing himself considerable trouble. Just as Adonis was about to lock the cabinet, he heard Tom manipulating the diary to strike against the cabinet door. Adonis opened the cabinet and inquired, "Mr. Slytherin, it is now precisely 11 o'clock at night. Are you not inclined to rest?" The diary flipped to the second page, inscribed with the words, "Carry me with you." Adonis turned around, his back to the diary. As he tidied his bed and replied, "Mr. Slytherin, do you find this appropriate?" He paused for a moment, adding, "Furthermore, I am fond of women and have no interest in men." The diary, upon hearing Adonis's words, appeared quite agitated, soaring directly in front of him. "I have forged a pact with you. I cannot harm you. What is it that you fear?" Upon seeing the diary, Adonis continued to tidy his bed, disregarding it entirely. After a prolonged silence, the diary once again inscribed the words, "Spell, soul binding, sealing awareness. This enchantment can sever all sensory perceptions of the afflicted, isolating them completely from the outside world. Unless the caster willingly the spell or meets their demise, the incantation shall remain in effect indefinitely." Adonis wore a faint smile at the corners of his mouth, yet he spoke slowly and deliberately, swearing. The diary entry candidly expressed, "Malfoy, how could you possibly doubt my trustworthiness?" Adonis shook his head, "Mr. Slytherin, aside from the stipulations mandated by our contract, you must understand that you have not provided me with a compelling reason to place my trust in you. Moreover, as a Slytherin, you should be acutely aware that earning the friendship and trust of a fellow Slytherin can occur in an instant or endure for a lifetime. Apart from blood relatives, Malfoy seldom extends trust to others. Our trust necessitates both time and trials. The complete trust of a Malfoy signifies a willingness to risk one's life. Naivety can lead us into unimaginable calamities." After a prolonged silence, the diary, seemingly in deep contemplation, vowed and then inscribed, "I was dear friends with your grandfather, Abraxas. If possible, please take me to meet him." Adonis hesitated for a moment before responding, stating that this matter required consulting his grandfather's wishes. Abraxas, during Adonis's early childhood, had reminisced about the past in his presence, under the misguided assumption that the child could not comprehend or retain such memories. The tone of his grandfather unmistakably conveyed his disdain for Tom Riddle. "Thank you. Furthermore, as someone of your grandfather's generation, I offer a sincere piece of advice. While your physical condition appears commendable, and your magical prowess has reached the level of an average 7th-year graduate, you are merely in your 2nd year. I suspect Lucius has yet to inform you of the potential for a secondary magical surge upon reaching the age of 16. This phenomenon can amplify one's magical power up to 13-fold, with those capable of experiencing such a surge possessing, on average, twice the magical strength of an ordinary wizard. The quality of one's physical attributes plays a crucial role in triggering this secondary surge, and engaging in Quidditch could be a beneficial choice. This is common knowledge. One wonders why it remains undocumented." Adonis's curiosity about the wizarding world deepened, as he pondered the multitude of secrets concealed within it, secrets so fundamental that even this piece of common knowledge had been obscured by other hidden associations. The diary shook slightly in response, expressing its ignorance. "I do not know. I came to understand these things naturally after my own magical surge at 16. As for the reason behind it, I feel a sense of bitterness. Had it not been for that cursed book introducing Horcruxes, I would have grasped it long ago. I have resided in this diary for 50 years. 50 years. How many people truly experience 50 years in their lifetime?" Upon hearing Tom's words, Adonis smiled wryly and replied, "Tom, to my knowledge, there are indeed individuals who have lived for a millennium. Who? I cannot say." The diary. Chapter 86. The Invitation from Novice. Adonis made the bed and turned to face the diary. "Ah, Mr. Slytherin, I have yet to inquire how you wish me to address you. The diary swiftly provided the answer, Tom. Adonis smiled and said, Tom, do you know? The current assessment of the Dark Lord by the nobility is that he is a delusional half-blood attempting to dominate purebloods. It is only to escape the ordinariness of the name Tom that the persona of Voldemort emerged. Greatness is born from the mundane. Adonis gazed at the flickering words in the diary, acknowledging, You are indeed correct, Mr. Tom, but perhaps it would be prudent for you to rest for a while. He drew forth his wand, focusing intently as he recited, soul binding and sealing. A beam of azure light struck the diary, enveloping it in a delicate blue membrane, which subsequently vanished into its pages. Adonis placed the diary upon the bedside table and retired to bed. The following morning, Adonis was roused by a series of persistent knocks at the door. Neville, it's Saturday. Is there something amiss? Adonis inquired, observing Neville at the threshold. This morning is the Quidditch tryouts, and I would like to invite you to accompany me. What do you say? Neville hastily conveyed his message, then hesitated, casting a hopeful glance at Adonis. Very well, give me a moment, and we shall depart together. When Adonis and Neville arrived at the pitch, Marcus Flint, the captain of Slytherin's Quidditch team, was confronting Wood, the captain of Gryffindor. Wood, he declared, we arrived here first. Do you not comprehend the principle of first come, first served? Adonis observed as the Weasley twins positioned their toolbox on the field, diligently preparing for the task ahead, while Flint's team merely stood by, awaiting the captain's negotiations. Could gentlemen and rogues find common ground? Though Adonis recognized the inappropriateness of the metaphor, it seemed fitting in this context. Fred, while opening the box containing the quaffle, chuckled mischievously, Flint, where's your evidence? Who can prove you arrived first? The words of a Slytherin player carry no weight. Listening to Fred's taunting remarks, Flint's left hand slipped into his pocket to grasp his wand. Neville stepped between the two, gesturing towards Adonis and the group beside him, and asserted, Flint, we are here for the Quidditch tryouts. Neville's words doused Flint's fiery anger, restoring a semblance of rationality. Flint relinquished his wand and addressed Wood, stating, Your team was already full last year. We are here today to recruit. According to previous agreements, I trust you do not wish to violate them. Wood cast a glance at the small Slytherin nearby. You should have informed me sooner. It's rather absurd that a second-year student has to remind you of this. Flint, you are truly unfit for the role of captain. After this sarcastic remark, he turned to his team and declared, In that case, let us vacate the field for them. It will be a charitable act. The Gryffindors erupted in laughter at this, which turned Flint's face a shade of thunderous anger as he coldly watched them exit. Harry, how do you feel now that you've been discharged? Adonis called out to Harry, who seemed somewhat off today, although he couldn't quite pinpoint the cause. Harry smiled faintly and replied, I'm completely recovered, Mr. Malfoy. Thank you for your concern. That's good to hear. Adonis paused at Harry's response, but noticing the distant expression on Harry's face, he chose not to pursue further conversation, merely nodding with a slight smile before rejoining the group awaiting the selection. Once the Gryffindors had vacated the premises, Flint surveyed the students participating in the tryouts. I wonder how many of you have genuinely taken the time to understand Quidditch. Flint's demeanor shifted from his usual composure to one of palpable excitement as he spoke about Quidditch, the most significant sport in the wizarding world. Everyone is captivated by Quidditch. I must emphasize that it is a fast-paced, perilous, and exhilarating sport. While fatalities are rare, injuries are commonplace. Therefore, here, you must cast aside your identities and forget the etiquette and education of the aristocracy. This is a wildly passionate sport. I prefer to refer to it as the art of flight. Adonis recalled the recent events, noting how anything associated with Quidditch could render Flint devoid of his usual judgment and reasoning. Flint bent down to open the box, and when he rose again, he held a golden snitch in his grasp. Upon seeing it, one could assert that the entire sport revolved around the pursuit of this mischievous little creature. The rules are well known to you all, and I shall refrain from reiterating them. The selection process now officially commences. As Adonis soared through the crisp autumn breeze on his enchanted broomstick, he found himself in this peculiar place due to an inexplicable flight. His disdain for the sport of broomstick flying remained, particularly as he had little desire to experience the sensation of flight at Malfoy Manor. However, with a swift adjustment of direction, he ascended with a whoosh to greater heights, and the exhilarating freedom of flight began to captivate him. Following the incident with the memory orbs, he preferred to describe this sport as an art of traversing the razor's edge, relishing the thrill of gliding through the air. A glimmer of gold flashed before him, plummeting downward. Adonis gripped his broom with utmost speed, diving down to snatch the golden snitch just a meter above the ground. And without pausing, he ascended back into the sky. After the selection trials concluded, Adonis successfully secured his position as the seeker for Slytherin, and to his astonishment, Neville emerged from the remaining contenders to become Slytherin's new beater. Adonis approached Nawe and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Nawe, you have done exceptionally well." Nawe turned to face the sun, smiling radiantly, his joy evident. Adonis gazed upon Navi's smile, genuinely delighted for his roommate. The only one aware of the immense effort Navi had invested. After all, Merlin did not betray those who toiled diligently. Chapter 87. The Unforeseen Petrification Incident. As evening descended, the twilight cast a shimmering glow upon the lake's surface, creating a mesmerizing dance of light. Adonis delighted in strolling by the Black Lake, relishing the sensation of liberation it bestowed upon him. As he gazed upon the tranquil surface of the water, he pondered whether Salazar Slytherin had constructed the Slytherin Common Room beneath the lake for a similar purpose, allowing for constant appreciation of the Black Lake and the experience of inner tranquility. "Hello, Adonis, what a surprise to see you by the Black Lake again," greeted Isabel as she approached him. Adonis gazed at the girl with a smile, responding, "The Black Lake possesses an enigmatic allure for me." He inhaled the air imbued with the scent of the tide, exclaiming, "It captivates my very soul." Yet, at that moment, his thoughts drifted back to the conclusion of the previous semester's final flying examination. Like the other young witches and wizards who had completed their tests, he handed his broomstick over to the next candidate, who happened to be Isabel Churchill. As Isabel accepted the broom, she called out to him just as he was about to depart, "Adonis, why didn't you fly a bit higher? I believe that would have made the subsequent maneuvers easier, and you would have garnered a higher score." "I am not adept at flying," Adonis recalled responding, but Isabel's reply astonished him. "No, your skills are quite remarkable, however." She paused to consider her words before continuing, "You fear flying, though it is not the act of flying itself that terrifies you." Adonis distinctly recalls the moment he was taken aback, as he first encountered such acute perceptiveness in his peers, capable of discerning the innermost thoughts of his heart. As his thoughts returned to the present, Adonis cast a glance at the nearby lake's surface and then at the smiling girl. "I had assumed that girls prefer to walk in pairs. Someone like you is rather uncommon." Isabel raised an eyebrow, responding, "I had thought that boys seldom show interest in strolling. Those like you are nearly non-existent." Adonis sighed, realizing that both of us are indeed rare individuals. Isabel was amused by Adonis's demeanor and asked, "Shall we take a stroll together, as two rare souls?" "Very well," he replied. As Adonis and Isabel walked and conversed, they continued their stroll until the sun had fully set, at which point they bid each other farewell and parted ways. Adonis gazed at the retreating silhouette of the girl, savoring a delightful evening in the Slytherin Common Room. Through the portrait, Adonis beheld Churchill Ruby reclining on the sofa, exuberantly conversing with the girl beside him. "Have you seen the words on the wall?" he exclaimed. "Beware the heir of Slytherin. The next one is you, Mudblood. This implies that the heir of Slytherin is already at Hogwarts. Who do you think it could be? If only I knew." Upon hearing Ruby's words, Adonis instinctively reached into his pocket, assured that his diary was with him. Yet, what was this matter concerning the heir? "What do you intend to do?" As Field passed by Ruby, he suddenly halted and gazed at her, saying, "Don't be ridiculous. Do you truly believe the heir of Slytherin would be interested in you?" Field scrutinized her carefully, solemnly adding, "Perhaps if you shed a few pounds, there might be a possibility." He then glanced up at Adonis, who had just entered, and continued addressing Ruby. "The most vital skill of Slytherin is the ability to assess the situation, which, I suspect, you lack entirely." Ruby lowered her head, silently enduring Field's every taunt. At the moment Field turned away, a fleeting glint of malice flickered in his eyes. The Carter family was soon to engage in a familial alliance, and she was eager to see how Field would continue to flaunt himself before her then. Adonis reached the end of the corridor leading to the bedroom, observing the octopus outside, which was flaunting its allure with relentless enthusiasm. Before long, Field arrived behind him. "Do you have something to discuss with me?" Adonis inquired, turning his back to Field. It was surmised that around 7 p.m. this evening, an incident of petrification occurred at Hogwarts. At the final bend of the third-floor staircase, the tail of Mrs. Norris Filch's cat was ensnared in the torch bracket. Her body as rigid as stone. Dumbledore had already confirmed that it was not a mere case of petrification. Noticing Adonis's lack of response, Field hesitated, uncertain whether to continue. Adonis's cool voice interrupted his musings. "We require Madame Sprout's recent mandrake as the primary antidote. Who was the first to discover this? Furthermore, Who else was present at the scene? Field recalled carefully, stating that the first to discover the incident was Filch himself, followed shortly by the Weasley twins from Gryffindor and Percy Weasley. Ultimately, Dumbledore arrived alongside several heads of houses and Lockhart. I accompanied Lockhart to the scene. After listening to Field's account, Adonis instinctively tapped the windowsill. Were Porter, Granger, Ron Weasley, and my sister not present? They were all there, though they were merely mingling among the crowd of onlookers. The crowd of onlookers? Indeed, Field replied with certainty. Adonis chuckled softly, turning to gaze at him as the crowd parted into front and back. Field hesitated momentarily before responding. Harry Potter should be positioned towards the back, while Weasley, your sister, and Granger are at the front. The fact that the Steadfast brothers were not together was rather surprising, wouldn't you agree? Adonis inquired with a hint of enigmatic amusement. Field felt an inexplicable chill at Adonis's smile, receiving word from Gryffindor that ever since their discharge, their camaraderie had not been as strong as it once was. Adonis smirked inwardly. The Hogwarts train incident had resulted in an ambiguous verdict, with the Ministry of Magic attributing all blame to Ron Weasley and Harry Potter due to the inability to identify the true culprit behind the alteration of the tracks. Consequently, the financial liabilities naturally fell upon them. He had heard from Parvati that Harry had assumed 70% of the responsibility for the accident. However, following his discharge from the hospital, he had an unpleasant dispute with Ron over monetary matters. It was unlikely that Harry Potter would sever ties with Ron over such trivialities. But what if it were not Harry Potter, but rather fragments of Voldemort's essence lingering in his mind? After all, both Harry and Ron had sustained significant head injuries, resulting in prolonged unconsciousness. It was no wonder that during the last Quidditch match, he sensed something amiss with Harry. Furthermore, Field hesitated for a moment before continuing, mentioning that there were rumors circulating in Gryffindor suggesting that Harry Potter was pursuing your sister. Understood. I shall remain vigilant regarding Ginny Weasley's movements. Adonis paused briefly, deciding that it was prudent to adopt a wait-and-see approach. After all, such an entity lacked the audacity to harm a Malfoy at this juncture. Adonis returned to his chamber, placed his notebook upon the desk, and drew forth his wand, uttering the incantation for a freeze spell. He then recounted to Tom the incident of Mrs. Norris being petrified. Adonis gazed at the responses in his diary, astonished to discover that someone had usurped his script. Chapter 88. The Man in the Black Cloak and Hat. Adonis was aware that had it not been for his own intervention, Tom would have sought Ginny Weasley as the lead for his script. Adonis was intrigued as to why Tom would select Ginny as his protagonist. Who would you choose as your lead? Ginny Weasley. Adonis, upon hearing Tom's response, recalled the materials required for the resurrection potion and straightforwardly inquired about the peculiarities of the Weasley family. Tom, contemplating Adonis's question, organized his thoughts and remarked, "Did you know that the Weasley family has had red hair since their ancestors? Red, a hue at the long wave end of the visible spectrum, spans wavelengths of approximately 620 to 760 nanometers, and is one of the primary colors of light, as well as a psychological primary color." Adonis swiftly articulated his understanding of Tom's implication. What? Tom found himself perplexed by Adonis's elaborate musings. Spectrum, long waves, what nonsense was this? Such knowledge seemed foreign to him, as he had never encountered it during his time in the orphanage. To put it simply, Tom, in terms of personal character, red symbolizes positivity, proactivity, openness, and enthusiasm. Given that in most cultures red typically signifies the expulsion of evil, I surmise that the blood of the Weasley family possesses the ability to maintain the stability of the soul. You are not mistaken, came the prompt reply from the diary. If the Weasley family were to sell their blood, would they not become instantaneously wealthy? Surely, they must be aware of this. A sudden realization dawned upon him. Could it be that the Weasley blood only affects individuals in your particular state? Mind your tone, Malfoy, Tom cautioned, albeit acknowledging the validity of the observation. Otherwise, the Weasleys would have long since faded into the annals of history, yet they thrive to this day. Moreover, it was only after his transformation that he could discern the distinctiveness of the Weasleys. Tom Riddle, within the pages of the diary, felt a deep sense of frustration regarding this matter. If only he had encountered a Weasley sooner, perhaps he would have already escaped his current predicament. He cast a glance at the unsettling mass of darkness beside him. To remain in the company of such a loathsome entity for an eternity signified a prolonged solitude. If granted another chance, would he still make the same choice? His gaze briefly faltered in confusion, yet rapidly regained its resoluteness. The glory of Slytherin would undoubtedly be restored in his hands. As Tom heard another question from the boy outside the diary, he was asked whether Horcruxes could sense one another and how one could ascertain if an object was a Horcrux. I suspect that Harry Potter is an accidentally created inferior Horcrux, and the soul fragment from the train incident may have undergone changes. That is impossible. Only inferior creations can connect with Horcruxes, and a Horcrux can offer him a unique perspective. A simple dark magic detection spell can confirm whether it is indeed a Horcrux. As for whether Harry Potter is an accidental Horcrux, we must first ascertain how he survived the Avada Kedavra curse. If it was through a transfer spell, then there is a 90% chance he became a Horcrux. Adonis gazed at Tom's response, lost in contemplation. After a moment, he shoved his notebook into his pocket and made his way to Snape's cellar. Without warning, Adonis opened the door, nearly colliding with Navi, who had been standing there for an indeterminate time. Adonis inquired in a low voice, "Navi, why did you not knock if you had business?" Every time Adonis converses with Tom Riddle, he meticulously casts a silencing charm. However, this does not imply that he is amenable to anyone attempting to pry into his affairs. "I did not intend to eavesdrop," I hastily clarified, but Neville is quite anxious. After residing with Adonis for a year, he is surely attuned to his sentiments. "I have come to inform you that today, Felch's cat was petrified. I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss, which is why I wish to discuss it with you." Upon hearing Navi's explanation, Adonis's expression eased considerably. "Let us proceed to the parlor," he suggested. Adonis lounged languidly on the sofa, his legs crossed nonchalantly, while Neville reclined beside him. Observing Adonis's demeanor, Neville felt his earlier anxiety dissipate. "Earlier this afternoon, in the communal area on the 3rd floor, I had witnessed Harry and Lockhart. From my vantage point, Lockhart's expression was one of sheer terror. They were too distant for me to discern their conversation." Neville hesitated before speaking. "I had intended to greet Harry, but for reasons I cannot quite fathom. I sensed something amiss about him lately, especially given Lockhart's countenance. Hence, I refrained from approaching. Shortly thereafter, Filch's cat was petrified." Adonis nodded. "Neville, you have acted wisely. Furthermore, Harry has been behaving rather oddly of late. It would be prudent for you to avoid any interaction with him." "What is wrong with Harry?" Neville inquired, instinctively straightening his posture. Adonis shook his head, uncertain at present. "In any case, it would be prudent for you to avoid any contact with him, and it is advisable not to meet him at all. Moreover, the forthcoming years at Hogwarts will not be tranquil for Neville. Perhaps your grandmother could teach you the art of mental shielding. It may seem a tad premature, yet you could convey to your grandmother that Adonis has pondered the matter and ultimately decided that Neville deserves to know the truth. The Dark Lord is certain to return in the coming years, and Slytherin is far from a secure haven." Neville stood frozen upon hearing Adonis's words. "Is it truly so?" Adonis rose to his feet. It was indeed true. In the ensuing years, Slytherin would be rife with turbulence, and the more power one possesses for self-preservation, the better. "I have matters to attend to outside, so you may rest for now." At 10 o'clock in the evening at Hogwarts, Adonis stepped out of the dormitory, ensuring the surroundings were devoid of anyone before drawing his wand and casting a disillusionment charm upon himself. He then ventured alone towards Snape's cellar. Upon reaching the corner of the staircase leading to the first level of the cellar, Adonis noticed 2 shadows swaying in the distance, both figures adorned with wide-brimmed hats. Adonis held his breath, pressing himself against the wall, making not a single sound as he stealthily approached the 2 individuals. Thanks to his previous life's specialized training, he found it remarkably effortless to close in on his target. He halted his movements, his ear pressed against the wall, when he could discern the voices of the 2. "Do you realize what you have done? Have you lost your mind? Who compelled you to act this way?" Adonis discerned that the cloaked figure before him was none other than his godfather. "I don't know. I can't do it. You wouldn't understand my feelings." The voice, a deep bass, eluded identification. "I can assist you, even if I cannot. There's that old man." The godfather's tone conveyed a hint of resignation. "You know why he enrolled you in Hogwarts. Do not let him down." A sardonic chuckle escaped the bass voice, laced with an unrestrained roar. "What could I possibly do to aid you? Why are you unwilling to grant me respite? You once harbored feelings for Lily. Consider this as a means to honor her." The figure in black trembled slightly, then burst into laughter. "Very well, I've understood." With that, he donned his hood and departed via another spiral staircase. After Adonis waited for the mysterious figure in the black cloak to depart for quite some time, he finally lifted his invisibility charm and knocked on Snape's door. Chapter 89. An Encounter on a Night Path. Upon raising his gaze and seeing the visitor, Snape remarked, "Adonis, I presume it is past curfew. You ought to be in bed. preparing for slumber, rather than wandering to your headmaster's office. Professor, there are certain matters I wish to discuss with you, Adonis replied. Adonis had become accustomed to Snape's sharp tongue and aloof demeanor. He walked straightforwardly to the opposite side of Snape's desk and seated himself, drawing out his wand. Godfather, Adonis solemnly stated, before we engage in conversation, I implore you to forge an unbreakable vow with me. Adonis gazed apologetically at Snape. My dear Godfather, I must assure you that under no circumstances of coercion or secrecy shall any information be divulged. I shall serve as the custodian of this confidentiality, guaranteeing that no third party will be privy to the revelations I share with you this evening. Snape closed the assignment notebook in his hand and placed it among the ungraded papers, silently regarding Adonis. After a moment, he withdrew his birch wand from his sleeve. Very well. Adonis rose to his feet and extended his right hand, to which Professor Snape responded by standing and taking Adonis's hand in his own. Adonis held his wand aloft with his left hand, directing it towards the clasped hands of the two individuals, an unbreakable bond. A sphere of white light enveloped their hands. Mr. Severus Snape, do you vow not to disclose in any manner the information acquired tonight, which has been imparted to you by Mr. Adonis Black Malfoy? I do. As Snape felt a portion of the white light penetrate his arm and merge with his being, he inquired, Mr. Malfoy, can you assure me that all spoken tonight is truthful and reliable? I assure you. The remaining portion of the white light surged into Adonis, solidifying the covenant. The two men sat facing each other. Godfather, is this room capable of complete soundproofing? That depends on whether you have secured the door properly. Adonis nodded, assured that he had securely closed the door. Father, are you familiar with Horcruxes? I have not encountered such knowledge, came the reply. This ignorance might very well represent the gravest injustice faced by the majority of half-blood wizards, muggleborns, and purebloods alike. Pureblood wizards, steeped in tradition, possess far greater opportunities to engage with profound magic and its arcane secrets. Horcruxes are dark magical artifacts. The creation of a Horcrux involves the splitting of one's own soul, with a fragment concealed within an object external to the body. Thus, even if one's physical form is attacked or destroyed, death is averted, for a portion of the soul remains unscathed in the world. Crucially, the successful crafting of a Horcrux necessitates the prerequisite of committing murder. A flicker of disturbance crossed Snape's eternally impassive gaze. Adonis understood that someone as astute as himself must harbor certain conjectures. What was now required was to furnish him with further substantial information. The repercussions of a fractured soul are exceedingly grave. A divided soul no longer retains the attributes of a normal one. To simplify, the fragmentation of the soul equates to the disintegration of a person's myriad emotions, rationality, and even capabilities. At this juncture, Snape could no longer maintain his composure. He recalled the transformation of the Dark Lord. Once a gentle, wise, idealistic, and charismatic leader, he ultimately devolved into a brutal madman. Indeed, the actions taken by Voldemort in his later years could only be conceived by one who had lost their sanity. Adonis observed the Godfather enveloped in silence, his hands beginning to unconsciously clench. As time passed, the grip intensified, and Adonis could discern the prominent veins bulging on the back of his hands. Suddenly, Snape sprang to his feet, demanding, "What is it that you wish to convey to me?" Adonis discerned the trepidation and resentment woven into his deep voice. Just as you surmised, Harry Potter is an unintentional Horcrux created by the Dark Lord. Bang! Snape slammed his hand upon the table and, in a state of despondency, leaned back in his chair, muttering, "A pig destined for slaughter. Dumbledore, you deceived me. You deceived me." From his drawer, Snape retrieved a blurred photograph of a muggle, and tears began to silently cascade down his cheeks. "Godfather," Adonis softly called out to him. Hearing the voice, Snape wiped his tears with his sleeve and solemnly replied, "I believe, perhaps, another unbreakable vow may be required." Adonis astutely replied, "Godfather, I have seen nothing tonight." Snape let out a derisive snort, uncertain whether he was mocking Adonis or himself, and continued, "Harry's behavior since his release from the hospital has been exceedingly erratic. The most benign speculation is that Harry is now under the influence of a Horcrux, or, worse still, he may have become a living Horcrux for Voldemort. We must ascertain Harry Potter's condition. Do you wish to proceed with this?" Snape's expression was as still as death, devoid of any emotion. Upon hearing Adonis's plan, Snape replied, "Very well, I shall cooperate with you. Godfather, judging by Dumbledore's various reactions, it is certain that he remains unaware that Harry is an unintended Horcrux of Voldemort. Is that so?" Snape casually echoed, leaning back in his chair, the flickering candlelight casting his face in a dance of shadows and illumination. Adonis observed Snape's demeanor and sighed inwardly, contemplating the nature of unrequited love, unsure whether it was a blessing or a curse. To assist Potter, he needed to uncover the incantation that Lily Evans had employed to safeguard Harry from the lethal Avada Kedavra curse. Snape fell into a prolonged silence, and without awaiting a response, Adonis rose to depart. As he grasped the door handle with his right hand, he heard Snape's inquiry, "Adonis, provide me with a reason. Why is saintly Malfoy?" Adonis turned his back to Snape, a subtle smile gracing his lips, silently amused. The saint was indeed magnificent, deserving of admiration. However, Malfoy only devoted himself to those he deemed worthy, and nothing more. This was also due to his keen interest in the Chamber of Secrets of Slytherin. Otherwise, he would not have been spending these days learning Parseltongue with Tom, which was undeniably impressive. After Adonis departed, Snape approached the fireplace, seizing a handful of flue powder to the headmaster's office. "Severus, just in time to sample the new flavor of honeydukes," Dumbledore remarked with a cheerful gaze. Observing Snape's somber demeanor, "Dumbledore, what spell did Lily use to protect Harry? How did you promise me back then? You deceived me." "Silence, Dumbledore. Do not patronize me. I will not forget our agreement, and you must provide me with the truth." Snape interrupted Dumbledore, having reached his limit with vague responses. He was done with it. Dumbledore, sensing Severus's resolve, set aside the candy. "Very well, I shall tell you." The two engaged in an extensive conversation, after which Severus stormed out of the room. Bang! Dumbledore regarded the still quivering door, his expression momentarily lost in confusion. "No, I have made no mistake. Everything was unavoidable." At 11 o'clock, not far from the entrance to the Slytherin common room, Adonis deactivated his invisibility cloak, as he could not enter the common room while cloaked. At that moment, a wand was suddenly pressed against his temple. "Hand over your wand." "Ugh, hungry, HSSS, hungry." Feeling the pressure at his temple, hearing the voices around him, and feeling the smooth, slimy reptilian substance beneath his feet, Adonis could not be oblivious to the situation. The crucial element was that this individual could strike at any moment. He feigned fear, his legs trembling, repeatedly murmuring, "I will comply, I will comply." The person beneath the cloak observed Adonis's performance with a dismissive chuckle. Adonis gingerly extracted his wand from his pocket. "Do not dawdle. Hurry." It was not Harry's voice. "Yet there exists a potion known as the Polyjuice Potion." "Who goes there?" Neville shouted, his mind unsettled ever since he heard Adonis's words. Concerned by Adonis's late return, he felt compelled to investigate, only to encounter the unfolding scene before him. Wand raised, he commanded, "Disarm." The invisible figure, taken aback by the sudden appearance of another, was caught off guard as a beam of white light surged forth, knocking aside the wand that was pressed against Adonis's temple. Upon the mere thought of the serpent creature lurking behind, Adonis swiftly drew forth his wand and bellowed, "Close your eyes." Mirage and moonlight. Armor of protection. A substantial, translucent mirror materialized, erecting a barrier before Neville. His hopes now rested on the fleeting moments before the professor arrived on patrol, uncertain of the serpent's precise location. He dared not glance back. Neville lay petrified, collapsing rigidly to the ground. The portrait of Slytherin was startled awake, exclaiming, "Murder! Murder!" In a frenzy, it scurried through the grand entrance, shouting as it fled. Glimmers flickered in the dimness. Not far off, the hurried sound of footsteps echoed, accompanied by Professor McGonagall's voice and the illumination from her wand. As Neville fell, Adonis sensed that the serpent and the invisible figure had already retreated, yet he remained steadfast, unwilling to turn around, just to be safe. Adonis crouched beside Neville, gazing at his frozen visage, silently vowing, "Thank you, Neville, I shall avenge you." Chapter 90. Not a breach of contract. When McGonagall arrived and witnessed the scene, she exclaimed, "Goodness. Another petrification incident. Call the Guardian." A silver tabby cat leaped from McGonagall's wand, twirling upon the ground. "Albus, another petrification incident has occurred near the entrance to the Slytherin common room. Please come to the scene immediately." McGonagall knelt beside Adonis, inquiring, "What transpired? Why has Neville been petrified?" "There was an attack on me. Neville happened to emerge from the common room and encountered the assailant. His disarming spell struck the attacker's wand, saving me and frightening the assailant away. However," Adonis's voice fell to a sorrowful tone, "Neville was instantly petrified. I do not comprehend what transpired." McGonagall placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, saying, "Do not worry. Madame Sprout's mandrake is nearly ready." Adonis nodded, relieved. It was past 11 o'clock at night, and the stillness of the hour enveloped the castle. The students of Slytherin remained undisturbed, most likely lost in the depths of slumber. This tranquility led to a brief silence between Adonis and McGonagall. Hearing footsteps approach from a distance, McGonagall exhaled in relief. The Slytherin manner of communication had proven rather taxing for her. At last, Professor Dumbledore had arrived. Yes, Adonis replied. The sound of footsteps indicates that more than one person is approaching. Dumbledore arrived with the heads of the other three houses, Madame Pomfrey, and the insufferable Lockhart. After examining Neville, Pomfrey turned to Dumbledore and solemnly remarked, "The cause of petrification is akin to that of Filch's cat." "Thank you, Poppy." Dumbledore's gaze lingered between Adonis and McGonagall before finally settling on McGonagall. "Minerva, have the circumstances surrounding this incident been clarified?" Professor McGonagall shook her head and provided a brief overview of the situation. Upon concluding her account, Dumbledore adjusted his spectacles that had slipped down his nose and inquired, "Mr. Malfoy, why have you returned so late? The curfew is already past. Should you find yourself in Gryffindor, you would be faced with the predicament of being unable to enter the portrait." It just so happened that Adonis was not in a position to voice his thoughts, as doing so would leave many questions unanswered. Upon hearing Dumbledore's question, Lockhart immediately interjected, "I apologize. I had him assist me with responding to reader correspondence. You know how enthusiastic readers can be. I simply couldn't refuse their overwhelming kindness." Adonis cast a glance at Lockhart's infuriating demeanor, perplexed as to why he would extend assistance. Nevertheless, he accepted the goodwill, bowing his head in apology. "I am truly sorry for bringing harm to Neville," he lamented. "Madam Sprout, how long do you believe it will be until the mandrake can be utilized for medicinal purposes?" "In a matter of months. It will certainly be ready before the conclusion of this academic year," Madam Sprout responded, her gaze fixed upon him. "Very well, Adonis, you may return to rest now." "Poppy, I entrust Mr. Longbottom to your care," Madame Pomfrey instructed, nodding as she lifted Neville into her arms. "Rest assured, Headmaster." After Adonis bid farewell to the professors present, he retreated into the lounge. McGonagall, upon noticing the sole student departing, cast a concerned glance at Dumbledore. This marked the second incident, including the cat. Could the events of 50 years ago be repeating themselves? "Minerva, fear not. This is merely an accident." Dumbledore's response prompted Snape to snort disdainfully before sweeping out of the room in his billowing robes. McGonagall watched the retreating figure, bewildered, and turned to Dumbledore. What had transpired with Severus? Surely, she had not spoken amiss to provoke him. "Ah, Severus, I merely tricked him into consuming a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean," Dumbledore remarked with a twinkle in his eye, addressing McGonagall earnestly. Gilderoy Lockhart observed Dumbledore's animated expression and thought to himself, believing his own knack for absurdity had reached its pinnacle, only to discover that there were still such playful antics to be had. A master of strategy, indeed. I must learn from this. Slytherin Lounge. Adonis reclined on his bed, retrieving his diary. "Lombard has encountered a predicament. When do you intend to introduce me to the serpent? Our time is scant. Do not allow me to question your sincerity, Tom." Tom remained silent for a moment. Given the events of this evening, it was evident that he who must not be named was exceedingly reliant on Harry Potter, save for the absence of a contract. Now, unless I can manifest myself, he who must not be named will remain unconvinced, merely by the presence of a Parselmouth. "What is your plan? I assumed you were going to interrogate me." Adonis gazed at Tom's reply, giving a self-deprecating chuckle. Was it a lamentation of spring and autumn? The Tom within the diary listened intently, his eyes clouded with inscrutable emotions. As if a century had passed before he resolved to write. "There are two methods. The first, you must find a way for me to connect with Ginny Weasley. Once I earn her trust, I can temporarily emerge from the diary by absorbing her life force, enabling me to assist you in contracting the basilisk. The second option involves unicorn blood, which must be willingly given. Otherwise, I shall remain forever imprisoned within this diary, bereft of daylight. As for the unicorn's blood, by the time you procure it, the basilisk will likely be nothing more than bones. Thus, the only viable option is indeed the first." Adonis gazed at the sudden influx of text in his diary, a stark departure from the usual solitary phrases that graced its pages. His keen intuition sensed an anomaly, prompting him to sit upright and inquire, "Are you intent on returning to the script, leading to your own demise?" "It is not as dramatic as that," came the reply. "There is no peril to Ginny Weasley. However, my affairs will depend on your disposition. I need you to prepare a stabilizing potion 3 years in advance. I can bring a rooster along." Tom chuckled at Adonis's words. Slytherin's value commitment. Should I truly vanish? Finding a child among yours bearing the Slytherin name would offer me some comfort. Adonis, is this a characteristic of the Academy? The portraits of Lucius and Old Black have already led to the downfall of a child. To get to the point, find a reliable reason to introduce me to Ginny Weasley. Once I have her under control, I will inform you of the timing of our actions. But you must ensure that Potter is kept at bay. Adonis nodded at Tom's words, reassured that it would not be long before he would lose his freedom of movement. Very well. Adonis opened the drawer, extracted a sheet of stationery, and inscribed a message to be conveyed before tucking it into his pocket. The following morning, Adonis proceeded to the Ollery to deliver the letter to Lance. During the potions class attended by Slytherin and Gryffindor, Adonis passed by Pansy and discreetly slipped her a note. Upon opening it, Pansy discovered a message stating, "After class, I shall await you at the end of the second-floor corridor. Come alone." Hermione leaned over, inquiring about Adonis's intentions. Pansy, shrouded in mystery, handed the note to her, leaving Hermione puzzled about his plans. After class, once Pansy and Hermione parted ways, Pansy ventured alone to the designated spot, stealthily approaching Adonis. With both hands poised to startle him, Adonis abruptly turned around and remarked, "Pansy, try a different approach next time. This one has grown stale." Pansy pouted and retorted, "Humph, what do you want from me?" Adonis adjusted his shirt collar and looked at her with a serious expression. "I have an important task to assign to you. Are you capable of completing it?" Bertha nodded, "Of course." Adonis nodded and retrieved his diary from his pocket, presenting it to her. "Basha, I must share a secret with you, but you must not divulge it to anyone. Can you promise me that?" Basha replied earnestly, "Rest assured. Malfoy's promise is sacred. I have feelings for Ginny Weasley, and you must discreetly place this diary into her backpack or somewhere she can easily see it." Basha stared at him in shock. "What? It must remain undiscovered. Do you understand?" She instinctively nodded. "Excellent." Adonis turned and swiftly departed. Once Basha regained her composure, she fixed her gaze on the direction Adonis had left, thinking, "I shall inform my second brother. Malfoy's promise certainly does not constitute a breach." She hurried towards the Hufflepuff common room. Chapter 91. A Stone That Strikes Back. When Basha located Draco, he was practicing counter spells against a wall, honing his reflexes. He dodged a returning petrification curse with a swift sidestep, retracting his wand and frowning at Basha. "What brings you here at this hour?" "Herbology starts in half an hour." "Draco, do you wish to hear an explosive secret from my brother?" Draco raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What is the catch?" "No catch. I'll share it for free." Upon hearing this, Draco turned to leave. "A free meal from you?" "I think not." Basha intercepted him. All right, I'll tell you." Draco tilted his head. "Speak." "I'm listening." "My brother has affections for Ginny Weasley." A crack appeared on Draco's cool facade. "Who told you this?" "He said it himself." Draco nodded, concluding that it was undoubtedly false information. "Is that all?" Basha scrutinized Draco, not missing his expression. "Isn't that shocking?" "Quite shocking." Draco feigned astonishment, picking up his herbology textbook and tucking it under his arm. He was indeed shocked by the intensity of the gossip, but knowing his brother, there must be a scheme behind it that he should not disrupt. He glanced at the enthusiastic Basha, realizing that this girl was deeply immersed in the world of gossip. "Draco, do you think we should tell Mother?" He reached out to check her forehead, finding it cool, and then regarded her as if she were foolish. "This is your affair, not ours. As long as you're happy." "Humph, coward." Upon seeing Draco's expression, Basha glared at him. "What kind of expression is that?" Draco shook his head, no expression at all, and strode towards the common room door, hastening to avoid tardiness. A light, airy voice drifted back from Draco's direction. "It's precisely as you suspect." Basha watched his retreating figure, her face flushed with frustration. After potions class concluded, Adonis knocked on the door of Professor K. Turbin's office, located at the highest point of the castle closest to the Forbidden Forest. Professor Turbin soon opened the door, curiosity evident on his face. "Malfoy, I find your presence intriguing. You have not been particularly enthusiastic in your studies of magical creatures, despite your commendable grades. It is I, Professor. May we enter and converse? I have some inquiries to make." Adonis gazed at the elderly wizard before him, who appeared to be in his 70s. Unlike Dumbledore, who, despite his advanced age of 110, bore no signs of aging save for his entirely white hair, Professor Caburn seemed weary and frail, perhaps due to his rather ordinary magical prowess. However, a closer inspection of his eyes revealed a profound wisdom. A graduate of Hufflepuff, His demeanor was notably gentle and amiable, possessing knowledge that rivaled that of Ravenclaw. He was well regarded in the academic community, particularly renowned for his expertise in magical creatures. It was said that in his youth, Professor Caburn had once single-handedly slain an adult dragon, an act that won him the affection of his wife, sadly murdered by Voldemort. With a kind nod, Caburn invited Adonis into his modest office. The space was unremarkable, save for the array of animal specimens meticulously arranged on shelves and adorning the walls, showcasing his evident passion for studying these creatures and his meticulous nature. Notably, the latest specimen dated back 13 years. "Professor, may I touch these specimens?" Adonis inquired, eyeing Caburn with curiosity. "Certainly," replied the professor, his gaze warm as he regarded the specimens. Magical creatures are willing to allow any sincere admirer to touch them and forge a friendship. Adonis sensed a paternal affection in the old man's expression, as if he were gazing upon his own children. "From what you say, they can indeed befriend humans. My encounters with magical creatures have been limited. Yet I have read in Muggle newspapers of large pets occasionally turning against their owners," Adonis remarked. Caburn shook his head gently. "Magical beings are fundamentally different from ordinary creatures. My little grandson adores Muggle literature, believing it to be rich in life philosophy. He once recounted the tale of the farmer and the snake to me. Have you heard it?" "Yes, I have, sir. In that story, the snake is portrayed as a cold-blooded creature, meant to teach children to discern between good and evil, cautioning against aiding those who may ultimately harm them," Adonis replied. Caburn appeared somewhat astonished. "I had assumed you were unfamiliar with it." Adonis wore a smile at the corners of his lips. "Professor, some rumors are indeed unreliable." Caburn cast a deep glance at him, then bowed apologetically for what I once believed. Adonis hurriedly assisted him, unable to bear the bow of a 70-year-old man, especially since the matter at hand was not of life and death, merely a trifling rumor. Moreover, Lucius indeed held a disdain for Muggles, although he had softened his views considerably over the years due to his influence. "Professor, there is no need for such formality." Adonis discovered that he was beginning to appreciate the elderly gentleman, initially drawn to his gentle and sincere nature, and now further endeared by his authenticity. Caburn smiled faintly. "I trust you are somewhat familiar with the history of Slytherin House. The founder, Mr. Salazar Slytherin, was a parselmouth and kept a basilisk." At this juncture, Caburn suddenly recalled something, pausing briefly before continuing. After leaving Hogwarts, the basilisk intended to starve itself to death, yet it was persuaded to survive by Gryffindor, who deceived it into believing that Slytherin had entrusted it with the duty of guarding Hogwarts and protecting the descendants of Slytherin who would come to the castle. Having concluded this thought, Caburn abruptly stated, "Young Malfoy, I have pressing matters to attend to. I apologize. Please wait for me here, and we shall continue our discussion upon my return." He swiftly approached the fireplace, grasping a handful of flue powder, preparing to depart. "Professor, are you going to seek out Headmaster Dumbledore?" "Please, wait. Allow me to finish." Adonis surmised that Caburn had suddenly recalled the basilisk's petrifying gaze. Caburn halted his movements, signaling him to proceed. "Professor, Mr. Slytherin would not wish for his basilisk friend to perish within the halls of Hogwarts." Upon hearing Adonis's words, Caburn emerged from the fireplace, his gaze sharp and devoid of the frail demeanor he had previously displayed. "Mr. Malfoy, to my knowledge, only a few days prior, your roommate, Mr. Longbottom, was petrified while attempting to save you, and yet you not only failed to assist the professors in resolving the matter, but also remained silent about it." Adonis sighed. He had initially sought to subtly inquire about the unicorn's habitat and the secrets of coexisting with them from the elderly professor. From Snape, he learned that not only Hogwarts, but also Ollivander had acquired many unicorn feathers through this professor, indicating his expertise in interacting with these mystical creatures. However, he never anticipated that a single question would evoke Professor Caborn's thoughts of the farmer and the serpent, subsequently leading him to cite Slytherin and the basilisk as counterexamples, ultimately connecting these musings to the recent petrification incidents. Truly a case of shooting oneself in the foot. "Professor, please allow me to explain," he pleaded. Caborn regarded him with a grave expression. "Mr. Malfoy, I hope you understand the gravity of this matter. I require a reasonable explanation, otherwise I shall have no choice but to escort you to see Dumbledore." Chapter 92, A Triumphant Beginning. Adonis gazed earnestly at Professor Caborn, stating that the history of Hogwarts does not explicitly record the reasons behind Mr. Slytherin's departure from the institution. It merely mentions that, due to a disagreement with Mr. Gryffindor regarding educational philosophies. Mr. Slytherin left the castle in a fit of rage after a quarrel. Would you not agree? Cabarin looked at Adonis and suddenly smiled. Young Malfoy, he remarked, Slytherin students often have a penchant for circumlocution. Though I graduated from Hufflepuff and may be of a more advanced age, this does not imply that I am befuddled. The points you just raised bear little relevance to the basilisk incident and the petrification events. Adonis shook his head and said, Professor, I do not intend to divert the subject. As the founder of Slytherin, he would not lose his composure, no matter how infuriated he might be. The prevailing conditions of that era were far from the tranquility we experience today. It could be described as a time when dark wizards roamed freely, accompanied by a basilisk, a creature of formidable strength. I believe Mr. Slytherin would not have kept it at Hogwarts without reason. The basilisk must surely have had its purpose. You make a valid point, he acknowledged, yet the undeniable truth remains that it has harmed students. Cabarin remained unmoved. Upon observing his demeanor, Adonis realized that a straightforward approach was the only option. Professor, the cat and Neville have merely been petrified. Madame Sprout's mandrakes are nearing maturity, and they shall soon be restored. However, if we inform Dumbledore, the basilisk will perish. There is no guarantee that Dumbledore would permit the basilisk's demise, Qyburn hesitantly remarked. Adonis spread his hands in exasperation. Professor, surely you cannot believe these words yourself, can you? Qyburn, rendered speechless by Adonis's retort, realized that another petrification incident could not occur. That was the line that must not be crossed. Adonis exhaled in relief, having successfully deceived the situation. Soon, Harry, this humanoid Horcrux, would lose his ability to act, or at the very least, become temporarily incapacitated. Professor, I have heard that you intend to retire next year. Is there anything I can assist you with? Adonis cast a glance around the room at the specimens. You have a fondness for magical creatures, if you wish to remain at Hogwarts. Malfoy would be willing to negotiate on your behalf with the Board of Governors. The words of Adonis stirred the memories of the elderly professor, who sorrowfully remarked that when he first arrived at Hogwarts to teach, there were 2 of them, but now only he remains. Adonis observed the tears welling in his eyes and bowed slightly, expressing his regret. Professor, the departed have left us. I am truly sorry to evoke such painful memories. Qyburn wiped his eyes and replied, It is quite all right. A radiant smile unexpectedly graced Qyburn's face, revealing a thought that seemed to stem from fond recollections of his late wife. Once, even McGonagall and Dumbledore envied us. Here I am, an ordinary Hufflepuff wizard, married to the Princess of Ravenclaw. Qyburn glanced at Adonis, noting his lack of impatience, which encouraged him to continue. It had been a long time since anyone had willingly listened to him speak. His son had severed ties with him following his wife's demise, a rift that perhaps could have been avoided had he not been so obstinate. If only he hadn't insisted on taking her to France. Finding a beloved is no easy feat, and discovering a kindred spirit is even more elusive. In his youth, he had been captivated by magical creatures, devoting himself entirely to them. Now, however, they have become the source of his sorrow. Qyburn shook his head, expressing, I no longer wish to remain at Hogwarts. Have you come seeking my assistance? Adonis nodded slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Professor, Draco has a fondness for unicorns. I learned from Professor Snape that the materials regarding unicorns at Hogwarts were provided by you. Therefore, Professor, could you take Draco with you on your next visit to the Forbidden Forest? He is very eager to have a close encounter with them. If possible, may I also accompany you? I wonder if that would be acceptable. I recall that your brother, Draco Malfoy, is a Hufflepuff, correct? Yes, you remember correctly, he replied. Qyburn nodded at Adonis's response, considering that taking the 2 young wizards to see the unicorns was not out of the question. It would be even better if he could fulfill his wife's request. If not, he would have to rely on Hagrid, although the half-giant could occasionally be a bit reckless. He was indeed a trustworthy individual, though it might be a hardship for the unicorns. As for concerns that the 2 Malfoys might harbor ill intentions towards the unicorns, there was no need to worry. Not only was he an adult wizard, but did one truly believe that unicorns were defenseless? I happen to be going to the Forbidden Forest to seek out unicorns tomorrow. However, bringing you both along will require a test. I would like your brother to come to see me alone tonight. If he passes the test, I shall take you both to the Forbidden Forest tomorrow afternoon. How does that sound? That sounds good, Professor. Adonis departed from the office, securely closing the door behind him, and walked to the nearby bay window, gazing outwards. This direction perfectly aligned with the Forbidden Forest, where, should he possess a telescope, he could observe the fascinating habits of numerous magical creatures. This could be deemed a modest victory, as it provided a legitimate reason to seek out unicorns. As for Draco, he harbored no concerns. Draco genuinely adored unicorns. And there was no exaggeration in that sentiment. Hufflepuff. Adonis awaited Draco in the corridor leading to the Hufflepuff common room after the herbalism class had concluded. Draco gazed at Adonis with a hint of surprise, for his elder brother's visits to Hufflepuff were few and far between. Adonis smiled at him and said, "Come with me." By the edge of the Black Lake, he continued, "Draco, there are certain matters I cannot disclose at the moment. I require the voluntary donation of unicorn blood." Observing Draco's furrowed brow, Adonis added, "I assure you, it will not be harmful to them, much like the blood extraction you witnessed from Muggles during your childhood." Hearing this explanation, Draco's expression softened slightly. "This is quite challenging. Unicorns are not particularly inclined to engage with humans. What can I do?" Adonis replied, "Professor Qyburn has a profound connection with unicorns. I have secured an opportunity through him, provided you pass his trials. He is willing to take us to the unicorn habitat for a closer encounter." Upon hearing these words, Draco felt a surge of excitement, clenching his fist in delight. "That's wonderful." Yet, in an instant, a shadow of uncertainty crossed his face as he looked at Adonis. "What should I be cautious of? What will the trials entail?" Adonis couldn't help but chuckle at his child's childish antics. Although his intentions were not entirely pure, witnessing Draco's exuberance made it worthwhile. Since the confinement during the summer holiday, Draco had matured significantly. Adonis patted him on the shoulder, assuring him that as long as he truly cherished unicorns, there would be no issue with the test. Indeed. Rest assured. That evening, Draco arrived alone at Professor Qyburn's office, astonished by the room's decor and gazing curiously at the professor. "It couldn't be. Child. It is precisely as you think. Let us begin." "You have 1 hour," Qyburn said with a mischievous wink. If Adonis were present, he would surely marvel at the distinct treatment afforded to Slytherin and Hufflepuff. Chapter 93. Intruders Perish. After admiring Draco's handiwork, Qyburn nodded in satisfaction. "Tomorrow at 3:15, I shall await you both in my office." Draco, with a peculiar expression, nodded and departed, regardless of the process. He had fulfilled his elder brother's request and earned a prolonged opportunity to interact with the unicorn, though the nature of this interaction exceeded his expectations. Around 10:30 in the evening, Adonis received a letter from Draco, a smile gracing his lips. Draco had indeed lived up to his expectations, with Qyburn leading them. They traversed the broad path paved with flagstones to the edge of the forbidden forest, stepping onto the smaller trail of gravel laid by Hagrid. They were now walking along a narrow dirt path, making their way toward the heart of the forest, the domain of the unicorns. The forbidden forest at Hogwarts. Whether under the sun or the moon is a realm ill-suited for young wizards, unless one is a member of the Ministry of Magic's Dangerous Creatures Division, trained specifically for survival in the wild. Adonis surveyed his surroundings, and indeed, the words were not mere hyperbole. Not far away, the tendrils of a dragon's claw vine writhed incessantly, its long, entwined, and mucilaginous tendrils ever poised to strike at its unsuspecting prey. Adonis had just witnessed, with his own eyes, the seamless digestion of an animal, leaving no trace behind. The highly acidic mucus had dissolved the bones, transforming them into sustenance. Indeed, there was nothing left of the carcass. The last time he had come to this place was due to Felch's labor, during which he had first encountered Voldemort. The Forbidden Forest during the day possessed a certain serenity compared to its nocturnal counterpart, yet it remained fraught with peril. Draco glanced back at Adonis, hesitating to speak. He had not disclosed in his letter that, aside from completing the trial, he had also acquiesced to another of Qyburn's demands. However, Draco deemed it wise to seek an opportune moment to reveal this request. In a moment of distraction, he stumbled over a wooden post, his balance faltering, and he nearly fell. Stupefy. The incantation struck Draco just in time, rendering him immobile in place. A pair of hands swiftly grasped Draco's arm, and Adonis, filled with trepidation, observed the red, butterfly-patterned Venus flytrap that loomed perilously close to Draco, merely 50 centimeters away. Upon closer inspection, he noticed its legs quivering slightly. Meanwhile, Professor Qyburn stood pale and trembling, pointing at Draco, stammering, You. The Venus flytrap, with its vivid crimson hue, resembled a static butterfly in a predatory state, capable of ensnaring its prey within half a minute. Though it shared a name with the Venus flycatcher, they were worlds apart. This plant specifically targeted any creature that dared to touch it, regardless of size, ensuring none escaped its grim fate. The magical creature's compendium rated beings on a scale from 1 to 10 in terms of danger, and Adonis distinctly recalled the description of this plant, still as a rock. Swift as lightning, with a peril rating of 8, which was astonishingly high, considering the plant did not initiate attacks. An adventurer had once recorded, using a memory crystal, the swift demise of a 20-meter python that had perished within half a minute of contact with this plant. The mere thought of Draco falling was too terrible to fathom. Adonis steadied Draco and dispelled the spell, fixing a sharp gaze upon the downcast Draco. With unrelenting severity, he admonished, "What were you thinking? Do you wish to perish? To become a vivid chapter in the Malfoy family's legacy?" Although Caborn's demeanor had softened somewhat, his voice still trembled as he remarked, "Then, you need not concern yourself with this matter." Upon hearing Caborn's words, Adonis's eyes glinted with a cold light. Nonchalantly, he slipped his left hand into his pocket, grasping the unregulated yuan. Initially, he had presumed him to be a venerable wizard of impeccable character. However, it was disheartening to realize that he had breached his promise. The expression on his face suggested that Draco's actions would undoubtedly lead to malevolent outcomes. Entering this area, he had already felt a sense of displeasure due to Caborn's failure to caution them about the Venus flytrap. Had it not been for Lucius's decision to engage a private tutor to enlighten them about these perilous creatures prior to their arrival at Hogwarts, the consequences today could have been dire. A mere glance at the flytrap provided a convenient excuse. Adonis gazed thoughtfully into the distance. Yet his eyes exuded a gentle warmth as he regarded Caborn. "Professor, what do you intend for Draco to assist you with?" Caborn, still struggling to recover from his shock, was oblivious to Adonis's penetrating gaze. He hastily waved his hand, visibly flustered, and replied, "Oh, it's nothing. Nothing at all." Adonis nodded, subtly shifting to the left. His left hand poised to leave his pocket, a secret he kept to himself. He was indeed a southpaw. Food delivery, came Draco's sudden voice, causing Adonis to halt his movements. He raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What food?" "When my wife and I were young, we encountered werewolves in the Forbidden Forest, and it was a unicorn that rescued us. I have a knack for cooking, and to my surprise, the unicorn greatly enjoyed my meals. Over time, we became friends. After my wife's passing, I found myself visiting here alone, and now that I am leaving Hogwarts, I originally intended to ask Hagrid to occasionally provide them with a feast. However, as you know, Hagrid's culinary skills leave much to be desired. Coincidentally, your brother is a Hufflepuff, and you might not be aware that every Hufflepuff possesses a certain expertise in the culinary arts." At this point, Caborn spoke with a hint of pride. "We are just a wall away from the dining hall." "Very well," Draco replied, his incredulity palpable as he looked at Adonis. "Brother, you actually agreed to this?" Adonis disregarded Draco, turning his gaze towards Professor Caborn. "Let us proceed," he declared. An inkling of guilt lingered in his mind regarding his own fantasies. Yet he felt no remorse. Even with unparalleled prowess, he lacked the selflessness that Bai Zihua possessed, one who truly cared for the world. His sole desire was to protect those worthy of safeguarding. As they journeyed onward, the trio remained enveloped in silence, traversing through numerous thickets until they finally arrived at a relatively open area. Caborn gestured towards a nearby gathering of unicorns, proclaiming, "This is the territory of the unicorns within the Forbidden Forest." Clusters of unicorns frolicked together, and the sudden appearance of Adonis and Draco startled a previously drowsy silver unicorn, which abruptly opened its eyes and exclaimed, "Intruders, perish." It lunged swiftly towards Adonis. The surrounding unicorns, disregarding their previous camaraderie with Caborn, encircled the three, adopting a defensive stance. Adonis was unable to comprehend the language of unicorns, yet the onslaught of the creature spoke volumes. In a fleeting moment, he contemplated countless possibilities. Yet none could elucidate why the once gentle and benevolent unicorn would turn against him. One must never resort to dark magic when dealing with such beings. Otherwise, the prospect of forging a friendship with a unicorn would be forever lost. However, at that moment, the unicorn charged forward with relentless determination, and should he be struck, it could result in either death or crippling injury. In an instant, Adonis fell backward, the back of his head striking the ground with a resounding thud. Seizing the opportunity, he deftly slipped beneath the unicorn. With a flash of inspiration, he grasped his wand and promptly incanted, "Guardian Spirit." Chapter 94. The treatment of villains. A silvery young unicorn gradually took form as the magical energy surged forth. The small unicorn appeared exhilarated as it observed the tumbling Adonis, for it had been a considerable time since its last appearance. The attacking unicorn turned to face the newly materialized creature, its eyes betraying a hint of confusion. It pawed at the ground, emitting a series of soft whinnies, before launching another attack on Adonis, sending clouds of dust swirling in its wake. Upon witnessing its consoring towards the adversary, the small unicorn's demeanor shifted. Though Adonis maintained an impassive exterior, a tempest of emotion surged within him. In that brief moment, He could hardly believe his eyes. A guardian spirit exhibiting excitement was unprecedented, and now it seemed to act of its own volition. "Brother, be careful. Malfoy, watch out." The voices of Draco and Caborn jolted Adonis back to reality. The moment of distraction had been but a heartbeat, yet it was already too late. The unicorn passed through the ephemeral form of the young unicorn, which swiftly dissipated into nothingness. In a flurry of wings, the unicorn sent Adonis hurtling through the air, crashing into a nearby banyan tree. Adonis plummeted from the sky, descending along the tree trunk, and with a thud, he expelled a mouthful of crimson blood. As Adonis beheld the relentless unicorn charging towards him, a tempest of fury and lethal intent flickered in his gaze. Grasping his wand, he uttered, "Ava, petrify them all." A sudden recollection of his vow with Tom Riddle Slytherin and the unicorn's curse, coupled with Qyburn's penetrating voice, dampened his resolve. A sigh escaped his lips. Not only was dark magic off limits, but he was also forbidden to harm the unicorn through spells or any other means, leaving him to resort to passive, harmless defenses. The petrification spell merely inconvenienced the aggressive unicorn, momentarily slowing its advance and granting him a fleeting opportunity to evade. Draco, observing the unfolding scene from a distance, disregarded Qyburn's protests and raced forward, wand in hand, towards Adonis. The surrounding unicorns swiftly encircled them, emitting a deep, warning whinny. Just as Draco was about to complete his incantation, Qyburn's thunderous shout interrupted him. "Do not employ dark magic, for heaven's sake. Do not," he urged, "separate at once, quickly." Although anxious, Draco heeded Qyburn's words, frantically casting spells in an attempt to carve a path. His efforts yielded little success, as more unicorns joined the encirclement. Yet they maintained a stance of mere containment, devoid of any murderous intent. Draco, Qyburn's voice resonated in his ear, but he remained fixated on unleashing spells, ignoring the professor. "Draco." Qyburn elevated his tone, his words swirling around the young wizard's mind. Abruptly, Draco aimed his wand at Qyburn, his eyes blazing with indignation. "Professor, are you mad? Do you not see Adonis is under attack?" Qyburn regarded him solemnly and replied, "Has Adonis ever slain a unicorn?" "No," Draco asserted confidently. "Are you certain?" Qyburn's serious demeanor intensified as he earnestly probed. "Aside from this reason, unicorns would never assault a young man they encounter for the first time." "I am certain," Draco reiterated. Qyburn exhaled a sigh of relief. "Then this simplifies matters." With wand raised towards Adonis, he bellowed with authority, "Adonis, allow the unicorn to come into contact with your blood. The more, the better." Perhaps fearing Adonis had not comprehended, Qyburn repeated his command with amplified volume. Upon hearing Qyburn's voice, Adonis suddenly grasped the situation. With his left hand, he reached into his pocket and seized the purplewood wand, cursing under his breath, "How dare you deceive a Malfoy, you wretched boken." The purplewood wand, renowned for its formidable magical prowess, was predominantly registered with the Ministry of Magic, particularly in recent years, a fact Adonis suspected was closely tied to Voldemort. Initially, Boken had vehemently assured him that the wand had never been used for any forbidden acts, yet now it was revealed to have slain a unicorn. How ironic, he thought, that such claims of innocence were utterly baseless. Alas, with Qyburn present, he could not abandon the wand. He could only conceal it carefully within his pocket. As the unicorn launched another fervent assault, Adonis clutched his chest, the force of the unicorn's hooves overwhelming, sending tremors through his very core, as if his insides were being displaced. With an impassive expression, he regarded the wand in his right hand and aimed it at his left arm. Invoking the spell Disarming Charm, blood gushed forth from the wound, and as the unicorn approached, Adonis seized the opportune moment and forcefully swung his left arm, allowing the blood to splatter across the unicorn's face, trickling down to its lips. Sensing the metallic scent of blood, the unicorn appeared momentarily bewildered. It halted abruptly, inhaling deeply, its gaze gradually softening. It lifted its head, and the air resonated with a gentle rustling sound. As Adonis observed the unicorn surrounding Draco dissipate, the one that had attacked him became docile, allowing him to relax his tense demeanor. It was likely that the aggressive unicorn was the king of unicorns. He felt unworthy of such esteemed treatment. Draco rushed to Adonis's side, supporting him as he noticed the blood streaming from his left arm, his eyes brimming with concern. "Brother, are you all right?" "I'm fine, just a minor injury. Help me to Professor Qyburn," Adonis replied, glancing at the relentless flow of blood from his arm. Indeed, Qyburn's proficiency in dark magic was formidable. Quickly channeling his energy, he saw the wound close instantaneously, his wand directed towards the affected area, urging it to heal. The wound had significantly improved. Although it still bled, it was no longer critical and would soon form a scab. Lupin's assertion about the considerable magical energy required for healing spells rang true. He needed to conserve his strength for any potential threats that might arise. Observing Draco's visibly relieved demeanor, he sighed, acknowledging that at the age of 12, such resilience was commendable. The King of Unicorns, noticing the human had risen, approached gracefully, completely shedding its earlier ferocity, truly a master of transformation. Draco positioned himself protectively in front of Adonis, eyeing the king with caution. However, Adonis, having perceived the unicorn's intent through its eyes and movements, gently pulled Draco behind him. "It's all right, it will not attack again." The king approached Adonis, lowering its head in an act of humility. Adonis sensed its remorse and extended his right hand to caress its forehead, signaling his forgiveness. The king, attuned to his sentiments, licked the wound with its tongue. Adonis felt a refreshing coolness wash over his left arm, the wound now scabbed over. The king followed him to Cayburn's side before finding a new spot to lie down and rest. Adonis felt a pang of frustration, though not the protagonist. He certainly did not consider himself a villain, his trials were his own, yet the benefits seemed to elude him. Chapter 95, the beginning of the plan. Cayburn, accompanied by Draco, tended to the unicorns, while Adonis sat on a nearby stone, observing the half-awake king of unicorns. Although the aggressive behavior had ceased, the herd still shunned his approach. The king, sensing Adonis's gaze, lazily opened its half-closed eyes, casting a glance before shutting them once more. It was no illusion. Adonis perceived a hint of mockery in its gaze, leaving him feeling somewhat exasperated. A curious young unicorn regarded Adonis, though it dared only to steal glances, intimidated by the larger unicorns nearby. As the sun began to set, Cayburn and Draco finally finished feeding all the unicorns. While swiftly packing up, Cayburn urged Draco and Adonis, "We must hasten our steps to leave the forbidden forest before nightfall." As twilight descended, the gentle sun and breeze failed to impart any beauty to the forest, instead evoking a sense of melancholy and nostalgia. The rustling leaves and branches whispered eerily, imbuing the atmosphere with an unsettling aura. Throughout their journey, Adonis felt a persistent sensation of being watched. He feigned nonchalance, but as they neared the forest's exit, he suddenly turned, brandishing his wand, and petrified all that he could see. A flash of white light erupted, followed by a resounding crash. Adonis smirked coldly, eager to uncover the source of this disturbance. "Who goes there?" The noise startled Draco, who turned sharply, scanning the surroundings warily as he drew his wand, cautiously trailing behind Adonis. Adonis clutched his wand and approached the source of the sound, step by step. A faint, plaintive whimper echoed in the air, causing him to halt in surprise, disbelief washing over him as he quickened his pace towards the origin of the noise. A small unicorn. Draco's astonished voice came from behind, revealing that indeed a tiny unicorn had been trailing closely behind them all along. Adonis crouched beside the petrified little unicorn, gently caressing the wounds inflicted by stone fragments and twigs. His memory was remarkably sharp. This was the very unicorn that had been furtively observing him during his childhood. He had not anticipated its audacity to stealthily follow him. Based on the effects of his powerful petrification spell, it was evident that this little unicorn was less than 2 months old. Unicorns demonstrate a considerable immunity to control spells after reaching 2 months of age, rendering them nearly immobile, with only their mouths and eyes capable of movement. The little unicorn gazed up at Adonis with a pitiful expression. Unlike the other two humans, this one evoked a different sentiment in him. His father had attacked him upon their first encounter, prompting the young unicorn to sneak out when the Unicorn King was otherwise preoccupied, only to find itself in great pain and unable to move. Adonis gazed blankly at its accusatory eyes, accompanied by a low wail. Everything seemed to become his fault. Yet, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes, for this predicament afforded him a splendid opportunity to engage with the unicorn. Adonis cradled the diminutive unicorn, measuring a mere 20 centimeters in length, in his arms. With a swift motion, he drew his wand and invoked the spell for restoration and rapid growth. Under the influence of magic, the creature quickly healed from its injuries. Observing the little unicorn donning an expression of sheer bliss, Adonis found himself both amused and perplexed, prompting him to halt the incantation. This brought to mind the North American lion he had encountered previously, which bore an expression of desolation and fear. Indeed, the response of magical creatures to enchantments differs significantly from that of ordinary animals. Cayburn furrowed his brow as he regarded the little unicorn nestled in Adonis's embrace, inquiring, "Young Malfoy, what are your intentions?" Adonis gently caressed the head of the little unicorn, reminiscent of a molted cat. Casting a glance at Draco, he addressed Cayburn, "Professor, the Forbidden Forest is quite perilous at night." Draco, catching the hint, promptly added, "Professor, whether we escort it back or allow the unicorn to return alone. Neither option seems appropriate. It would be more prudent for you to temporarily take the unicorn back and find an opportunity to return it to the Forbidden Forest. Qyborn reached out to take the little unicorn, recognizing it as a reasonable compromise. Adonis extended the small unicorn, which took a glance at the elderly man before decisively turning its head away, wrapping its front hooves around Adonis's arm. Qyborn withdrew his hand, shaking his head, and then regarded Adonis with curiosity. Fascinating, truly fascinating. It seems to have followed you for a reason. The best course of action now would be for you to take it home temporarily. When I next venture into the Forbidden Forest, I shall summon you to return it together. Qyborn gazed at the moonlit Forbidden Forest, murmuring in a voice only he could hear. Remarkably, no unicorn has emerged. How intriguing. I beg your pardon, Professor, what were you just saying? Adonis inquired, looking at Qyborn. Nothing of consequence. I still have some provisions set aside for unicorns in my office. Come with me to retrieve them. Very well. Adonis, having taken some food, encountered the hurried Isabel Churchill at the corner of the spiral staircase on the 4th floor, cradling a small unicorn. Isabel glanced up and exchanged a casual greeting with Adonis, but as they brushed past each other, she abruptly halted. A mix of confusion and excitement evident on her face. Wait, Adonis, she inquired, is that a small unicorn you're holding? Adonis halted in his tracks, turning to gaze at her. Indeed, it was a unicorn, albeit one of tender age, its wings yet to fully develop, barely discernible. Isabel was entirely oblivious to Adonis, her attention fixated on the diminutive unicorn, exclaiming in astonishment at its companionship with a human. Upon hearing her voice, the little unicorn emitted a series of soft whinnies. As Adonis listened to the rhythmic and patterned sounds emanating from Isabel's mouth, reminiscent of unicorn communication, he gazed at her in astonishment. You can speak the language of unicorns? Isabel teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Just now, the unicorn informed me that you evoke a sensation entirely distinct from that of other humans, which is why it curiously chose to accompany you. She appraised him from head to toe, scrutinizing his eyes, nose, and mouth, yet discerned no apparent difference. Enough joking. You truly speak the language of unicorns? Isabel nodded with conviction. I have a fondness for unicorns, so I took the time to learn their basic language. Communication poses no challenge. Teach me. Are you certain? Do you wish to learn a sound akin to a horse's whinny? I fear Mr. Lucius Malfoy may not permit you to study such a thing. Isabel blinked at him, her expression playful and curious. Adonis gazed at her countenance, a slight smile gracing his lips. Surely, if you, a lady, can accomplish such feats, what is there that I cannot? He mused. Or do you fear that you may not prove to be a competent instructor? Isabel let out a dismissive huff. If you dare to learn, I shall not hesitate to teach. Meet me by the Black Lake tomorrow evening. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Without waiting for Adonis's reply, Isabel broke into a brisk run, as she was nearly late for her rendezvous with Madame Sprout. At the entrance of the Slytherin common room, Zabini stared in astonishment at the unicorn cradled in Adonis's arms. Adonis, impressive indeed. Who would have thought one could procure a unicorn as a pet? Merely a fortuitous occurrence. Wait for me here. Has the visitor arrived? Zabini, shaking off his languid demeanor, replied earnestly, with Professor Snape's assistance, entry into Hogwarts is rather uncomplicated. The visitor wishes to meet with you to confirm the legitimacy of the Galleons. Very well. He appears to be a cautious individual. Take him to Professor Snape's office. I shall come at once. Understood. With that, Zabini turned and departed. Chapter 96, The Plan in Motion, Part 1. When Adonis arrived at Snape's cellar, he beheld Snape's grim visage fixed upon a hooded figure in black robes seated upon the sofa. Adonis, how could you have agreed to this? You have brought a fugitive. Snape strode towards Adonis, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded him. Upon hearing the term fugitive, the hooded man lifted his gaze momentarily towards Snape, his facial muscles twitching noticeably. He parted his lips as if to speak, yet ultimately bowed his head in silence, refraining from uttering a word. Adonis quietly gazed at Snape. Calm yourself, Godfather. You are aware of our plan, which entails 3 years of existence in Azkaban. A life devoid of any criminal record holds little value compared to the sanctity of life, no matter how splendid the galleon may appear. Adonis cast a glance at the figure in the black cloak seated upon the sofa. Were it not for the wanted notice against him and the imminent arrival of his wife's labor, he would prefer to continue his life of evasion. After a brief pause, he added, Moreover, the murder case from a decade ago has been thoroughly investigated and proven to be a fabrication. At this revelation, the cloaked man abruptly lifted his head. What did you say? His swift movement caused his hat to tumble from his head. revealing a handsome visage marred by a scar that traversed his entire face. "Just as you heard, Mr. Smith," Adonis reiterated, meeting his gaze. He then turned to Snape, saying, "Godfather, please take a seat. We shall converse with Mr. Smith at a leisurely pace. There is still ample time." Snape glanced at the clock, noting it was 7:30. "You have 1 hour to resolve this matter," he stated. "Godfather, you understand the purpose of my discussion here," Adonis remarked, observing Snape don his overcoat. "There is no need for further dialogue. You are aware of my boundaries, and I hold no interest in your negotiations." With a decisive slam, Snape closed the door behind him, stepped out of the castle, and withdrew a photograph from his pocket, illuminated by the moonlight. He gazed into the distance at Gryffindor Tower and the increasingly blurred image of Lily Evans, silently affirming, "Lily, everything I do is for Potter's sake. I trust Adonis. He will handle everything appropriately." Snape, somewhat lost in thought, stared into the distance, sighing inwardly as he pondered, "Tell me, is Dumbledore still worthy of trust?" The only answer he received was the whisper of the wind and the encompassing darkness of the night. In the cellar, Adonis gazed at Smith, who was lost in contemplation, and inquired, "Mr. Jesse Smith, I presume you are already aware of the necessary actions to take. Who is it? Tell me, who is it?" A low, hoarse voice, tinged with barely concealed fury, echoed in Adonis's ear. Adonis regarded him calmly and replied, "You already possess the answer, do you not? An innocent man suffers for bearing a precious burden. Mrs. Smith is excessively beautiful. That brute." Smith clenched his fists tightly, declaring, he ought to be brought to justice. "As a graduate of Ravenclaw and an alumnus of the Oxford University Law School, you are more aware than anyone of the contents of confidentiality law. You are investigating me." Adonis observed the fury gleaming in his eyes and admonished him not to speak in an accusatory tone with a Malfoy. Acquiring galleons was never an effortless endeavor. He reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs with an air of intrigue as he regarded Smith. "Between galleons and dollars, I dare say you have a preference for the latter." Smith, feeling despondent, lowered his gaze for a moment. After a pause, he lifted his head once more to meet Adonis's eyes. "What are your terms for aiding me in clearing my name?" Adonis gently tapped his knee and chuckled softly, "I only assist my own kind." Smith gazed at the boy across from him with a complex expression. He loathed the arrogant demeanor and lofty attitude of pure-blood aristocrats. Yet now, he rose to his feet, adjusted his clothing, and solemnly declared, having emerged from Azkaban, "I am willing to serve you for a decade." Adonis shook his head. "Mr. Jesse Smith, you are an astute individual, well aware of my desires." Smith let out a disdainful laugh, the tension in his muscles contorting his face into a grimace. "Mr. Malfoy, you must comprehend that what has been purchased over the past decade is equity and justice." Adonis rose to his feet and extended his hand. Observing this, Smith reciprocated with a gentle shake of his right hand. Then, Adonis spoke, "I hold you in high regard. Thus, this contract shall take effect from the moment you depart from Azkaban." Smith accepted the potion from Adonis' hand, replying, "I shall proceed as planned. As for my wife, I trust you will honor your commitment." Adonis approached the grand door, responding over his shoulder, "As long as you adhere to the terms, I shall do the same." He opened the door, resting his hand upon the handle, and glanced back at Smith, who was fixated on the potion. "I believe you ought to be aware that the Dementors of Azkaban hold no sway over Animachi." Taken aback by Adonis's words, Smith stared at the now closed door and murmured softly, "Thank you." Adonis returned to his dormitory, where the little unicorn was curled up in the corner of his bed, soundly asleep. He gently touched the unicorn's horn, anticipating that tomorrow would unfold splendidly. The following afternoon, Adonis squeezed through the throngs of students, eyeing the notice board where an announcement caught his attention. The inaugural meeting of the dueling club was scheduled for that very night at 8 o'clock in the grand hall. At 8 o'clock, the long dining table vanished, revealing a gilded stage along one wall, illuminated by hundreds of floating candles overhead. Students from every corner of the school gathered, each clutching their wands, their faces aglow with excitement as they eagerly discussed who would lead them in mastering the art of combat. Adonis heard Hermione's voice resonating through the crowd, and someone informed him that Professor Flitwick had once been a champion duelist in his youth, making it highly likely that he would be the one to instruct them that evening. Adonis observed the fleeting glance of disdain that Harry Potter cast upon Hermione as she spoke. Amidst a murmur of whispers, Gilderoy Lockhart, clad in flamboyant fuchsia attire, stood upon the stage boasting for a time before making a gentlemanly gesture, announcing, "Now, please welcome my assistant, Professor Snape." With a dark expression, Snape ascended the stage in silence. Professor Snape possessed considerable expertise in dueling, and together, he and I shall provide a demonstration for everyone. Adonis observed a marked difference in Lockhart's performance today compared to his usual demeanor. From their mutual boast to the synchronized raising of their wands over their shoulders, Lockhart exhibited an impressive level of skill. Ultimately, Lockhart was struck with such force that he staggered unsteadily, abruptly soaring off the stage and colliding with the wall. Before sliding down to land right beside Harry Potter, Adonis curved his lips into a smile. There was no doubt that the second person in a black robe who had deliberately altered his voice that evening was Lockhart. Lockhart, swaying unsteadily, pulled Harry Potter back onto the stage, flamboyantly summarizing the recent performance. The demonstration had concluded. He nudged Harry, indicating that the latter would now represent the students. He surveyed the audience. A loud, jarring voice pierced through the air. "I will partner with Harry Potter." Lockhart turned towards the source of the voice, revealing a captivating smile that charmed both young and old alike, then clapped his hands together. "Very well, a brave boy indeed." He bent slightly, extending his right hand in a gesture of invitation. "Let us welcome the courageous Alfred Field." Field's lips curled into a subtle smile as he leaped onto the stage, challenging Potter with a provocative gaze. "Come on, Potter, I await your defeat." As soon as Field's words fell, Lockhart waved his wand in a coordinated manner, causing all the chandeliers above to shift direction, casting intense light upon Harry Potter's face, squinting his eyes into mere slits. Nevertheless, Field felt an overwhelming sense of danger descend upon him, akin to being targeted by a venomous snake, sending chills down his spine. Lockhart observed the two as they took their positions, standing center stage with a flawless smile. "Now, heed my instructions." Lockhart raised his right arm vertically. Adonis watched Lockhart's impromptu performance with half-closed eyes, marveling at his talent to immerse himself in the moment at a whim. "Disarm your weapons." Two beams of white light shot past Lockhart. His face momentarily stiffened, but he smiled in all directions before casually stepping down from the stage. Harry, witnessing the incoming spell, slid his feet to the left, tilting his head to evade the entire incantation. Field, positioned opposite him, noticed a flash of white light. The speeding spell left him no time to contemplate escape. Instinctively, he ducked and rolled, narrowly avoiding the spell that grazed his left arm, sending a piercing pain from his arm to his heart. Field's pupils constricted. How vicious. It had merely skimmed him, a silent curse, dark magic, a tormenting blow. In the crowd, Snape clenched and then relaxed his left hand, his eyes filled with a complex gaze fixed on Harry Potter. He had been closely monitoring the duel and had not missed Harry's wrist flick or Field's trembling left arm. Such a response was all too familiar. Among the audience, a pair of eyes calculated Harry Potter's position relentlessly. After a round of mutual probing, Harry and Field had moved beyond merely relying on the disarming charm. A flurry of diverse spells began to fill the air. Gasps erupted from the crowd. "Goodness, what a beautiful dodge. Did you see that transformation spell? Is this truly a second-year student? Brother, you are too naive. One is a savior, the other a noble. What is so surprising about this?" The crisp, penetrating voices caused the nearby students to nod in agreement. After a few exchanges, Field could distinctly hear the rapid pounding of his heart resonating within his chest. His gaze drifted to where Adonis stood, noting a slight nod from him. Summoning all his magic, Field proclaimed loudly, "A dragon emerges." A surge of magical energy rapidly coalesced, and a black serpent, approximately 3 meters long with a diameter of 50 centimeters, fell from his wand, crashing heavily onto the floor. The serpent coiled on the ground, raising its head and flicking its tongue. Field then executed a swift somersault off the stage. The crowd erupted in terrified screams, hastily retreating. Harry observed Field's hasty exit from the stage, arms hanging limply at his sides, a disdainful smirk on his face as he turned to confront the advancing serpent, which hissed ominously, his eyes filled with a mix of confusion and nostalgia. "Now's the moment," murmured the boy in sunglasses, swiftly grasping his wand and flicking his wrist. "Stupefy." A flash of light erupted, followed by another incantation. "Stupefy." Harry, momentarily stunned, turned and narrowly avoided a beam of white light, but the subsequent curse struck true, sending blood gushing forth like a fountain. Harry's eyes reflected bewilderment before he collapsed to the ground. A chorus of screams erupted among the crowd, with some fainting from the shocking scene. The throng began to surge, and Snape and Lockhart dashed to Harry Potter's side almost simultaneously. Percy promptly activated the Hogwarts alarm, pointing at the boy in sunglasses and shouting, "Capture him! Seize him!" Losing excessive blood, Harry fell unconscious. Lockhart, witnessing the incessant flow of blood, turned to Snape. "Dark magic wounds require immediate attention. Stop the bleeding." Snape waved his wand, casting a spell on the wound, but the blood continued to flow, albeit at a reduced pace. "Snape, have you lost your senses?" Dark magic injuries must be treated with light magic. Lockhart maintained his facade of a perfect smile. Snape, his expression darkened, turned to Lockhart and said tersely, "Be quiet." Upon hearing the alarm, Dumbledore, McGonagall, and other professors hurriedly rushed to the Great Hall. Dumbledore approached Harry Potter's unconscious form, examining the wound before extracting his wand. Healing light. A white glow poured into the wound, alleviating the injury. Adonis stood at a distance, observing the wand in Dumbledore's hand, the Elder Wand, the true extent of its enchantment remaining a mystery. After completing his tasks, Dumbledore calmly wiped the sweat from his brow and turned his gaze towards Snape, inquiring about the events that had transpired. An attack had occurred. Dumbledore appraised Snape with a neutral expression, remarking, "You have disappointed me, Severus." Professor McGonagall and the other faculty members were maintaining order in the Great Hall and being nearby. She clearly heard Dumbledore's assessment. Curiously, she glanced at Severus. It was evident to all that an unspoken agreement existed between Dumbledore and Snape. Yet it seemed that this delicate balance had been disrupted. With his head bowed, Snape looked at Harry Potter, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "Dumbledore, I assumed you would have anticipated this day long ago. Disappointment is a mutual sentiment. I advise you to have Madame Pomfrey thoroughly examine your savior." Having said this, Snape exited the Great Hall. Dumbledore cast one last glance at Snape's departing figure before taking Harry and leaving the castle, instantly operating to Madame Pomfrey's infirmary. Madame Pomfrey, having collected all of Harry's medical equipment, shook her head at Dumbledore and said, "Dumbledore, the situation is dire." Dumbledore suppressed a growing unease within him. In addition to the injury to his chest, are there other wounds? His soul is in turmoil, Pomfrey declared. "Are you certain, Poppy?" Dumbledore inquired, knowing that she was the foremost expert in this matter. "I believe you should not question my judgment," she replied, removing her white coat and regarding Dumbledore with displeasure. "I apologize, Poppy. This information is of utmost importance." Waving her hand, Pomfrey replied, "I have other patients to attend to. Excuse me." Chapter 98. Myrtle's confusion. Once Madame Pomfrey departed, the infirmary was left with only the unconscious Harry Potter and a contemplative Dumbledore. After a moment, Dumbledore approached Harry, brushing aside his hair to reveal the scar that had noticeably faded compared to the previous year. He sighed heavily, never expecting things would culminate in such a manner. The image of James Potter and Lily Evans visiting the study in Godric's Hollow a month before their demise flashed vividly in his mind. In June of 1981, James and Lily awkwardly emerged from beneath the invisibility cloak, taking a seat opposite him. They exchanged glances before James handed over the neatly folded cloak, saying, "Headmaster, Lily and I hope you can keep this safe for us until things have settled down. If we should both perish before witnessing victory, we trust you will return it to Harry at the appropriate time." As Dumbledore felt the smooth fabric of the cloak, he reminisced about a time when he and another had sought to gather the Deathly Hallows, delving into the mysteries of death. A wry smile crossed his face as he thought how effortlessly he had come into possession of the youngest brother's cloak, which allowed one to evade the grasp of death. Alas, the world had changed beyond recognition. Dumbledore, lost in memory, failed to respond to James's request promptly, leaving the room steeped in silence. After a pause, he regarded the silent James and Lily across from him. "I shall grant this request," he finally said. James nodded, while Lily fixed her gaze on Dumbledore and solemnly proclaimed, "Headmaster, I am fully aware of the prophecy contained within the crystal ball. Voldemort seeks to eliminate the boy who poses a threat." Lily's voice resonated softly in the study. "Harry stands a significantly higher chance than the others, does he not?" "Indeed," Dumbledore sighed, "the probability stands at 70%. Please, Headmaster, devise a means to ensure Harry's safety, even if it means sacrificing our lives." Lily offered a grim smile. "That is a certainty." "Very well," Dumbledore replied, extracting a sheet of parchment from his drawer and inscribing a lengthy incantation upon it. He handed the written note to Lily, adding, "James, apart from Harry, you have no other living relatives, but you have a sister. She is the only one who can assist you in completing the spell." Returning to the present, Dumbledore touched Harry's scar, hoping it was not too late. He felt a pang of guilt toward James and Lily, not wanting Harry to suffer further. Accio Patronus. A phoenix emerged from Dumbledore's wand, soaring forth to summon Severus Snape to the infirmary. The phoenix circled Dumbledore before heading towards Snape's quarters. While Dumbledore busied himself with checking on Harry and notifying Snape, Adonis, having left the Great Hall, received an unsigned letter stating that preparations were complete and to hurry to Moaning Myrtle's lavatory. Adonis withdrew his wand and tapped the parchment, watching it ignite into ashes. After changing his attire, he strode swiftly towards the Myrtle washroom. Before the door, Adonis gazed at the silhouette of the girl, Ginny Weasley. She turned around and, with a sudden smile, remarked, "Cautious Malfoy, I am a Slytherin." Subsequently, Tom nodded at Adonis, reminding him to remember the forgetting charm once their task was complete. Adonis stood before the entrance of the girls' restroom, surveying his surroundings with a sinister smile. The entrance to the girls' lavatory certainly reflected Mr. Slytherin's unique tastes. Tom was somewhat taken aback by his expression, but quickly composed himself and explained with a neutral demeanor that, had one lived in that era, they would have made the same choices. Adonis grasped Tom's hand, poised to open the door, behind which resided a living ghost. Thus far, I had never witnessed a forgetting spell effective against a ghost. Tom turned to gaze at him. Within the Slytherin legacy, there existed a particular forgetting spell designed to confront specters, its incantation being void of all. Upon hearing Tom's response, Adonis maintained a composed exterior while a peculiar sensation stirred within him, an overwhelming sense of emptiness, reminiscent of the Buddhist notion of emptiness of the four elements. This incantation intriguingly intertwined with Buddhist philosophy, suggesting that earth, water, fire, and air are all void. The idea of exorcising malevolent spirits and categorizing ghosts as mere supernatural entities seemed somewhat plausible. With the mention of Myrtus, Tom scrutinized him with a discerning gaze, scanning him thoroughly. "When we enter, you shall engage with Myrtus while I take care of opening the passage," he added, turning the doorknob. "During my school days, I heard whispers that she has a penchant for those who are both handsome and gentle." Adonis regarded Tom with a frigid demeanor, letting out a couple of derisive chuckles. As they pushed open the door to the restroom, they found Myrtle sitting nonchalantly on the toilet, her expression suggesting that a boy's presence in the girls' lavatory was nothing out of the ordinary. With her platinum hair, the realization struck, she was indeed a Malfoy. Suddenly, she sprang from the toilet, causing the water within to swirl dramatically and splash everywhere. A Malfoy, indulging in such peculiarities like those perverts. Adonis looked disdainfully at the toilet water splashed upon him, suppressing his anger, while Tom Riddle fiddled with his wand at the faucet, engaged in some unknown antics. Upon spotting moaning Myrtle preparing to fly to another toilet, he promptly adjusted his expression, presenting her with a smile, and inquired, "Pray tell, how did you meet your demise?" Myrtle's demeanor transformed instantly. It appeared that this question filled her with a sense of pride. "Oh dear, it was utterly dreadful," she recounted with relish. "The events unfolded right here. I perished in this very restroom. I recall it vividly. At that time, Olive Hornby mocked me for wearing glasses, calling me a four-eyed freak. And I sought refuge here. Soon after, others entered, speaking in the most ludicrous of tongues." Upon hearing this, Adonis cast a glance at Tom, who was fiddling with the faucet. Indeed, his expression had grown rigid, concealing an inferno within. However, what vexed me the most was that it was the voice of a boy. Thus, I opened the door and admonished him to leave and proceed to the boys' restroom. In response, Myrtle puffed herself up, believing herself quite remarkable, her face radiant with self-importance. Tom, raising his wand towards Myrtle, conjured phantoms of emptiness and coldly uttered, "Noisy." Adonis observed Tom and Harry, who lay in the infirmary, demonstrating their prowess with the spell. Indeed, the magnitude of magic is derived from the soul. The body merely serves as a vessel. Tom pressed his left arm against his trembling right arm, realizing that this body was still too frail. Adonis disregarded Tom's mutterings and directly inquired, "Is the entrance secured?" "It has been sealed. As long as we remain inside, no one can enter," Tom replied. After uttering these words, he approached the faucet, producing a soft hissing sound. Instantly, the faucet emitted a dazzling white light and began to spin rapidly. Subsequently, the pool itself began to shift, vanishing from sight to reveal an enormous water pipe. Exchanging a glance with Adonis, Tom descended into the pipe one after the other. Once they departed, a rumbling ensued as the water pipe twisted and contorted, reverting to the appearance of the pool. Myrtle, somewhat bewildered, gazed at herself. Just moments ago, she had been seated on the innermost toilet. How was it that now she found herself pressed against the door, standing at its threshold? Could it be that the wind had changed? Chapter 99. The friendly packed Adonis slid down the pipe, observing how the tributaries branching off from the conduit spread out in all directions. However, unlike the main passage, those auxiliary pipes were devoid of the same intricate twists and turns. After navigating through 8 significant bends, he finally reached the ground. Adonis emerged from the pipe, brandishing his wand, softly uttering, "Luminous flicker." He then closely trailed behind Tom as they ventured into a dark stone tunnel. Adonis surveyed his surroundings and spoke. "Are we approximately 7 miles beneath the surface?" Tom nodded appreciatively. "Indeed, your estimation is quite accurate." according to the pertinent literature within the chamber. We are 7.3 miles below Hogwarts. Aside from their conversation, the tunnel was enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of any extraneous sounds. Occasionally, they would tread upon the remnants of small creatures, producing a faint, crunching noise. As the tunnel gradually widened, the two soon found themselves side by side, navigating a dark bend. Not long after, they beheld a colossal serpent skin lying ahead. The light illuminated the vibrant green scales, gleaming brilliantly. Judging by the length of the skin, its owner must have been at least 20 feet long. Adonis transitioned his wand from his right hand to his left, while his right hand retrieved a black rubber glove from his pocket, which he donned with care. He approached the serpent skin cautiously, crouching down to lift it gently with his right hand. He scrutinized its quality meticulously, from both its hue and the intricate patterns of the skin. It was evident that this was a venomous snake, possessing exceptionally high medicinal value. The golden cut. Adonis gently waved his wand along the intricate patterns of the serpent's skin, and from the tip of the wand emanated a luminous beam, shimmering with a golden hue. Within a span of 2 to 3 seconds, a small section of the serpent's skin was deftly severed, although he did not receive a clear explanation of the underlying principle from Lucius at that moment. He managed to memorize and master this spell, which he considered a delightful surprise. Adonis cast the serpent's skin into his storage bag, and with remarkable fluidity, he returned the bag to his pocket. Upon raising his gaze, he found Tom Riddle Slytherin watching him with a sardonic smile, who promptly remarked, "There is nothing to laugh about. Before embarking on any venture, one must first assess the potential profit it may yield in galleons. Of that there is no doubt." The Golden Malfoy. Adonis, hearing Tom's remark, remained non-committal, shrugged his shoulders with a light chuckle, and gestured invitingly, saying, "Mr. Slytherin, upon entering your domain, must I still take the lead?" The two subsequently turned around 2 more corners before finally reaching the end of the tunnel, where they were confronted by a solid wall adorned with 2 entwined serpents, their eyes set with glimmering emeralds approximately 200 carats in size. Tom gazed at the serpents, and time seemed to rewind to the moment he first arrived here, the scenes vividly etched in his memory as if they had transpired yesterday. He turned to Adonis and remarked, "Having studied Parseltongue for so long, the moment has finally arrived for you to put it to use." Adonis nodded, stepping forward and speaking in a low, husky hiss. "Open." 2 intertwining serpents slowly twisted their bodies, soon parting ways as the stone wall cracked down the middle, sliding apart and vanishing from sight. "Very well. Shortly I shall depart from Ginny Weasley's body and manifest my soul to converse with he who must not be named, clarifying our purpose for being here. As for whether a pact can be formed, that will depend on you," Tom declared, standing at the entrance and surveying the dimly lit room. "Our original agreement was not intended to be this way," Adonis replied, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he lowered his voice in displeasure. "Malfoy. My ancestor Salazar Slytherin explicitly stated in our ancestral teachings that unless it is a matter of life and death, no descendant of Slytherin may forge a master-servant contract with serpents, nor provide other wizards the opportunity to do so," Tom proclaimed proudly. "Slytherin and magical serpents shall forever remain allies." "Very well," Adonis mused, recalling Qyburn's words from that night. The basilisk he who must not be named had chosen to starve itself to death following Slytherin's departure. "Is this the descendant of the basilisk that accompanied Slytherin?" "Indeed," Tom affirmed, raising his wand toward his own heart. Soul manifestation. A faint silver thread emerged from Ginny Weasley's heart, entwining and coalescing in the air, ultimately transforming into a handsome, genteel 16-year-old boy, floating ethereally. Tom's departure rendered Ginny Weasley limp, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. "Tom, you possess a fine physique." Tom chuckled derisively, switching to Parseltongue, brandishing his wand, his voice booming. "Speak to me, the greatest among the 4 founders of Hogwarts, Slytherin." With a resounding rumble, the wall before them began to sink, the sound of Slytherin creatures filling Adonis's ears. "He who must not be named has come out to play. Remember to close your eyes," Tom continued. A colossal basilisk emerged from behind the wall, its eyes closed, a flattened head adorned with white markings, its body a vibrant green shimmering with the distinct luster of a venomous serpent. Its girth was akin to that of an oak tree, its upper body slightly inclined, its head level with Tom's, swaying as if intoxicated. He who must not be named sniffed the air, perplexedly querying, "Tom, where are you? Why can I only sense your presence yet not touch you?" Its head turned towards Adonis and then to the fallen Ginny Weasley. Sensing the unfamiliar presence, Tom reached out to stroke its head, but he who must not be named's head passed through his palm. "I have been injured. I have lost my corporeal form. This boy beside me is a new friend I have found for you. He too speaks our language." Upon hearing Tom's words, he who must not be named lowered its head. "Tom, Can I help you? I can assist you, right? No need for your assistance, Tom replied. Do you wish to leave here and play outside? He who must not be named hesitated before nodding. Is that permissible? Of course, as long as you forge a pact with the boy before you. Before Tom could finish, Adonis interjected, speaking in hissing Parseltongue, friendly contract. After speaking, Adonis approached and gently patted he who must not be named's head. Thus, Tom and I need not worry about you harming innocent wizards. Upon hearing Adonis's words, he who must not be named suddenly burrowed its head into Adonis's chest. Adonis instinctively prepared to step back, but upon catching Tom's gaze, he halted, recognizing Tom's intent to restrain him. Having sworn an oath to Tom, Adonis chose to trust him. Chapter 100. The unexpected pact. He who must not be named's large head rubbed against Adonis's chest, and Adonis looked down, feeling the slippery texture of the serpent's skin. In that moment, he envisioned the playful antics between Slytherin and the basilisk over a millennium ago. A wave of inexplicable envy washing over him. He who must not be named lifted its head slightly, extending its tongue to lick Adonis's chin. Had Tom not informed him that a basilisk acknowledges friendship through such gestures, this would have felt like an act of aggression. He who must not be named retracted its tongue and head, emitting a hissing sound. You did not lie. I, he who must not be named, am willing to be your friend. It turned its head, sensing the encouragement and hope in Tom's gaze, and continued. I, he who must not be named, am willing to forge a friendly contract. Upon hearing Hayball's response, Adonis finally felt a weight lift from his heart. Only those who have thoroughly familiarized themselves with the tales of Slytherin and the former Highbowl can truly comprehend his profound regard for and yearning towards this covenant. Adonis approached and gently caressed the head of Highbowl, speaking in the tongue of serpents, from this day forth, you shall be my comrade and friend. He then turned to Tom and said, let us begin. Tom, grasping his wand, nodded and spoke in a hushed tone, Highbowl, no matter what transpires, remain still. All you need to do is respond to my inquiries. Do you trust me? Highbowl tilted its head, absorbing Tom's words, and within a mere second, it comprehended Tom's forthcoming actions. In circles, 1, 2, 3, centering around the serpent's head, it coiled its entire form, ultimately extending its head and closing its eyes in tranquil silence. Observing this, Adonis moved closer to the serpent creature, gently stroking Hayball's scales with his right hand. The preparations of Adonis and Haber have been meticulously completed. Tom stood before them, the tip of his wand directed at them, invoking a bond through blood and sealing it with intent. The wand's tip emitted 2 intertwining beams of light that penetrated the minds of Haber and Adonis. The light entering Haber's mind subsequently drew forth a droplet of blood, while the silver thread emanating from Adonis's mind intertwined with it, transforming into a silvery droplet entwined with silver strands. Seeing the first step accomplished, Tom continued in the serpent's tongue, Haber, do you wish for eternal life, to stand by each other, to live and die together, bound by destiny? SSSSSS, I do. Adonis, do you wish for eternal life, to stand by each other, to live and die together, bound by destiny? I do. The pact was established. The silvery droplet split in 2 in midair, each fragment soaring towards the foreheads of Adonis and the serpent. At that moment, a flash of purple light flickered in Adonis's dark brown eyes, and the droplet destined for the serpent abruptly altered its course, merging with the other to penetrate his forehead. Adonis experienced a fleeting sensation of vertigo, only to soon discover, with astonishment, that his magical prowess had augmented by 50%. The dizziness he felt was but a mere whisper of disorientation. Could it be attributed to his vision? Beyond this, he had yet to uncover any other extraordinary aspects of himself. Remarkably, he had entered into a unilateral pact of friendship with Highbowl. An intangible voice resonated within him, assuring that Highbowl could not inflict harm upon him, while he himself was unfettered to take any actions against Highbowl. Stealing a glance at the astonished Tom, Adonis feigned bewilderment. His violet eyes were his greatest secret, known only to a select few, and he wished for no further revelations. He inquired nonchalantly, Tom, what is happening? Has the pact been successfully established? Tom, roused from his reverie by Adonis's question, replied, do you sense an inexplicable feeling of constraint? Adonis pondered momentarily and gently nodded. Tom, somewhat perplexed, shook his head in bewilderment. How curious, he exclaimed. However, since you can perceive the constraints, you have already succeeded halfway. Communicate with Highbowl. If he is able to shrink, then we shall deem it a triumph. Fearing that Adonis might not fully grasp the nuances, Tom elaborated. Much of the information regarding the serpent monsters has been lost or rendered incomplete. You may not be aware that without a binding contract, these creatures are incapable of altering their size, which is precisely why they cannot escape the chamber. Upon hearing Tom's response, Adonis suddenly fell into a contemplative silence. He pondered the scenario in which Slytherin had not taken the basilisk away. If this were indeed the case, was Slytherin's insistence that his descendants refrain from forging contracts with serpents ultimately a benevolent or misguided decision? Slytherin, in his concern for the freedom of serpents, seemed oblivious to the basilisk's yearning for a bond. Such a harmonious comrade, yet tragically constrained by the limitations of size, how lamentable and poignant. Adonis gazed at his companion, Highbowl, who emitted a soft hissing sound. Highbowl, could you possibly shrink a bit? Perhaps you could transform into a bracelet to adorn my wrist. Highbowl contemplated opening his eyes. But upon hearing Adonis's request, he shook his head. His entire form radiated a verdant glow, and his massive body astonishingly diminished to the size of a mere bracelet. To fulfill Adonis's wish, he coiled his serpentine body into a perfect circle, resting his head upon his tail. Adonis, the pact has been successfully forged. You may allow Highbowl to open his eyes now. Indeed, once the serpent had entered into a contract with a human, he gained mastery over the power of his gaze. As long as he refrained from deliberately activating this ability, he would not cause death through direct eye contact nor petrification through indirect sight. Adonis bent down to pick up the sea pearl, cradling it in his palm. He gently stroked its shimmering scales and said, "Sea pearl, you may now open your eyes." The sea pearl eagerly opened its eyes, gazing at Adonis with delight. As Adonis gently caressed its head, he remarked, "Highbowl cannot be considered a name. It is merely the full designation of your kind. Remove one character, and from now on, you shall be known as Hale." How does that sound? Highbowl nodded in satisfaction, gliding along Adonis's arm to encircle his wrist, forming a rather convincing bracelet. Observing their interaction, Tom pointed towards a corridor that emerged behind the sunken stone wall and bluntly stated, "Come with me. The true chamber of Slytherin lies beyond. However, before we proceed, I must first retrieve my diary." Adonis nodded, retrieving the diary from Ginny Weasley's pocket, and approached Tom. Chapter 101, The Limits of Imagination. Tom, holding Ginny Weasley's wand, murmured softly to himself, "Soul, return to your rightful place." Subsequently, he transformed into a wisp of smoke and re-entered the diary. While Ginny's wand fell forlornly to the ground, Adonis picked up Ginny Weasley's wand and scrutinized it closely. Should someone cast the multiple echo charm with this wand, it would reveal that Ginny had once been in the company of a soul entity. Although the likelihood of such an occurrence is exceedingly low, it is, nonetheless, not an entirely improbable event. Adonis retrieved his wand, crafted from ginkgo wood and adorned with purple heartwood, from his sleeve. He aimed it at Ginny Weasley's wand, held delicately in his left palm, and uttered the incantation for powerful erasure. A blinding beam of white light shot forth from the tip of his wand, enveloping Ginny's wand. After a brief shudder, her wand returned to a state of tranquility. Had Ollivander been present, he would undoubtedly have remarked nervously that the wand emitted a mournful cry. Adonis gently placed the wand back into the unconscious hands of Ginny Weasley, who lay sprawled on the ground. Crouching down, he opened Tom's diary and inquired about the duration of Ginny Weasley's unconsciousness. Approximately 30 minutes, came the reply. With that knowledge, Adonis remained crouched, tapping his knee with his left hand, while his fingers twirled the wand, directing it towards the fainted Ginny. Adonis stood up and quietly remarked, "I am sorry, Ginny. Erasing your memories is the most prudent choice for you. I shall compensate Wesley for this loss in the future. Let all be forgotten." Adonis traversed the pitch-black corridor until he reached the end, where a stone chamber stood enclosed on all sides. The sole entrance and exit was a rust-laden iron door, adorned with a corroded padlock that hung ajar. The fluorescent light flickered intermittently. Adonis extended a finger, gently lifting the iron padlock from its base. His gaze fixated on the unmistakably fresh fingerprints adorning its surface. It appeared that a fragment of Voldemort's soul had indeed traversed this space by manipulating Harry Potter's body. Adonis donned his gloves and gently removed the padlock from the door before cautiously pushing open the iron gate. Nevertheless, the gate emitted a jarring clang, echoing through the air. A flicker of fluorescence illuminated the space, with a faint glow radiating outward from the wand's tip. Surrounding walls were adorned with extinguished torches suspended by iron rings. Adonis waved his wand toward the torches in the cardinal directions, igniting a spark that blossomed into flames. The flames leaped back to life from the trays of the torches, revealing the entirety of the room with clarity. The walls were covered in enigmatic murals, their meanings lost to time. The interior furnishings were remarkably austere, along the north-south axis. Iron shelves stood at intervals of 30 centimeters, each extending east to west, totaling 20 in number. The upper left corner of each shelf bore a wooden plaque intricately carved from golden enamel wood. One half of the plaque listed the names, effects, and preparation methods of various potions, though the inscriptions had long since faded beyond legibility. The other half detailed the names and properties of the potion ingredients. Alas, the cabinets intended for the potion materials stood empty, layers of dust accumulating to a thickness of several centimeters. The beneficiaries from centuries past had failed to acknowledge their origins, leading to a complete severance of the potion supplies. Upon examining the iron shelves that housed the potions, chaos reigned. Bottles lay askew, most entirely devoid of contents. Only a select few still contained liquid, quietly residing within their glass confines. As Adonis ambled along, he remained vigilant, primarily in pursuit of any overlooked treasures. Beneath a wooden sign that bore the enchantment-enhancing potion, he discovered, in an inconspicuous corner surrounded by a multitude of empty vials, a potion contained within a bottle of ethereal blue hue. Adorning the bottle was a small white label, though perhaps due to the passage of time. The inscription was exceedingly faint, revealing only a vague reference to a potency-enhancing potion, accompanied by a caution regarding severe, lifelong side effects. Adonis could only discern disjointed instructions. He gently shook the potion in his left hand, the cerulean liquid emanating a faint glow as it reflected off the crimson flames. From the fragmented descriptions, it was inferred that the potion had effects, albeit with the grim estimation that its side effects could never be eradicated. The final iron rack appeared particularly chaotic compared to the others, its golden silk enamel plaque distinctly engraved with the word soul-stabilizing elixir. Most notably, this plaque bore a circular hole. Adonis carefully observed the traces left by the enchantment while holding the wooden sign. He then lowered the sign, allowing it to hang freely in the air. Crouching down, he gazed through the aperture, where a blackened, charred mark marred the surface of the wall in a linear direction. Adonis advanced in this direction until he reached the wall, drawing his wand with a flourish, conjuring forth a fierce blaze. The black flames surged towards the stone wall, leaving behind but a faint scratch before vanishing without a trace. Adonis opened his diary and inquired, "Tom, is it possible for the Dark Lord to return to the school unnoticed after graduation?" "No," came the reply. "Otherwise, why would he be so determined to apply for the position of defense against the dark arts professor?" Adonis glanced at the marks that had long been etched into the wall, pondering the implications. It seemed that even prior to his 18th year, Voldemort had already discerned the flaws of the Horcruxes and had once rummaged through this very place for the soul-stabilizing potion, which was now long gone. Yet, to what extent had his magical prowess developed? Adonis languidly inquired, "Tom, what was the level of your magic at 18? The diary fell silent for a moment before responding. "You know, I did not survive to see my 18th year. Of course, I am aware. You should also grasp the essence of my inquiry, should you not?" "Indeed. I understand. In a typical trajectory, by the age of 18, my magical capacity should have been double that of those wizards who experienced magical surges at 16. Approximately twice what you possess now." The Tom inscribed in the diary assessed the situation, adding, "By the time I reached adulthood, my power would have been about half of Dumbledore's peak. Had it not been for the Horcruxes, I could have attained his level by the age of 30. Haha." Adonis chuckled softly. "Dumbledore is nearly 50 years your senior. Do you not think you would progress while he remains stagnant? His magic will not continue to grow, just as his lifespan will not extend. You are aware that there are substances that significantly liberate wizards from the constraints of age. The Philosopher's Stone is one such example. The immortality granted by the stone would lead one to forsake joy and sorrow. That is not what constitutes a normal human being," Adonis retorted firmly. A phrase swiftly materialized in the diary, "ignorance, that results from a misuse of such power." "Did Mr. Slytherin impart this knowledge to you?" The diary fell silent once more. Adonis, observing the reaction before him, was suddenly struck by a profound realization. The scarcity of literary resources was directly constraining my imagination. The images of my interactions with Nicole LeMay replayed vividly in my mind, and a bold hypothesis began to take shape. Slytherin still endures. According to our agreement, I am entitled to peruse the tomes left behind by Mr. Slytherin. Yet, of course, in this chamber, I found not a single book, nor even a scrap of paper. Adonis surveyed the surroundings and, with a teasing tone, continued, "Mr. Tom Riddle Slytherin, I presume you do not expect me to believe the myriad of murals adorning these walls constitute the literary legacy of Mr. Slytherin. A brief update, candidly speaking. Writing this novel and crafting stories for your enjoyment is a personal passion of mine. However, reality dictates that I am on the verge of graduating from my senior year, compounded by the silence of my job applications. The author will soon be preoccupied with graduation projects, job hunting, and mastering software development skills. Regrettably, I currently lack the consistent time to update the novel. Nevertheless, having embarked on this literary journey, I am resolute in providing it with a proper conclusion. Steadfast against abandoning or leaving it unfinished. Future updates may be sporadic, perhaps every 2 to 3 days, or possibly weekly, until I secure employment. Stability in updates will be challenging to achieve. First and foremost, I wish to express my gratitude to the readers who have steadfastly supported me during these past 2 months. I am aware that upon the release of this chapter, many readers may feel compelled to remove the City of Magic from their shelves, as the anticipation for updates can be rather distressing, and following a serial can be a laborious endeavor. However, I humbly request one small favor. Please allow it to remain in the corner of your bookshelf for a while longer. Grant me some time and patience, as I strive to reintegrate it into the daily update schedule. The pressures of securing an ideal job alongside the demands of my thesis are indeed daunting. Akin to 2 formidable mountains, the author is in a state of distress. I kindly ask for your understanding and patience. I assure you I will return as swiftly as possible. The next time I issue such an update, it will be with the promise of consistent and stable updates. Thank you. Chapter 102. How special it is. The inquiry posed by Adonis caused the diary to tremble imperceptibly. Tom rested his chin upon his hand, gazing into the vast whiteness surrounding him, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, his gaze somewhat unfocused. Unexpectedly, a phrase imbued with admiration manifested in the blank pages of the diary, revealing an astonishing synchronicity between you and Salazar Slytherin after a millennium. Tom, this is hardly the moment for jest, or perhaps you are simply eager to meet Dumbledore. The Northern Wall. Adonis cast a glance at the responses in his diary, then approached the Northern Wall. Utilizing the faint illumination from the surrounding sconces, he meticulously examined the surface, finding nothing particularly remarkable. The mural on the northern wall bore no distinction when compared to the murals adorning the other walls. Adonis circled the room along the walls, scrutinizing them from various angles in an attempt to uncover their mysteries. As he leaned against the southern wall, examining the mural on the northern side, a sudden epiphany struck him. With his wand in hand, glowing with a flickering light, he hastened to the northern wall, gently placing his left hand upon its surface. From an aesthetic standpoint, he noted the peculiar anomaly. A soft smile graced his lips as he withdrew his hand, retrieving Tom Riddle's diary from his pocket. In a moment of clumsiness, the diary slipped from his grasp, landing with a thud on the floor, tumbling over. Tom, somewhat disheveled, propped up the fallen chair, exclaiming, "Is this how you treat an elder?" Upon reading the words inscribed in the diary, Adonis burst into laughter, realizing that Tom was undoubtedly unguarded at that moment. Yet, he quickly shook his head in self-deprecation, reflecting on how he had become so juvenile. It seemed that his psychological age was unwittingly aligning with his physical age. Coming to this realization, Adonis swiftly composed himself. "Tom, your brief response can be interpreted as a test of my observational skills. But it is now time to conclude the suspense." When the diary remained silent for an extended period, Adonis assumed Tom was merely upset by his recent actions and did not dwell on it further. Considering Tom's typical approach to matters, he added, "In China, there exists a type of wine known as enriching. I recommend you give it a try." "Is that so?" Indeed. Although Tom was unfamiliar with enriching, he recognized that he need not understand its specifics, for the distant east of China felt almost unreachable to him. "Malfoy, I believe you must be aware of a certain truth. Mr. Slytherin, are you implying that you cannot currently access this chamber within the chamber and must wait until you are fully revived?" The purity of Malfoy's lineage was indeed remarkable. Adonis gently caressed Tom's reply, softly murmuring, "Indeed, you ought to express gratitude for Malfoy's upbringing." With a soft snap, he tenderly closed the diary, adding, "Tom, you may take a well-deserved rest now." Upon hearing Adonis's words, the diary began to tremble violently until the entire spell was completed, after which it settled down. Adonis casually tucked it into his pocket, secured the iron gate of the room, and strode briskly toward the exit. The air on his wrist seemed to sense Adonis's mood and nuzzled against his wrist with concern. As the heir's conjurer, Adonis acutely felt this concern and gently stroked the heir's head to reassure it that he was well. Ginny Weasley looked around, bewildered, glancing at a nearby puddle. Her previous state of confusion had notably improved, but now she questioned her whereabouts. How had she ended up here? The sound of footsteps behind her prompted her to turn quickly, her demeanor shifting to one of caution as she scrutinized the newcomer. Only when she recognized Adonis did she relax. He was familiar to her. Though neither Ron nor the twins harbored any fondness for Malfoy, they often mentioned him before arriving at Hogwarts, as Malfoy was indeed a figure of some notoriety. "Why am I here?" Ginny felt an instinctual connection between her presence in this place and the boy before her, prompting her to inquire of Adonis. Adonis gazed at the somewhat bewildered Ginny Weasley, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. What was the true wonder of the Weasley bloodline? Did it possess the ability to mitigate magical influences? The effects of the stunning spell lingered far beyond a mere 2 hours. Having inadvertently arrived in this place, Adonis fixed his gaze upon Ginny's eyes and remarked, "You were already here before I came." She inquired, "Where did you just go?" "To seek an exit," he replied. Ginny playfully shifted her somewhat heavy head and asked, "Did you find it?" Adonis nodded. Ginny, noticing Adonis's indifferent expression, felt a twinge of fear. Due to the circumstances surrounding the Weasley couple, she had never interacted with Slytherin, particularly the pure-blood aristocrats. "Could you take me along?" Adonis turned and walked away. Ginny gazed at his retreating figure, and upon hearing the footsteps approaching from afar, she followed suit with measured steps. Hale informed him of an alternative exit. A small cave not far from the Forbidden Forest. Adonis gazed at the entrance that had just vanished, completely disappearing with his and Ginny Weasley's departure. No wonder Hagrid referred to it merely as an exit. The transmission of memories among the basilisk was indeed intriguing. Ginny stared blankly at the now absent entrance, her disbelief palpable. Had it truly vanished? It was already remarkable enough that she had inexplicably entered that place, was it not? It was time to return swiftly. Ginny, somewhat lost in thought, nodded slightly and made her way back to the castle. Adonis stood at the cave entrance, gazing towards the direction of the school hospital, pondering whether Dumbledore had been informed. Chapter 103, A Temporary Compromise in the Madame Pomfrey's Infirmary. The sound of footsteps and knocks at the door roused Dumbledore from his reverie. He glanced at Harry, still in a state of unconsciousness, and let out a deep sigh before leaning against the chair beside the bed. "Come in," he said. Upon opening the door, Snape was met with the sight of Dumbledore seated directly opposite him. "What brings you here, Severus?" Dumbledore inquired, his voice tinged with fatigue. Snape, observing Dumbledore's weary demeanor, replied, "What? Is the situation beyond control? You already know?" Dumbledore rose, fixing his gaze on Snape. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. After a prolonged silence, Dumbledore turned his attention from Snape to Harry, suddenly stating, "Severus, I am now 111 years old." Snape, maintaining a stoic expression, avoided Dumbledore's piercing gaze. "That is of no consequence, Dumbledore." "No, it is indeed significant. For someone of my advanced age, death represents merely a new journey," Dumbledore said affectionately, looking at Harry. "Thus, if possible, I would prefer to undertake these trials in his stead." Snape interrupted, his voice laced with sarcasm and truth. "You keep him alive solely for the moment when he must die, do you not?" Dumbledore's gaze remained fixed on Harry as he solemnly responded, "That was an unforeseen circumstance." Any semblance of sympathy that had briefly emerged from Snape's observation of Dumbledore's weariness vanished in an instant. With his wand drawn, he aimed it at Dumbledore, saying, "I always thought Potter a fool. It appears I was mistaken." With a flick of his wrist, Snape sent a stunning spell toward Dumbledore. A shield of light appeared before Dumbledore, deflecting the curse. "Severus, the last time I saw you in such a state of agitation was over a decade ago," Dumbledore remarked, rising from his seat. "Rationality serves us better in this matter. You are well aware of the repercussions of the curse you cast upon Lily. She misplaced her trust in you." Dumbledore sighed. "I am first and foremost the headmaster of Hogwarts, and only afterward, a man of my own. Fate has chosen Harry. He must shoulder this responsibility and mission. Moreover, it is only today that I have fully validated my conjecture." Dumbledore's eyes deepened with contemplation. The curse's side effects target only fractured souls. If Voldemort's soul were whole, the blood protection charm would bear no adverse effects on the protected. Dumbledore looked at Snape. Articulating each word carefully, "Lily would comprehend my actions. She was a good soul." At this, Snape erupted in laughter, albus Dumbledore. "I now understand why Potter and the others were ordered to vacate Potter Manor. Let me think. Potter called this self-reliance." Tears streamed down his face as he laughed. "Old Potter knew this day would come. You underestimate pureblood families." Dumbledore regarded Snape with an uncharacteristic seriousness. "I have never underestimated them. It is precisely for this reason that Harry was chosen by Voldemort. Only Harry and Riddle possess the fortitude to withstand the curse's side effects. Which is why I have a contingency plan to safeguard their lives." Snape inhaled deeply, casting his gaze upon the boy in the bed. "Is he Harry Potter or the Dark Lord?" "He is Harry now, and will always be Harry Potter," Dumbledore affirmed. "Very well," Snape nodded. "I shall trust you once more. Now, instruct me on what must be done." Snape's momentary concession eased Dumbledore's expression significantly. Harry's soul is currently in turmoil. A soul-stabilizing potion is of utmost importance for him. Snape produced a small vial from his inner pocket and handed it to Dumbledore. Dumbledore examined the potion bottle closely. It was exquisitely crafted, adorned with medieval motifs. And the neck bore a serpent's emblem. He looked up at Snape with appreciation. Severus, you are one of the rare geniuses I have encountered in the field of potion-making. Snape's lips twitched, but he remained non-committal as Dumbledore continued. This potion has been in existence for 11 years. Dumbledore suddenly winked at him. It hasn't expired, has it? Aha, Snape replied dryly. Just a jest, Severus. You might consider relaxing a bit. As Dumbledore administered the potion into Harry's mouth, Snape asked worriedly, is there no way to directly remove the excess from Harry Potter's mind? Dumbledore shook his head. White magic can eradicate the soul fragment left by Voldemort. However, doing so would compromise Harry's soul's integrity. Unless we can concoct a soul-enhancing potion to compensate for this deficiency, we must allow him to remain here for now. Rest assured. The soul-stabilizing potion should suffice to lull Voldemort's essence back into slumber. Dumbledore raised a hand. As for the soul-enhancing potion, I am unaware of its formula. Not merely because it has been classified as dark magic, but more so due to its rarity, which necessitates keeping it concealed from the public eye. And what, then, is your contingency plan? Snape fixed Dumbledore with an intense gaze. The answer to this question was critical to him. Preserving Harry's life was the only way he could atone for Lily's loss. Severus, this is of great importance. Your current role is not suited for such knowledge, Dumbledore stated, his eyes locking onto Snape's. He did not overlook the fleeting shadow of sorrow. However, I shall exert my utmost efforts to safeguard Harry's life, both now and in the future. This is my vow to you, to Lily, to James, and to old Potter. Then, as long as you fulfill your promise, I shall uphold mine, Snape declared before striding toward the door. Wait, Snape paused, his hand on the door latch, turning back to Dumbledore. Is there anything else? Harry will require a vial of soul-stabilizing potion every 6 months. Additionally, starting next year, you will take over his mental shielding training. Anything else? Snape inquired, noticing Dumbledore's silence as he turned the latch, preparing to leave. You might inquire about the soul-enhancing potion from the one who informed you of the blood protection charm, Dumbledore suggested. Snape opened the door and departed swiftly. Dumbledore watched Snape's retreating figure, murmuring softly, Adonis Malfoy, an intriguing boy. But he glanced at the stirring Harry. Is he a blessing or a curse? Chapter 104. I am a merchant in the Hogshead Inn. The time for the polyjuice potion had elapsed, and Jesse Smith, the wizard who had attacked Harry Potter at Hogwarts, had resumed his original appearance. Leisurely sipping a glass of whiskey in the inn's window seat, the door swung open again, admitting a young man. The server approached, inquiring, What can I get for you? Sir? The young man pointed towards Smith by the window and replied, I am looking for that gentleman inside. The waiter nodded slightly and bowed as he withdrew. The young man took a seat opposite Jesse Smith, had one not seen his true visage. It would be difficult to fathom how the scar on his face was so expertly concealed. Smith regarded the unexpected guest with an air of nonchalance and inquired, Who are you seeking, sir? The young man leaned slightly towards him, lowering his voice and smiling faintly. Mr. Smith, it is no surprise that you are a seasoned fugitive. Your skills in disguise are truly remarkable. Smith raised the goblet before him, taking a sip of whiskey, and cast a displeased glance at his interlocutor, stating, Sir, I could certainly accuse you of defamation, and that is indisputable. As he spoke, he picked up the fork on the table and leisurely took a bite of the beef, adding, Now, I insist you depart from here. The young man propped his right arm on the table, challenging, Do you still maintain your stance? Smith stole a glance at the hand the visitor had placed on the table, his pupils constricting momentarily. He then set down his fork and goblet, responding, Mr. Malfoy, you ought to be aware that such jesting is not to be trifled with by someone of my disposition. Adonis reclined in his chair, his left hand brandishing a wand as he gently waved it towards an area beyond the two individuals, shutting out sound as he did so. Once the spell took effect, Adonis naturally leaned back against the chair's backrest, a knowing smile gracing his lips. He continued, Had I been a minute late, the cup would have come crashing down upon my head, the fork would have been poised at my throat, and the wand would have made the most intimate contact with my temple. Smith, having listened quietly to Adonis's nonsensical remarks, inquired with a hint of absurdity, How much longer do I have? The oars from the Ministry of Magic will arrive in 30 minutes. Adonis's response granted Smith a renewed perspective on the boy before him. The influence of Malfoy within the magical realm should not be underestimated. Furthermore, Lucius Malfoy had endowed him with sufficient authority to delay the Ministry of Magic's oars for 4 hours in their pursuit of him, a hefty price indeed. Nevertheless, this provided Smith with ample justification to make his decision. He retrieved a stack of documents from the briefcase behind him and slid them towards Adonis. Adonis picked up the document and glanced at it. It was a labor contract. He stole a look at Smith across the table, then turned to the second page of the contract, followed by the third. The only sound that lingered between them was the rustling of the pages being turned. Jesse Smith watched Adonis with a hint of anxiety, then, with a touch of self-mockery, muttered about the damned privileges, the damned utility they afforded. Adonis closed the contract, gently tapped the table, and shook his head. "Mr. Smith, I am a businessman, not a philanthropist, and this contract offers me no advantage." He continued, "Mr. Malfoy, you are merely providing a position for my wife. All her salary over these 3 years will be deducted from my earnings, leaving you with no loss." Mr. Smith sincerely elaborated, "The reason I implore your assistance is twofold. Firstly, it serves as a cover for my 3 years of incarceration in Azkaban, allowing my wife to believe that it was you who employed us. Secondly, my wife has always harbored the desire to own a small shop." Noticing that Adonis displayed no signs of impatience, Smith pressed on, "Look across the street." He gestured towards a long-abandoned shop, its crooked sign draped in cobwebs. "I have already purchased this establishment. All that remains is for you to formally hire my wife as the manager." Smith gazed at Adonis with hopeful eyes. Adonis followed Smith's gaze, observing the evidently aged storefront. The illustrious history of Hogsmeade Village recounts this establishment. 3 decades prior, it was bustling with patrons, a veritable hive of activity. A young couple had inherited the shop from their parents, transforming the village's sole confectionery into a renowned eatery that offered medicinal cuisine, achieving great popularity. However, following the tragic demise of the couple at the hands of Voldemort, the elderly proprietors chose to close the establishment, offering the premises with a promise of conditional transfer. Adonis cast another glance at Smith, feeling a twinge of curiosity about how this individual had managed to acquire the establishment. After all, over the course of nearly 15 years, he was the sole person to successfully purchase the premises. Adonis pondered for a moment before addressing Mr. Smith, stating, "To speak candidly, with your intelligence, you cannot be oblivious to the fact that employing your esteemed wife in my name implies the protection of Malfoy. To have Malfoy extend his patronage to a husband imprisoned in Azkaban is a proposition that falls far short of the value I provide. Regrettably, I must decline this arrangement." Upon hearing Adonis's response, Smith inhaled deeply, closed his eyes for approximately 30 seconds, then reopened them with a solemn inquiry. "What more must I offer for you to acquiesce to my terms?" Adonis gazed at him with a silent smile, while the man across from him, being astute, understood his desires. A decade had passed. Adonis gazed at him, twirling the ring on his right hand, and gently shook his head, indicating it was insufficient. 20 years. Adonis continued to gaze at him with a serene smile. The boy's demeanor provoked an unusual irritation within Smith, prompting him to rise abruptly and exclaim, "How many years do you truly require?" Adonis adjusted his attire and rose to his feet, meeting Smith's gaze with unwavering resolve. "Mr. Smith," he proclaimed, "temperament resolves nothing. As a lawyer, you are more acutely aware of this than anyone else. As for your inquiry, my response is this: how many years does your wife hold worth in your heart?" "You are threatening me," Smith retorted. "No," Adonis replied, regarding Smith with a calm demeanor. "This is merely a question of choice. Without Malfoy's protection, perhaps your wife could also navigate these 3 years with a sense of security." Adonis took a step forward and continued, "I assure you, Malfoy will not intervene." The boy's profound gaze tightened Smith's heart. "I have sold you for 10 years. I am not concerned about your commitment. Jesse, do not overestimate your worth. What you can do, others can do as well." Adonis chuckled softly. "There will always be someone who can do better than you." He settled back into his chair and continued, "Mr. Smith, the only reason I am willing to converse with you is that I hold you in high regard, and nothing more." Time flowed silently between the two men. Adonis raised his hand to glance at his watch, reminding you that you have 1 minute left to contemplate. "Safeguard my wife and daughter." Adonis suddenly chuckled, of course. With a flick of his wand, a contract soared into view. A document materialized upon the dining table. "Sign this, and you shall have peace of mind regarding everything." Smith, having perused the contract, took a deep breath. "You must have anticipated that I would come to discuss this matter with you." Adonis smiled silently. Smith looked at Adonis and suddenly remarked, "It's hard to believe you are only 12 years old. You won't regret today's decision." Upon hearing Adonis's words, Smith silently acknowledged within himself that indeed, at such a tender age and with such mental acuity, he was more than capable of signing the contract of servitude. 5 minutes later, under the veil of an invisibility spell, Adonis quietly observed as the Auror escorted Jesse Smith away. There were many more matters awaiting his careful arrangement. Chapter 105. Candor. The Auror led Jesse Smith away from Hogsmeade. Adonis departed from the Hogshead Inn and pushed open the door to the Hogsmeade Inn. Renowned as the tallest building in Hogsmeade Village, this so-called tallest structure was merely a facade, a 5-story wooden edifice. Its sign, weathered by years of exposure, had lost a small section and faded considerably. The reason for its title as the highest building in Hogsmeade likely stemmed from its origins, which had become untraceable over time. The only certainty was that it had stood there since the village's inception. Its external appearance deterred many members of the aesthetic society. Yet the interior facilities and decor pleased Adonis immensely. Most importantly, this seemingly dilapidated and had no checkout inspections. All guests were expected to vacate before a certain hour. And the reason was rather straightforward. A 300-pound man had failed to leave according to the payment schedule and had been propelled out of the 4th-floor window, resulting in a parabolic descent that fractured 3 of his ribs. Over the years, many individuals had pursued legal action against the inn due to such unfortunate incidents. But all attempts had been in vain, not because of any formidable backing of the establishment, but rather, Adonis's reverie was interrupted by the server's greeting. "Sir, welcome to the Hogsmeade Inn. Before proceeding, please take a moment to carefully read the notice displayed on the wall ahead, particularly the 3rd item." Adonis followed the direction indicated by the server's finger and glanced at the wall, where 5 regulations were clearly inscribed. Notably, the 3rd rule stated, 3. Esteemed guests, you shall bear all consequences for failing to vacate the hotel on time. The establishment assumes no legal responsibility. From the moment you remit payment, it shall be deemed that you acknowledge this provision and accept the associated risks and legal stipulations. After reviewing the regulations, Adonis couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, as it perfectly elucidated why the inn had triumphed in every lawsuit. "Sir, if you consent to the aforementioned agreement, please follow me to complete the check-in process." Adonis completed the 24-hour check-in process with the server and, after settling the payment, retreated to his room to await the dissipation of the compound tincture's effects. At 9 o'clock in the evening, a boy donning a black had exited the Hogsmeade Inn. The innkeeper merely glanced up before returning to his tasks. Accustomed to such occurrences throughout the year, once he confirmed the surroundings were deserted, Adonis removed his black hat and proceeded to the shrieking shack at the appointed hour agreed upon with Snape. The godfather, Snape, cast a glance at Adonis, extending his right arm and grasping his arm firmly. Adonis nodded, following Snape's instructions to grasp his sleeve. With a flicker of apparition, they arrived in the cellar of Hogwarts. Dumbledore leaned against the sofa designated for meetings, observing as Severus entered with young Malfoy. Snape, taken aback by the presence of the man on the sofa, abruptly released Adonis's hand and strode toward Dumbledore, his face a mask of fury as he demanded, "Dumbledore, when did my cellar come under surveillance?" Adonis stood quietly aside, observing as Dumbledore rose, revealing his signature smile, and amiably stated, "Severus, please believe me, although I am a Gryffindor, I possess ample understanding of Slytherin, and I have no intention of infringing upon your privacy." Dumbledore cast a glance at Adonis and continued, "It is merely that so much has transpired recently, and more importantly, I have not found the appropriate opportunity. Today, however, I can seize this moment to converse with young Mr. Malfoy. I intend for our discussions henceforth to take place in the headmaster's office." Dumbledore, observing Snape's lingering ire, winked and added, "As for today, I'm most certainly not. I believe, Severus, that you would not leave a guest waiting at the door." Dumbledore appeared unfazed by Snape's lack of response and continued, "Severus, might I request the opportunity to speak privately with young Mr. Malfoy?" Snape shifted his gaze toward Adonis, who nodded in affirmation, indicating he could manage the situation at hand. With Adonis's reassuring glance, Snape strode out of the cellar, his black robes billowing behind him. Dumbledore gestured to the sofa across from him, inviting Adonis to take a seat. Before resuming his own place on the couch, Adonis circled around the back of the sofa and settled across from Dumbledore, silently observing the man before him. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Silence enveloped the two, punctuated only by the sound of the clock ticking. "I find your presence here unsurprising," Dumbledore inquired. "Given the magnitude of recent events, it would be uncharacteristic of you not to appear," Adonis replied. Dumbledore chuckled heartily, gazing at Adonis with appreciation, and sighed. "The last person I encountered who exhibited such excellence was named Tom Riddle, Adonis. I trust you are familiar with who he is." "Indeed. I am aware that his name does not carry the same weight as the one that follows it," Adonis responded with a smile directed at Dumbledore. "Of course, this is merely the perspective of an old man. I hope you do not take pride in this. In truth, you surpassed your contemporary, Tom Riddle, significantly." Being born into the magical world, you have saved an extraordinary amount of time in understanding its intricacies compared to him. After listening to Dumbledore's words, Adonis suddenly chuckled and remarked, "Professor Dumbledore, I wonder if anyone has ever told you that you embody the essence of Slytherin even more than Slytherin himself." I can sincerely respond to your inquiry. Aside from an unexpected encounter with the Dark Lord in my first year within the Forbidden Forest, I have not crossed paths with him again. After uttering those words, Adonis observed that the corners of Dumbledore's mouth appeared more relaxed than before, indicating that Dumbledore was indeed concerned about the possibility of him aligning with Voldemort. Well then, what of the Horcruxes? The legacy of the nobility. How well versed are you in the matter of Horcruxes? As long as the Horcruxes exist, the Dark Lord shall not perish. Dumbledore nodded in agreement. Adonis, I hope we can join forces to vanquish Voldemort. Adonis shook his head, stating that my father, Mr. Lucius Malfoy, would not approve. However, this matter does not pertain to Mr. Lucius Malfoy. It is solely about our collaboration, is it not? From this day forth, you shall enjoy numerous privileges at Hogwarts, and I shall remain uninvolved in these affairs, except in significant matters akin to the dueling club. Nevertheless, there exists a condition. No harm must come to the innocent, and the use of the killing curse is strictly prohibited. I am quite intrigued by your perspective on dark magic. I have heard of your extensive research into Chinese literature. Thus, perhaps you can respond to this inquiry utilizing extraordinary measures for extraordinary times. Adonis nodded in agreement with Dumbledore's response. Lockhart is your man. Adonis gazed at Dumbledore, awaiting his reply. Lockhart is indeed my associate. He was originally intended to reveal Harry's unique qualities at the opportune moment, subsequently guiding him to vanquish the basilisk within the Chamber of Secrets. However, upon casting a glance at Adonis's wrist, Dumbledore now perceived that such intervention was no longer necessary. Adonis inhaled deeply. 12 years ago, you were aware that employing the bloodline protection spell would bestow upon Harry the ability to speak Parseltongue. The words of Adonis plunged Dumbledore once more into a sea of memories. From his expression, Adonis discerned a profound anguish and torment within him. Indeed, it had been clear then that Harry possessed over a 50% likelihood of becoming a Horcrux. The ability to speak Parseltongue was born from Harry's experiences over the course of 11 years. Headmaster, I am willing to agree to our collaboration, but I must clarify one point unequivocally today. You may sacrifice those around you and even yourself for the greater good. Yet I will only act for those who are truly deserving of such sacrifices. Dumbledore regarded him, and Adonis felt as if the headmaster were gazing through him, perceiving something beyond other individuals and matters. Adonis, time and the passage of years will alter some of your perspectives. Certain responsibilities are yours to bear. They cannot be evaded.